Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 27, Chapter. Led by the chairwoman of the disciplinary committee herself, Yuji, Aika, and Tatsuya soon arrived at the headquarters of the committee, and they were immediately welcomed by a surprising sight. The large, wooden table at the center of the room was filled with boxes, papers, CADs, and various other things, spread around in a complete mess. But that wasn't the end. The entire room was filled with things messily spread around, boxes stacked on top of each other, open boxes that could barely hold the things shoved in there, as well as papers and CADs of various types, size, and shapes, covering the floor to the point that even walking around would risk bumping into or stepping onto something. Welcome to the disciplinary committee headquarters. This will be where you'll be spending the majority of your time while you're not in class or patrolling. So I hope you find it comfortable. Mari walked casually into the room, as if the mess didn't exist in her eyes, and welcomed the three, who were stunned by the sight, with a smile. May I clean up this room, first and foremost, Watanabe-senpai. As someone aspiring to be a magic engineer, the state of this room is unbearable for me. I would like to help as well, senpai. Even as someone not aspiring to be a magic engineer, this is just... Even for me, this is a little... Mari blinked a few times in surprise. Alright. Wait. Tatsuya-kun, why do you aspire to be a magic engineer? With your combat capability, wouldn't you be able to easily get a license? Tatsuya picked up a CAD and began cleaning up the fragile devices first before moving on to the others as Yuji and Aika also began cleaning up. No. At my skill level, I can't hope for more than a C-level license. After a while and with the four of them cleaning up, the room had become completely different from when they first entered. Things that were all around the place were put tidily into a box which is moved to a place where people won't bump into them or into a cabinet, and the CADs are also properly placed on the shelves for the members' ease of access. Just then, two males entered the room. One of them was a built man with a strong jaw, square chin, and spiky hair, while the other had a softer, younger look. Both of them were Course 1 students, judging by the flower emblem on the side of their shoulder, and a band signifying their status as members of the disciplinary committee. Morning. Good morning. Oh, Ain-san. So you're here, huh? The man with spiky hair said as soon as he saw Mari present in the room. Chairwoman, we have completed today's patrol mission. No arrests have been made. Ouch. Just then, with rolled-up papers in hand, Mari smacked the spiky-haired man across the face and continued to beat him on the head. Don't call me Ain-san. How many times do I have to tell you that? Is that head of yours just an empty ornament? Please don't beat me up like that. Humph. The man sighed and looked around, and his eyes immediately widened in shock. The other man, the one with a softer, younger look, also widened his eyes in shock. See, Chairwoman, why are the two sensations of the school here right now? See, could it be? Are they joining this committee? Yes, they are. Let me introduce you. This is Tsubakihara Yuuji and Kiryu Aika. I fought tooth and nails to have them in our ranks, so you better treat them well. Yuji and Aika stepped forward and lowered their head in a bow. It is a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to working with you. It's nice to meet you. Please take care of me. My name is Sawaki Midori. Likewise, Tsubakihara-kun, Kiryu-kun. Midori shook both of their hands and turned towards his friend. He was being very silent, considering he was boisterous most of the time. He saw him staring at Aika in a daze, absolutely mesmerized by her beauty. His eyes were wide and unmoving, and there was a slight blush on his cheeks. But almost immediately after, a loud slapping sound resounded as Mari began pounding on his cheeks with her rolled-up papers and yelled at him. Why are you looking at your juniors like that? Do you have no manners? How could you stare at a girl that blatantly? I am sorry. Please, stop that. A few more slaps later, Mari stopped with a huff, and the beaten-up man finally introduced himself. My name is Tatsumi Kotaro. Sorry for staring like that. I was really surprised when I saw the two of you. I've only heard of you in rumors. I hope I didn't offend you. No, it's fine, it's nice to meet you, Tatsumi-senpai. It is nice to meet you as well. Kotaro then slapped Yuji's arms a few times and grinned widely. Oh. You're really well built. And now that I can see you up close, I can definitely say that those rumors weren't exaggerations after all. If I was a girl, then I would definitely be head over heels for you like my female classmates. Thank you for the compliment. Yuji forced a smile and held his arm where Tatsumi slapped him. It didn't hurt at all, but the sensation that lingered made him unconsciously hold it. Don't mind him, Tsubakihara-kun. A pleasure to meet you. I've heard many amazing things about you. I look forward to working with you. Likewise, Sawaki-senpai. I will be relying on you from now on. Midori nodded and turned towards Aika with a soft smile as well. Kiryu-kun as well. I look forward to working with you. Please take care of me too, senpais. Oh. And if you ever have any trouble during your patrols, just say it to your radio. I'm sure all the guys will immediately come rushing to help you. Of course. Well, I won't need them since Yuji will definitely come to me at a moment's notice. Aika added in her mind. Kotaro's grin disappeared after a while as he glanced towards Tatsuya. He then turned back towards Mari and began. By the way, chairwoman. Seems like these two aren't the only new faces here. An emblemless, huh? Tatsumi-senpai, I believe your choice of word may run afoul of the banned words regulations. In this case, the correct term for it would be Course 2 student. Mari smiled helplessly and crossed her arms. You guys, you're going to get the rug pulled out from under you if you think so simplistically like that. She sat on the wooden table and leaned in slightly. Between you and me, Hattori just got himself royally tripped up a little while ago. You mean? The two immediately turned their eyes towards Tatsuya in shock. That guy defeated that Hattori. That's right, and in an official match too. What the? To think that Hattori, who had been undefeated ever since he entered this school, was defeated by a new student. We've got ourselves not only 2, but 3 phenomena, chairwoman. This is amazing. That's really reassuring. I'm glad we have him on our side. Mari then turned towards Tatsuya with a smile. Surprising, isn't it? Tatsuya met her gaze and she continued. This school, with its asinine bloom/weed labeling, is teeming with people either wallowing in their sense of superiority, or drowning in their sense of inferiority. To tell you the truth, I've been fed up with it all. Fortunately, both Mayumi and Jumanji of the Extracurricular Activities Federation know what kind of personality I have. They've used their recommendation slots to pick people who are relatively immune to those kinds of sensibilities. Their feelings of superiority may not quite be zero and they might not be as non-discriminatory as your friends here. But they're good guys who can evaluate others' skills fairly. I don't think this place will be all that uncomfortable for you. Kotaro then approached Tatsuya with his hand raised towards him. I'm Tatsumi Kotaro of Class 3C. I look forward to working with you. Able guys like you are more than welcome here. I'm Sawaki Midori of Class 2D. I look forward to working with you as well, Shiba-kun. If you need any assistance, please don't hesitate to ask us. Tatsuya paused for a moment. Even though he had seen this scene happen once in the anime, to experience it in reality himself. This sense of acceptance, and not discrimination was, nice. He grabbed the hand Kotaro held up to him and shook it. I'm a first-year student, Shiba Tatsuya. Likewise. I look forward to working with you as well. Within the underground level of his mansion, Yuji sat behind a desk, looking at the holographic screen before him as his hand typed with lightning speed on the keyboard. At first glance, he seemed to be typing on a touch screen or the sort as there was no mechanical keyboard. But in reality, it was yet another hologram projected onto the immaculate surface of his desk that would receive input from his fingers just like a normal keyboard would. It was a technology that needed to get used to, but with his accelerated learning and the overall convenience and ease of use of the technology, Yuji was able to use it masterfully in but a few days. By his side was the golden gun-shaped CAD, placed upon a rectangular-shaped device around 30 cm by 30 cm by 5 cm in length, width, and height. It was a device used to connect his CAD to his computer wirelessly, without the need for cables or the sort. It resembled the wireless charging technology he heard of from his mother, who got the info from her friend that worked in a world-leading technological company. But instead of charging, it could transfer files between his CAD and his computer at high speed, a technology neither his or Aika's world has at the moment. Perhaps, the only other world that has such technology was Suzuki's, given he already has a full, hyper-realistic, virtual reality game. Yuji had stayed in his lab for quite a few hours, ever since he returned home after school. He had learned how to program and use both gram demolition and gram dispersion from Tatsuya, and given the fact that he had elemental sight, he was able to use these two most powerful counter-magic within non-systematic magic easily. However, there was one other type of counter-magic that he wanted to create. One that protects him automatically, without the need for him to shoot the magic unraveling bullet or wave, but one that would serve as an armor against all magic attacks. He could already defend against physical attacks by simply bending the space around him and deflecting it, but he didn't have a solution for magic attacks aside from his natural high magic resistance he got from divine physique. He recalled someone having such magic, though he couldn't recall the name since he had only seen it in a glance when he browsed through the forums discussing the anime. Thus, it was not impossible to create it, and with his knowledge about gram demolition and gram dispersion, he felt like he could recreate that magic. The basic principle of gram demolition and gram dispersion is the use of compressed psion particles, without any structure nor magic ritual meant to modify an event, to forcibly blow away all accompanying activation sequence and magic sequence. Thus, to create an armor that would unravel any magic it came in contact with, he simply had to condense psions around his body into an armor of formless psions. With his immense psion reserve and control over it, Yuji was able to recreate the effect. However, it is still a temporary one. He was simply brute forcing to create the effect. His goal was to recreate the effect without the need to focus on it constantly, be able to cast magic when using it, and being able to cast it on someone else. This was yet another problem he encountered. When he attempted to cast magic, he found that the formless, structureless group of psions began forming a structure which would be susceptible to counter magic like gram demolition and gram dispersion. Of course, his innate active magic wouldn't be affected and he would be able to cast it normally, given it interferes directly with the structural information of reality. He came up with several ideas to perhaps solve this problem. One of them being storing it in a specialized CAD that would activate upon detecting the presence of magic within a certain vicinity. As for having it cast on someone else, all he could think of currently was to give the CAD with that spell to that someone, which wasn't really his goal. He spent the majority of his time trying to solve these problems, but even then, he failed to reach a solution. So he decided to stop for the day. Yuji stretched his body, picked up his CAD, and headed back up while looking at his phone. Oh, it's already 8. I hope Aika didn't wait for me and had some dinner herself. He ascended the spiraling stairs and began searching for Aika. Perhaps after having dinner, they could take a bath together before cuddling in their bed until they fell asleep. Aika. Oh, I. Where are you? He yelled her name several times, but there was no reply. He searched her original room, or storage for her clothes, the kitchen, and the living room. But she was still nowhere to be found. Where is she? Yuji let out a small sigh before closing his eyes and used elemental sight to search for her. And in an instant, he found her. He walked out to the swimming pool through the massive glass doors in the living room, and froze. Before him, dancing along the edges of the swimming pool, was Aika. She was in a tank top that accentuated her massive breasts and hot pants that hugged her round hips perfectly. However, the elegance of her movement, the gracefulness of her every step, and her solemn expression sucked Yuji's attention and breath away even more than her bewitching figure. In addition, the moonlight from above and the light reflected from the calm surface of the water, twinkling like the countless stars in the night sky, framed her heavenly figure in divine light, stealing his ability to breathe for a moment. Normally, Aika was an extremely cheerful, outgoing girl who was always confident in herself. She was never afraid to talk her mind, bold, and friendly to those who came to her without ill intent. But now, basking under the heavenly lights, she looked ever so pure, innocent, graceful, and heavenly. Like a goddess of the moon, her presence alone entranced Yuji like never before. He stared at her in silence for a moment until Aika finally noticed him. Why, Yuji? She stumbled on her steps, fortunately not falling into the pool when she regained herself, and looked at him with eyes wide as saucers and face red as a tomato. But upon seeing Yuji still entranced and in a desperate attempt to hide her own embarrassment from being seen doing such an uncharacteristic thing, she put on her teasing grin and approached Yuji, leaning forward as she did to give him a full view of her cleavage. She was not wearing any bra at the moment, only a tank top, which would skyrocket the damage of her breasts. Were you entranced by my beauty, Yuji? You're so cute. Yuji snapped out of his daze and became flustered. His heart beat extremely quickly when he realized he was caught staring and being entranced by her. But upon seeing her faltering smirk and realizing what she was hiding, Yuji steeled his heart and teased her back. Yes. I was entranced by your beauty. He slithered his arms around her slim waist, pulled her into his embrace, whispered softly right into her ear, and bit it lightly. MMH. Immediately, he could feel Aika shivering in pleasure before her body completely lose its strength and she leaned her entire body weight on him. And as Yuji separated himself slightly to see her face, he saw blood flowing down her nose. Ah. What happened? Aika snapped out of her daze at his shout and immediately felt something dripping down her nose. What dash? Aya. It's all your fault. She yelled upon seeing the blood on her fingers after she wiped her nose. How is it my fault? Ah. It'll stain my nightwear. Ah, come on, raise your head and look up. Panicking, Aika raised her head up and pinched her nose as Yuji held her shoulders. It's still dripping. Ah, you need to lie down. Keep holding your nose. Yuwu. Yuji carried her in a princess carry and flew to his room with his magic. He immediately laid her down on his bed and brought her a box of tissue, helping her wipe off the blood before it dripped on her clothes or his bed. After wiping off the blood that flowed down her hand and stuffing her nose, Yuji couldn't help but smile at her. How can you get a nosebleed just from that? We've done even more embarrassing things, right? They've had sex countless times ever since they arrived in this world. They've done much more embarrassing things together and exposed every nook and cranny of their body to each other. Enough that Yuji couldn't think of anything they hadn't shown each other. But to think she would get a nosebleed from just a whisper. He couldn't help but think how adorable it was. Why, you caught me by surprise. I love that kind of whisper. I used to masturbate to NSFW ASMR drama CD of hot-sounding guys. Yuji giggled at her pouting before laying down next to her and pulled her into his embrace. He kissed her forehead softly, then her cheeks, and finally her lips before he pulled her head to his chest and began stroking her hair softly. I see. I know ASMR and drama CDs from anime, but I didn't know there's an NSFW version of it. That's quite interesting. I've listened to a lot of hot-sounding guys whispering to me and moaning in my ears. But even when compared to them, why, your voice is number one. Like, seriously. I really love your voice. Yuji smiled softly at her attempt to reassure him. But in truth, there's really no need for her to try this hard. After all, she had come after he whispered his confession to her ear, and now that she had a nosebleed just from his whisper. Do you want me to do it for you more often? Seeing how much she loved it, Yuji couldn't help but ask. After all, he wanted to satisfy her kinks too and make her happy. Will you? Aika raised her head and looked up at him, resting her chin on his chest. Of course. Though not in public. We can whisper to each other when we cuddle at night or when we're relaxing. Aika gulped. Just imagining it makes her feel butterflies in her stomach and heat brewing from down below. That sounds amazing. Then. How about recording your voice? I want to be able to listen to you always. Not just at night when we're about to go to sleep. I'll write the script. You just have to say it and record it. Yeah. Sure. But I've never done anything like that, so I don't know how it'll turn up. Don't worry. Your voice is super hot. I know I'll come at least 5 times before I reach the 10-minute mark. I'll also buy a super nice microphone for you. Yuji looked at her speechlessly as her eyes sparkled in excitement, looking at him with vigor. Okay. I can't wait, I'm super inspired right now. Why do I feel anxious? He let out a sigh. He accepted her request in the heat of the moment, but after thinking about it further, he realized just what kind of things she might ask him to record. Don't worry, I'll just be making you say romantic things, and sexy moans as for the scenario. Look forward to it. Alright. But nothing extreme, okay? I get it, already. Now, take off those pants. I'll be having your cum as dinner instead. I'm super hungry, so I'll suck you dry. Consider it your punishment for making me wait on you. You know I can just make something real quick, right? Then, I'll suck you off while you cook. The next day. It was the first day of the new members' invitation week, when all the clubs within the prestigious Magical University-affiliated First High School would show off their club activities and recruit freshmen to their circle. With the expected commotion and troubles born from excitement and passions of the students in trying to recruit promising talents into their club, the disciplinary committee gathered in their headquarters the first thing in the morning for a briefing by the chairwoman before they patrol the school and handle the aforementioned troubles. Once again this year, the week of unbridled shenanigans is upon us. As the snagging of talented club members is a crucial task that directly influences the power map of each club, it is unfortunately not uncommon for the ensuing mad scramble to degrade into no-holds-barred fistfights or magic shootouts. Mari then turned towards Yuji, Aika, and Tatsuya, who were sitting at the end of the long, wooden, meeting tables, and smiled proudly. Luckily, this year we were able to replace our departing graduates in time. And with incredible and promising talents as well. Let me introduce you to them. Stand up. The 3 of them stand up, and immediately, all eyes fall onto Yuji and Aika, not only for their transcendent beauty, but the prestige they've accumulated since they first entered the school as well. It is well known that they were ranked 2nd and 3rd in the entrance exam, as well as having displayed tremendous knowledge in magic and general studies that impressed teachers and students alike. It is no wonder that everyone here has been eyeing them the moment they arrived in the headquarters. As all of you might already know, this is Tsubakihara Yuuji and Kiryu Aika of Class 1A, and Shiba Tatsuya of Class 1E. They'll be joining the patrol detail right away. Kotaro and Sawaki glanced at them secretly and smiled, a look of pride in their eyes for perhaps knowing about them and becoming acquainted with them sooner. That's amazing, Chairwoman. I can't believe these 2 would become a disciplinary committee member. Other whispers of agreements and awe followed as they all looked at Yuji and Aika in amazement. Especially Aika, as most of them were also entranced by her beauty except for Kotaro and Sawaki. But then, one of them pointed towards Tatsuya with his thumb and asked, "Are they going to be useful?" "Don't worry. They're all competent. I've already observed Shibakuin's skills in person, and I believe none of you would doubt the skills of these two celebrities here." The room became silent. While some were still doubting Tatsuya's skill, they all held their tongue, knowing the kind of personality their chairwoman has. "Very well. Then, let's send you on your way. Mobilize." "Yes." The seniors all exited the room and began their patrols while Yuji, Aika, and Tatsuya stayed for a bit to get their armband and recording device. Disciplinary committee members are permitted to carry their CADs on the school grounds. They are also free to use it as they see fit without the need to request anyone's permission. However, if it is found that they used it inappropriately, they will not only be relieved of their post, but their punishment will also be more severe than a regular student committing the same offense. I have a question. Are we allowed to use the disciplinary committee's equipment as our CAD? That's fine, but those are old school, you know. That is true. They may be out school, but they're all the high-quality devices calibrated for experts for their time. If that's the case, then feel free to use them. They're just sitting there collecting dust anyway. Thank you very much. Then, I will be borrowing these too. 2 of them. You're really an interesting one, aren't you? How about you, Tsubakihara-kun, Kiryu-san? We will be using these if you don't mind, chairwoman. Yuji and Aika both shifted their sleeves up a bit, revealing a beautiful, titanium bracelet around 2 cm wide on their wrists. Their high-quality CAD devices Yuji borrowed from Tatsuya that he had calibrated a few days ago for the both of them. Numerous spells have been programmed into Aika's CAD, which would allow her to defend herself easily. Meanwhile, he also programmed some spells into his CAD as well as the lesser version of his innate active magic, a spell similar to telekinesis. It is a very more powerful and advanced spell, even more than the level of spells most students would be able to wield, though still much more limited than his gravity, which is capable of bending the literal space around him. But his ability to use it could be easily explained by his exam rankings and the skills he had shown thus far. Mari looked at the 2 bracelets back and forth and smirked with a teasing look. That's fine, but matching CADs, huh? He. Yuji smiled helplessly as Aika gave Mari a peace sign. All right. Just don't mistake this as a chance for a date. You're still on the clock, okay? Yes. Of course. Then go. Be careful, and good luck. X. Patrolling outside, where tents have been erected along the center road in between the 2 massive courtyards leading up to the main entrance of the first high school where all students walk through every morning, Yuji looked around vigilantly, alone. Unfortunately, Aika and Tatsuya were assigned somewhere else, Aika in the gymnasium and Tatsuya in the entrance at the end of the road he's currently walking. So for the first time ever, he walked alone in this school. As usual, eyes gathered towards him, most in awe and mesmerized, some in jealousy and envy, all things he was used to. However, despite having worn the armband of the disciplinary committee, signifying his membership to the organization, a few clubs still approached him and asked if he would like to join them. The female members of clubs quickly approached him, grasping at any chance they could get to have Yuji enter their club, as the male members failed to stop them and looked at him with a glare. But Yuji gently rejected their invitation and proceeded to continue with his patrol. Right after he rejected the 9th club invitation from a beautiful, ponytailed, 3rd-year female student with an extremely well-endowed figure, he noticed a crowd of recruiters surrounding a familiar student. Is that Aika? Her unmistakable and beautiful red-orange short hair was all he needed to recognize her in the midst of the crowd. And with his keen senses, he could hear faint sounds and voices of struggle from within. Please forgive my rudeness, but I must go, senpai. Ah. Then please come and visit the tea ceremony club on the 3rd floor. I'll always welcome you. Ignoring the sultry, slightly disappointed voice of the girl, Yuji quickly made his way through the crowds with amazing speed, comparable to when people use magic to accelerate their steps. In fact, many thought so. But he was purely running with his physical prowess, without any enhancement by magic. In a few seconds, he could see Aika's figure being fought over. Some grabbing onto her arms, some on her blazer, causing it to slide off her shoulders slightly. Immediately, he tapped his CAD once and Aika began to float up a few meters from the ground into the sky. Yua. What's happening? And right after those words left her mouth, she felt a gentle embrace in the bright blue sky covered by Yuji's figure. Don't talk, or you'll bite your tongue. As if time had slowed down, Aika felt her heart thump loudly when she saw his smile and felt the sensation of his touch around her body. Her panic seemed to just suddenly disappear when she saw him, and was replaced by a feeling of pure relief, safety, and warmth in his arms. Yuji glanced down and saw her staring at him in a shock, and decided to quickly let her down. Holding Aika in a princess carry, he landed softly on the ground and run from the crowds, leaving behind the dazed group of students who just saw someone being lifted into the sky and another jumping meters above the ground, catching her, and then run off after landing without a noise. Yuji quickly brought the still frozen Aika to a more desolate part on the side of the school and put her down gently. All right, we're safe now. So, how was your first experience flying? Yuji smirked before he gently put her blazer back on with his eyes closed and turned around. And seemingly snapping out of her daze, Yuji could hear the rustles of clothes for a moment before she began to speak. Why you? Was that you? How could you just toss someone in the air? You almost made my heart burst. Yuji turned around and saw Aika, properly dressed once more, but glaring at him with red blushing cheeks. He was a bit confused why she was blushing but ignored it for a moment and smirked. It's my magic. Calm down, it's just meant to make you float up for a while. That scared me, you know. Ha. I don't need this early in the morning. It's better than a cup of coffee, isn't it? You. Yuji's eyes widened in realization when he saw Aika glaring at him, her body trembling, and a bit of tears pooling at the corner of her eyes. He finally realized that unlike him or Aika, who was used to flying around with his magic, being lifted up into the air so suddenly must have been shocking for anyone. I am sorry. I'm used to this kind of stuff, so I forgot how shocking it must be for you. Yuji lowered his head, genuinely sorry for scaring her with his magic. Now that he recalled the events that just happened, he remembered the same thing happening to Tatsuya instead of him. I could have just used the magic Tatsuya used. He was distracted by a lot of things at that moment. Trying to reject the girls approaching him without hurting them, and keeping an eye on any trouble in the midst of this chaos. He simply had no leeway of remembering every single scene from the anime he watched a few weeks ago. Her glare softened when he bowed. And now that the shock had subsided, she was no longer that upset at him. She just had a small pout as she looked at him. If you're that sorry, then keep me company after this, all right? All right. Chapter 28, Chapter. Yuji and Aika head to the massive gymnasium building that was located beside the main school building. On the way, Yuji asked Tatsuya if he could help him patrol the outdoor exhibition area while he accompanied Aika, which he agreed to. A lot of students gathered within the massive gym. While most gymnasium buildings in Japan doubled as a ceremony hall, the first high school had more than enough funds to separate these two buildings and built it specially for their intended purposes. In fact, this was only one of the small gymnasiums. There were still larger gymnasium buildings and others like this one. Sport clubs exhibitions were held here, including the club Aika wanted to see, the Kendo Club. It was easy enough for them to find it by following the clashing sound of bamboo swords called shurnai, which was normally used in Kendo, and made their way there. But on their way, they noticed a crowd gathering at a certain area. What's happening there? I'm not sure. Let's check it out. Yuji quickly made his way there, followed closely by Aika right behind him. They pushed through the crowd, and at the center, they found Aika standing at the center of male students, all of them laying on the ground unconscious. Aika. She was speaking through her device when she noticed Yuji and quickly made her way to him. Her previous serious expression was no longer present. Only the beautiful smile that Yuji frequently saw and loved. Yuji. Why are you here? Ah, Aika too. What are you two doing here? Aren't you supposed to be patrolling the outdoor exhibition area? I asked Tatsuya to replace me for a while. Eh? Why? That was because of me. This guy scared me, so I'm having him accompany me here. Aika looked at Yuji confusedly, but before she could ask him what happened, Yuji went first. Anyway, what happened here? Why are all of them unconscious? Them. That's because they're hitting on me. Ah. Aika explained to them what happened, and as she did, Yuji couldn't help but smile helplessly. With everything considered, Aika is the last girl you'd want to try and hit on. She's extremely powerful, both physically and magically, and she had already given her heart, body, and soul to the love of her life. Her dream came true. It was virtually impossible for her to be tempted by the words of horny boys. But even after her continuous rejection, they still bothered her and even tried to touch her. So before they could do it, she cast a spell, similar to the one Tatsuya cast in his duel with Hanzo but to an area around her, causing all of them to fall to the ground instantly. Yuji sighed in relief inwardly. There were a lot more powerful and dangerous spells he programmed into her CAD for her safety, so he was truly relieved that she used that one instead of the ones that would destroy the ground along with their bones. And he was also relieved that she had taken care of the problem. Or else. The things he would do to them for daring to touch his beloved would be worse than anything she could have done. I see. I'm glad you're okay. But next time, please call for me, okay? I know, but it's really no problem this time. I wasn't the one in danger, after all. Yuji let out a small sigh and smiled helplessly. But on the other hand, Aika was in shock. Because of her nonchalant and friendly attitude, Aika sometimes forgot how powerful she actually is. To knock out more than 5 guys all at once with a single spell, without hurting any of them. She was unbelievably skilled. I don't think even I could do that. She was saved by Yuji because she couldn't escape those students from before without hurting them. But Aika was able to do it very easily. She's really amazing. Have you told the chairwoman about this? I have. She praised me and told me she'll deal with them. All right. Yuji then turned towards the spectators and raised his voice. Everyone. You may return to your activities now. The disciplinary committee shall deal with this matter. Immediately, everyone began breaking out and left after hearing Yuji's authoritative tone. Soon, other members of the disciplinary committee came and took the 6 unconscious guys to the medbay before asking Aika for a detailed report for them to bring back to the chairwoman. After she concluded the matter, Aika turned towards Yuji and Aika once again with a wide smile. Hey, can I join you too? I'm tired of being approached all the time, so let's go together. Of course. What about you, Aika? Sure. The more the merrier. X. The 3 went up to the balcony where they could see the entirety of the gymnasium and watch the kendo exhibition, which was currently in session. For Yuji and Aika, who only had surface-level knowledge of the martial art, the exhibition the kendo club was performing was quite impressive. When compared to the level of the kendo club in Kuo Academy, Aika could easily tell the difference in skills between them. So watching them was quite exciting, even though they are aware that these spars are scripted. Yuji glanced at Aika, who was leaning on the railing and resting her head on her hand. You seemed bored. Well, it's just boring. Trying so hard to look good sparring, and then delivering a predetermined blow. It's just a staged sword fight. It's an exhibition geared for publicity. This should be par for the course, isn't it? A true martial arts battle is, after all, a battle for life and death. It's not something that should be shown to the public. You're cool about it, aren't you? Aika glanced at Yuji and observed him closely. His remark wasn't one she'd expect from a regular student. I'm just saying the truth as it is. Nothing more. Just then, a loud groan of pain resounded from below and the 3 immediately turned to it. On one of the arenas, a group of people in white kendogi gathered, holding one of them who seemed to be injured. On the opposite side, a group of people in black kendogi also gathered, creating a tense atmosphere of confrontation between the two. There's still more than an hour before the Kenjutsu Club is up, Kirihara-kun. Why can't you wait until then? A beautiful ponytailed girl spoke, confronting the man in black who was holding a shurnai to his shoulder. This is not what I expected, Mibu. Since you can't put your abilities on display sparring with such a newbie, I just thought a little collaboration was in order. You're the one who forced him to challenge you. What collaboration is that? But it was the Kendo Club who struck first. Because you provoked us, Kirihara-kun. Yuji, Aika, and Iriku who was watching from above began to focus their attention there. Yuji. Ah, I know. It was that event. The event that started the Blanche arc in the anime. Yuji silently activated his CAD, precasting some spells, and got ready. Oh, this is starting to get juicy. Do you know those two, Aika-chan? Well, not personally, but... The girl is Mibu Sayaka. The year before last, she was second place in the National Junior High Kendo Tournament for girls. The guy, on the other hand, is Kirihara Takeaki. He won the Kanto Region Junior High Kenjutsu Tournament that was held the year before last. Oh, looks like it's about to start. Both Sayaka and Takeaki began to square off with their shurnai, and the rest of the members from their group backed away to give space. Don't worry, Mibu. This is a kendo demonstration. I'll do you a favor and not use any magic. Do you think you stand a chance against me with just sword skills? You, Kirihara-kun, coming from the spell-dependent Kenjutsu Club, a match for a member of the Kendo Club who focuses solely on honing sword skills. Yuji and Aika activated their recording device and watched the progression of the event. Focus solely on honing sword skills. Big words you're saying, Mibu. I'll be happy to show you then. What it means to battle in a dimension beyond the limits of physical ability. The sword skills of Kenjutsu. Takeaki charged with his shurnai, raised high into the sky, and Sayaka followed. Then, in an instant Sayaka's shurnai hit his right shoulder that would have resulted in fatal injury, while Takeaki's shurnai only landed on her left arm. If this was a real sword, then you would have been fatally wounded. As for me, your strike stopped short of the bone. Accept your defeat. If it was a real sword. You disappoint me. I'll be heading off. Oh. Take care. Eh? Where is he going? Yuji began to walk through the balcony and stood closer to the arena from above. Mibu, is that what you want? To fight me with real swords? If that's the case, then I'll oblige you. I'll take you on with a real sword. Just like how Tatsuya taught him, Yuji immediately used Elemental Sight the moment Takoyaki reached for his CAD and read the activation sequence of the spell he was using. Oscillation type, close combat spell. TCH. I still can't believe that guy's using Sonic Blade against his crush. Before he could dash towards Sayaka, Yuji climbed up the railings of the balcony and launched himself with it and landed in between them with a huge boom. What dash? He raised his hand towards the startled Takoyaki and launched him up into the air before restraining his entire body in midair. Arf. Takoyaki dropped his Shurnai that has returned to being a regular Shurnai as he felt his entire body being crushed by an invisible force. It was a new spell Yuji programmed into his CAD to make it easier for him to hold someone down and neutralize them. By compressing air particles around them, he could easily crush his target and hold them in the air with air pressure alone, without having to use his ability to rend the literal space around them. What the is that? It's Tsubakihara-kun. So rumors about him entering the disciplinary committee are true. What is that spell? He just made him float in the air. For the improper usage of magic, I hereby arrest Kihara Takoyaki-senpai on behalf of the disciplinary committee. Please do not resist. Ugh. Yuji brought his communication device to his ear and reported to the headquarters. Calling from small gymnasium number 2. I have arrested one student for the improper usage of magic. Please bring a stretcher to help escort the student to the medical bay. What the hell are you doing? Why only Kirihara? Mibu of the Kendo Club is guilty of the same crime, you snobby first year. A man with spiky hair and muscular body complained with a shout, his hands balled into fists. I arrested Kirihara Takoyaki-senpai for the improper use of magic, specifically the use of oscillation type, close combat spell, Sonic Blade. I believe you understand what this means. Don't give me that crap. Get him. One by one, all members of the Kenjutsu Club began rushing towards Yuji. But before they could even come within arm's reach, each and every one of them were launched up to the sky just like Takoyaki and held with the same spell. Cease this instant. Or all of you shall also be arrested for attempted assault. Yuji's voice rang loudly as silence fell upon the entire hall. The crowds, who have gathered to watch, all stared dumbfoundedly at the floating men, all of them floating and struggling helplessly in the air in panic. That's amazing. No, if he could lift anyone up before they could even reach him, doesn't that make him an impossible opponent to swordsmen? That he is. Well, even if they manage to get close, they won't be able to hurt him since Yuji is also very skilled in martial arts. And on that day, Yuji's reputation as a prodigy/monster spread like wildfire throughout the entire academy. By the end of the day, with the orange-red sun illuminating the interior of the first high school extracurricular activities federation room, Yuji stood before 3 people sitting behind a desk. The first 2 were Mayumi and Mari, while the last was someone Yuji met for the first time but had known about from the anime. Jumanji Kaito. The name that rang with power fitted the large, built, muscular man before him. With his broad shoulders, muscles that rippled through his blazer uniform, and a steely disposition, it would be hard to believe that he was a high school student, just like Yuji and the other 2 beautiful ladies beside him. He, along with Mari and Mayumi, are here to listen to Yuji's report regarding the problem he encountered in small gymnasium number 2. Aika had just finished her report as a witness to the problem Yuji was about to report now, as well as regarding the number of guys she made unconscious. She was now waiting outside for him to finish so they could return home together. Yuji recounted the exact events that happened, and his words were backed by video evidence that he had recorded during the event and witness statements from Aika, Erika, and Sayaka. And after Yuji finished his report, Mari asked, "So you didn't see how it started?" "Yes. All I saw was the moment when Mibu Sayaka-senpai from the Kendo Club and Kirihara Takoyaki-senpai from the Kenjutsu Club were arguing." "Is that why you didn't raise a hand at first?" "Yes. I judged that if it is to an extent that would result only in bruises, then it would be better for them to settle the score amongst themselves." Yuji answered Mayumi's question. "After subduing Kirihara, what did you do with him?" "As he was injured, I requested the help of the health committee to take care of him. And since it seems like he acknowledged his own wrongdoing, I judged that no further measures were needed." "What about the other members of the Kenjutsu Club that you levitated?" Mari asked, her eyes narrowing slightly. "While I restrained Kirihara Takoyaki-senpai to make him drop his Shurnai and stop further aggression, I simply levitated the other members of the Kenjutsu Club to stop their advance. Upon the arrival of other disciplinary committee members, I let them back down unhurt." Mari leaned back to her chair and crossed her arms. You did well. The disciplinary committee has no intention of sending this matter to the correctional committee. How about you, Jumanji?" The heir of the Jumanji clan, one of the 10 master clans in Japan, opened his eyes and met gaze with Yuji. And after a moment, he began. "I appreciate your lenient ruling. He used a highly lethal spell. Normally, there would be no escaping suspension. I am sure he is aware of that himself. I'll counsel him to learn from this mistake. And also. A small smile appeared on his normally steeled expression. With you having hung him in the air for everyone to see struggling, I'm sure he'll learn from this embarrassment as well. Yuji bowed his head and received the low-key compliment from the president of the federation himself. What about the kendo club? The moment she took up the gauntlet, she was equally to blame. Mari answered Mayumi's question before turning back to Yuji. Let me confirm this one more time. Was Kirihara the only one who uses magic? Yes. I restrained them completely before they could reach for their CAD. Mari snorted quietly and smiled at Yuji's confident answer. I see. That would be all. Thank you for your hard work. Please excuse me. Upon Yuji's exit, Mari smiled proudly at her other two compatriots. His reputation really does precede him, doesn't it? The case happened this morning, but rumors about him being a monster had already spread throughout the entire school. I've heard about it too. He's really amazing. Right, Jumanji-kun. Indeed. His physical ability that allowed him to jump from the second floor and land perfectly was one thing, but his magic is even more powerful. You're right. To be honest, this was also the first time I've heard of him using his magic. To levitate someone and restraining them completely using air compression and pressure alone. Mari lowered her head and thought deeply about it. He already has incredible control over his magic and mastery over his spells as a first-year student. In addition to his disposition. He's quite the talent. There's also Aika-san who managed to incapacitate multiple people at once without actually hurting any of them or collateral damage to her surroundings. She's quite impressive herself as well. And in addition to those two, you've also acquired the one who defeated Hattori in an official duel. You sure gained many promising talents, didn't you? Well, I suppose I have a keen eye for talent. You fufu, aren't you glad, Mari? Of course. And they're all sensible and nice kids. I can't ask for more. X. The afternoon sun had truly set as the sky was now completely dyed dark blue and black with a few stars twinkling in a small moon. Yuji, Aika, Tatsuya, Miyuki, Erika, Mizuki, and Leon went to a cafe together after school ended. Unfortunately, Shizuku and Anoka were unable to join them, so the only Course 1 students were Yuji, Aika, and Miyuki. Looking around the beautiful, quiet cafe, Yuji couldn't help but recall his aunt's cafe. Needless to say, Rose was better, but this was also not that bad. Come to think of it, I haven't really enjoyed the world here. So much has been going on, and I'm too busy learning as much as possible. Money wasn't a problem for him. Not only was the liquid assets given to him by the group chat in his bank was enough for any regular household to live freely for decades, he had also been actively trading with his supercomputers after he finished his study. And sometimes, when Aika wanted to use him as a pillow to watch anime in his room, he'd be using his laptop to do it. And in just a few days' time, he was able to multiply his capital by many folds. Even after reinvesting most of that money back, money was still not a problem for him. If he wanted, he could even buy the entire cafe easily. Let's go on a date this weekend. He glanced at Aika, who was happily chatting with Erika, Miyuki, and Mizuki while eating her tiramisu cake. Having sex and spending quality time together in their luxurious mansion was fun and all, but there's still so many in this high-tech world they could explore. It'd be a shame if they didn't go anywhere during their stay here. Just then, Leo interrupted his thought with a question. By the way, Yuji. That Kirihara-senpai used a rank B lethal spell, right? I'm amazed you got out of that unscathed. It's just like dealing with someone wielding a real sword. You're saying it as if dealing with a regular sword is easy. Mizuki couldn't help but comment. Her eyes widened in amaze. It sure is for Yuji. After all, Kirihara-senpai couldn't even get into range for a swing before he was tossed into the air. Aika puffed up her massive chest proudly, causing it to jiggle plentifully. Really? Then those rumors about 7 or more people floating in the air are true. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. They're floating all right. Or rather, I've been on the receiving side once. Leo and Mizuki looked at Yuji with widened eyes while Erika sighed helplessly. I haven't mastered the art of nullifying magic sequences like Tatsuya, after all. And I can't use cast jamming yet, so restraining them before they could do anything was better for me. Yuji could already cast Gram Demolition and Gram Dispersion, and he was also working on creating a spell that created an armor that would dispel any magic that hit it. He could have used those 2 nullifying spells, but with all the people around him, using one of the 2 most powerful nullifying magic which he considered a secret weapon would only be a last resort. He had also never tried using the dual CAD technique to cast specific magic jamming Tatsuya used in the anime, and he also didn't have 2 CADs with him. So he did the next best thing. Cast jamming. Don't you need some kind of special rock to do that? Something. It's anti-night, Erika-chan. If I remember correctly, it's extremely expensive. Yuji turned to look at Tatsuya for him to answer. Anti-night is a military resource. It's not a matter of price. It's not something a civilian can get his hands on. Eh? But Yuji-kun said. Mizuki turned towards Yuji. Ah. Well. Can I tell them, Tatsuya? Aika, Mizuki, and Leo tilted their head confusedly. Sure. Though, please keep it off the record. Is it some sort of a big secret? Well. What I was referring to when I said caste jamming is simply an application of the theories behind caste jamming. It's a specific magic jamming. Does that kind of magic exist? Probably not. Wait, doesn't that mean that you, theoretically, came up with a new type of magic? All credit goes to Tatsuya. I myself am learning from him. Wow. I think that stumbling upon it by accident is more apt for a term. Tatsuya smiled wryly at the stares of awe he's receiving from the three. When you try to use two CADs at once, the psion waves interfere, and in most cases, magic doesn't activate. And so, you launch a magic sequence that causes one CAD to jam the other, and with the other CAD, you launch an activation sequence that has the opposite effect. The activation sequences are thus reproduced and amplified, and psion signals are released as non-systematic magic. By doing so, you can block an activation sequence of the same type up to a point. Are you serious? Aika, Mizuki, and Leo all sighed in amaze after listening to Tatsuya's explanations. That is why I couldn't use it back then. I didn't have two CADs with me, and I've never tried it before. Even though I can read activation sequences at launch, I won't be able to reproduce the psion signals to block his activation sequence. So, I just lift him up and restrain him that way. I see. But why does it have to be off-record? If you patented it, you could have raked in big profits, wouldn't you, Tatsuya? For one thing, this technique still hasn't been perfected. Moreover. Tatsuya glanced towards Yuji. It's the fact that you'll be able to block magic without anti-night. That's right. What's the problem there? You idiot, of course it's a huge problem. If an easily acquired technique to nullify magic spells were to spread, it would shake the very foundation of society. Aika said before raising her voice near the end. If a technique to nullify magic is accessible to the public, then those who seek to overthrow the current ruling society of magic users would gain a tremendous weapon. The very foundation of society, built upon the superior military power of magic, would be shaken to its core. Anti-night isn't a realistic threat yet due to its low output. But it's a different case with this technique. Until a method to counter it is discovered, I can't go public about this. That's amazing. To think you've thought it through this far already. I think you're overanalyzing a bit too much, brother. In the first place, the ability to read your opponent's activation sequences during launch isn't something just anybody could do. Aside from you, Aika, and Yuji-kun, I can't think of anyone else who could do such a thing. Isn't that just like Tatsuya, though? He's such a worrywart, isn't he? Well, I for one agree with Tatsuya. If we could do it, there's no reason why nobody else in the world could do it, and they might be a problem if they were to use this technique for stupid things. Exactly. Tatsuya looked at Yuji with a smile. Well, let's just forget about these things and have fun. I'll treat you guys to the next order of dessert, but only if you ordered it in the next minute. I want to order. Another tiramisu, please. Seriously. Ah, me too. One strawberry parfait, please. A cheesecake please. Let me in on this too. Another set of sandwiches, please. Early morning, before class. It was another day in the new members' invitation week where clubs vied for new promising members to join their clubs. And once again, Yuji was surrounded by female members from various clubs. There were even those from a female-only club who were willing to make an exception especially for him, causing tears of blood to flow from the guys who saw it. But just then, he got a transmission from the student council. He listened to it in the midst of fending off the perverted hands of these girls and their chirpings. A brawl has broken out in Gymnasium number 1. All available disciplinary committee officers are asked to head to the scene. Yuji immediately realized what this was. This is that event. Before he could reply to it, he heard Tatsuya's voice through the transmission. This is Shiba, first year. Understood. Alright, at least he's going there now. Please forgive me, but there is something I need to do. Please excuse me. Is it that urgent? If it's not, then you can just let others do it. How about you come with me to our tea ceremony club? It's located on the 3rd floor, far from any classes you know. We can learn a lot about tea ceremonies together. No. Come with me to the tennis club, Tsubakihara-kun. It'd be such a waste for someone of your physique to just sit around and drink tea. Then come to the basketball club. We'll gladly teach you if you see a, Tsubakihara-kun. Yuji broke through the crowd of women slightly more forcefully than he wanted and quickly made his way to the back of the school. But when he finally arrived, he only found Tatsuya standing with his back to him, looking off into the tree-line. Was that him? Ah. I didn't catch him. TCH. If only I arrived sooner. If he were there, he could have caught him and restrained him with his gravity magic, and perhaps rooted this problem from their school more easily. Don't mind it. This is still well within our calculations. We might not be able to root out the entire thing if we were to simply catch one before we could trap the others. You're right. So we're sticking to the plan. Yes. We'll let everything happen as it would have been, and limit the number of casualties. It would be much more complicated and dangerous if we were to mess with the events too much. Okay. Then, good luck with your rendezvous with Mibu Sayaka-senpai. Make sure you play dumb. Yuji smiled and patted Tatsuya's shoulder. I will. Chapter 29, Chapter. As per the situation related to the Oopsie web novel made the other day and you guys' suggestions, I've decided to publish this story in ScribbleHub as well. Please check it out there under the same title by Verglax. While Tatsuya was trying his best to play dumb during his talk with Mibu Sayaka, Yuji and Aika returned home after finishing their meeting with the disciplinary committee. Curious stares, along with the usual jealous and awe stares, accompanied them as they walked out of the school together. And when they reached far enough where no students were there, their hands clasped onto each other. Yuji never intended to hide his relationship with Aika in school. It was Aika who kept a certain distance from him and simply appeared as his super close friend. He had asked why she would do that, and she told him it was to prevent the prominent female characters around him who she wanted to take into Yuji's bed from losing hope immediately. After all, harem and various other romantic cultures and otaku could think of weren't as popular in this world's Japan than in Aika's world. This was true especially in Yuji's world, where polygamy had been legalized by the government in order to prevent the rapidly declining population of the country. The Japan in Mahoka was still very reserved, which Yuji realized when Erika got super embarrassed simply from having her blazer slightly disheveled. Thus, if Aika was known to be Yuji's girlfriend, those girls might lose hope and won't even try to pursue a relationship with Yuji before Aika could coax and convince them of being in Yuji's harem. And if they do, she won't be able to taste their delicious-looking bodies. Yuji was truly speechless after hearing Aika's explanation, but since it was her decision, he didn't fight against it and simply let fate decide. At least, to make up for the time they couldn't flirt in school, they'd been flirting a lot outside of it and never missed a day of lovemaking except for when Tatsuya and Miyuki visited their home. The two went on a short after-school date, visiting an ice cream shop and a taiyaki stand to eat during their walk and for a midnight snack in case they got a bit peckish during their night-long lovemaking session. With one hand holding a bag of taiyaki and the other holding each other's hand, Yuji and Aika soon arrived at their home. Oh, that's right. I meant to ask you sooner, but I forgot about it since we're on a small date just now. What is it? Would you like to go on a date with me, a proper one? We might be busy during the Blanche incident and the 9 schools competition after that, but perhaps we could find some time after them. Really? I'll go. Of course I'll go. It'll be our first date ever. Hey, I'm so excited. Aika jumped into Yuji's embrace and rubbed her face on his chest, humming in giddiness. Where are we going? I was thinking of going to a hot spring over the weekend. It will just be the two of us. Wouldn't that be romantic? That's a great idea. Let's do it. A hot spring date, I can't wait. Looking at Aika's excitement, Yuji also couldn't help but smile and tightened his arms around her, smushing her soft, massive breasts onto his chest. Then, unable to hold back the lust he had been accumulating all this time while Aika buried his arm in her breasts, Yuji approached her sensitive ears and whispered with a deep voice. Let's plan our first date together while we take a bath. And while we're on it, how about we practice making love while being in the bath? Yuji tightened his hug and nibbled on her ears, causing her entire body to shiver and lose strength. Why Yuji? That's unfair. What's unfair? You're teasing me again. Carry me to the bathroom. Then I'll show you who's boss. Alright. Yuji lifted her up into a princess carry, kissing her luscious, pink lips as she looked at him in a daze, and headed to the bath. A few hours after entering the bath, Yuji and Aika finally took a bath together before they both soaked in the massive jacuzzi. Aika sat in front of Yuji, leaning back to his chest and nuzzling to his neck while Yuji wrapped his arms around her waist, embracing her closely. By the way, do you already know which hot spring resort we're going to go to for our date, Yuji? No. Since we're in a different world, I'm not exactly sure if there'll be hot spring resorts that are famous from the world we came from. We might need to ask Tatsuya and Miyuki for their recommendations. Oh, that's a great idea. Let's call them No Dash. Just then, they heard Yuji's phone that he put on the side of the jacuzzi ringing. He picked it up and looked at the screen before showing it to Aika. Wow, what a coincidence. He, are you and Tatsuya connected somehow? You seem to be in sync with him. It's just a coincidence. Yuji karate chopped her head softly and answered the call. Yo Tatsuya. How was your date with Mibu Sayaka-senpai? A sight resounded from the other side, causing a grin to appear on Yuji and Aika's faces. I'm lucky we're not on speaker. Please don't say such a thing. Miyuki will freeze everything around her. Ahahaha, I'm sorry. So. How did it go? Did you do well acting dumb? Don't worry. It went just like we expected. Mibu-senpai was upset that her swordsmanship was looked down upon due to her lack of talent in magic. She showed clear contempt towards the very idea of such discrimination. She also told me that all non-magic-oriented clubs have decided to unite and create a separate organization to the Extracurricular Activities Federation to present their arguments to the school in hopes to perhaps lessen the discrimination and advocate fairness to the treatments of these non-magic-oriented clubs. I see. Well, we all know that they will barricade themselves in the broadcasting room to force the student council to a debate and then use that chance to attack the school and steal data from the library. Should we have the chairwoman strengthen the school's defenses during that time? We could. In fact, I've already planned on doing it as soon as possible. I'll need your and Aika's help to convince the chairwoman. Of course. Then, we'll let them force the student council to a debate and then take care of the attack swiftly as planned. Yes. We'll rout them as quickly as possible. You and Aika should be in the hall when that happens. I'll be outside and deal with the threat. We'll reconvene in the library. Roger that. You heard that, Aika. Of course, leave it to us, Tatsuya. All right. Then, that will be it for now. Though I want to ask something. What is it? Why do I hear water? Yuji and Aika immediately stiffen up. There was no way they could tell him that they're taking a bath together after having sex. We're in the pool. Aika wanted to play around, so I accompanied her here. That's right. I see. Well then, that's all I wanted to tell you about. I'll leave you two to your fun. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. SCU, Tatsuya. The two let out a deep sigh after Yuji ended the call, and sank deeper into the jacuzzi. Phew, that was close. Thankfully Tatsuya's not that sharp in this kind of stuff. Let's get out now. X. The next day. Yuji, Aika, Tatsuya, and Miyuki met up with Mayumi, Mari, Suzune, and Azusa in the student council room to discuss the meeting between Tatsuya and Mibu Sayaka the previous day. About Mibu-senpai. It seems that the disciplinary committee's activities have earned the students' animosity. What do you mean? Actually. Tatsuya then recounted his conversation with Sayaka. Trying to score points, huh? Well, Mibu is misunderstanding that part. The disciplinary committee is just an honorary post and isn't subject to evaluation. She then glanced towards Yuji with a wide grin. So all of your rampaging of detaining rule breakers and humiliating them by displaying them high in the air won't be subject to evaluation, you know. Yuji looked at the grinning chairwoman with deadpan eyes as his smile twitched at the corner. I am very aware of that, chairwoman. And I'm not doing it to gain fame or infamy. It's just the most efficient way of restraining them. I simply follow the path of least resistance. You fufu, I know. Yuji sighed as Mari and Aika both giggled to his dismay. But it's also a fact that the disciplinary committee wields considerable power within the school. Some will see you as misusing your authority. Well, but there is the possibility that someone has been manipulating that impression. Do you know that person's identity? No. It's just a rumor. Though many seem to believe it given Yuji-kun's display, especially those who were jealous of him. Mayumi smiled helplessly at Yuji. I will take care to not be as flashy next time. No, your methods are efficient and effective. There's nothing wrong with it. You also prevented many from trying to try breaking the rules, otherwise they'll taste the humiliation of being a mannequin up in the air and watched by many students. But I agree that there must be someone creating this narrative. If we knew who it was, then we would have already stopped him. That isn't what I was referring to. I was referring to the people behind whoever's doing the manipulation. Brother. For example, the Anti-Magic International Political Organization, Blanche. What? Tatsuya-kun, how do you know that name? Such classified information. It's impossible to keep a lid on all sources of rumors. On the contrary, I think such things should be fully disclosed. The government has been ineffectual in its handling of this matter. I agree. Despite the fact that there's an organization hostile to magic, they cover it up and refuse to confront it head-on. Mayumi lowered her head in shame. Although she had no control over it as the student council president because it was something the government itself is doing, she still felt ashamed of the fact. President, it is something that can't be helped, considering your position. Yuji smiled softly, seeing her troubled expression. This school is a national institution, after all. And the country itself is trying to hide and restrict information about this. There's nothing anyone in your position could do. Mayumi widened her eyes for a moment before a blush appeared on her face. Thank you, Yuji-kun. The room went silent as the rest of them looked at the blushing Mayumi and the smiling Yuji awkwardly. They couldn't help but be impressed by Yuji's swift wooing of Mayumi by consoling her and saving her from the brink his friend had driven her into with perfect timing. Was it on purpose? Ahem. So Tatsuya-kun, how are you planning to deal with me, boo? Tatsuya turned towards Mari and answered. I am the one waiting for an answer. I will decide after hearing it. I see. Then I'm counting on you. Yuji, Aika, support him. Of course. I have been discussing the matter with Tatsuya as well. I will be there to help. Me too, don't worry about it, chairwoman. Good answer. Tatsuya then turned towards Yuji and met gazes. He nodded at him, and Yuji returned his nod before turning towards the chairwoman once again. Actually, chairwoman. There's something I would like to discuss with you. And if possible, I would like the assistance of the student council as well. Mari crossed her arm and looked at Yuji with her eyes narrowed as the others also turned their attention towards him. What could that be? It pertains to the defense of the school against infiltrators from a hostile organization. The next day, after class, an announcement to the entire academy resounded from the PA system. Attention, all students. We are a volunteer coalition seeking to abolish discrimination within the school. Yuji immediately turned towards Aika, who also turned to look at him, and nodded. So it started. Aika, let's go. On. They both stood up from their seats and began exiting the class, leaving behind their bags. Yeah. Yuji-kun, Aika-chan. Where are you going? To do our job as the disciplinary committee member. See you later, Anoka-chan, Shizuka-chan. Yeah. Yuji and Aika quickly made their way to the broadcasting room as the announcement continued. We demand an opportunity to negotiate on equal terms with the Student Council and the Extracurricular Activities Federation. I didn't understand what Issei-jizan meant when he advised me to listen more than speak louder since youths tend to speak louder. But now. It's painfully obvious what he meant. Students have already begun murmuring about the contents of the announcement, and as they get closer to the broadcasting room, they could already see crowds blocking the hallway leading to it. They slipped past the crowd of students who were being held off by disciplinary committee members and arrived before the broadcasting room. In front of it, Jumoji Kaito, Mari, and Susan had arrived along with several members of the committee. You're here. Forgive our tardiness. What is the situation? Just as Yuji said that, Tatsuya and Miyuki also arrived at the broadcasting room. They've cut off the power, so they won't be broadcasting anymore. But, they've locked the door and barricaded themselves inside. Did they steal the master key? Yes. They have. To think they'd even commit a crime. Yuji let out a sigh as Susan turned towards both Mari and Kaito. Exactly. And for that reason, we should handle this with discretion to prevent them from blowing up any further. Well, I wouldn't expect them to suddenly become docile just because we're being discreet. Even if it means being somewhat forceful, we should try to resolve this quickly. Mari decided as she looked at Yuji. Knowing Yuji's magic, Mari thought it would be simple for him, who had displayed tremendous power with his magic, to blow open the door and apprehend everyone within. Not only that, there's also Aika and Miyuki now here as well. Even disregarding the rest of the members of her committee, they've got more than enough power to blow open a simple door and resolve this matter quickly. Seeing Mari's gaze on him, Yuji could guess what she was thinking. But there were several things that would go pretty bad if he were to bulldoze her through this, so he turned towards Jumoji Kaito. May I hear your opinion on this, Chairman Jumoji? Yuji asked the stoic man beside Mari. He wanted to know how the other leaders think of this situation and how they want to handle this extremely sensitive and precarious situation. I don't see any problem with negotiating with them. From the outset, this was just a pretext. If we refute it strongly enough, it should assuage their anxieties. Then, shall we just stand by for the moment? Tatsuya asked. As far as that goes, I can't come to a decision just yet. Their unlawful behavior can't go unpunished, but I don't find it criminal enough to warrant destroying school facilities for the sake of a speedy resolution. Yuji smiled and nodded. In his opinion, using force to deal with them will just make them even more aggressive. Especially if he, a course 1 student, was the one who blast open the door and apprehend all of them. It'll just fuel their anger even more and give them bullets to use in their speech. I agree with Jumoji-senpai. I do not think blasting open the door would be the best way to approach this. The more we use force, the more they'll retaliate. So, Tatsuya, can you make them come out by themselves? Sure. Eh? What do you mean? Tatsuya took out his phone as everyone turned to him and made a call. Hello. Is that you, Mibu-senpai? This is Shiba. So, where are you now? Oh, so you're inside the broadcasting room. How unfortunate. Mari turned towards Yuji and looked at him with a mix of surprise and confusion on her face. Yuji, how did he? Tatsuya has been keeping in contact with Mibu Sayaka-senpai, who tried to recruit him to join her group, in hopes to gain valuable information on their motives. And it seems it's paid off now. Did you predict this would happen? Yuji's lips curled into a smile that stunned both Mari and Susan for a few moments. Of course not. He shrugged and turned towards Tatsuya, listening to his conversation. Chairman Jumanji has agreed to negotiate with you. I have yet to confirm the student council's position. Tatsuya turned towards Susan, who snapped out of her daze after hearing the name of the organization she's in, and nodded. No, the student council has agreed to negotiate as well. Thus, I would like to discuss the time and date of these negotiations with you. No, your freedom is guaranteed. Yes. Well then. Tatsuya ended the call and turned towards the three. She says they will be coming out right away. So it would be best if we get ourselves into position. Except if you want Yuji to handle this alone. Yuji nodded and lifted up the sleeve of his left arm, revealing his bracelet-shaped CAD. Eh? Positions. Positions to put them into custody. You. It seems to me that you just told them that you'd guarantee their freedom. And you're just raring to go, huh, Yuji? Well, given the drastic methods they're willing to use to get what they want, we can't rule out the possibility of them using force to run away, right? Also, I can already guess this is what Tatsuya was planning considering his words. Ha. What shrewd little juniors I have. Just don't take it too far, alright. Mari sighed helplessly and glanced at Yuji with a narrowed gaze. Of course. The moment the doors to the broadcasting room opened, everyone within the room was immediately held by an invisible force, causing their arms to stick to their body and restraining them completely, before their body began to float up. No matter how hard they flail their legs or try to break out of the restraint, the sheer force of the air compressing around them was too powerful for them to do anything. The other disciplinary members who saw this couldn't help but stare in awe as a single person restrained all of them in an instant and made them float, completely helpless. What is the meaning of this? Did you double-cross us? Sayaka yelled out in shock as she ran towards Tatsuya with her hand up. But before she could touch him, Tatsuya held her hand and stopped her. Shiba didn't double-cross you. Chairman Jumanji. Kaito approached them as he looked at the students floating up in the room, struggling, before turning towards Sayaka. We'll listen to your demands. But complying with your requests and approving of the measures you took are two different things. Then suddenly, a familiar, beautiful, bell-like voice resounded from behind them. And when they looked, they saw Mayumi approaching Yuji and putting her hand on his shoulder with Susan following closely behind. Would you mind releasing them? Sigusa. Yuji kept his spell and turned towards his chairwoman, who looked bewilderedly towards Mayumi's decision. I know what you're going to say, Mari. But we can't set up negotiations with Mibu-san alone now, can we? As long as they're students at this school, there's no reason to view them as flight risks. We would never run away. Sayaka yelled at Mayumi when she insinuated they would flee from this. The school has decided to leave this matter in the hands of the student council. What? Mari exclaimed in surprise. Mibu-san, I would like to discuss our pending negotiations with your coalition. Would you mind coming with me? Yes, that's fine with me. Mibu said as Tatsuya let go of her wrists, before looking towards Yuji. Yuji turned towards Mari, who nodded to him, and gently put all of the students he held down to the ground. The moment their feet touched the floor once more and felt the invisible force holding them vanish, they couldn't help but look at Yuji in fear. Am I the villain now? Sayaka walked away along with Mayumi and Susan, exiting the room. And following after them, the rest of the students held by Yuji also run after them, but keeping a far distance between themselves and Yuji. You fufu, you're completely treated like the bad guy just now, huh, Yuji? Aika grinned teasingly as she popped up from his side. Huh? Why am I the bad guy, now? Well, after you restrain all of them with that ridiculous magic, it's no wonder they'd become afraid. Please don't rub salt into my wounds, chairwoman. Chapter 30, Chapter. The next day. Yuji and Aika patrolled around the school after their classes ended as part of the disciplinary committee. Normally, the chairwoman would have just had a few of the second and third year members of the committee do this kind of daily patrols after school and let the freshmen return home for the day. However, with the number of Course 2 students advocating other Course 2 students to join the open forum where they will take on the student council president and ask for an end to discrimination against them that will take place tomorrow, she had every member of the disciplinary committee patrol in fear of troubles arising from conflicts between the Course 2 and Course 1 students. Her fears were understandable, given the drastic actions these Course 2 students have committed to have their voices heard. But her fear stemmed from something even more dangerous. Blanche, the international anti-magic political organization whose manifesto called for an end to magician superiority within politics and eliminating discriminatory treatment caused by the absence of magical skills. At first glance, the group portrayed a gathering of brave and courageous people who seek justice for those discriminated by their lack of magical skills. However, in reality, they are simply one of the many anti-magic organizations that had delved into terrorism to achieve their own agendas. Upon hearing from Yuji, Aika, and Tatsuya about the presence of égalités, youths who have been persuaded or exploited by Blanche into becoming their subordinates, within first high school. The three had seen Course 2 students who were advocating for an end to discrimination and persuading other Course 2 students to join the open forum wearing tricolored bracelets which was the symbol of the égalités. Just from this information, Mari could no longer underestimate the situation as just students demanding for a change without giving any comprehensible steps to achieve it. This was clearly an attack from a terrorist organization to their high school. Upon finishing their patrol, Yuji and Aika returned to the disciplinary committee's headquarters to give their report. Entering the room after receiving the go-ahead from within to their knocking, they saw the chairwoman standing before the window overlooking the courtyard, all alone. Her eyes were narrowed as she failed to hide her anxiousness from her expression. Chairwoman. We have completed the patrol for today. No arrests were made. No arrest from me too. Mari slowly turned towards them and sported a small smile, one that was obviously forced. Well, someone has to be either stupid or brave to cause problem when you two are around. Rather than that, I'm more concerned about tomorrow. About the open forum, is it? Yes. We've tightened the guards surrounding the school, but I still couldn't help but worry. It will be fine, Chairwoman Tatsuya's going to be out there, right? He'll definitely take them out like they're nothing. Ah. You're right. Someone who could beat that Hattori in a fight would be fine. Yuji, Miyuki, me, and you will also be there to protect the students inside, so it should be fine. Mari sighed and smiled helplessly at Aika. You sure are an optimistic one, aren't you? I'm just confident. Aika grinned cheerfully. After all, she knew that Tatsuya, she, and her beloved Yuji would be able to handle it no problem. And if someone was hurt, she could just secretly heal them. Yuji and Tatsuya had been planning a whole lot to decrease the amount of casualties all this time, but Aika believed she could just heal them secretly even if they were to get hurt. Well, since she didn't want her abilities to be known yet, she might have to make them faint first before doing it. Either way, everything will be fine. They could just wipe this problem away quickly and then go to the big event she couldn't wait for. The 9 schools competition. Then I'll believe in you to thwart any kind of plans they have. You can leave protecting the students to me and the rest of the members. Yes. X. The next day. April 23, 2095. Early in the morning, the open forum regarding the elimination of discrimination in the school started within the main assembly hall where the matriculation ceremony was held. Plenty of students, both Course 1 and Course 2, filled the seats of the massive hall. Members of the disciplinary committee were also stationed in the perimeters and amongst the student body that attended so they would be able to respond to any problems that would arise. On the stage were 4 Course 2 students, members of Égalités, and the president and vice president of the student council. To the left of the stage, there was only one chair meant for the student council president, who will be the only one participating in the debate to represent the student council. The vice president was there only to protect the student council president and stood behind and slightly to the left of her chair. To the right of the stage were 4 chairs prepared for the opposing side, the members of Égalités. Out of the 4, 3 were filled as one of the members took the podium at the center of the stage to make his statement. Compared to Course 1 students, the treatment received by Course 2 students is inferior, discriminatory in all ways. Aren't you trying to cover up that fact, Chairwoman? He returned to his seat, and Mayumi walked up to the podium and took the stage. You just pointed out that it was, in all ways. What are you referring to specifically? The debate went on back and forth as Yuji, Aika, Miyuki, Suzun, and Mari stood on the side of the stage behind the curtains, standing by and listening to the debate. A few moments later, Mari sighed and shook her head. This is no longer a debate. It's just Mayumi bullying her opponents, the show. Well, it is to be expected. Not only does the president excel in logical debate, the opposition were simply mewling children who could only cry out loud without giving tangible steps to be taken. Mari, Suzun, and Miyuki looked at Yuji in surprise while Aika simply glanced at him. Quite the harsh one, aren't you? Well. I've been warned in the past that yous tend to shout louder than listen more, and to not be like that. I took the lesson to heart but I never really understood it until now. Yuji smiled helplessly and turned his gaze from the stage to Mari. But, it couldn't be helped. People around this age, who think they're mature and adult enough to make their own decisions and principles without having experiences, are the easiest to become riled up. Once they found something they could stand for, they won't listen to anyone nor think deeply about their actions, and simply cry out their beliefs. And if someone doesn't agree with them, they would be the enemy, and they will not stop until they conform to their beliefs. His lips curled into a smile as he shifted his gaze from the stunned chairwoman to the Course 2 students who were struggling against the president. Well, it's not like I don't understand what they stand for. But making a ruckus and even threatening to harm their fellow students is simply not the right thing to do. I hope they could actually think of tangible steps to eliminate the discrimination without committing any crimes. If they could, I may actually help them out since I agree with their core belief. Her lips curled into a small smile as Mari crossed her arms and turned towards the stage. I agree. Though, you know you are a teenager as well, don't you? Ahaha. Well, I guess I'm saying that as a warning and a reminder to myself as well. I'm still quite prone to being overcome with emotions, as you may already realize. Mari snorted and placed a hand on Yuji's shoulder. Don't worry. You're far better than them. Or rather, to be overcome with emotions once in a while is normal. You're mature enough as it is. Thank you, Chairwoman. They then turned their attention back to the stage. The magic-oriented clubs, with their high ratio of Course 1 students, clearly received the lion's share of the budget compared to the non-magic-oriented clubs mainly populated by Course 2 students. Isn't that proof that preferential treatment for Course 1 students is overlooked even when it comes to extracurricular activities? Even non-magical clubs, such as the legball team, which has compiled an excellent record in national competitions, have been allotted sums that compare favorably to those given to the magic-oriented clubs. To say that the club allotments result from preferential treatment for Course 1 students is a misconception. Mayumi paused for a moment and continued. I won't deny that there is discrimination amongst the students that is being pointed out. Blooms and weeds. These are terms that have been banned by the school, the student council, and the disciplinary committee. But unfortunately, I must admit that they are still in wide use. Frantic murmurs immediately spread across the student body as the taboo term was mentioned in the forum by the student council president herself. It's not just Course 1 students. Among the Course 2 students, there are those who despise themselves as weeds, and are resigned as well as accepting of it. Yes, such lamentable culture does exist here. The issue is this barrier to awareness. Mayumi asserted with a commanding and powerful voice. As this school's student council president, this barrier of awareness is what I've always wanted to break down. The majority of the students watching, aside from the égalités, quieted down as they began to listen carefully and ponder her words. But that is not something that should be resolved by creating new discriminatory practices. Every one of us, from Course 1 and Course 2, are students of this school. And the time we spend here as students of this school, for each of us, these 3 years are irreplaceable. 1, 2, 4, 10. One by one, the students began to clap their hands before a grand applause filled the massive hall. Both Course 1 and Course 2 students clapped their hands, applauding the student council president, her ideals, and her beliefs. Yuji stared at Mayumi with a smile. The normally cheerful, teasing, and cute senior of his now shined so brilliantly as her noble ideals were accepted by all. The Sigusa Mayumi he seeing now was certainly the most beautiful she had ever been, like a beautiful lily flower in full bloom. And he's sure she'll continue to shine beautifully just like this in the future. Unknown to him, Aika, who saw this expression, grinned like a cat before turning towards the student council president and licked her lips. I'd like to take this opportunity to tell you what I hope for. In the student council, there is still a system that discriminates against Course 1 and Course 2 students. Under the current system, all officers except for the president must be nominated from among the Course 1 students. This regulation can only be overhauled during the General Assembly convened during the re-election of the student council president. When I step down, my final task as student council president will be to do away with this regulation at the General Assembly. People's hearts cannot be changed by force. And since that's not the way to go, I plan to make as many improvements as I can in all other areas. Once again, the sound of applause filled the massive hall. May they be Course 1 students or Course 2 students, none aside from the égalités, showed their support to the beautiful ideal and noble actions of the student council president. Just then, multiple explosions rumbled from outside and shook the entire hall and the ground beneath them. And with the explosions as a signal, the Course 2 students allied with Blanche, the égalités raised from their seats to conduct their mission. Apprehend them. Mari's order resounded through the communication devices held by disciplinary members. Immediately, almost all of the égalités were apprehended by not only disciplinary committee members stationed all around, but also by the committee members disguised amongst the students that were ready for such a situation. Aika, Miyuki, Suzun, and Mari apprehended the 4 members of égalités on the stage, while Yuji restrained one égalité member near the stage with his magic. Just then, a loud shattering sound resounded from above them as a gas grenade was thrown through the window above. And just when it began to release a white gas onto its surroundings, Yuji used his gravity to cause the gas to fall into the grenade rather than out. Then with a simple spell, he threw the grenade outside. Hattori-senpai, I will leave the matter of protecting the president to you. Hanzo, who was looking at Yuji in shock with his hand out and was about to cast a spell to the grenade, snapped out of his daze and nodded. All right. Yuji nodded back to him and smiled softly at the shaken Mayumi, causing her to blush slightly. Just then, the entrance to the hall was breached by 3 masked infiltrators in full black military gear. They were also wearing gas masks in preparation for fighting within a hall filled with harmful gas. Yuji's intention turned towards the door from the sound and immediately restrained all of them with his magic. The air compression ring suddenly tightened around them and broke their arms, causing them to let go of their live ammunition-filled auto rifles before making them float in the air, screaming and struggling in pain. Then, Mari silenced them by filling their masks with nitrogen. Seeing them pass out, Yuji smiled helplessly and turned towards Mari. Chairwoman, I restrained them all specifically so we can interrogate them later, you know. Don't worry. They're not dead. Well, they're not, but... Mari then put her communication device to her ears and asked the other disciplinary members about the situation. A few moments later, she let out a small sigh of relief and turned towards Yuji. It seems like Tatsuya did his job well. What's the situation, Chairwoman? Most of the infiltrators are found unconscious. The rest were still fighting desperately, but it'll only be a matter of time. The situation isn't as chaotic as I expected it to be. You 3, go and end this farce. I'll stay here and lead the disciplinary committee members here. Understood. Okay. Yes, Chairwoman. X. Outside the hall, a massive brawl had ensued between the students, school security, and the infiltrators. Leo fought against the few that had knives and knocked them out one by one with his bare fist. And when 3 of them started to cast their magic against him, they were suddenly restrained and flung up into the sky before falling down, unconscious. Leo turned to his side and saw Yuji lowering his hand as he, Aika, and Miyuki approached him. Yuji. You guys, what the hell is going on? Leo. From behind him, Aika also approaches him at a brisk pace, holding a black, metallic, heavy glove type CAD and a baton type CAD in her arms. When she stopped, her gaze turned towards Yuji and the other 2 and smiled. Seems like the backup is already here. The 5 searched for a safe place to huddle and found one near the back of the school. Upon arrival, Tatsuya, who was contacted by Yuji, also came and they explained the situation to Leo and Aika. Terrorist. That means we can kick their butts, no questions asked, right? Aika asked Yuji with an excited grin. As long as they're not students, then by all means. Though, you should still be careful. Even you are not invulnerable against bullets. Aika's eyes widened in surprise for a moment and looked at Yuji, his eyes full of concern. I know that. I won't get reckless. Aika responded and crossed her arms, averting her blushing face. That's good. By the way, did you spot any other intruders? Their target is the library. Just then, another voice resounded from before them. Oh no, Haruka-sensei. Yuji and Aika's eye shined with a light of recognition. Although Ono Haruka was a supporting character, she was still an extremely recognizable character despite her most recognizable trait was hidden, albeit in feudal, beneath a woolen turtleneck. It was the first time Yuji had seen anyone else in this world with the breast size comparable to his beloved girlfriend. Her eyes widened in surprise for a moment when Yuji mentioned her name. As the counselor and someone adept in collecting information, she would of course know of the name and appearance of the most handsome man and #1 male freshman student in the entire school. But what shocked her most was the fact that she recognized her. Ono-sensei. Tatsuya mentioned her name, snapping her out of her daze and turned towards him instead. Excuse me. Ahem. Attacking you here was a diversion. Their main target is the library, and the main force has already gone in. Mibu-san is also there as well. Would you mind explaining all this later on? I decline. At least, that's what I wanted to say, but I guess it won't fly. Haruka looked down for a moment, a pained expression on her face. But she looked up to Tatsuya a moment after with a determined expression. But in return, would you do me a favor? What is it? I'm asking you this as the counselor, Ono Haruka. I want you to give me Busan a chance. Haruka continued. Since last year, she has been dealing with the gap between her accolades as a kendoist and her evaluation as a Course 2 student. I guess it was too tall of task for me. She ended up playing into their hands, so you're too easy on her. Let's go, Yuji, Aika, Miyuki. Yes. Miyuki quickly followed after Tatsuya, who had already started making his way to the library, while Yuji and Aika sighed helplessly and bowed to Haruka before going after him. Oi Tatsuya. Aren't you being too callous? Tatsuya stopped and turned to him. Leo. You won't be the only one getting hurt on misplaced sympathy. Tatsuya turned back and continued running as Aika and Leo also followed after him. Yuji ran up to his side and whispered. Is that fine? You could have said it differently, you know. It is fine. If you say so. X. The brawl in front of the library was the most chaotic. Many students fought against the infiltrators in black in a complete mayhem. Even after Tatsuya eliminated many of them, there's still even more of them enough to turn this place into a full-on rumble. Yuji used his magic as they ran, lifting up and slamming the ones on their way to the ground while Leo broke off from the rest of the group and fought them off, protecting their rear and preventing the infiltrator from stopping them. Yuji, Aika, Tatsuya, Miyuki, and Aika then finally arrived in the library. In contrast to the outside, there was only silence within the library itself. Yuji and Tatsuya immediately scanned the path before them. 2 at the bottom of the stairs. 1 on top of it, and 4 in the special reading room on the 2nd floor. Right, Tatsuya. Ah. That's incredible. With you here, Yuji, ambushing us will be meaningless. And seeing you fling people and smashing them against the ground like that makes me want to fight you even less. Yuji smirked at the red head. Are you still traumatized from that time? And no, I'm not. Aika hit Yuji's shoulder in embarrassment, before Tatsuya sushed them down. Sorry. Yuji giggled as Aika glared at him and pouted, her cheeks red in embarrassment, before turning to Tatsuya. So our guess is confirmed then. They're here to steal the Magic University's classified materials. Ah. We need to prevent them from doing that. Suddenly, Aika jumped out of their hiding and faced the 2 guards at the bottom of the stairs. With her baton drawn out, she quickly made quick work of the 2. Aika. Yuji called his name in surprise when she suddenly went off on her own. But when he saw the 2 guards groaning in pain on the ground, he smiled helplessly at Aika, who was giving him a peace sign. Then, a student from the top of the stair also came with a real blade in hand and strike at Aika, causing them to be in a sword lock. Go on first. I'll stay here and take care of this. All right. Be careful. You got it. Yuji cast a spell and caused all 4 of them to float up and flew onto the 2nd floor before landing. They then immediately head to the special reading room at the end of the hall. The room was protected with a heavy metal door that could only be opened with special permission, and after being breakthrough, it became the thing that protected the infiltrators inside from being disturbed. Arriving before the heavy metal doors, Yuji stepped in front as the vanguard with Aika closely behind him. Tatsuya stood by his side with his silver horn drawn, while Miyuki also had her CAD ready. Yuji then raised his hand, and the sound of metal groaning from being bent and twisted resounded before bursting open, revealing 3 infiltraros by the terminal and Mibu Sayaka, looking at them in fear. That is enough. Right after Yuji said that, the hacking device burst into its constituent parts as Tatsuya pressed the trigger to his gun. What the hell? Your plot is over. Stand down and we shall guarantee your safety until you are handed off to the officials. Damn you. One of them shouted and took out a pistol, aiming it at Yuji. But before he could shoot, lightning struck him through his chest. His entire body shuddered tremendously from the electricity before he fell down onto the ground, unconscious. Smoke rose from his body, though his skin didn't show any sign of burns. Smiling devilishly at the rest of the 2 infiltrators, who looked at Aika in pure fear, Aika spoke in a terrifying tone anyone rarely hear. Next time you try to hurt my darling, I won't be as merciful, okay? Hi. Mibu-senpai, this is reality. Sayaka snapped out of her shock from seeing someone being struck by lightning at the mention of her name and turned towards Tatsuya. A world where everyone is equal and receives the same treatment. Northwest such place exists. If there is a world of equality, where talent and aptitude didn't matter, it would be a place where everyone would be snubbed equally. Mibu-senpai, you are being used. This is the reality of that sweet-sounding ideal that someone else whispered to you. But why? How did this happen? Are you saying that trying to erase discrimination is a mistake? I'm sure you yourself are being compared constantly to your close friends and little sister. And you must have suffered unjust humiliation. I'm sure you've been mocked by all around you. I have no contempt for my brother. Nor do the 2 of them. Sayaka raised her head towards Miyuki, her eyes red with tears threatening to flow down her cheeks. Even if everyone in this world but me were to slander, disparage, and mock my brother, I would still give him the same love and respect that I've always have. It is true that there are ignorant people who look down on my brother. But there are far more people who recognize how splendid he is. Sayaka turned her gaze slightly and looked at the 2 absolutely beautiful people by their side. The most famous first-year students, Tsubakihara Yuuji and Kiryu Aika, along with Miyuki who were known for their skill and appearance. Mibu-senpai. I pity you. What did you say? Sayaka widened her eyes in shock and glared at Miyuki. Wasn't there anyone in your life who acknowledged you? Was magic the only unit of measurement which could measure your worth? My brother certainly acknowledged you. Your sword skills and your beauty. But those are just superficial things. Her face scrunched up into disdain and looked away. But they're just as much a part of you, they're what makes you attractive and define who you are, don't they? Mibu-senpai, you and my brother have only just met. What exactly are you seeking from him? In the end, no one despised you as a weed more than yourself. Mibu. Use the re-dash. I told you to stay down, don't I? Arrgh. Gwahak. A deep voice resounded before a crunching sound of bones breaking resounded, followed by screeching screams of men. Before they could even throw the smoke grenade, they felt a tremendous crushing force suddenly around their entire body, breaking their arms and legs. Sayaka looked at the two men who had fainted on the floor and Yuji in fear before he turned to her with a small smile. Don't worry. I only crushed their arms and legs so they can't run. A little healing magic to stick their bones together will do the trick. He, as for you, Mibu-senpai. Aika grinned and began approaching Sayaka slowly. Kia. Don't come close dash. Sayaka raised her hand, but before she could use her anti-night ring, she felt her body suddenly becoming extremely heavy and her eyes slowly closing. You should sleep and take a rest, okay? Think about Miyuki's words just now. That was the last thing she could hear before an irresistible wave of sleepiness took over. Aika caught Sayaka before she fell onto the ground and grinned at Yuji, Tatsuya, and Miyuki. Now, Erika won't have to break her ribs. Good job, Aika. Hee. Miyuki looked at Aika with an impressed look. Did you just cast a spell to create a sleeping gas in that instant? Yuji made it for me. That's impressive. And it's truly a potent one given Mibu-senpai immediately fell unconscious. Tatsuya turned towards Yuji with a proud smile. Impressive. That's quite the short activation sequence given how potent it is. I learned from the master, after all. Well, it still needs some adjustments. Normal magicians won't be able to use it that easily. It's only because of Aika's massive calculation area that she could pull it off like that. But it's still very impressive knowing you wrote your first line of code a few weeks ago. You might even surpass me before you return. Ahahaha, I'd be happy if I could be half as good as you. Anyway, let's stop dawdling here and bring the disciplinary committee people here to take care of these people. We also need to take Mibu-senpai to the nurse's office. Alright. Chapter 31, Chapter. Mibu Sayaka woke up from Aika's sleep spell a few hours after she was brought to the nurse's office of the school. The fighting had ended with most of the infiltrators apprehended and very few escaping preemptively. Damage to the school was minimal, with only a few areas and windows broken from the explosion, and no students who fought against the infiltrators were heavily injured from the brawl. Sitting on the bed, a solemn, regretful, and defeated expression painted Sayaka's face as she began to tell Mari, Mayumi, Kaito, Yuji, Aika, Tatsuya, Miyuki, Erika, and Leon who had come to listen to her words. For over a year ago, Captain Tsukasa has been exhorting the kendo team to bring about the end of discrimination by magic. The captain once lured me to the Blanche office as well. Apparently, his brother is the head of the Japan branch. Not long after I enrolled, there was an incident in which I was discriminated against as a Course 2 student. I think that is why I listened so intently to what the captain had to say. What kind of incident is it? Sayaka flinched slightly and became uneasy as she glanced towards Mari for a moment before looking down to her hands resting on her lap. It was when the Kenjutsu team had caused a disturbance during the recruitment period. And I saw Watanabe-senpai's magic sword skills when she suppressed it, which took my breath away. So right away, I asked if she would take me on and advise me, but she just coldly brushed me off. What? Mibu, is that true? Mari looked genuinely surprised at her words, and even without needing to know about the anime, Yuji knew she wasn't the type of person who would do such a thing. After all, she was the first person who acknowledged Tatsuya's skills and recruited him into the disciplinary committee. Moreover, she had also displayed her dislike of discrimination against Course 2 students multiple times and built her disciplinary committee around that. So Mari discriminating against Sayaka because she was a Course 2 student was extremely unlikely. You said you're not a match for me, so it would be a waste of time. Go pick out an opponent you're worthy of. I thought it was probably because I was a Course 2 student. And the thought of that. Hey, wait a minute. I remember what happened that day. I've never brushed you off. If I remember correctly, this is what I told you that day. With my skills, I could never hope to be a match for you. It would be better if you practiced with someone worthy of your skills. Am I wrong? You Wait, Mari. So you said that you're declining to practice with Mibu-san because she's stronger than you. Well, of course, if magic were involved then my skills might be superior. But there is no way I could ever beat Mibu, who has trained in pure swordsmanship, with my sword. Then. It was all a misunderstanding on my part. I can't believe this. I'm such an idiot. Tears began to fall from her cheeks, darkening the white covers of her bed as she sobbed. Just assuming, misunderstanding you like that. Putting myself down. Wasting a whole year, resenting your kindness. I don't think that was a waste. Tsubakihara-kun. This is what Aika said after seeing your swordsmanship. You became so powerful, like a different person compared to when you were in junior high. That is undeniably the result of your swordsmanship skills you polished with your own 2 hands. That's right. Aika smiled brilliantly from behind Yuji, and grabbed Sayaka's hands with hers. Instead of wallowing in your sorrows, you kept on improving and polishing yourself. There's no way that year could be called a waste. Kiryu-san. Slowly, as if water had overflowed from the dam, Sayaka burst into tears as she clung onto Aika tightly, sobbing and crying her heart out as Aika gently stroked her back. As someone who was mediocre and never tried to work hard to achieve greatness and improve herself, Sayaka's diligence looked very beautiful to her. Instead of giving up after being discriminated against, she continues to train, improve, and polish herself to be better. Such a thing was extremely beautiful to her, enough for Aika to be envious of her perseverance and diligence. After all, she was someone who was satisfied with passing and simply indulged in her porn. It was only until she met Lelouch, Satoru, Tatsuya, and Yuji that she began to work hard and do her best to get used to her new powers. After all, as the only one who was a regular human before getting the group chat, she didn't want to be left behind by them. For the first time in her life, she didn't want to simply pass, but to be someone who could stand side by side with her comrades and friends. If Sayaka called the year she spent working hard a waste, then it would be similar to calling her efforts a waste, and she wouldn't let it happen. Yuji looked at Aika and smiled softly. Aika had always appeared aloof and relaxed, but he often saw her secretly training her magic and studying alone. But when she's with him, she'll return to being her usual self. Seriously. High school DxD never talked about her deeply, but isn't she too cute? I would have never known she's like this if I didn't catch her practicing her magic in the training ground when I took a toilet break from programming the CADs with Tatsuya. To him, the sight of her hiding herself maturing was absolutely adorable, and it made him want to pamper and love her a lot. But, that'd need to wait until they finish their business here and return home. Now then. The question is, where are the people from Blanche at this moment? Jumanji, Mayumi, and Mari immediately turned towards Tatsuya in surprise. Tatsuya-kun, don't tell me you're planning on fighting them. Mayumi asked with concern obvious from her tone, especially when she saw Yuji also having a face of determination. That's not an appropriate choice of words. We're going to destroy them. That's dangerous. You're overstepping your boundaries as a student. Mari retorted angrily. I'm against it as well. We should leave non-school related issues to the police. And send Mibu-senpai to family court for attempted robbery. Jumanji Kaito realized what Tatsuya was alluding to. I see. Police intervention would be undesirable. That said, we can't just let this go. But still, we're up against terrorists. Neither I, Sigusa, nor Watanabe would ask the students here to risk their lives. Even if you, Tsubakihara, were to join. I understand that you are powerful, but dealing against other students and terrorists are different. I'm sure you understand that, right? Kaito turned towards Yuji, who nodded to his words. Of course, Jumanji-senpai. However, I believe this is a chance to get rid of a cancerous tumor from our society. A chance. Yuji nodded at Mayumi. Yes. Now that Blanche had shown its ugly face, this is a chance for us to cut its head before it buries back into the ground and hide. Moreover. Yuji glanced at Tatsuya, who nodded at him, and continued. We never plan on relying on the Student Council, the Disciplinary Committee, nor the Extracurricular Activities Federation for help. Kaito's gaze hardened at Yuji and Tatsuya. Are you planning on taking them on by yourselves? Well, we would have if we could have our way. But. Of course I'm going to accompany you who'll watch over your back if I'm not there, Yuji. Brother, I shall accompany you as well. I'll go too. Me too. Aika, Miyuki, Aika, and Leo all volunteered themselves. And seeing how they were about to go into danger and fight against Blanche, Sayaka couldn't help but feel responsible and spoke up. Tsubakihara-kun, Shiba-kun, if you're doing this for me, then please stop. I'll be fine. I know I should be punished for what I did. But if something were to happen to you all because of me, I would dash. I'm not doing this for your sake, Mibu-senpai. Tatsuya cut off her words crudely as he clenched his fist. The space in which I live in has been targeted by terrorists. If anyone tries to ruin my and Miyuki's daily life, I shall erase them all. For me, this is my highest priority. Yuji closed his eyes while Aika smiled helplessly as the others looked at Tatsuya speechlessly. This was the first time they've seen him display such intense negative emotion. But brother, how are we going to locate Blanche's headquarters? If there's something we don't know, then we can just ask someone who does. Tatsuya then walked towards the door and opened it, revealing the figure of the school's counselor. Oh no sensei. You Ahahaha. Thinking I could hide from the disciple of Master Kokono. It seems like I'm still too naive. Ono Haruka, the counselor of First High School, then gave them the location of Blanche's base and went to tend on Sayaka while they discussed their plan. An abandoned factory, huh? I guess it's as expected. It seems like it'd be better to go by car. Are we going to break in head-on? Yes. I'll get the car for us. Kaito asserted. Jumanji-kun, are you going as well? Mayumi asked surprisedly. As a member of one of the 10 master clans, this is obviously my duty. But even more than that, as a student of First High School, I can't ignore this situation. Then dash. You can't go, Sikusa. It wouldn't do for the student council president to be away at a time like this. Mari agreed. I understand. But if that's the case, you can't go either, Mari. After all, there might still be remnants hiding in the campus. Not having the disciplinary committee chairwoman would be problematic. Yuji giggled silently at Mayumi's adorable, slightly childish, behavior. Her words and arguments were logical as always, but all he could see was someone who really wanted to help but was rejected, so she also prevented her best friend who also wanted to help from joining. But he quickly stopped when he noticed Mayumi looking at him with an adorable pout. Ahem. Then, it's decided. We shall go with these members. All of them aside from Mayumi, who was still pouting at him, nodded to Yuji's words and began their preparations. Well, even though he said that they'll go with these members, he knew that a certain awkward senpai of his who wants to get revenge for his crush would also join them in this venture. Racing through the streets to an abandoned factory under the orange-red glow of the afternoon sun, a military jeep sped as fast as it could. Driving it was Jumanji Kaito, the heir to the Jumanji clan, one of the 10 master clans of Japan. Sitting beside him was Takeaki Kirihara, the captain of the Kenjutsu club who volunteered for this mission to vent out his anger at the men who did this to his crush. In the center row were the girls, Aika, Miyuki, and Erika, and behind them were the guys, Yuji, Tatsuya, and Leo. Although, since there were no seats in the back given it was meant for military equipment, they were forced to stand up awkwardly in the rapidly moving and shaking vehicle while holding on to whatever handle they could find in this military jeep. Tsubakihara, Shiba. This plot is you two's brainchild. You issue the commands. Yuji nodded at Tatsuya to let him lead, and he nodded back at him. Understood. Leo, you secure our retreat. Erika, you assist Leo and deal with anyone who tries to escape. All right. Don't you want any of them captured? There's no need to take any unnecessary risk. Just make sure to do it safely. You guys' safety is the most important thing. Yuji looked at Erika in the eyes to make sure she understood it. He couldn't be with her, and although she's someone who could deal with anything herself, he wanted to make sure and remind her so she won't be reckless. Oh okay. Seeing his serious look and concerned voice, Erika felt her heart skip a beat and nodded shyly before averting her face. Her blush was hidden by the fact that the orange-red sun was shining on her, but she couldn't hide the feeling of her cheeks heating up from herself. Tatsuya nodded and turned towards Kaito and Kirihara. Chairman, please head for the rear exit with Kirihara-senpai. Miyuki, Yuji, Aika, and I will continue on and break in. All right. Leave it to us. A few moments later, they could see the abandoned factory through the tree lines. Kaito drifted the car through a sharp corner and they could now see the iron gates into the abandoned factory right at the end of the street. Now, Yuji, Leo. Panzer. Leo activated his CAD and cast a strengthening spell onto the jeep itself. Then, Yuji also activated a spell and raised his hand forward. The iron gate started squeaking and shaking as it began to twist and bend, and be lifted off the ground. Of course, Yuji was not using his innate active magic, gravity, but the weaker version of it where he's compressing the air and creating tremendous air pressure powerful enough to bend steel and lift it from the ground. But even then, Kaito, Kirihara, Erika, and Leo who saw it couldn't help but become surprised at how powerful his spell was. They now realized that all this time he had been restraining and lifting up people, he had been holding back as to not hurt them too much. If he wanted, he could squeeze them to death instantly given how he could twist and bend steel like it was clay. Kaito stepped on the gas even more and burst through the weakened gate, causing twisted bars of metal to fly off everywhere. Once they were in, they parked the military jeep and separated into different locations. Leo and Erika followed after Kaito and Kirihara who were heading to the rear exit, while Yuji, Aika, Tatsuya, and Miyuki entered the abandoned factory building. As they could expect from an abandoned building, pieces of glass from broken windows and lamps were scattered about the dusty floor along with pipes and steel beams. Wires hung down from the ceiling and the walls had also displayed visible wear and tear, may it be from time or from human conflict. Yuji led the group in the front with Tatsuya by his side and followed by Aika and Miyuki behind them. They turned the corner and entered a hallway lit up by the afternoon sun seeping through the small windows and holes high up on the wall to their right. At the end of it were double doors, and using their elemental sight, Yuji, Aika, and Tatsuya knew that the leader of Japan's Blanche branch was behind it and accompanied by tens of armed men. This was the reason why Yuji was up front, so he could use his gravity to protect them from anything they tried to do with those guns. Of course, given Tatsuya hadn't dismantled all of them. Let's go. NN. They walked through the hallway and opened the double door that led them into a massive warehouse-like space. It was dark, but they could still see without a problem, especially Yuji and Aika with their keen eyes. But the warehouse was quickly lit up by the afternoon sun when the massive shades of the large windows at the top of the walls were opened. And along with it, an annoying voice that Yuji and Aika found even more annoying than the one in the anime echoed through the warehouse. Welcome. It is so nice to finally meet you too, Tsubakihara Yuuji, Shiba Tatsuya. They all turned towards the voice and saw a lanky, bespectacled man with light purple hair hiding his right eye in a long, white overcoat and a reddish shawl smiling at them with his arms spread in a welcoming manner. And behind him, 18 men with rifles all aimed at them stood, ready to fire at any time. And the beautiful princesses standing behind you. Kiryu Aika and Shiba Miyuki. His gaze turned lustful as he gazed at Aika's goddess-like appearance, licking his lips as he slowly observed her figure from top to bottom. Immediately, Yuji stood in front of Aika, shielding her from his gaze, and looked at him with a stoic expression and spoke. And you are the leader of Blanche? Ah, that was rude of me. His snake-like smile returned as he focused his gaze on the beautiful man before him and introduced himself elegantly, putting his hand on his chest. I am the leader of Blanche's Japan branch, Tsukasa Hajime. I see. And for the first time, Yuji pulled out his golden gun-shaped CAD and aimed it at him. Similarly, Tatsuya also pulled out his silver horn and aimed it at him. Unlike his bracelet-type CAD that only allowed him to cast his weaker version of gravity, Aegis had been calibrated to allow him to cast his gravity more accurately. In other words, he could now easily rip apart every atom in someone's body as easily as spaghettifying the entire building into nothingness. Then I would like to suggest that you surrender. The compound had been surrounded, and they would rush in if I did not give them your word of surrender. Put down your weapons and put your hands behind your heads. The men behind Hajime shook for a moment at the mention of the compound being surrounded. It was only a bluff from Yuji, but it still succeeded in tricking them into becoming uneasy. However, Hajime laughed out loud at his words, his cackling echoing annoyingly throughout the entire warehouse. If you really think that magic is such an absolute power, you're sadly mistaken. Hajime slowly calmed down after a while and then offered his hand to Tatsuya. Shiba Tatsuya. Join us. Your ability to perform cast jamming without the use of anti-night is of extreme interest for me. So using Mibu-senpai to make contact with me and having your brother assault me is for that? Tatsuya asked calmly, his gun still pointing at him. Nothing I like more than an intelligent child. But the fact that you're aware of all that, yet still showed up here, proves that you're still a child after all. In a flourish, Hajime threw his glasses up into the air and looked at Tatsuya in the eyes. Shiba Tatsuya. You will join us as our comrade. A confident grin appeared on his face as Tatsuya slumped slightly. But then. Consciousness interference type magic, evil eye. Or so it is called, but in reality. The flicker of light signals with their hypnotic pattern is projected into your subject's retinas. A simple light wave oscillation spell. A simple hypnosis, nothing more. His eyes widened in shock as sweat began to flow down his face. His evil eye had not worked. His trump card did not work and he couldn't figure out why. Hajime used it again, this time to Yuji, and then Aika to tell them to do the same. But neither worked. Instead, all it served was to make Yuji even more angry that he'd try to hypnotize his girlfriend. All sorts of expressions disappeared from his beautiful, handsome face, and his eyes were now devoid of any emotions except for one. Anger. With contempt laced in every one of his words, Yuji began. Is that the spell you used to replace Mibu-senpai's memories? Miyuki's eyes widened in shock when she heard Yuji's words and turned towards Aika quasi-toningly. Is that why? You should have realized it as well, right Miyuki? The difference between what Mibu-senpai remembered and what actually happened were too much considering that it was supposed to be such a vivid memory for her. There's no way it's natural. You vulgar scums. With his trump card ineffective, Hajime's body and voice began to shake. Why you? Why? How? I admit you have a talent for showmanship. Trying to draw our attention to your right hand by throwing your glasses while secretly controlling your CAD with your left. But you're really trash when it comes to magic. Maybe try going to showbiz. You'll make a living being a clown on national TV. It was indeed a cheap trick. After all I needed to do was delete a part of that spell to make it mere light signals. How could it be? Wasn't your magic counterattack cast jamming, you bastard? Humph. You really are trash. But I like you better now that your pretensions to greatness are gone. Really, you're much more entertaining that way. Irked by Yuji's words, Hajime immediately ordered his men to fire. 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 Hails of bullets shoot out from the automatic rifles, its sound echoing loudly throughout the entire warehouse and overwhelming the crazy, cackling laughter of Hajime. But after all of them emptied their magazines, all the men and Hajime's eyes widened in pure shock and horror when they saw every single bullet that should have pierced through every inch of their bodies floating in the air before them, as if they were stopped in midair by an invisible force. The bullets dropped to the ground, filling the warehouse with clinging sounds of metal hitting each other in the ground and snapping them out of their daze. Hi. Fire. Fire again. The men tried to reload their rifles, but before they could, their guns glowed briefly before dismantling all of a sudden into their constituent parts and dropping onto the ground. What the hell is going on? Seeing the dismantled parts of the rifles on the ground and the demons before him, Hajime yelled an embarrassing sound as he panicked and stumbled away through his men, running away as fast as he could. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee hee, you shouldn't have shot at us, you know. The men slowly turned their gazes back from the door their leader had gone into and towards the beautiful girl. Her voice was heavenly, but somehow, they could feel the chilling fear radiating from her every word, which was further intensified by the smile that didn't reach her eyes. And for that, it's punishment time. At first, they felt a chilling cold breeze that seeped into their bones. But almost instantly, frost covered their entire body, turning their skin purple, and froze all of them in place. Miyuki looked at Aika in pure shock. The spell. Not only was it an extremely powerful spell, but its power had also been increased multiple folds. The wide-range oscillation-deceleration type magic, Niflheim, was a spell that decreased temperature by decelerating the movement of air and atoms in an area. Because of that, the target would normally have frost slowly covering their entire body as the air around them freezes. But when Aika did it, all of them froze in an instant. Meaning, Aika's phenomenon rewriting power to cause the air and atoms around them to slow down was far more powerful than hers. You fufu, don't worry, I'll return you guys to tip-top shape after this, so stay frosty. Ugh. Aika. Wasn't that a good one? Let's go. Geez, it is a good one, isn't it? Hey, Yuji. Miyuki looked at Aika, who was already heading to the door where Hajime escaped to with Yuji, in disbelief, and turned towards her brother. Brother. Tatsuya turned to her and let out a small smile, and followed after Yuji and Aika. Let's go. Why yes. Heading deeper into the warehouse, Yuji stopped everyone before turning the corner and turned to Tatsuya. Tatsuya. Ah. He walked up, turning the corner, and immediately cast a spell with his silver horn and dismantled all the rifles aimed at them before Yuji, Aika, and Miyuki followed after him. In the corner of the room, Hajime was standing behind another group of men who had just had their rifles dismantled, his face full of fear and shock. Let's just stop this farce and stand down, clown. We've got another guy coming, and he's really pissed at you. I don't know if I could even stop him from taking a bite out of you. Hi. You use your rings. Hajime raised his right hand, revealing an anti-night bracelet on his wrist, and activated it. The rest of the men also used their anti-night bracelets, aiming it at Yuji, Tatsuya, Aika, and Miyuki. The moment they did, a confident smirk returned to his sweat-ridden face. How do you like true cast jamming, magicians? Yuji looked around the room. There were truly a vast amount of anti-night, a precious military resource that can only be produced in ancient civilizations of this world that prospered in highly elevated areas. Since he lacked knowledge of this world, its geography, and political landscape aside from those he received through the group chat related to supposed missions he and Aika went through with Tatsuya as his background, Yuji couldn't deduce Hajime's backing with this. But, he was sure that Tatsuya could. Your patron is the pro-independence breakaway regime, Ukraine-Belarus, and your sponsor, the Great Asian Alliance, then. Immediately, Hajime's eyes widened in pure shock and clenched his teeth. Kill him. The men slowly approached them with knives in hand, but before they could come even close, Yuji used his gravity and immediately restrained all of them before making the float in the air. What? How could you use magic? Seeing their struggles, Yuji strengthened the gravity around them, crushing their arms and legs. How could you do that? How could you use magic under cast jamming? Stumbling back to the rear exit, Hajime watched as men were all crushed and lifted up into the air in pure horror. When suddenly, the concrete doors behind him were suddenly cut up and broken through, throwing him back to his rear on the ground. Kirihara entered and looked at the men floating in midair, screaming their lungs out in pain with their arms and legs limp and bloody. He then turned towards Yuji, who had his hand raised up and couldn't help but look at him in shock and a bit of fear. Guess you were really holding back before, huh? I didn't want to hurt you after all, senpai. Let's just leave that as water under the bridge. Oh. Anyway, who is this dude? Kirihara turned towards Hajime, who was looking at him in fear. That is the leader of Blanche in Japan, Tsukasa Hajime. That's him. Immediately, Kirihara's face twisted into pure rage as his eyes widened, teeth clenched, and his grasp around his sword tightened. Hi. Hajime stumbled up and raised his hand, about to cast a spell. But before he could, Kirihara had already activated his sonic blade and lunged at him. It's him. The bastard who duped me, boo. With a powerful, swift swing as expected from the best Kenjutsu student in first high school, Kirihara cut off Hajime's right hand, splattering blood onto the ground as his arm from above the elbow fell with a wet thud. And before he could go in on the man again, Yuji stopped him. Please leave it at that, senpai. Kirihara snapped out of his rage, looked at him, and lowered his sword. He, Yuji, and the others then turned towards Jumanji Kaido, who just entered and looked across the room. His gaze first fell on the men with limp, bloody limbs floating in midair. Some were still screaming while some had already fainted. You can put them down now. I doubt they can run away with those legs. Yes, Chairman. Yuji slowly lowered his hand and gently put it back onto the ground. As he said, none of them could even move their limbs and simply lay there in pain before fainting. He then turned towards Hajime, whose severed arm was still spewing blood, and stopped it with magic. Did we get them all? Kaito asked Yuji and the others. Most likely. Kaito nodded and began checking the room along with Kirihara and taking care of the main perpetrator of this farce. And as they were about to leave, Aika glanced at the direction of the room where she froze those guys, and subtly waved her hand towards them. There you go, I kept my promise. Chapter 32, Chapter. The aftermath of the raid on Blanche's HQ was handled by Jumanji Kaido as the representative of the Jumanji clan and the officials, and the students who participated in the raid were only asked to explain the chronology of events and let go. After the event, Mibu Sayaka was told to stay in a hospital to monitor her behavior and memories, given some of her memories had been altered. They had to make sure that there were no memories other than her misunderstanding about Mari's words to her. The Kendo Club's captain and stepbrother of Tsukasa Hajime, Tsukasa Kino, was also hospitalized for the same reason. And given the probability of this case, he was not given any criminal charges. None of the students who joined the Egalités will also be reprimanded or given punishment for this incident. After all, if they were, the school's accountability would come under scrutiny, and they wanted to keep it under wraps. Thus, time passed, and the day of Mibu Sayaka's discharge from the hospital came on May 10, 2095. Yuji, Aika, Tatsuya, and Miyuki came with bouquets to celebrate her discharge as promised. Entering the lobby of the hospital, they immediately saw Sayaka talking chummily with Kirihara. Oh my. Fufu, they've gotten chummy, huh? Aika's lips curled into a wide, catty grin as she watched the two talk with each other. Even from a distance, the atmosphere around them was clear. They're both clearly interested in each other, but they're still too shy to show it as affection, so they just act friendly with each other. A typical romance between an innocent couple. Yuji smiled at her helplessly and thought of the time when they were also still too shy to confess their feelings to each other. Yuji acted as gentlemanly as he could and tried to help her and be friendly then, while Aika would always make dirty jokes when she's embarrassed. Although they're now unafraid to show their love for each other, they were just like Sayaka and Kirihara in the past. Apparently, Kirihara-senpai's been coming to visit her every day. Erika came from behind and appeared beside Yuji with a teasing grin. Oh my Kakik, then since he's not even hiding it, it's a must for us to tease them, then. He, I'll help you out with that. Ha. Stop that, you two. Don't tease an innocent couple. Yuji bopped Aika and Erika's head softly and called out to Sayaka. Mibu-senpai. Ah, Tsubakihara-kun, Shiba-kun, everyone. They approached her and they could immediately see Kirihara's shock and nervousness immediately from seeing an extremely handsome guy approaching them. Congratulations on being discharged, Mibu-senpai. Yuji and Miyuki then both gave them the bouquet they've been holding, and Sayaka received them gratefully. Thank you so much. As the girls chatted away, Yuji met gazes with Kirihara and nodded his head before giving him a thumbs up. His face immediately blushed at the realization of Yuji's actions, but before he could say anything, Sayaka's father approached Yuji and Tatsuya. Are you Tsubakihara and Shiba? Yuji and Tatsuya turned to the older gentleman, and they immediately recognized him not only as Sayaka's father. Yes, sir. I see. My name is Mibu Yuzo. Sayaka's father. May I have a word with the two of you for a moment? Of course. Yuzu led the two slightly away from the group and began to thank Yuji and Tatsuya for helping her daughter. I did not do anything to be thanked for, Mibu-san. It was thanks to Aika, Miyuki, and Erika who talked Mibu-senpai through it. Indeed. All I did was callously pushed her instead, so I must be despised instead. I'm not worthy of any gratitude. Mibu smiled softly at the two young men before him and turned to his daughter. I could never even be able to bring myself to push her away. I'm aware that her magic skills weren't coming along, but I never truly grasped how much that fact was torturing my daughter. He turned his gaze towards Tatsuya. My daughter told me that listening to you made her remember what it was to be torn. And that's what triggered her to wake up from her nightmare. He then turned towards Yuji. And she was also saved by you and Kiryu-kun because you told her that she hadn't wasted her time. So please allow me to say it. Thank you very much for helping my daughter. Yuji smiled helplessly and finally relented before a father's sincere gratitude. You are welcome, Mibu-san. You two are just the kind of man Kazama said you were. You know Major Kazama, sir? Yes. I'm already retired, but he's an old comrade in arms who once shared a barack with me. He looked at Tatsuya for a few moments and then turned towards Yuji, and stared at him for a while longer, before smiling once again. Don't worry. I won't say a word to anyone about what I've heard from Kazama, so rest assured. I just wanted to tell you that I know that you two are the ones who saved my daughter. I really appreciate that. Yuzu patted the both of them on the shoulders and walked away, leaving the two guys glancing at each other awkwardly before returning back to their group. Tsubakihara-kun, Shiba-kun. What were you talking about with my dad? It was nothing. We just greeted each other after he recognized us. A person who once looked after us was apparently a close friend of his. Tatsuya explained. Oh really? Yes. It's a small world, huh? I didn't expect it either. So you two have such a strong connection, then. Hey Saya, why did you jump ship from Tatsuya to Kirihara-senpai? You were in love with Tatsuya, right? Erika grinned teasingly. Hey, Eri. If it's just a matter of looks, I think Tatsuya wins, you know. Oh, but if you only consider looks, then there's no way you would look at anyone but Yuji, right? After all, his looks are worlds apart from Kirihara-senpai. Why you're just beyond rude, aren't you? Kirihara gritted his teeth as his cheeks blushed redly in embarrassment before Erika patted him on his shoulder. It's fine, Kirihara-senpai. When it comes to men, looks aren't everything. Well. If it's too far apart like you and Yuji, then it'll be a super steep mountain to climb. Seriously, I'm gonna make you bawl, damn you. Now anyway, was Kirihara-senpai's diligence the clincher for you? Are you the kind of girl who gets all knees weak over the gentleness of an awkward guy? Why yes. Just like you said, Eri. I think I fell in love at first sight with Yuji-kun. And then, I also find Shiba-kun attractive. Not only Kirihara, but Erika was also caught by surprise at her honesty. Because both of them have something I truly admire, an unwavering strength, and the power to back their ideals. But, even as I felt admiration for both of them, I also felt afraid. Sayaka slowly looked up from the bouquet to the two of them. No matter how hard I try, I know I could never, ever stand by their sides. Erika fell silent and looked down to her hand and clenched it. She admired Yuji's power and the light he shined. He's like a sun that lit up the entire world. So bright, so beautiful, yet so far. She wanted to be close to him, but she was afraid. She could never shine as brightly as him. She's not as beautiful or as sexy as Aika, nor is she powerful enough to stand by his side. She's just a girl with a normal high school girl's figure and slightly good with the sword. She's not even girly or cute, and there's so many other girls cuter, more beautiful, and more powerful than her who would fit him better. But, what pained her more than that realization was the fact that she still couldn't give up on him. Being with him made her feel very happy and warm. Even though they hadn't interacted much, the little time she spent with him was always fun. Every message they sent to each other always made her heart flutter. And every time he showed his concern for her, she couldn't help but fall in love with him again. Erika unconsciously glanced at Yuji and saw him similarly staring at her. She immediately averted her face away as she felt her heart skip a beat. But Kirihara-kun. Even if we fought sometimes, he's someone who would walk at the same pace as me. I guess that's why. Sayaka looked at Kirihara lovingly, causing him to avert his gaze in embarrassment and rub the back of his head. Thank you so much for the meal, Sayaka-senpai, I'm so full. Aika grinned and turned her attention towards Kirihara. Then. What about you, Kirihara-senpai? How long have you been in love with Sayaka-senpai? And not you too. Give it a rest, will you? Who cares about that stuff? That's right, Aika. It doesn't matter how long it's been. Kirihara, Sayaka, Erika, and Miyuki all turned and looked at Tatsuya in shock. He was the last person they'd expect to join in this kind of thing. The important thing is that Kurihara-senpai is seriously smitten and head over heels for Mibu-senpai. What the? Hey you! Kurihara's face turned crimson red as he looked at Tatsuya in disbelief. But before he could do anything, Yuji also decided to join and pour a tub of salt to his wound. He's right. I can't say much but, after seeing Kurihara-senpai's gallant figure of cutting down Blanche's leader and displaying his anger over Mibu-senpai's abuse, I can't help but admit defeat when it comes to Mibu-senpai. Oh my. Aika, who had recovered from her own embarrassment thanks to Kurihara's embarrassment, decided to join in again and tease him. Hey Yuji, tell me later in secret, okay? Even though she was still blushing slightly, she did her best to come close to Yuji and pretend to whisper to him to tease him. See Chiba, you little. That goes for you too, Tsubakihara. If you talk, I'll make you pay. It's okay, Kurihara-senpai. My mouth won't say a word. But I can't do anything about my hand, so I'll apologize first if my hand suddenly itches and write everything that happens to Aika. Why you little. Hee hee. I'll look forward to that message. Chiba, you little shit. I'll get you for it. X. The massive underground lab of Yuji and Aika's mansion was filled with cutting-edge technology that surpasses even the top military research facilities in Japan, making it one of the most technologically advanced research centers in the world. It's where Yuji would usually spend his time whenever he wasn't spending it with Aika. Although he could return to this world and to this mansion whenever he wanted after the mission is over, he still wanted to make use of his time here to learn as much as possible about CAD development and the magic system of this world, and this was the best place he could do it in. Moreover, whenever Tatsuya comes to visit, he'll also be helping him with his little project. The flying magic. With his innate active magic being gravity, Yuji's help, suggestions, and input had greatly helped Tatsuya in completing his flying spell even faster. And because of it, he's also adding more refinements to it and thus, adding more time they had to spend on it. However, aside from doing all of the above, Yuji would also do his daily trading routine, check on the investments he had made, as well as doing some personal projects. Sitting at one of the desks in his lab, Yuji stretched his body, letting out a long sigh, before unplugging both of his and Aika's bracelet type CAD. A few weeks after the Blanche incident, and a few things had happened since then. Yuji and Aika had been selected as one of the freshmen who will be representing their first high school in the 9 schools competition, so he had been brainstorming some new spells they could use during the events. They knew what kind of events there would be in the competition since they've watched the anime, but they weren't informed yet as to which events they would be participating in. So, while he already formed some ideas for spells to be used in each of the events, he didn't bother developing them yet. Instead, he decided to continue his personal project of creating the world's most accurate stock market analysis tool for himself and his mother, Mira. Although he only had 1 or 2 hours to work on it once every few days, in between attending school, studying magic and CAD, spending time with his friends, and spending time with Aika, he was still able to make strides over his time here thanks to his 100 proficiency in programming and investment. However, as he continued to develop and better the main function of his analytical tool, he realized that he had run into a slight problem. The supercomputer he has here was able to run it well, and the finished product might also still be runnable. But, this was a supercomputer with cutting-edge technology even with Tatsuya's technologically advanced world. A regular computer from his less advanced world wouldn't be able to run it, given it would need to calculate large amounts of data to give an extremely accurate prediction of the movements in the stock market with a minuscule error margin he wanted. Yes, he could simply let his mother's computer receive the result while a supercomputer made the calculation. But the problem was that the supercomputer he has here wouldn't be able to transfer data to his world, which is in a different universe. The only piece of technology that could transfer data from and to different universes he had in his possession now was his phone. He could perhaps use his phone to crunch the data and simply send the data to his mother's computer and his laptop, but he had never messed with his phone before because there was no way for him to access the back-end portion of this phone. Even with his mastery over programming, he simply couldn't find something that seemingly doesn't exist. Perhaps it does exist, but without a way to access it now, it wasn't a viable option. Meaning, he'd need another solution to this problem. There were a few things he thought of, including somehow getting one of these high-tech supercomputers to his home in his world, or make something more portable but with similar performance to this supercomputer. Both of these solutions weren't viable to say the least. The supercomputers in his lab had complex cabling that would require him to, essentially, turn his underground lab upside down to take one of these computers into his inventory in his phone. While making something more portable but with a similar performance was simply not possible, at least for the time being. So the last solution he thought of was, to search the shop in the group chat. The group chat shop had proven time and time again that it has anything and everything they could think of and more, and he found 2 things that would solve his current and possible future problems. The first one was MCGX supercomputer, which was a portable, advanced quantum supercomputer with the processing speed of 10 million teraflops, which is more than 10 times faster than the supercomputers in his home, and perhaps even faster than even the best supercomputer in Tatsuya's world. Moreover, it could also transfer and receive data from across universes, just like his phone. The second one was MCGX Data Center, which was a portable advanced data center with the transmission bandwidth of over 500 terabits/second across universes with a storage capacity of 2 zettabyte, which could be increased by buying additional storage capacity from the shop. Not to mention, these two were also equipped with impenetrable defenses against cyber attacks, given it is more magic than technology at this point, and could never be attacked physically since it could be stored in Yuji's inventory even when still in use. With these two, he wouldn't need to worry about where to put and run his applications. But of course, there was a price he had to pay to have such technology, namely 3,500 GCPs for the MCGX supercomputer and 3,000 GCPs for the MCGX data center. Unlike most technological devices and luxurious products that were ranked common in the gacha and the shop, these two items were both ranked super rare, which was obvious given it being closer to a thing of magic than technology. Unfortunately, Yuji didn't have enough GCPs to buy it now. He only had 1,000 GCP left after buying Aika's fertility control that costs 2,000 GCP. Though even if he didn't, he wouldn't have enough to buy both with just 3,000. For now, he wasn't quite desperate enough to want to buy it. Although he would eventually buy both of them in the future for his future endeavors, he'll perhaps try to find another solution to his problem or just build the light version of his stock market analytical software first that could run in her mother's computer. After immersing himself in programming for a while, Yuji decided to stop for the night and looked at the clock on his phone. Hey, it's 6 already. Why hasn't she called me yet? Is she still talking with Aika? One of the reasons why he's in his lab right now was because Aika shooed him away and forced him to go there while she talked with Aika. She had been talking a lot with Aika recently, and today, she finally took her back to their home and revealed her relationship with Yuji. Yuji was quite shocked that she decided to reveal it, and needless to say, Aika was also dumbfounded by it. And, before she could even process it, Aika dragged her into her room and told Yuji to go stay in his lab until she calls him and not bother them. It has been 2 hours since then, and there hadn't even been a single call or message from her. He let out a sigh, leaning back in his chair, and looked up to the ceiling dazedly. I wonder what they're talking about. It wasn't strange for them to be talking a lot and get along well, given they've both grown much closer with Aika after the Blanche incident. Yuji had realized that his feelings for Aika had gone beyond just friends when he realized how worried he was for her during the Blanche incident. She's always a delight to be with, extremely cute and beautiful, and is perfectly capable of kicking multiple men's rears. But despite knowing that, he couldn't help but feel worried for her safety, just like he would towards Aika. And upon realizing that, he couldn't help but notice how cute she actually was. Every little thing she does seemed adorable to him, no matter if she was being mischievous or when she's being serious. And as he spent more and more time with her, those feelings only seemed to grow deeper and deeper. So, with Aika's encouragement, he had been slowly closing his distance with her and gauging her reaction to it. To his delight, she seemed to not mind the closing distance between them and even seemed to find it pleasant, so he continued to do so. Then, when they were just getting comfortable with their current distance, Aika made a decision that led them to this situation right now. He wondered what they're talking about for so long, but a realization came to him in this moment of daze. Wait, knowing Aika, could she be convincing Aika to be my girlfriend along with her? Aika had expressed her willingness to share him with other girls. In fact, she seemed even more enthusiastic considering she also wanted to sleep with them as well. And it seemed like the moment Yuji showed a clear interest in Aika, she didn't waste any time. The more he thinks of it, the more likely it's becoming in his head. And as he was thinking of what this might mean for him and Aika, a notification for a message rang from his phone. Kiryu Aika, alright, we're done talking. Kiryu Aika, now get your sexy ass back up here to the living room. Tsubakihara Yuuji, alright. Yuji let out a heavy sigh and prepared himself for what's to come. He pocketed his phone and the 2 bracelet-type CADs and began making his way back up. As soon as he arrived back on the ground floor, he turned towards the living room and saw both Aika and Aika standing up by the couch. There you are. Aika smiled ever so brightly as he approached them while Aika's cheeks were burning red. She couldn't even meet his gaze, only stealing glances at him before averting it away. Just from her adorable display of shyness and nervousness, Yuji felt his heart skip a beat. His assumption was right all along. Hey. Are you guys done talking? Yes. We had such a nice, long talk, didn't we, Aika-chan? Yuan. This was the first time he had seen Aika this shy and meek. Even in the anime, she never showed such an adorable side of her. Fufufu, now then. Since it's the first time Aika has ever came over, let's bring her around the house. You want to go and explore, right, Aika? Yeah. Yeah, sure. Alright. Let's go. Come on, off you go. You are dash. Without a warning, Aika grabbed Aika by her shoulders from behind and pushed her towards Yuji. And by instinct, Yuji caught the redhead in his arms and looked down towards her. Falling into his embrace, Aika instinctively looked up to him in shock before averting her super red face. Her heart was beating wildly, uncontrollably, and it wasn't because of the shock of being pushed. At this moment, Yuji felt his heart skip a beat once again when he saw her super cute expression. He looked up and noticed Aika winking at him, causing his lips to slowly curl up into a helpless smile and nodded at her. I am sorry. I'll let go now dash. Just as Aika was about to push herself away from him, two strong hands held her shoulders firmly, preventing her from going away. Then, right on her left ear, she heard a smooth, masculine, and soothing voice whisper to her, robbing her legs of its strength. It's fine. Let's go like this. Or. Do you feel uncomfortable? Yeah. She slowly looked up and saw Yuji softly smiling at her as well, his cheeks slightly blushing red. With everything Aika had said about Yuji's feelings towards her and her sharpness when it comes to interpersonal relationships, there was no way Aika would miss his intention. Her eyes widened in shock at the realization, and she immediately felt even more embarrassed. But, she was no longer pushing herself away from him. And no. It's not uncomfortable. I'm glad. Then, how about we hold hands while we look around? We wouldn't want you to get lost, after all. Aika nodded instinctively at the first part. But when he said the other half, she noticed he was teasing her and hit him softly on his chest. Why you idiot? She said shyly as she grabbed the hand that held hers back, intertwining their fingers. She averted her face away from him, not wanting him to see her goofily smiling face right now from the sheer happiness of finally knowing that her crush feels the same way as her. Aika tried stealing a few glances at him, but immediately averted her gaze away again after seeing his smile. She had no experience when it comes to romance. This was her first love, so she was extremely unprepared for things like this. They've been growing closer recently, yes, but just holding hands with him already surpasses everything they've done together all this time combined. But as soon as she heard a giggling from him, she pouted and glared at him, which only made him giggle even more. What are you giggling about? I'm sorry. You're just so cute, even more than usual. Why you idiot? How could you say something like that with a straight face? I'm sorry. My heart is also beating really fast, you know. But I'm just so happy right now. Aika felt her heart tighten when he said that and felt his hand holding hers tighter. She looked down to the ground and also held his hand tighter. I am happy too. Seeing the two adorable lovebirds being all embarrassed and shy, Aika's lips couldn't help but curl into a wide grin. Fufufu, Aika being shy is super adorable as expected. I can't wait for when we could have fun together a lot in bed. With light, excited steps, Aika approached the two and hugged Yuji's left arm with a huge smile and cheered. Alright. Then let's go and explore the house together. She then proceeded to lead, drag, her darling and new sister around their house. After all, she knew that Aika would definitely be spending most of her time here from now on. Aika led them on a journey, going into every room, nook, and cranny there are in the house and had Aika become familiar with the house, including the underground lab and gym and the second floor, which surprised her to no end. Even though her family was a well-respected family and well-off, even her main house's estate was nothing compared to this. After they went to the swimming pool, Aika finally couldn't help but ask them if they're super rich, and Aika just showed her Yuji's jaw-dropping stock trading portfolio and his bank account that made even a young lady of a well-respected household such as herself couldn't help but stare at it dumbfoundedly. She couldn't believe he's her age with the amount of wealth he has. He might even have more than all of her family's assets combined, and he's one person. But after Yuji bonked Aika for showing it without his permission, Yuji took over the tour and led Aika to the rest of the house before they all had dinner together and settled down on the couch in the living room. Yuji casted the Overlord anime to his home theater system so they could watch it together. Aika had never seen this anime before, but she wasn't quite knowledgeable about anime, so she didn't know that this anime wasn't of this world. Regardless, she still found it pretty interesting. But right now, most of her attention wasn't on the show, but on the fact that she was resting her head on Yuji's shoulder while he wrapped his arm around her waist. Aika was also in the same position on the other side, but she didn't look nervous at all. She looked very comfortable and was enjoying the show to the fullest, often laughing out loud or commenting on how funny the main character was. But she was super nervous. This was the first time being this close to a man in her entire life. She wanted to approach it slowly at first, but after seeing Aika nuzzling into his embrace and him opening his other arm to invite her, there's no way she could not accept it. She was swept up by the atmosphere and his invitation before, but now, she's super nervous. The thought of being a couple with Yuji was only a dream a few days ago, but now, she's in his embrace. How could she not be nervous? Well, this doesn't feel bad. Aside from her rapidly beating heart that she could hear in her ears despite the sound from the anime, the warmth and comfort she felt from being in Yuji's embrace was blissful. It was the first time she had ever felt this way. Aika stole a glance towards Yuji and tried her best to get closer to him and nuzzle her face to his shoulder without letting him nor Aika notice. But after she found a nice place, she noticed Aika grinning at her and immediately averted her face away. Hee hee, you're so cute, Aika. I wasn't doing anything. Yeah. Who said you're doing something? Did you do something? Why you? Aika continued to grin and giggle while Aika pouted and glared at her with a red face. Alright. I know she's super cute when you tease her, but don't do it too much, Aika. Hee, okay. Why Yuji? What are you saying? The truth. Ahahaha. Why you? Humph. Aika pouted and averted her gaze away in annoyance. But then, she felt a hand on her head. I'm sorry. But it's true. You're just too cute. Aika wanted to complain. After all, she had never been called cute this many times before, and she felt super embarrassed. But the feeling of Yuji stroking her head quickly melted away all her embarrassment and annoyance that she just pouted at him and fell back into his embrace. A few episodes later, Aika had finally become accustomed to being in Yuji's embrace and began to become fully immersed in the show. Just then, Aika's phone rang with an incoming call. Ah, it's Miyuki, I'll go take this, okay? You two feel free to flirt all you want. Wah, Jay, just go already. Ehehe. With light, joyful steps, Aika walked away with a giggle before answering Miyuki's call, leaving Aika alone with Yuji. And now that she's gone, Aika started becoming nervous again. This time because it'd be the first time she's alone with Yuji. But just then, Yuji's voice brought her out of her own nervous mind. Hey, Aika. Are you really okay with this? Aika flinched and looked at him confusedly for a moment. And only after looking at his serious expression for a while did she realize what he meant and began pouting. You've hugged and done all this. What's the use of asking now? She let out a sigh and slumped down, letting her head fall to his lap. I don't know how I would feel about this in the future. After all, it's a harem, right? I never thought about being in one. But I get along well with Aika, and I've fallen for you. So I guess I'm okay with it. For now. Although she still seemed on the fence about their relationship, simply the fact that she felt okay with it for now lifted so much weight out of his chest. In truth, even though he was happy that he could be in a relationship with Aika as well, he couldn't help but fear if she'd accept this kind of relationship. After all, while having a harem was a standard in some cultures, it certainly wasn't in theirs. But it seems like she had come to accept it after Aika talked to her. He raised his hand and placed it gently on her head. He could feel her body flinching from his touch, but after not receiving any sign of discomfort, he began stroking her beautiful red hair. Thank you. Aika. I love you. Yuan. Me too. Ah geez. You didn't have to say that. It only makes it even more embarrassing. You should get used to it, because I'll be saying it a lot from now on. GG's. Do what you want. Aika grabbed a pillow and hugged it tightly, burying her redly blushing face into it. Then, a few moments later, Yuji heard her speaking with a muffled voice. Hey. There's going to be more in the future, right? In that moment, the faces of his mom, sisters, aunt, and Mayumi flashed in his mind, and he knew he'd have to face more situations like this in the future as well. But, no matter what, he had vowed to himself not to tell any lies to his lovers, so he answered truthfully. Yes. Aika sighed into the pillow before facing up and pushed the pillow into Yuji's face. Ha. Well, I know there would be more from what Aika had told me. But just don't go around and seduce girls just because, alright. Removing the pillow from his face, he smiled helplessly and nodded. Of course. I promise you. Good. And also, Aika told me you guys have some big secrets that you can't say yet. So I'm expecting you to tell me about it the moment you can, alright? His eyes widened in shock for a moment. There's only one big secret he hadn't told her yet. Alright. Thank you for understanding. Aika snorted and smiled smugly before pointing at him. Hee, you should be glad for having such an understanding girlfriend. Yes. I am. You can just say it once. Chapter 33, Chapter. The atmosphere around Yuji and Aika had noticeably changed in the last few days enough that even Leo, who wasn't the best at reading the air, noticed it. During lunch, while Yuji would normally sit in between Aika and Tatsuya, Aika was now sitting in Tatsuya's place instead. And although Aika, Yuji, and Aika were talking as usual, they could notice how closer the three have become with each other. But that was it. Except for Tatsuya and Miyuki, who Yuji, Aika, and Erika decided to tell. No one knew about Erika's relationship with Yuji yet. She was too embarrassed since she's not used to dealing with romantic stuff, and she simply wanted everything to stay the same when they're with their friends. In fact, Erika was also hesitant to tell Tatsuya and Miyuki, but Aika convinced her by telling her that if she wanted to keep it a secret from the two, she'll have to limit her interaction with Yuji when they're at home since both Tatsuya and Miyuki often came to visit. Erika knew that the four were quite close with each other, but she was quite surprised when she found out that they're even closer than she first expected. So in the end, she agreed and told Tatsuya and Miyuki about her and Yuji's relationship. After all, the only time she could act like a real couple with Yuji was when she's in his house. If she couldn't even do that during that time, then when would it be? She didn't want to sneak around whenever they wanted to flirt. They have no chance to flirt in school because Yuji was in course 1 while she's in course 2. Not only was their classroom far from each other, their classes were also different. So the only time they could talk was during lunch and after school. Though unfortunately, Yuji couldn't meet her during lunch since the student council invited him, Aika, Tatsuya, and Miyuki to lunch in the student council's office. So all Yuji could do was text Erika and tell her he'll make up for it by treating her with dinner. Tsubakihara Yuuji, I'm really sorry. I'll treat you to dinner tonight to make up for it. Chiba Erika, it's fine. I'll be eating with Mizuki then. I'll look forward to dinner. Tsubakihara Yuuji, love you. Chiba Erika, love you too. Yuji smiled softly as he looked at her reply and giggled to himself inwardly. He could easily imagine how red she was when she's typing this. After all, even after spending a few evenings hanging out and flirting with him in his house along with Aika, she's still not used to the intimacy. It was really cute. Just then, he snapped out of his thoughts when Mayumi began to speak. For the 9 Magic University-affiliated high schools around the country, the 9 schools competition is a high-profile event. The essay contest held in the fall is research-oriented, while during the 9 schools competition held in the summer, each school goes head-to-head in sports-type magic contests. And of course, since the school's honor is on the line, the contestants are chosen based on merits. So the student council is taking the lead in preparing for the event, right? Yes. As far as selecting our athletes, we've managed to finalize our roster thanks to Jumanji-kun's help. In fact, we were quite spoiled for choice while choosing our freshman representative since we have Yuji-kun, Aika-san, and Miyuki-san. But the issue is choosing engineers. The technical staff. You're still short on engineers, huh? Mari crossed her arms and looked at Mayumi with a concerned look. Although there's still time, still being short on engineers until now was quite a problem. Yes. The third-year classes are particularly skewed towards practical skills. As for second years, we do have Achan and Isori-kun. But Isori-k, huh? I'd say he's more of a pure theorist, and not too adept at fine-tuning, right? Huh. If only you could find a way to fine-tune at least your own CAD, Mari, my job would be so much easier. Well, I see we have a serious problem. In the midst of silence as Mayumi, Mari, Suzun, and Azusa tried to think of a solution, Yuji raised his hand. I'm sure we'll still need an engineer, but to perhaps alleviate some of the burden, I could tune my own CAD, Aika's, and one other athlete's CAD if need be. Really? Can you fine-tune your own CAD? Yuji nodded and lowered his left sleeve slightly, revealing the bracelet-type CAD on his wrists. Yes. I've been tuning this CAD as well as the one on Aika's wrists myself. Oh, that's impressive. Mari, Suzun, and Azusa all looked at him impressed. But you'll be participating as an athlete as well, right, Yuji-kun? Will you be all right? Mayumi was delighted, but she was also quite worried. After all, even though he had shown his skills in both practical and theory, he was still a first-year student. She didn't want to burden him too much by making him both an athlete and an engineer for such an important event. It will be all right, President. I'm used to fine-tuning my own CAD and Aika's, and I believe I'll be able to handle one other person's CAD. If you're worried about the results, then perhaps I can be an engineer for another freshman athlete. That's not a bad idea. I agree with this. Mari nodded with an approving smile. All right. Thank you so much, Yuji-kun. But if you feel overwhelmed with the work, then make sure to tell me, okay? Yes. Thank you very much for your concern, President. But, even then, I believe we'll still be lacking in terms of manpower, right? You're right. We still need someone dedicated as an engineer. Mayumi let out a sigh, but she felt her heart skip a beat when she saw Yuji smiling ever so brightly at her. Then what about Tatsuya, President? All of them immediately turned their heads towards Tatsuya with widened eyes. Their lips slowly forming into a smile as they realized that their solution is right in front of them all along. Mayumi's eyes also brightened and she immediately held Yuji's shoulders in delight. What a nice idea, Yuji-kun. I see. I must be being careless. How could I not have come up with that? Tatsuya glanced at Yuji in disbelief and let out a sigh as soon as he saw his grin. He turned towards Mayumi and tried to make a case for himself. If I'm not mistaken, a first year has never been elected as a technical staff. There has to be a first for everything, right, President? It's as Yuji-kun said. Precedents were made to be overturned. You two are progressive thinkers, so you might see it that way, but for a first year, and a course too to boot. And on top of that, I've been standing out in a bad way in more ways than one. Well, that's. Mayumi let go of Yuji's shoulders and grasped her hands as she averted her gaze, deflated. Trust between engineer and user is a crucial part of CAD fine-tuning. Appointing someone who might bring on a backlash from athletes doesn't sound like a good idea. Moreover, I believe Yuji will be sufficient enough to cover for the position of both engineer and athlete considering his capabilities. That should be enough, right? Yuji widened his eyes and looked at Tatsuya in disbelief. Did he really not want to join the 9 schools competition? No, they've talked about it while planning on what they're going to do against the no-head dragons that will be bothering them during the event, and he's included in the plan. Then. Could he be planning to go as an outsider like Aika, Mizuki, Leo, and Mikihiko? If he was, then he would be able to attend the event without being part of the representative team. But, the 9 schools competition wasn't only a place for him to show his prowess and gain recognition from others, but also an integral factor for his personal growth. He might think it'd be better for him to hide from his aunt until he's ready, but his growth as a person is much more important. Also, didn't everything end well in the anime either way? Yuji didn't want him to miss this event. He truly believed this event would be good for him. He stared at Tatsuya and saw him looking back at him. His gaze, firm and unmoving. Yuji was truly at a loss. After everything Tatsuya had said, he couldn't force him anymore. Yes, he can't. But there's someone who could. I'd like my brother to fine-tune my CAD for the 9-school competition as well. I understand that Yuji is also perfectly capable, but as expected, I'd feel more comfortable if my brother is the one who does it. Yuji couldn't help but cheer in his heart the moment Miyuki stood up from her chair and said that. He let out a sigh of relief as Aika also jumped up from her seat and placed her hands on Miyuki's shoulder with a grin aimed at Tatsuya. That's right, you said it yourself, right, Tatsuya? That trust between the engineer and the athlete is super important. That means, it will be for Miyuki's best if you, the person she trusts the most, fine-tune her CAD. Right, Miyuki-chan. Is it? Okay, Oniai-sama. Yuji's lips curled into a smile as he looked at his expression. It has been decided. As expected. When dealing with a Siskin, we need his sister to be the one who asks him and he'll do everything. After the discussion, Miyuki stayed to do her duties as a member of the student council while Tatsuya also stayed to accompany her. Yuji and Aika, on the other hand, excused themselves from the student council room to meet up with Aika, who's waiting for them. They went out of the building into the courtyard and immediately saw Aika sitting on a park bench in front of a tree, waving at them. Hey! How was the meeting? It went well. It was more of a talk than a meeting, though. Aika scooted over, giving Yuji space to sit beside her and Aika to sit on his other side. Oh, is it about the 9 schools competition? It was. And you'll never believe what we talked about. What? Aika grinned and placed her hand to the side of her lips, hiding it from outside view, and continued. Tatsuya will become an engineer for the team. Really? Well, to be precise, he'll be recommended by the student council. But I'm sure he'll be accepted, considering his skills. Yuji added as he looked at the surprised Aika with a small smile. That's amazing. We'll also be holding a meeting along with Jumanji-senpai and the rest of the team for this, so we might go home late. Oh well, it can't be helped, right? Aika smiled helplessly in disappointment. She was really looking forward to visiting them after school today since Yuji will be treating her to dinner, but since they'll be going home late, it'll be difficult to do so. You can just go to our house first, Aika. Will that be okay? Of course, why wouldn't it be? We've registered your fingerprint for the lock last time for a reason. Then, I'll be waiting for you guys there. We'll go back as soon as possible. Isn't that great, Aika? You can use this chance to dive into Yuji's bed and sniff it all you want, you know. What are you saying, you pervert? I won't do that. Really? Well, it's your loss, I'm just saying, because Yuji's room is never locked. Yuji leaned back and watched Aika continuing to tease Aika silently with a helpless smile. Seeing them getting along this well had been a tremendous relief to him. After all, his biggest concern since agreeing to Aika's harem plan was whether or not the girls in his harem could get along. He was prepared to do his best to pacify them when needed and become an intermediary when they fight. But so far, he never had to do that. In fact, Aika and Erika had become really close really quickly, which is nothing but good news for him. Just then, the bell signaling the end of their lunch break rang. Ah, it's the bell. We better return to class soon. Hee, don't forget what I said, okay, Erika. You're free to do anything you want in Yuji's room. I get it already. Just go back to your class. I'll be going back too. Ah, wait. Yuji grabbed Erika's hand when she was about to leave and turned her around. And before she could say anything, he placed a hand on her cheek and gave her lips a soft, gentle kiss filled with his affection. All right. See you later. I love you, Erika. Erika stood there with eyes opened wide, completely frozen, before her face burst into red and quickly averted her face away from him. Yuan. I love you too. See you guys later. With her hand freed from Yuji's grasp, she immediately burst into a sprint and run away from them, leaving Yuji with a helpless smile and Aika with a wide, teasing grin on her face. Kakik, how the proud swords girl has fallen. Good job, Yuji, you're successfully corrupting her into your love slave slowly. Yuji sighed and bonked her on the head. That's not what I'm doing. Now stop messing around and let's go back to class. We'll be late. Sure. Aika hugged Yuji's arm with a wide smile and made their way back to class, separating from their hand-holding midway once there were other students around. After school. Yuji, Aika, and Miyuki went to the first high school's Extracurricular Activities Federation HQ for a meeting regarding the 9 schools competition which would be held soon. Leading the meeting was Shigusa Mayumi, who sat at the center of the desk up front, facing him and the rest of the students who will be representing first high school in the competition. To her left was the chairwoman of the Disciplinary Committee, Watanabe Mari, while to her right was the chairman of the Extracurricular Activities Federation, Jumanji Kaito. And lastly, standing diagonally behind the student council president was her vice, Hattori Hanzo. But not only them, Yuji and Aika also recognized a few people currently in this room. Kitayama Shizuku and Mitsui Anoka, who came with them along with Tatsuya and Miyuki to this room right after their last class ended, Isori Kei and Chiyoda Kanon, who they recognized from the anime, as well as Kirihara Takiaki, who they are quite closely acquainted with after the Blanche incident. After preliminary messages from the leaders of each of the student organizations, Mayumi immediately went straight to the point with her main agenda. As the president of the student council, I hereby nominate Shiba Tatsuya to be a member of our team as an engineer to represent First High School in the upcoming 9 schools competition. As they expected, many were unconvinced by the fact that a Course 2 student was nominated to be a member of the team to represent the school, while some doubted his ability and wondered whether or not he could fine-tune a CAD. Seeing their reactions, Jumanji's voice resounded, silencing all of them with his deep, baritone, commanding voice. It seems like many are still unconvinced. It would probably be best to have you actually see Shiba's skills. Oh. What are you planning to do specifically? Mari leaned in slightly and turned towards Jumanji. I'm thinking of having him actually fine-tune a CAD. If needed, I will be the test subject for all of you to see his skill. What? That is too dangerous. That's right, Chairman. If the tuning is subpar, suffering from injuries would be the least of your concerns. I am the one who nominated him, so I shall take on the role. Mayumi also raised her voice to volunteer herself. But before anyone could say anything in return, Kirihara stood up and raised his hand. Excuse me, but may I be the one to take on that role? Are you sure, Kirihara-kun? Of course, President. Then please. With no one else raising their voice, all of them moved to a nearby lab where they would test Tatsuya's skills in fine-tuning a CAD. Like most of the rooms in the school, the lab had predominantly white floors and walls with various advanced computers and devices. The devices and computers here were all advanced technology that lives up to the kind of facility that would be present within one of the best schools of magic in the country. While they were not as advanced as the ones used in extremely dedicated research lab for magic such as FLT's lab or Yuji's lab, it was still far more than sufficient for students to use and dive deep into the world of magic. Tatsuya sat down before the main computer and began preparing it for his task. As he did, he turned towards the president, who was standing a few distance away from his side along with Mari, and began reiterating his task. The task is to copy Kirihara-senpai's CAD settings over to the CAD for competitive use, and to make it immediately usable. However, I am not to tamper with the activation sequence itself. Is that correct? Yes, that will be all. What's wrong? Although I don't really recommend copying the settings of a CAD with different specs. It can't be helped. I will take a safety-first approach. Tatsuya began his task and the scanner device, where both Kirihara's personal bracer-type CAD and the bracer-type CAD used for competitions were laid on, began to glow. At the same time, Kirihara also put on a visor and placed his hand on another scanning device which was used to get the measurement of his vitals and magic. A few moments later, Tatsuya told Kirihara that it is fine to take it off now that the scanning is complete and began to type at high speeds. Seeing his unusual method of fine-tuning, many who had already doubted him began to doubt him even further and some even sneered at his strange and old-school methods. But the few who did understand what he was doing were impressed by his skills, including Azusa and Isori K. A totally manual fine-tuning, huh? That's impressive. Eh? Is it really that impressive, K? From his side, a beautiful purple-haired girl leaned in and asked her beloved fiancé confusedly. It is. It's just that there seem to be a lot of people who don't get what it is that he's doing. Hearing their little conversation, Yuji couldn't help but approach them. Although Kei was a supporting character in the anime, Yuji couldn't help but like him as a person. After all, he was an extremely kind, gentle, and soft-spoken man who he would really love to get along with. He's like a gentle older brother in Yuji's eyes. I agree. Isori K-senpai and Chiyoda Kanon-senpai, am I right? It is a pleasure to meet the both of you. I've heard many good things about both of you and your skills. Kei and Kanon widened their eyes in surprise for a moment when the super-famous freshman approached them. Not only that, he also knew about them. Why yes. It is my pleasure to meet you as well, Tsubakihara-kun. I didn't expect you to know about us. You are too humble, Isori-senpai. The fact that you understand what Tatsuya is doing speaks well to your knowledge and proficiency in this subject. You as well. Kei answered with a soft smile, and Yuji smiled back. As he expected, he could really get along with this guy very well. Hey, I've heard about you volunteering to become both an athlete and an engineer. Is that true? Kanon asked, tilting her head forward to better see the freshman she heard so much about. She felt her heart skip a beat a moment ago from suddenly seeing his super handsome face up close, but as expected, no one else could enter her heart apart from her beloved childhood friend and fiancé. Now, she only felt curiosity towards Yuji and a slightly good impression of him, seeing as he seemed to admire her Kei a lot. On the other hand, Yuji was surprised she already heard about this even though he just said it this morning. Yes. Though I don't think I can be as dedicated to engineering with my time as Tatsuya or the other engineers, but I can at least fine-tune my, Aika's, and one other person's CAD. Yeah, that's amazing. Are you sure you'll be okay? Taking care of yourself is also your responsibility as an athlete, you know. Kei said in concern, and Yuji simply nodded gratefully. Thank you for your concern, but I will be fine, senpai. I'm used to handling my own and Aika's CAD, and one other person will not make much of a difference. I see. Well, if you ever need help, just contact me, okay? I will be happy to help. Kei is an amazing engineer, so you can definitely count on him. Kei smiled helplessly as Kanon advertised him with sparkling eyes while hugging his arm. Of course. Yuji continued his conversation with Kei and Kanon a bit more, but a few moments later, Tatsuya finished his fine-tuning. Putting on the bracer-type CAD to his left wrist, Kirihara activated a spell as he held a bamboo sword in his left hand. It was the spell he frequented the most, the Sonic Blade. After he successfully activated the spell, Jumanji began to speak. How does it feel? No problem at all. I don't feel anything different. It feels very natural. Many were surprised by the results, and some, who were against him joining, began to speak up. So he does have some passable skills, but you can't say that he's got finesse. His methods are too irregular. That's right. But surprising to everyone, a petite girl with short, golden brown hair stepped up and confronted those who said that. I, for one, strongly support naming Shiba to the team. The skills he just showed us are extremely advanced. Doing all that fine-tuning manually, that's something I could never hope to do. Despite her nervousness and shyness of speaking in public, Azusa still did her best to express her opinions. After what she had seen, she really wanted Tatsuya to join the team. The skills he had displayed were amazing and it would be a great benefit for their team and the school if he could join the competition. His techniques might be advanced, but if the results are pedestrian, then there's no meaning to it. Azusa deflated at those words, but to the surprise of everyone once again, Hanzo raised his voice. Kirihara's personal CAD is a model boasting higher specs than the one for competitive use. Preventing the user from picking up on the difference, I believe that such skills should be rated highly. Well, I guess that is true. Yuji smiled as he looked at Hanzo, who met his gaze, and spoke up as well. Full manual tuning might seem irregular and strange in this day and age where everything can be done using a more streamlined and automatic process. However, that is only due to its high barrier of skill required to properly perform it. With enough knowledge and skill to execute it, full manual fine-tuning would allow engineers to tune the CAD with more precise and refined adjustments compared to other methods. And as you can all see, I believe Shiba Tatsuya possesses such skills. Hanzo nodded to Yuji and turned towards the president. President. I support adding Shiba-kun to the engineering team. Hanzo-kun. In the 9 schools competition, our school's prestige is on the line. Because he is a first year or there's no precedent. We cannot afford to dwell on such trivial matters. Silence fell upon the room as those who were against Tatsuya joining the team failed to find a logical argument to assert their point. And as the final nail in the coffin, Jumanji also spoke up in favor. I also agree with the points both of you have pointed out. Shiba just showed us that he has the skills to be a member of our school's team. I, too, support adding Shiba to the team. Chapter 34, Chapter 33, R18. Upon finishing the dinner Yuji specially cooked as he promised for Aika, the three relaxed on the couch. Yuji leaned back relaxedly with a laptop on his lap, doing his daily trading activities and making various kinds of investments. The amount of profit he got during the short week since he entered the Multiverse Group Chat and before he went to this world was impressive. But now, it had already paled far beyond comparison to the numbers he was pulling in now. Instead of 4 or 5 digits, he was already doing trades that profited him 6 to 7 digits daily after tax, sometimes even 8 when his luck feet kicked in. And they were not in Japanese yen, but in American dollars and British pound sterling. While he was still a bit away from being the richest man in Japan, he was well on his way. In fact, he was probably already the richest youth under the age of 20 in Japan or perhaps even the world. Meanwhile, snuggling to his left and right were Aika and Aika who were enjoying watching Overlord. They've already watched through the first season, and they're now currently watching the second season. Aika had already watched it once, but she was watching it again to gain more information on the story in case she'll need to go to that world for missions. On the other hand, Aika was just watching it casually. Sometimes she would peek at Yuji's laptop and look at her new boyfriend incredulously after seeing the numbers there, in which Yuji would coax her and calm her down or distract her attention by flirting with her. Normally while they're alone, Yuji and Aika would have been making love on the couch, or everywhere else for that matter, and spending their free time in that manner. But now with Aika, they couldn't do it because she wasn't ready. Aika had tried persuading her by telling her how amazing having sex with Yuji was and coaxing her into the bed. But for Aika, this was her first relationship. She was still trying to adapt to the situation now as well as sort out her feelings. Of course she would love to give him her first time and deepen their relationship in a more intimate manner, but her heart wasn't ready yet. She couldn't even kiss him without feeling like her heart was about to burst. Much less revealing her naked body before him. Yuji also didn't want to force her, so in the meantime, he'll slowly peel away her barriers and walls by increasing their intimacy little by little until she's ready. After all, as a young man in his peak puberty in addition to the immense lust and libido he got from divine physique, he had to hold himself back immensely from just ravaging his beloved girlfriend, play with those adorable breasts, and squeeze her tight as she moaned into his mouth. The only reason why he hadn't lost himself to his lust was because Aika had been helping him release it every night before they went to bed and every morning before they went to school. Or else he would have definitely pushed Aika more that she's comfortable with and caused friction in their relationship. Even right now when he could smell her sweet, flowery scent from her beautiful bright orange hair, he was barely holding himself back by distracting himself with his trades. Just then, the doorbell to their house rang and Aika immediately perked up. Ah, that must be Tatsuya and Miyuki. Oh, you might be right. Tatsuya and Miyuki. Did you guys plan something? Aika asked Yuji as they followed after Aika, who had gone running to open the door for the two, hand in hand. Tatsuya told me yesterday that he'll be coming over at night. Not sure what he wanted to do though. I see. While she was still embarrassed to be hand in hand with Yuji in public, she was already used to holding hands while in the house or in front of Tatsuya and Miyuki since they often visit. Though anything more than that would still be a bit much. Aika quickly welcomed the two, followed by Yuji and Aika who had just arrived since they were walking instead of running. I'm sorry to bother you tonight. Please excuse us. We've brought you something tonight. Perhaps we can eat it together as dessert. Welcome, welcome. Oh, thank you so much, Miyuki. Welcome. Please come in. Hey Tatsuya, Miyuki. Ah, Aika. Fufufu, so you're here again. Yuan. I mean. Miyuki glanced down and saw Aika and Yuji's hand intertwined together and give her an understanding smile. Fufu, I understand. I'm so glad you two are doing so well. GG's, just hurry up and come in. The five entered and the girls immediately went to the kitchen to grab some plates and small spoons for the pudding Tatsuya and Miyuki brought. Meanwhile, Tatsuya and Yuji were left to wait in the living room. Tatsuya glanced at the TV screen and a look of surprise briefly appeared on his face before he turned to Yuji with a small smile. Are you studying it for when we were to go to Satoru-san's world? It's Aika, but I've also rewatched it a few times before for that reason. I see. The two sat down. Yuji on his previous spot and Tatsuya on the other couch to his right. The major sent his regards to you. Yuji didn't need a moment to realize who he was referring to since there's only one major he had contact with from the backstory the group chat gave him. He called. He told me to come to the FLT in a few days and also told us about an impending danger. Presumably about the no-head dragons. He might also make contact with you and Aika soon to warn you of the same thing. I see. Got it. Thanks. By the way, you said you wanted to show us something, right? What is it? Yes, but I won't tell you now. You can look forward to it. Tatsuya replied with a slight smile. Wait. Could it be Dash? Just as Yuji was about to ask him further, Aika and the two returned with the puddings. Alright, let's eat them quickly while they're still cold. After they finished their puddings and drank some tea Yuji prepared to go along with the dessert, Tatsuya turned to Yuji with a smile. Yuji, can I borrow the training grounds below? There's something I wish to show all of you. I see. So you finally decided to finish it, huh? Oh, congrats, Tatsuya. Thank you. There's still some things I want to refine more, but I think it'll be fine to leave it to Ushiyama-san. Huh? You could have just left it just as it was and give it to Ushiyama-san sooner, you know. I wanted to do as much as I can first, especially since I have your help. Ahahaha. Eh? What do you mean, Oni-sama? Yeah, what are you guys talking about? Yuji turned to Miyuki and Erika, who were looking at the three confusedly, and smiled. Something really cool. The four went down to the underground level of Yuji and Aika's mansion, but instead of the lab, they entered the right door into the gym and training ground. Upon arriving, Tatsuya took out a small, egg-shaped CAD that had two buttons as Yuji and Aika watched with smiles on their faces while Miyuki and Erika looked confused. Tatsuya then pressed the button on top and activated his new magic, and began to float, earning gasps of awe and shock from Miyuki and Erika. Congratulations, Oni-sama. You've accomplished something incredible once again. Wow, that's amazing. Thank you. But it wasn't just me. Yuji also helped tremendously. Yuji shook his head and waved his hands. No, it's all you, Tatsuya. I was just supporting you and giving you second opinions. That is completely your brainchild. Congratulations. Thank you, but you have also been a tremendous help. After all, having a reference I can use for this magic has helped me tremendously. Reference? Eh? What do you mean? Erika looked at Yuji confusedly, causing him to smile helplessly. Well. Actually. I can do this. Without the help of any CAD, Yuji started to float as well, hovering around the same height as Tatsuya a meter above the ground. Eh? You can fly too. Are you using the same magic as Tatsuya's? No, mine is a bit different. He waved his hand and raised Erika up into the air to meet him face to face and snaked his arm around her waist, causing her face to instantly blush red. My magic is more of the manipulation of space and gravity. So basically, I can make you float by bending the space around us a certain way to make us fall towards it. Yuji willed them to cruise forward and they began to float forward accordingly. Whoa. This is amazing. Wait, space. You can manipulate space. But, you sure are handling this pretty well. Are you not afraid anymore? I still remember your panicked face when I lift you up, you know. Yuji smirked teasingly, earning him an adorable glare and pout from the orange-haired girl. I was just surprised back then. Anyway, is this what you've been doing all this time? Oh no. The magic I used in school is a bit different. Instead of manipulating space itself, I'm just manipulating the air around them to compress greatly and basically lift them up forcefully. It's a lesser version and its uses are limited to just restraining and moving people around forcefully. I see. I thought you were ridiculously strong at first, but now, I can't even imagine it anymore, manipulating space. Isn't that crazy? Erika shook her head and sighed deeply. She wanted to facepalm now, but her hands were clutching onto his shirt tightly since she was still not used to the sensation of being off the ground. Ahahaha. Well. Seeing his helpless smile, she also sighed helplessly and smiled. It's fine. You can tell me about yourself at your own pace. I don't mind. We can learn about each other slowly. Thank you, Erika. Yuji tightened his embrace around her and gave her lips a little kiss. Why did you suddenly kiss me? Don't kiss me so suddenly, you idiot. Cece, can't you see Tatsuya and Miyuki there? Erika struggled in his embrace, her face turning super red. If it was only Aika, then she would just be a little embarrassed. But there's Tatsuya and Miyuki too. She looked down and saw Tatsuya and Miyuki staring at them, smiling, making her even more embarrassed. Ahahaha. Alright, I'm sorry. Stop hitting me. Humph. It's your fault, idiot. Hee hee, alright. Let's go back down, okay. Yuji slowly brought both of them back down, and as soon as they landed, Aika quickly escaped from his embrace and pretend nothing happened before standing beside Aika to avoid Miyuki and Tatsuya's gaze. Here you go, Miyuki. Would you like to try it as well? Yes, Oni-sama. Miyuki stepped forward with the egg-shaped CAD in hand and activated it. And as if she was born to fly, the beautiful black-haired soared through the air with a brilliant smile on her face like a true fairy as she danced. And soon after, Aika asked Tatsuya for the other CAD and flew through the sky as well. She approached Miyuki and whispered to her. A look of surprise appeared on Miyuki's face, but they were soon replaced by a look of excitement and curiosity before she nodded. Alright. Yuji. Let's play air tag. Ah. So that's what they're talking about. Sure. Yuji smiled wryly at his girlfriend's childishness but agreed regardless as he also began to float. And as they began to play tag at high speed in mid-air, Aika couldn't help but watch them dumbfoundedly. Ha. I can't believe they're using cutting-edge magic technology for this. X. On the day of the 9 schools competition launch ceremony held within the main assembly hall building of the Magical University-affiliated First High School, all students who will participate in the competition were lined up to receive a lapel pin to signify their participation as representatives of the First High School in the 9 schools competition. As the student council president, Chigusa Mayumi, mentioned their names, Shiba Miyuki gave them the lapel pin and congratulated them one by one. Yuji stood silently, waiting for his turn and for the ceremony to be over, when Isori-Kei, who was standing to his left, whispered to him. It's pretty nerve-wracking, isn't it? Yes, it is. Though my nervousness has mostly dissipated since the start. Hee hee, it is a bit of a long ceremony. I usually just observe my surroundings during times like this, and I noticed that you sure are popular, Tsubakihara-kun. Look, a lot of girls are looking at you. Yuji smiled wryly as he swept his gaze across the audience. As he said, a lot of girls are looking at him longingly with faint blushes coloring their cheeks. But even with all the attention he was getting, his eyes quickly and easily gravitated towards Aika, who was waving at him. His lips curled into a soft smile. Perhaps, but I can also see many guys looking at me with disdain and jealousy. Oh, please simply call me by my name, Isori-senpai. Okay. Then please call me by my name as well. Thank you very much, Kei-senpai. Just then, they brought out of their little conversation when a thunderous round of applause resounded throughout the hall. Yuji glanced to his side and saw Miyuki giving the lapel pin to Aika. She's as popular as ever, huh? Fufu, you're so popular, Aika. Congratulations. Hee hee, thank you. Miyuki then continued and gave Kanon, Kei, and then Yuji his pin. Congratulations, Yuji. Thank you, Miyuki. Once again, another thunderous round of applause was given when Miyuki gave him the lapel pin. But, it all stopped when Miyuki finished giving her brother the lapel pin with a dreamy look on her face. Almost no one clapped their hands in congratulating Tatsuya, the sole Course 2 student who will be representing the school in this extremely prestigious competition. Only Yuji, Aika, Kei, Kanon, Mayumi, Jumanji, Mari, and their personal friends and very few others in the seats clapped their hands. Fortunately, the ceremony ended soon after Mayumi congratulated everyone in the team and bid the good luck, and they were then separated into groups to conduct a meeting for their competition. Just like in the anime, Tatsuya went with Miyuki, Anoka, Shizuku, and a few other girls who he'll be in charge of as their engineer. Meanwhile, Yuji was grouped with Aika, Morisaki-shun, one of his friends, and a few other people with a second-year student as their engineer. They all gathered in one of the unused classrooms and began the meeting with the second-year engineer standing at the front. Tsubakihara-kun. Yes, senpai. I've heard from the student council president that you can take over the engineer role for yourself, Kiryu-san, and one other person, am I right? Yes. Very well. Then, since you'll be competing in the Monolith code with Morisaki-kun, can you take care of his CAD as well? To his question, Yuji simply glanced towards Shun, who immediately clenched his fist with widened eyes. Although they're classmates, they hadn't talked to each other ever since the incident in front of the school gate near the start of the school year. Since then, not only had they not talked, Shun and his peers have been actively avoiding him for reasons unknown to Yuji. Perhaps he was still vexed about the humiliation he received from being helped by Yuji from the mess he made himself, or perhaps he still couldn't accept the fact that Tatsuya entered the disciplinary committee while he couldn't. And as he expected, Shun immediately raised his hand and stood up in opposition. Excuse me, senpai. I am capable of doing it myself. What? Are you sure? Yes. The upperclassman looked at him for a moment. His lack of confidence was obvious form that delayed answered, but after seeing Shun clenching his teeth and fists while glancing at Yuji, he could more or less guess what was going on. All right. But if you ever need any help, don't hold back from asking me or Tsubakihara-kun for assistance. This is a competition with our school's prestige in the line. Don't be reckless. He said after letting out a sigh. Yes. I will not disappoint. Then Tsubakihara-kun, I won't appoint you to anyone specifically aside from yourself and Kiryu-san. But if any of them needs assistance, I want you to help them as much as possible. I understand, senpai. I will do my best. Good. I'm sure you'll be busy with your battle board and Monolith code practice as well as tuning your and Kiryu-san's CAD, so please don't hold back from asking me for assistance when you need it. Remember, maintaining your health and mental condition is also your responsibility as an athlete. Don't be reckless. Yes. Thank you very much. All right. Now then, let's continue our discussion. X. The meeting ended quietly after the little outburst from Shun, and they were all dismissed for the day. They were exempt from classes today to prepare for the competition, but there were still a little bit over an hour before class ended. They are free to return home or train individually for the competition, but Aika had other plans. Hugging his arm tightly and burying it in between her massive breasts, the two walked through the empty hallway. Yuji was a bit surprised when she suddenly hugged him at first, but as they walked, he could feel his libido rising up as the heat of her body and jiggling from her breasts every time she took a step were transmitted to him. Glancing to his side, he could see Aika happily leaning on his shoulders with red blush painting her cheeks. She looked super happy to be able to be this close with him at school. It feels like they're playing hooky to have a school date. Then, he felt her intertwining their fingers together before Aika raised herself into a tiptoe and whispered to his ears sensually. Yuji, do you want to do something naughty? We rarely got a chance to be this alone during school time, you know. Seeing Aika biting her luscious pink lips with eyes full of lust, his heart skipped a beat and heat began rise in him as well. You little minx. Come here. Kia. Lemon, start. Using his elemental sight to make sure no one is around them, Yuji dragged Aika into an empty men's toilet and into one of the stalls. He pushed her onto the door and lifted her chin with his fingers, before claiming her lips for himself. MMNNH. Yuji Mincho. Aika. Sounds of wet lip smacking and sucking filled the toilet as the two poured their lust into each other. Their chest pressed against each other as Aika pulled on his collar and Yuji hugged her entire body tightly. And soon, Yuji let out a groan of pain, causing Aika to separate and looked at him worriedly. What's wrong? I'm sorry. It's just. Seeing his awkward expression, Aika tilted his head before a realization came to mind. Oh I see, it seems like the beast wants to be freed now. Her lips curled into a wide, teasing grin as she moved her hand down and caressed the massive bulge that was pushing tightly against his pants. It's your fault, you know. And then, I'll take responsibility. Aika pushed him away lightly and deftly took off his pants, leaving him only in his underwear that was currently holding on for dear life from the massive bulge. Sit there and wait, okay? I'll give you a striptease. With a helpless smile, Yuji sat down on the toilet and watched as Aika slowly took off her blazer and unbuttoned her white shirt, revealing her porcelain white skin free of any blemishes, and the two massive heavenly mounts of dreams barely contained by a cute but sexy pink, laced bra. She leaned forward towards him, placing her knees in between his legs and her right hand on the wall as she loomed over him, positioning his face right below her chest. Then with her left hand, she unstrapped her bra, causing her heavenly mounts to plop down right onto his face. Hiya, MMMNNH. Yuji, you can't touch the stripper. Aika playfully berated her boyfriend when he suddenly groped her breast strongly and buried his face into her cleavage, inhaling a lungful of her naughty scent, before releasing it. My lovely girlfriend is dangling her naughty breasts right in front of my face. You know there's no way I'm just going to sit there silently. I know that's why I did it. She giggled and took off her bra completely and placed them away to hang on the door. Then, dressed only in her skirt left, she crouched down and immediately buried her face onto his crotch and took a deep breath. MMMNNH, you smell so good, so musky and manly, I love it. She rubbed her soft cheeks against his rock-hard bulge, teasing him as she maintained eye contact. Then, she sniffed his crotch a few more times, inhaling a few lungfuls of breath, and peppered it with kisses. Aika. Fufu, seems like you can't hold it in anymore. She continued with a giggle. Then as a nice, loving girlfriend, I'll relieve you, okay? She placed her hands on either side of his waist and bit the top of his underwear and began pulling down while Yuji lifted his waist slightly to help her. 1, 2, slap, ah. Kaya. I just got slapped by your cock. Like an inflatable balloon doll that had been held down, Yuji's cock sprang out and hit Aika on her forehead as she looked at it with a wide smile and narrowed eyes. The cock that had been giving her plenty of love and sending her to cloud 9 countless times was now towering over her face as she buried her face into its base. The thick, musky, and masculine, but pleasant and sexy scent of her boyfriend grew tenfold as her nose was pressed against the base of his cock and her lips kissed his large, full balls. She grabbed the shaft with one hand and the head with the other and began massaging it up and down as she began peppering kisses on the balls and the shaft. And after giving the entire length of his shaft a loving kiss, she held his shaft with both hands and gave the tip of his cock a long, loving kiss. You sure do love kissing it, huh? Of course it's my beloved's cock, after all. She gave it a few more kisses before she began to accumulate some saliva in her mouth and then dribbled it down to its head and shaft. She began massaging the shaft with one hand and his balls with the others, spreading her saliva all over it to serve as lubricant before looking back up to her darling. Now then, are you ready, Yuji? NNNGHH. You know I can't wait anymore, do you? Then, thank you for the food, our womb. GHHHKHHH. Without delaying any longer, Aika slowly lowered her head down and let his long, girthy cock down into her mouth and into her throat. She had found out recently that she could suppress her gag reflexes easily thanks to her SSR, and with a few practices, she could now swallow her beloved's monstrous dick until her lips touched his base. Nghaha. It feels so good, Aika. She let out a happy moaning sound as Yuji petted her head, and began moving her head up and down, massaging the length of his cock with her mouth and throat. Sloshing and smacking sounds mixed with moans filled the toilet as Aika continued to deep-throat his cock deep in her throat and massage his balls with both hands. Then after a while, with a final groan, Yuji held her head and raised his hips, plunging his cock as deeply as he could into her throat, and released a torrent of white seed right into her. Mpfuyu. GKKKHHHFFF. GHKK. With her gag reflexes suppressed completely, Aika gulped down all of his thick, hot, creamy cum right into her stomach as she reached her own orgasm at the same time. Her pussy squirted a lot of her love juice, further flooding her already soaked panties and creating a pool of love juice that had been accumulating as she pleased her darling on the toilet floor. A messy, perverted, lascivious smile spread across her face and her eyes were rolled back in ecstasy. Ha! 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 That was amazing. Thank you, Aika. Yuji landed back down to his seat and let go of his hold on Aika's head, allowing her to slowly lift it back up, sucking her dick as she did as to not let a single drop of his cum fall outside of her mouth. Then after a loud pop, Aika gulped down the last of his cum and grinned as she nuzzled her face to his half-mast. You taste so good, Yuji, just like a warm, creamy milk. Well, I'm glad you like it. But now. Yuji stood up and lifted Aika up, causing her to shriek in surprise, before placing her on the toilet and crouching down, reversing their position. Hiya, NNNGGHHH. Yuji. Yuji buried his face into her crotch, licking and sucking the juices that had flowed down to her thighs and soaked into her panties as he breathed in a lungful of Aika's super lewd scent. It's my turn, and I'm feeling very thirsty. Aika felt her heart skip a beat and stared at his handsome smile in a daze. She could feel her womb tightening at the sight of her super handsome boyfriend smiling at her with her juices dripping down his lips. Okay, here's your personal drink bar. Aika took off her skirt and soaked poniest, revealing her flooding pink pussy and erect clitoris, and spread her legs widely, holding it in the air with her hands. You're so wet already. Did you come when you were sucking me? I did. I can't help it, your cock is just too much for me. I see. Good girl. Seems like I'll be able to satiate my thirst now. Without even waiting for another moment, Yuji immediately buried his face into her crotch and lapped up all her love juices with his tongue. MMNNHH. Yuji. Licking every inch of her soaking wet pussy, Yuji continued to drink it and poking the insides of her tight, pussy walls while teasing her clit with his fingers at the same time, causing even more love juice to enter his mouth. You keep attacking my weak spots, you mean I'll come too fast at this rate. Yuji ignored her cries and kept attacking her weak spot with his tongue and teased her erect clit with his fingers. He was quickly rewarded with her love juice every time he touched her clit and G-spot, and he immediately gulped them down thirstily before continuing to satiate his thirst. The sexy, muffled moans Aika made while biting onto her finger to be as quiet as she could only serve to make him tease her weak spots even more. Finally, he was rewarded grandly when Aika suddenly squirted her love juice as she cummed hard. She arched her back as her entire body convulsed and shuddered violently from the orgasm she's experiencing. Her pussy continued to squirt her love juices uncontrollably and Yuji kept his mouth on her pussy, catching every drop she squirted and drinking it thirstily. Ha! 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 That was amazing. Aren't you too talented at this? Yuji lapped up all the remaining juices from her pussy clean, making her shudder every time his tongue touched her still sensitive crotch and swollen clitoris. It's your fault. Your pussy is too delicious. Aika shuddered once again when she saw him lick his lips and smile teasingly at her. Her love juices started flowing once again as she felt her womb and vagina aching for his hard, hot rod. She slowly raised her hands and reached up to him, pulling him closer to her by his clothes. You dummy. If you say something like that, I'll get horny again. Hey. Can we do it here? I really can't hold it back anymore. I don't mind. But you'll need to beg for it. GG's. You tease. Aika spread her legs once again and spread her tight pussy lips with her fingers as she looked at Yuji with upturned eyes. Please ravage your personal girlfriend's pussy with your amazing dick. I need it desperately. I need your seed in me. She breathed heavily. Saying that kind of thing only made her even hornier as she stared at Yuji's smile. The feeling of being shamed and humiliated, it's tickling her masochistic side tremendously. He slowly lowered his head to her, caressed her cheek with his hand, and approached her ears. Good girl. I love perverted good girls like you the most, Aika. Hehehe. Thank you, haha. Before she could continue, Yuji pushed the entire length of his massive rod into her soaking, hot, sacred flower and began pounding her with long, slow strokes. Aya, you're doing it so gently it feels so good. I can feel your entire thing spreading my pussy so clearly. MMNNHH. You're so tight and hot. Was my cunnilingus that good, you perverted girl? Yes, it made me come so hard and now, I'm being spoiled by your dick. I feel so happy. It feels so good for me too. We're too compatible with each other. Hehehe, I'm so happy. Aya, there, poke me there more. As you wish. Yuji lowered his hips slightly and aimed at her G-spot from below, perfectly hitting it with his head before filling and stretching the rest of the length of her pussy. Nah. Yes. More, do me more, shape my pussy to your likings, it's yours. MMNHH. Aika. You feel so good. Aha, you too, I'm already addicted to your dick. I won't be able to live without it anymore. Don't worry. I'll fill you up whenever you want from now on. Hehe, I'm so happy. I love you, Yuji, I love you so much. MMNN. I love you too, Aika. Ugh. You're tightening so much. It's because you say you love me. Nha, say it more, Yuji, say it more. I love you, Aika. I love you so much. Your smile makes me so happy. Your playfulness always brightens up my day. And your body always makes me so hard. I'm so crazy about you. MMMMMNHHHHHH. Aika's body convulsed violently within Yuji's embrace as he pierced deep into her. She bit into his neck strongly with enough force to tear into an ordinary person's skin to muffle her moans. She came so hard when Yuji whispered his words of love directly into her ear with that hot, sexy voice. Yuji stayed there and stopped his movement for a moment, waiting for her to calm down from her orgasm. You really cummed. Hee, how cute. Should I continue? I can talk about how much I love you for hours. Ha. Ha. No. I won't be able to return home if you do that. Then let's do it more tonight, okay? For now, can you help me come? I'm really close. Wait. I am still a bit sensitive, nha. Hee, it's my turn now, so I'll do as I please. Why, Yuji, please, MMMNHH, I'll come again. Let's come together, Aika. Yes. Let's come together, Ayahan. Yuji sealed her lips with his and they began savoring each other's taste, their tongue wrestling for dominance, as Yuji continued to do long, gentle strokes, allowing both of them to fully enjoy each sensation. Aika. I'm coming. And I'm coming to give it to me. Give it deep inside, Yuji. Yuji pulled away until he was almost completely out before plunging back in as deeply as he could and exploded right into her depth. MMNNH, I am coming. Naha, so deep you're filling my womb directly with your seed. Aika locked her legs around his hips as she wrapped her arms around his neck, not letting him go even for a moment as he continued filling up her womb with copious amounts of his baby batter. It was truly a lot. She could even feel her stomach slightly bloating up just from one shot. She couldn't help but recall how much cum continued to flow out of her during her overnight marathon sex with him. Heya, this is the best, having your hot seed inside of me feels so good. I can't wait to go to class like this. Ha. That was amazing. Just be careful of leaks. Hee, should I buy a dildo in your shape from the shop and stick it inside so it won't leak? There's something like that. We can buy anything there, you know. I think I saw something like customizable dildo before. I just need to see your dick when I activate it. Do you want to buy it? Why would I? I have the real thing here that I can use anytime. How about when we return? Did you forget? After finishing the mission here, we'll be able to travel here for free. We can just meet up in our house whenever we miss each other, right? That's right. That's good. Yuji sighed in relief. He was really worried for a moment there. He thought he won't be able to see her again until they receive a quest to her world. You're such a cute dunce, did you forget about that? I just forgot. Yes, my cute dunce. So, what are we going to do about this? Yuji looked down to their still connected private parts. He was already soft compared to before, but it was still big and long enough to plug her pussy and prevent his seed from exploding out. Just use that magic again, you've done it once before, right? Ah. That's right. Okay. Yuji waved his hand slightly and felt a slight suction in her pussy now that wasn't natural, caused by his spell. There you go. I'll cancel it when we return home, okay? You don't need to, I love having this warm sensation in me. Don't worry. Yuji moved his head closer to her ears and whispered. I'll make sure to fill it up again tonight. MMNNH. Her vagina tightened around his flaccid rod and started to pulse and throb once again. Hee, you're tightening up, again. But too bad. We need to return to class now. GG's. You're such a tease. I love you too. Chew. MMN. Chew. They shared a passionate kiss for a while before Yuji pulled out his rod from her. And as if defying gravity, everything Yuji poured in her stayed inside and didn't flow out of her pussy and womb. Let's clean up and go home. Aika must already be waiting for us. Lemon, end. Chapter 35, Chapter. Walking through the silent hallway basked in the afternoon sun, Yuji and Aika enjoyed the peaceful silence. Aika hugged Yuji's side tightly, acting super spoiled like she usually would in their home, while Yuji wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her even closer as they walked. They spent a lot more time than expected in the toilet making love with each other, and most students had already gone home by this time, so the hallways were empty. Aika had already told Aika that they'll go home a bit late as well, and judging by the way Aika was giggling while texting her, Yuji was sure she told her what they're doing to make them go home late. So, since they've already told her they'll be late home, they decided to enjoy the rare emptiness of the school and flirt in the open while they're heading back to their class to take their bags. Just then, in the empty hallway, they saw a familiar figure peeking through a slightly open door into an empty classroom. HM. Is that Mizuki? Wait, this is HM. Ah. It must be that event. Yuji, I choose you. Go. Aika raised her hand forward and pointed at Mizuki while holding the side of her waist with her other hand and commanded her P*Kemen to go. Wah, what am I, a P*Kemen? Just go. Alright. Yuji dashed towards Miyuki as she ducked down and screamed. With his elemental sight, he could see an ancient magic spell charging towards her. He immediately waved his hand towards it and used Gram Demolition to erase the spell and stood in front of her. Who are you? Wait. You are. A look of shock flashed across the face of the young man before him, replacing the glare that he had when unleashing his spell. My name is Tsubakihara Yuuji. I have no intention of fighting with you. I'm simply protecting her from your spell. He finally snapped out of his daze and quickly lowered his head. Ah. I'm sorry. That was never my intention. Don't mind it. It wasn't your fault. Mizuki disturbed a spellcaster's composure and you simply retaliated with a reaction that is ingrained into you. Yeah. I am to blame. Mizuki-chan, that was dangerous, you know. Don't go peeking around like that again, okay? Aika appeared and hugged Mizuki from behind. Kia dash. Hey Aika-san. What are you? Keikiryu. Aika. Yes, that's me, who are you? Aika grinned and waved her hand at the clearly blushing young boy before her as he began to nervously introduce herself. And my name is Yoshida Mikihiko from Class 1E. Oh, so you're in the same class as Tatsuya? Yes. Mikihiko then turned towards Yuji and lowered his head once again. Thank you, Tsubakihara-kun. Because of you, I avoided injuring Shibata-san. It's fine. Anyway, that was one of the ancient magic spells, spirit magic, wasn't it? Yuji and Aika noticed Mikihiko flinching at Yuji's words before a sigh escaped his lips. Well, there's no use in hiding it now. It is, as you say, Tsubakihara-kun. I was using water spirit to practice my summoning spell. Water spirits, huh? Mizuki, I saw you peeking through the door earlier. What were you seeing? Yuji glanced towards Mizuki, who became even more flustered from being in such close proximity with Yuji and Aika at the same time. Yuji's appearance alone was enough to make her heart go crazy, but even Aika made her heart go even crazier. Yeah. I saw something floating around. They're like orbs of light in shades of blue dash. What? You could see the different shades of color of the spirits. Yuji immediately put his body in front of Mizuki and Aika hugged her even tighter when Mikihiko suddenly raised his voice and took a step forward. Calm down, Yoshida. Yoshida, if you act like that, you'll scare this cute girl away. See cute. I am sorry. Mikihiko snapped out of his shock and bowed apologetically towards Mizuki. When I thought you might actually possess the crystal eyes, I just couldn't help myself. Yoshida, I agree that Mizuki's golden eyes are super beautiful, but you still can't lunge forward like that. Be beautiful. That's not what I meant. I meant that she has the eyes to see spirits. Oh. So you're saying her eyes are not beautiful? How dare you? That's not what I meant either. Yuji sighed helplessly as he watched this. He knew Aika was gaslighting Mikihiko and using this chance to hug and make herself look good in front of Mizuki. As he expected, his girlfriend is really crafty and perverted after all. All right. Aika, stop teasing the poor man. Okay. Yuji smiled helplessly and turned towards Mikihiko, who could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Anyway, can you explain to us what you mean by crystal eyes? Sure. It's not a great secret anyways. We, who could manipulate spirits, identify these spirits by color. But not in the literal sense since we can't really see them in a true sense. So you're identifying them by interpreting their vibrations through magic. Exactly. It varies by school, but my school sees water as blue, fire as red, and so on. I see. And Mizuki is capable of literally seeing them. Yes. And she could also perceive the different levels of power and nature of the water spirits as different shades of color. Such eyes are known as eyes that could see God, the crystal eyes, in my school. I see. So Mizuki is the kind of person you'd sell your soul to possess, right? Right. A year ago, I would have been mesmerized and claimed her for myself by force. You can't, Yoshida. Mizuki is mine. I won't give her to you. I love her. Aika-san. What are you talking about? Geez. That's not what I may dash. I don't have those kinds of desires or tendencies anymore, okay. But still, that doesn't mean that other practitioners would feel the same way as me. Humu. Mizuki-chan is a super cute and nice girl with huge boobs, after all. Ouch. Stop harassing Mizuki. Can't you see she's overheating right now? Yuji bonked Aika on the head softly with a chop before she turned towards Mizuki. She's already super red to her ears and was fidgeting in her embrace. I'm sorry, Mizuki-chan. It's okay. But all my words are true, you know. How? Yuji sighed softly and turned towards Mikihiko. Let's keep this matter between ourselves. I agree. It'll be dangerous if word got out that Shibata-san has crystal eyes. Mikihiko turned his gaze towards Mizuki, but immediately averted them again with a blushing face since Mizuki was still being embraced and teased by Aika. Seeing such a spicy action between two extremely beautiful and cute girls had definitely made his teenage hormones act up, and he couldn't possibly show it right now. Then, we'll return first. You can continue your training. I'm sorry for disturbing you. Yuan. See you. Mikihiko watched in a daze as Yuji held both girls' shoulders and left together before returning to his training. August 1, 2095. On a clear, sunny day, Yuji and Tatsuya stood outside of the bus that will be carrying them to the hotel near the site of the 9 schools competition to wait for Mayumi. They had a list which Tatsuya would check for every student/member of the team who had already arrived and entered the bus. So they had to stand outside in the blazing heat to wait for the last person to arrive. As the head of the disciplinary committee and because the last person they're waiting for was her close friend, Mari originally wanted to be the one to stand outside along with Tatsuya. However, Yuji insisted on taking on the role since he didn't want her to stand in such a blazing heat. With his divine physique, such heat wouldn't affect him regardless, so it's better for him to be the one to stand outside. The chairman of the disciplinary committee blushed, and finally acquiesced to his suggestion before thanking him meekly. It has been almost 1.5 hours since, and Yuji had just been chatting with Tatsuya. I heard from Aika that you are practicing using 2 CADs at once. How is it going? Oh, she told you. Yeah, it's been going pretty well. I managed to use both my gun and bracelet to cast different spells at once. It was simpler than I expected. You are just that talented, Yuji. I think it's more of my SSR's effect than talent, but thank you. Are you planning on using it during the event? Perhaps. If the situation calls for it. I mean, I might be forced to use it if my team was really hit by that battering ram spell during Monolith code. Be careful. Although you've prepared layers upon layers of plan, there might be something you miss. Thank you, Tatsuya. I'll be careful. And in the worst case, I can have Aika heal me. If you're really hurt, then she and Erika might give you an even worse injury from being hurt before she healed you. I can see that happening actually. They shared a small laugh together. And soon, a beautiful, bell-like voice resounded accompanied by hurried clacking of heels that became louder and louder as she approached them. I'm so sorry. President. Good morning. Yuji greeted her with a slight nod and a brilliant smile that naturally appeared on his face when he saw Mayumi's outfit. She looked sexy yet innocent at the same time in a white, flowery, sundress. Her exposed shoulders that reddened slightly from the heat made her unblemished, porcelain skin appear healthy and mouthwatering. And not to mention the sun hat which further completed her look of innocence as a flower girl. She was absolutely beautiful. Good morning, Yuji-kun, Tatsuya-kun as well. I'm very sorry for making you wait. It is fine, President. Then, if you'd please excuse me. Tatsuya bowed and left to head to the truck where the engineers would be on. Yes, thank you. Mayumi waved at Tatsuya and turned her gaze meekly towards Yuji with her hands on her back. Seeing her obvious nervousness and red cheeks, Yuji's smile further widened from her adorableness. You look very beautiful, President. I almost mistook you for a fairy who stumbled into this world after losing her way in the Fey realm. Yeah. Mayumi shrieked in surprise and her face turned a shade of red deeper as she looked at Yuji in disbelief. She was super happy, evident in how fast her heart was beating right now, but she still couldn't believe he'd compliment her without even batting an eye. And at that observation, a thought that made her pout came to mind. Yuji-kun, are you used to complimenting girls? His eyes widened slightly, surprised by her sudden question and pout. But he quickly realized the reason. With most, if not, all of his time spent with Aika and Erika, he had been subconsciously getting used to complimenting girls on their looks. So when he saw how beautiful she looked, he said the truth like he always did. I simply told you how I really feel, President. You look absolutely stunning. He quickly averted his gaze after he slowly looked at Mayumi's figure from top to bottom. He couldn't simply lower his gaze down because even her legs and feet are beautiful and made him feel things. And this was not the place for it. Yeah. Thank you. Mayumi averted her gaze shyly and lowered her sun hat slightly to hide her redly blushing face from Yuji as she fidgeted nervously. This was the first time she had ever felt this way from a compliment on her looks. It felt like there were butterflies in her stomach and her heart felt as if they were about to burst. Finally, unable to stand the awkward atmosphere anymore, Mayumi raised her voice, causing it to slightly crack. Let us enter the bus and depart. Why yes. Please, after you. Thank you. Yuji offered his hand to help her climb up the stairs to the bus before entering after her. And the moment they entered, all the students who have been watching them from the windows welcomed them with stares. Mayumi lowered her head in embarrassment once again before quickly making her way to her seat beside Suzune and averted her face away from everyone. While Yuji simply smiled wryly before heading back to his seat beside Aika. And when he sat down, he could see Aika smirking at him and giving him a thumbs up. Just from her eyes, he could see her saying, "Good job on making the press fall in love with you. Now, I can sleep with her too." He let out a sigh and leaned back to his seat as their bus began to move and make their way to the hotel. The trip was peaceful and pleasant. Aika was having fun chatting with Miyuki, Anoka, and Shizuku and sharing snacks while Yuji occasionally joined in on their conversation. But as they were going through the highway, the event happened as promised. A tire from a jet-black car on the other road on the highway parallel to them suddenly popped. It spun out of control and hit the concrete barrier and launched up into the air and dropped onto their lane before bursting into flames. The bus driver quickly hit the brakes and spun it until it was horizontal, and with the help of a spell, managed to stop the bus. But the flaming car was still approaching fast, skidding across the concrete road and sending sparks flying everywhere. In a panic, Kanon, Shizuku, and Shun stood up from their seats and began casting spells. Vanish. Stop. Disperse. Idiot. Stop it. Stop your spells. Everyone, calm down. Mari, Yuji, and Mayumi all raised their voices in a panic, knowing that spells launched in a disorderly manner would cancel each other out, rendering them useless. Yuji quickly raised his left sleeves, revealing his bracelet CAD, and took out his golden gun-shaped CAD from his holsters he wore inside his blazer that shocked everyone. I'm counting on you to erase that, Tatsuya. I don't want to reveal that I can use gram demolition since there might be unwanted eyes watching us. Yuji-kun, what are yo dash? Mari stopped mid-sentence when she saw the magic circles from the spell's Kanon, Shizuku, and Shun cast suddenly shattered. Then in quick succession, Yuji activated his bracelet and erased the raging flames with a powerful ice spell before firing his gun to lift up the car into the air. The bus went silent as they stared shockingly at Yuji, who was slowly placing the car back down. Yuji-kun. Yuji slowly turned towards Mari and Mayumi, who was staring at him with widened eyes along with the others, and said the line he had been preparing since he and Tatsuya came up with a plan to tackle this event with an awkward smile. That was close, wasn't it? X. The bus carrying the first high school's athletes and the other cars carrying their engineers and equipment stopped at the side of the road after the accident. They've taped off the site of the crash and Tatsuya along with other members of the staff were recording every detail of the scene, may they be physical and magical. Both Yuji and Tatsuya hoped they could capture the driver alive since they knew that the driver caused the accident deliberately using magic. If they could capture and question him, they might be able to direct Mayumi, Mari, and Jumanji attention to the looming danger that would await them during the competition. That is the whole reason why Yuji had to be the one to handle it. If Miyuki and Jumanji were to be the one to stop it, the driver would have died from crashing into Jumanji's phalanx spell. But unfortunately, it didn't go as well as they planned. When they checked the car, the driver had been found dead from poisoning. It seemed like he had taken his own life using a lethal pill, or L-pill, when he realized that he had failed. Yuji clenched his fist as he focused his gaze on the crashed car. I didn't expect they would kill themselves. Seems like they're crazier than I expected. He knew that anyone who would kill themselves for an organization like No Head Dragons were already insane. But he didn't expect them to be crazy enough to actually use an L-pill. I need to be careful. Even more so than I already have. He turned his gaze to Aika and recalled Erika's figure in his mind as he renewed his decision. This was no longer all about clearing the mission anymore. This was now to protect her loved ones and friends from such dangerous individuals and organizations. Just then, Mayumi's bell-like voice brought Yuji out of his daze and made him turn his gaze towards her. Thank you very much, Yuji-kun. Thanks to you, the bus came out unscathed and I didn't expect you to be able to use 2 CADs at once. You've done well. I am impressed at your spells as well as your decision-making abilities. Jumanji said with a rare smile, albeit slight, and a solemn nod. I was surprised too. Since when could you dual-wield CADs? Mari asked with an impressed look that was shared with almost everyone in the bus. Thank you very much. I have been practicing this technique in hopes of using this as a secret weapon during the events. I did not think I would use it in such a manner. But, the fact that I can prepare my spells properly was all thanks to Ichihara-senpai for using a deceleration spell to stop the bus. Yuji smiled towards Suzun, who simply replied with a nod and a smile. Ichihara-senpai did that. Whereas you, on the other hand. Morisaki and Kitayama are first years, so it's still tolerable. But how could you, as a second year, lead the charge in creating that mess? You know that spells launched disorderly will cancel each other out and render them useless, don't you? Mari reprimanded after lightly knocking Kanon on the forehead. I'm very sorry. In times of crisis, the first thing to do is stay calm. And do not forget the importance of communicating. Mari said to the whole class before turning her gaze towards Yuji. A beautiful smile and rosy cheeks bloomed on her face before she lowered her head slightly in a show of gratitude for him. If there was no one here, she would have ran straight up to him and jumped into his embrace to give him the biggest hug as a reward. But maybe, since they would be spending the next few weeks together, there might be a chance for them to rendezvous. No, what are you thinking, Mayumi? Such a thing. I need to focus on the competition. She tried her best to shake those thoughts away. But as soon as she saw Yuji sweetly smiling towards her, everything but Yuji immediately flew away from her mind. Chapter 36, Chapter. Yuji walked alongside Aika to his right as they're making their way towards the entrance of the military-owned hotel, the accommodation for the all-magical university-affiliated 9 schools teams who will be participating in this year's 9 schools competition. To his left was Tatsuya, who was pushing a trolley of equipment belonging to the technical team, and Miyuki. The rest of the students have entered the hotel, so they were the only ones behind since they waited for Tatsuya. So we found nothing more than what we already know, huh? Yes. The driver had killed himself with an L-pill that was shaped as a false tooth. He took his own lives before you even put the car back on the ground. TCH. Cowardly bastards. Truly. How despicable. Yuji clenched his fist disdain while Miyuki also clenched her teeth in obvious contempt. Yuji hoped he could apprehend the driver alive so he could bring light about the danger looming at them and about the no-head dragons to Mari and especially Mayumi and Jumanji, who were members of the 10 master clans. With that, they might be able to move easier and prevent accidents from happening without making themselves suspicious and reveal their identity, or more importantly, their secrets. The driver in the anime died because the car crashed straight towards Jumanji's phalanx, so Yuji made sure to take the reins to make sure he didn't die. But he took his own life with an L-pill. Well, that's just how terrorists are. The top will puppet their dolls and cut their strings off when they become useless. And sometimes, when they manage to influence them enough, the dolls will cut the strings themselves. It's really sad. Aika sighed and slumped her head on his shoulder as she hugged his arm. It is. But we'll still move on with the plan. And also, we're not alone. Tatsuya glanced at Yuji and Aika, who both nodded knowingly. Ah, that's right. Major Kazama and some members of the 101 Battalion will be here as well. They'll be able to handle the danger while we can't. Is that true, Oniai-sama? Tatsuya simply nodded and then glanced towards Yuji with a small smile. She will be there too. And if I recall correctly, you two have some history, right? Yuji's body flinched at Tatsuya's words. Memories given to him by the MCG when coming here related to her that were invoked by his words flashed across his mind. His heart began to beat quicker as he recalled the things she had said and, done to him during his active period in the military. There's nothing special. She just likes to tease me. Oh, that's right, I wonder if she'd be interested to join us. Who are you talking about? Miyuki tilted her head slightly forward, trying to look over her brother to look at Yuji and Aika. You'll see her soon, Miyuki. The glass door entrance to their hotel slid open as soon as they came near. And upon entering, they saw Erika's figure sitting on one of the single-seat sofas and raising her hand to wave at them. A beautiful smile adorned her face, which grew bigger when she saw Yuji smiling back at her. She was dressed in a pink, sleeveless tank top and short pants, revealing much of her white shoulders and thighs, and to Yuji, who had the sharp sight and was at the angle to see it, a flash of her smooth, shaved armpit when she raised her arm. Yo, you're finally here. Erika. Miyuki gasped in slight surprise at the unexpected sight of Erika here. Hey Erika-chan. Hi, sorry if we made you wait. Meanwhile, Yuji, Aika, and Tatsuya simply greeted her since they already knew of her attendance. No, we just arrived as well. Look, Mizuki's currently checking in for us. Erika pointed towards the reception desk with her thumb, and they could see Mizuki in a cute, yellow, sleeveless top and a light green pencil skirt that contoured the shape of her rear, talking with the receptionist. Well, I'll be going on ahead. Nice to meet you, Erika. See you later. Tatsuya waved his hand at her and began making his way deeper into the hotel while pushing the equipment cart in front of him. Oh, see you. He could have stayed a bit longer. It can't be helped, Erika. The upperclassmen engineers are waiting for him. By the way, why did you came 2 days early? Erika-chan, here's the key to our room. Miyuki-san. Why, Yuji-san and Aika-chan as well. Mizuki lightly jogged back towards Erika, causing her chest to bounce with every step, before she noticed Miyuki, Aika, and especially, Yuji's presence. Her face flushed slightly red when she recalled the embarrassing figure she showed Yuji when Aika was hugging her and emphasizing the shape of her breast in front of him. Mizuki, hello. I'm surprised to see you here. Hello, Mizuki-chan, you look super cute. Yeah. Really? The shy, bespectacled girl began to fidget before she began stealing glances at Yuji, seemingly looking forward to his opinion. And realizing it, Yuji also commented truthfully about her outfit. It looked very becoming of you. Thank you very much. I felt like it was a bit too revealing, but Erika-chan told me it suits me too. I am glad. Is that so? Good job, Erika. Leave it to me. Aika and Erika gave each other a thumbs up and a wink, while Yuji couldn't help but sigh inwardly at their antics. By the way, are you two staying here? Miyuki asked. Yes. This hotel belongs to the military, right? That's where my hookups and connections come in handy. Erika winked and let out a confident grin. As expected of a member of the Chiba family. But are you okay with that? I thought you didn't like using your family's name like that. What I don't like is people being biased towards me just because I'm a Chiba. What good are connections unless you use them? It'd be a waste not to. Erika waved dismissively as she smiled and ended with a wink. That's true. But the games don't start until the day after tomorrow. There's a banquet tonight, right? They're not going to let outsiders in. I got that covered. Tonight, we're insiders. Aika, Mizuki, and Miyuki then began chatting while Erika silently and sneakily moved away from the conversation and approached Yuji. She had a teasing grin on her face, a clear sign that she was trying to play with fire, as she approached him to whisper. Hey, what do you think of my outfit? You look beautiful and cute. But is it cold? The AC here is pretty strong. I'm fine, but... You like my clothes because you can see my armpits, don't you? I noticed you looking at it when I waved my hand at you, you pervert. Erika's grin grew wider when she noticed Yuji flinching at her words. She began to tease him even more, drawing circles on his chest with her fingers as her eyes narrowed into a crescent. She knew that Yuji was attracted to armpits, which was pretty surprising when she found it out from Aika. She said he'd bury his nose in her armpits when they're having sex because he likes her fragrance. And after a while, she also started liking the sensation of being teased there. Such a thing was extremely bizarre for Erika, who had minimal knowledge when it comes to the variety of fetishes. But for her beloved boyfriend, she was willing to explore things beyond her knowledge for him, even if it was pretty embarrassing. Perhaps she might also come to like it just like Aika. And this was the first step. Erika never felt conscious of her armpit whenever she wore a sleeveless tank top. She loved wearing this kind of clothing since it's comfortable and very freeing. It was only until Aika told her this that she began becoming extremely conscious of it. She had always shaved all of her unwanted hair properly and groomed herself to the best of her abilities. But after getting into a relationship with Yuji and hearing stories from Aika, she became even more thorough with her grooming. She lasered the thin, her armpits and her butt to make sure not a single hair was present, and trimmed the ones on her crotch nicely. She preferred them to be clean and hairless if she were to show them to Yuji. But even after making sure they were perfect, she was still nervous and very self-conscious to actually show it to him. Wearing this tank top and waving at him was the most she could do at this moment. But, seeing him blush and flustered made her feel a bit better. So you really like it, huh? Well, I did wear it partly because I know you'd like it, so I'm glad. Yuji's eyes widened slightly, and a realization came to him that helped him calm down. She was just as nervous as he was. He knew Aika was unaccustomed to these kinds of things, considering how embarrassed she got from wearing slightly revealing clothes while they're hanging out together in his home. And seeing her do her best makes him want to reward her somehow. Perhaps also answering to her attempt to seduce him. I see. Thank you. I do love it. And he held her shoulders, making her flinch slightly, before he began whispering into her ears. Come to my room later, and I'll show how much I love it. Why you pervert? Yuji felt her entire body shuddering to his whisper before she punched him lightly on the chest and escaped from his grasp towards Aika and the girls, hugging herself as she did to protect her armpits. I can't believe he'd say such perverted things in public. Aika shouted in her mind as embarrassment filled her entire being. And when she glanced back at Yuji to see his reaction, she noticed a familiar gaze in his eyes. It was the hungry gaze she'd often see from him when they're kissing. The gaze that showed her how desperate and hungry he was for her. The gaze of a carnivorous predator. And the one that always made her womb and vagina tighten in anticipation. Kiryu Aika, I'll be hanging out with Miyuki and the other girls. Enjoy your time with Aika. Aika. A brief moment of confusion struck Yuji as he rested on the bed in his hotel room. It was quite a sizable room, perhaps half the size of his own room in his mansion, with a king-sized bed along with some couches and a coffee table near the window that overlooked the courtyard of the hotel. He had just finished settling in and taken off his blazer, unbuttoning 3 buttons of his shirt, and sat on the soft, bouncy bed to rest. The bed was still a few levels below his own bed in terms of size and comfort. But compared to the regular bed he had in his world, it was far more comfortable, on par with beds from a 5-star hotel, or at least, how he imagined a bed from a 5-star hotel would feel. He stared at Aika's message for a moment before writing his reply. Tsubakihara Yuuji, Aika. What do you mean? Kiryu Aika, Fufu look forward to it. His eyebrows scrunched down. Just what were these girls planning? And just when he was about to ask her, a knock resounded from his door. Guessing who it could be, Yuji quickly jumped off the bed and went to the door and opened it. And as he expected, it was Aika, still in her tank top and short pants, and looking at him shyly. I am here to hang out. Aika and the other girls left me, so here I am alone. She was fumbling on her words, and it was clear as day that she was feeling extremely nervous and shy from how red her cheeks were and her squirming. Her figure tickled his heart. A sense of anticipation, excitement, and embarrassment filled him as his girlfriend, dressed so sexily, was in front of him. He would have become embarrassed too in the past, but after being tempered by Aika and her constant teasing in public, he had started becoming more composed in these types of situations. Yuji let out a giggle and then took her hand softly as he smiled at her. I see. Come in. Let's chat. Yuji led her to the bed and the two sat down on the edge, hands still intertwined with each other as Aika squirmed nervously while averting her redly blushing face. They didn't speak for quite a while. Aika was still trying her best to calm herself down, while Yuji was just enjoying watching his girl fidgeting nervously. He could feel her hand becoming sweaty, and he knew the wetness between their hands didn't originate from her alone. However, he was still able to control his expression better, even though his heart was beating wildly. But a few moments later, she asked a question that made his heart skip a beat. Are you really going to, look at my armpits? Yuji couldn't help but widened his eyes in shock for a moment as he watched Aika rubbing her thighs and hands together nervously. He couldn't believe it for a moment but, despite looking super nervous, he could also see her willingness to indulge him with his request. His lips curled up into a smile at her adorable figure and a small giggle escaped his mouth. Hey. What's so funny? Ahahaha, I'm sorry. I would like to, if you're willing, but I was saying it as a joke before. I just wanted to spend some time with you alone. I see. Then just say so, idiot. Aika pouted her lips slightly and glared at him. She had embarrassed herself by asking that when he was just kidding. Wait, but he said he would like to. So he does want to look at my armpits. Aika instinctively put her arms together in embarrassment as she recalled the stories Aika told him about Yuji's actions while they're having sex and how amazing it was when he stimulated her armpits. She was extremely curious at the bizarre connection between being teased in the armpits and heightening sexual pleasure. But at the same time, it was still too embarrassing to actually let him do it. Aika. She didn't realize he had already come this close to her when she was lost in her own thoughts, and her body flinched when his smooth, silky, and deep sexy voice suddenly resounded right beside her ear. And before she tried to get away instinctively, a strong hand held her shoulder, preventing her from getting away. "Can I kiss you? I've been wanting to ever since you appeared on my doorstep." Aika slowly raised her head up to him and looked at him shyly. Her face had become completely red, and she couldn't stop fidgeting and rubbing her thighs together. But seeing his excited and hungry look, she couldn't help but also feel the same for his lips. And she finally nodded. "Lemon start." A smile bloomed on his face and he slowly brought his other hand to her cheek and held it softly. She closed her eyes and Yuji slowly approached her lips until they finally met. Yuji held her shoulders while Aika instinctively grabbed onto his uniform shirt. Then with an ever so slow and gentle movement, his hand slid down from her shoulders to her bare arms, and then to her waist. And with a swift and powerful movement, he lifted her up and put her on his lap, making her face him. She was already in a daze from the kiss. Her luscious pink lips, wet from both of their saliva, opened slightly as gasps of hot air escaped her mouth, trying to catch her breath. "Why, Yuji? You taste so sweet, Aika." Yuji didn't let her rest for long. He quickly claimed her lips again, pushing his tongue into her mouth and greedily tasted her saliva and tongue and caused her to moan into his mouth. She tried her best to fight back, but he was kissing her so skillfully and playing with her tongue so much that she couldn't find any openings to fight back. And in just a few moments, she had fallen into his mercy. Her body became limp, entrusting all the weight of her body onto his, as her lips and tongue became his toy. Then his hand began to slide down from her waist down to her behind. And with one powerful squeeze onto her soft, bouncy butt, she felt electricity jolt up her spine and into her brain, causing her whole body to shudder in his embrace. MMNNHHY Yuji, Schloop MNNHH. She wrapped her arms around his neck tighter, pressing her lips onto his even more as she enjoyed the sensation of having her entire body be dominated by her beloved. With every squeeze, with every lick of his tongue, she felt waves of pleasure shoot up from her butt and mouth into her brain, causing her body to shudder at his every touch. And after having his fill for the moment, Yuji released her lips and butt from his domination and the sensation finally subsided, leaving her in a dazed state of bliss and pleasure. "To think you'd come from having your butt squeezed. You're such a pervert, Aika." "Hio. I am not a pervert." She slurred the last bit of her words as her tongue was still numb from the devastating assault from Yuji. "You are. You wet my pants, you know. And now." Yuji grabbed her butt cheeks once again, causing her to jolt in surprise, and pulled her closer, grinding her scared part to the massive bulge in his pants she caused as he whispered. "You made me very hard. How would you like to take responsibility?" "Ah." Her body immediately lost all strength and became putty in his embrace. No longer was she the powerful swordswoman from the Chiba family. She was now simply Yuji's lover who had been utterly dominated by pleasure from him. And in this drunk state, her body unconsciously began grinding her sacred flower more onto this massive, hard bulge. Each stroke sent waves of immense pleasure that made her reason fly further and further away. I want to taste it. Like Aika. Aika had always been too embarrassed to ask him for sexual requests, but she had always fantasized about it ever since Aika started telling her stories. And now, in this lucid state brought upon by immense pleasure, she could finally say one of her dreams. Yuji pushed her slightly until he could see her face, and landed a soft, chaste kiss on her lips as he smiled. "All right." He lifted her up onto the bed and stood up before he began stripping off his uniform and pants. Aika watched him remove one article of clothing after the other. Her body turned hotter and hotter with each article of clothing he stripped as he slowly revealed his heaven-sculpted physique. And as soon as he removed the last piece of clothing that hid most private parts, a surprised gasp escaped her mouth when she saw what was freed. Yuji sat back down onto the bed and leaned his back to the head of the bed and spread his legs, putting her in between him. Erika's eyes never left his proudly erect penis that seemed to pierce the heavens as her mouth was kept agape in awe and shock. She swallowed a gulp of saliva that had been accumulating and threatening to flow down out of her agape mouth and instinctively approach it. The first sense that was stimulated was her olfactory sense. A waft thick, hot, masculine fragrance entered her nose and immediately turned her mind overwhelmed by pleasure for a moment. It smelled like the natural body scent he emanated after he worked out, but simply concentrated and more pleasant. She couldn't understand how he could smell so nice, but he simply was. And this was the source of that pleasant fragrance of her beloved. Aika took a deep breath just like how she would for her swordsmanship training, but this time, it was to take in as much of his smell as possible into her lungs. She had to admit, she had become addicted to his smell since long ago, and now, she had fallen even further. She moved her face closer in hopes to get closer to the source, and she began to observe the private parts of her beloved closely, her eyes filled with reverence. It was much, much bigger than she expected that she started to have doubts whether she could even fit the thick, glistening, bell-like head of his penis in her mouth. Then as she slowly went lower, she could see thick, manly veins that protruded from his thick, long shaft. And when she arrived at the base, she gulped hungrily when realized that the head of his penis was already above the top of her head. She then moved her focus from the head down to the large, full sack that seemed to contain 2 balls. She knew what it was from textbooks and general knowledge she had learned from school. But it was the first time she had seen the real thing, and she couldn't help but wonder why her beloveds looked so pleasing and perfect while she always thought of it as ugly, wrinkly, and unpleasant from the pictures she had seen. Her hand instinctively moved to grab his shaft, attempting to circle her fingers around it only to fail. It was much thicker than the hilt of the shurnai she was used to holding. But it didn't stop her from stroking it up and down. She could feel the tremendous heat and the heartbeat-like thump that reverberated into her hand as she moved her entire arm to stroke him. NNNGH. It feels good, Aika. It was a small stimulus compared to everything Aika had done to his penis, but the awkward, untrained movement of her hand and the face of her lewd-fueled curiosity made it even more erotic. It's so big. It's even thicker and longer than the hilt of a shurnai. A sense of pride filled Yuji's heart when she said those words with a tone of awe. You can use both hands and use more force in your grip. She nodded dazed and brought her other hand forward, placing it above her other hand and began stroking it even harder. I can't even cover it with both hands. It's okay. It still feels good. Can you put the head in your mouth? Yuan. I'll try. Yuji watched, baited in anticipation, as Aika opened her mouth as wide as possible over his penis, and then down, trying her best to put the head of his penis into her mouth. From Aika's advice, she knew to not let her teeth graze it since it was a very sensitive part, and she luckily didn't despite the sheer size having filled her entire mouth. Then, as is moving on instinct and fueled by curiosity, her tongue began moving and caressing the tip of its head, licking and tasting the clear liquid that had been glistening on the head. NNGHHH. You're amazing, Aika. Move your hands too. MMMM. Aika tightened her grasp on the shaft of his penis and began moving her arms up and down, stroking it as best as she could, while she kept the head in her mouth, constantly teasing it and lapping it up with her wet tongue. Yes. It feels so good, Aika. Do it more. Elated and encouraged by his words, she began to make larger, faster strokes as she also began to suck on his head while lapping up and gulping down the constant flow of precum from his penis. Normally, Yuji would have tried his best to hold on as long as possible since Aika loved playing around while she's sucking him. But seeing the excited and anticipating look on Aika's face, he let go and gave her the reward she so deserved. I'm coming. MMMPHHHHKKK. Bursts of thick, white juice suddenly hit her at the back of her throat and immediately filled her entire mouth, causing to jolt her head back in surprise. And even with an entire mouthful, her penis was still rampaging in her hands, spewing out thick, milky white liquid high into the air before finally falling down onto her hands and face. And after a while, her entire face and hands had been covered in the white stuff that filled her mouth so full that her cheeks had expanded. She slowly let go of his penis, that he had let it go limp since any more would be too much for her at this point, and brought them up to see it. There's so much. These are semen, right? I didn't know it'd be so much. Did it feel that good? A sense of joy and pride of making her beloved spew out this much baby batter filled her heart as much as it filled her mouth. It also doesn't taste bad. No, actually, it tastes good. It's like a warm, thicker version of milk. Wasn't it supposed to taste bad? Her confusion lasted a moment before she began slowly gulping down the cum in her mouth, savoring every moment. And when it was gone after more than 5 gulps, she began licking her hands and fingers, and then scoop up the cum that had landed on her face into her mouth, leaving none of it behind. And as soon as she didn't, she let out a sigh of pure relief, bliss, and satisfaction as warmth spread within her core. But then, when she looked down, she could still see his penis still lathered in her new favorite drink, and she immediately began licking it and sucking it off of him. MMNGGHH. Do you love it that much? His teasing voice brought her out of her daze and the sense of realization and embarrassment quickly filled her. Is that bad? Why, you're the one who's weird. It's supposed to taste bad, but yours tastes really good. She averted her gaze and tried to hide behind his thick, long, and limped penis as her tongue and mouth continued to lap up the cum on his penis and suck on the remaining cum that's still in his urethra. No, I'm glad you like it. After she was done, Yuji immediately lifted her up and onto him, and embraced her tightly as he gave her a deep, loving kiss. Thank you. It felt amazing. I couldn't believe it was your first time. Thanks. Aika taught me some things. I've fantasized about it before. She squirmed in his embrace as she averted her face away from him. But he quickly turned her face back to him by holding her chin with his finger. You're such a pervert. But, I'm a pervert too. I've been dreaming of having you do that for quite a while now. I'm glad you think so as well. Ah, really? Of course. How could I not want my beautiful girlfriend to do that to me? I see. Well. I wouldn't mind. Doing it for you again, next time. Really? Thank you. I'll return the favor too next time. Yuan. Why you're so excited? Of course I am. If I could, I would like to return the favor now. But. And next time. Just do it next time. And my heart's going to burst if you do it now. Yuji giggled and began stroking her back softly to calm her down. All right. Do you still have time to spend here with me? Yuan. I'll have to go down 2 hours before the start of the ball since I'll be a waitress, so we still have time. All right, then let's cuddle until then, all right. Yuan. I love you, Aika. I love you too. Yuji. In the silence, their eyes met for a few moments as smiles adorned their faces, and slowly but ever so surely, their lips became closer and closer until they reached each other into a chaste, loving kiss filled with affection. And they shared the next few hours sharing kisses and cuddling until Aika had to go. Chapter 37, Chapter. Yuji stood right beside Aika in the midst of the large crowd of students, both male and female from all the schools who had gathered for the 9 schools competition. They have gathered, or to be more precise, surrounded them from all sides as words of awe, praise, and questions were said and asked in shy, embarrassed, curious, and excited tones. News, or more aptly described as rumors, of their exploits, achievements, and appearance have become incredibly widespread, enough to pique the interest of students from the other magical university-affiliated high schools. And now that they were able to meet them in person, all their expectations about their appearance have been broken and surpassed. Great interest, lust, excitement, and awe were apparent in the eyes of females towards Yuji and males towards Aika. And it was easy to see why. The most popular bachelor whose achievements and especially appearance have become a topic of interest and a target of affection for girls from all 9 high school has been the scion of the Ichija family of the 10 master clan, Ichija Masaki. But compared to Yuji, his appearance might as well be only slightly above average. Yuji, with his mannerism and coupled with his otherworldly visage that could charm anyone with but a glance of his face and body that epitomizes masculine beauty, was simply incomparable to other men they've ever seen in their lives, and perhaps even in the future. And to top it off, he was apparently the ace of the freshman male team of the first high school. Similarly, while there were many beautiful girls with a great number of colorful achievements such as Shiba Miyuki, Sigusa Mayumi, and Ishiki Aiki to name a few, Aika was simply a goddess among women. A perfectly beautiful face by all standards, a body that would incite men with lust at but a glance, a gaze that could imprison hearts of men with but a glance, and a smile that could topple nations, she was simply beautiful in all senses of the word. Shiba Miyuki was perhaps the only one who could come close to her in terms of appearance. However, the nature of their beauty was inherently different. If Aika was a bountiful goddess of beauty, love, and sex that had descended into the world of mortals to mingle and befriend, Miyuki would be a snow fairy. Her elegance and gracefulness would charm and awe others around her. And yet, they would always feel the presence of a wall of ice that hides the passion and liveliness one would expect from a teenager. Even before the previously most sought-after bachelor Ichija Masaki, who was clearly interested in her given his nervous demeanor, she would only talk to him like she would any other male, if not slightly more polite given his background. Thus, it was no wonder that many more would gather around Aika and Yuji than Miyuki, despite her well-deserved popularity. But, it was a welcome change for her. Since no one was bothering her, she immediately returned to her beloved Oni-Isama's side after briefly talking with Ichija Masaki and chatted with him with a wide smile all over her face. She was so happy that she could spend her time at this evening party with her Oni-Isama. However, the same couldn't be said for Yuji, who had been fending off the thirsty, hungry female hyenas from touching him inappropriately, as well as defending Aika from the gazes of the annoying bugs who's clearly ogling at his girlfriend. I've remembered all of your faces. Just pray that we don't meet during the event. Even if his face was full of smiles and words that left his mouth were polite, such thoughts were all he had going around in his mind. All he wanted right now was to escape this encirclement and go find Aika so he could spend his time having fun with his girlfriends. And having memorized every little change in his expression and emotion from looking at him all day and night, Aika sensed his annoyance and couldn't help but giggle inwardly. He's very cute when he's jealous, and the sex they'd have after he feels that way was even more amazing. In truth, it was the reason why she had been putting up with the obvious lewd gazes she had been receiving from the little boys around her. She just wanted to lit the fire in her beloved Yuji a little so he would pound her into mercy all night until she couldn't stand. She can just use her magic to make it seem like nothing happened after all, so she could get her beloved pounding whenever she wanted. Alright, time to end this farce and start the true party with friends. Ah, that's right, I'm really sorry guys, but we'll have to go now. We've promised our friends to hang out with them tonight, right, Yuji? Realizing her intention, Yuji immediately nodded and put on an apologetic smile to the people around him. Oh, that's right. I'm very sorry, everyone. But please excuse us. Sounds of disappointments resounded from the crowd, but wanting to leave a good final impression, they all relented and made promises one-sidedly to meet again in the future and become friends before letting the two go. Having escaped the encirclement, Aika's smile turned into a genuine one as Yuji sighed in relief. Phew, that was a hassle, wasn't it? It was. I almost blew up when that one guy tried to place his dirty hand on your shoulder. Foo-foo then. Aika moved closer, pressing the side of her abundant breast to his arm, and whispered with a sultry tone. Show them who I belong to, mark me with your come, give me hickeys all over my neck and body, pound me until I can't moan anymore. Aika. Yuji narrowed his eyes at Aika as she smiled and looked at him seductively, trying his best to hold himself from pulling her into his embrace and ravage those luscious lips and tongue. Her lewd words were a clear invitation for him, but now was not the time. Not yet. But it will be soon. He clasped his arm around her shoulder and pulled her towards him forcefully, eliciting a playful gasp or moan from Aika, before whispering to her ear. Tonight. My room. Prepare an excuse for your roommate, because I won't be letting you back until tomorrow morning. MMNNHES, darling. Aika's body shuddered in pleasure as his voice and breath tickled her ears. As expected, his voice never fails to make her weak to her knees, especially when he's using that deep, authoritative voice. Seeing Aika becoming meek, his lips curled into a wide smile before he returned to acting normally in front of the other students in this banquet while Aika followed him in a daze. They walked around, trying to find Erika. They knew she was going to be a waitress, but it was pretty difficult to find her given the number of people in this ball. But after a while, they could finally see a glimpse of the familiar red-headed beauty and immediately beeline to her direction. Hey, Erika. You're so cute. The sight of Erika in a maid's or waitress's outfit snapped Aika back into her normal self and she immediately approached her, observing her very closely as she circled around her to get a full 360 view of her figure. Ah. I'm not sure if I'm all that cute, but I do kinda like it. Erika touched the ends of her hair shyly. She knew her image doesn't fit the word cute or adorable by any stretch of the word, but being complimented from wearing this kind of outfit still made her a bit happy. You absolutely are. You're very cute. Thanks. She felt her heart flutter at his words, but before she could turn to look at him, she saw his face coming very close before it veered to her ears. Enough that I want to bring you back to my room right now, do everything we just did, and more. Her face immediately burst into a blushing mess. The glass of fruit-infused water on the tray she was holding shook and rattled for a moment as she took a sudden step back from Yuji. And before her brain processed what just happened, Aika jumped in and added oil to the flame. Fufufu, you'll have to dress up as a maid again when we go back home, don't worry, I'll join you and I'll make sure to order the super lewd ones. GG's. Stop it, you too. Not here. Her flustered whisper shout coupled with her extremely adorable flustered expression caused the two to burst into laughter to her embarrassment and annoyance. And in the end, Yuji and Aika had to apologize to Erika multiple times before she finally forgave them. Oh, by the way, where's Mizuki, Mikihiko, and Leo? Are they working in the back? Erika shrugged helplessly and shook her head. Do you think Leo is fit to be a waiter? Nope. Ah. I guess not, huh? How about Mizuki? Too shy. So those two are working in the back, washing dishes. Mikihiko is on the floor though. Let me get him. Erika went off for a few moments before returning with Mikihiko, dragged and flustered. Hey. Sorry for the outfit. Don't worry. You look good. And don't worry, all the waiters are dressed like that. Thank you. Mikihiko let out a helpless laugh. He looked quite tired judging from his eyes and tone of voice, which caught Yuji's attention. He had experience waitering in his aunt's cafe, and during an extremely busy time at that. So he was quite interested in how waitering in a cafe would differ from waitering in a banquet like this. How is working here? Tough. Well, aside from the social part, it's not that terrible. Ah, I see. Do you have to talk with the guests? Not too much. We are expected to answer their questions or lead them to a place in the ballroom or to get them drinks we don't have on the tray, but not too much conversation aside from that. I see. Well, I wouldn't want to hold you here for too long. Good luck on your work. Thanks. See you later, guys. See you. Mikihiko nodded his head slightly before turning heels and walked away, returning to his work. Then, I'll go back to work too. You two enjoy the party, all right. And don't forget to come to my room later, Erika. Sure. Then we can go to Yuji's room together. What? All right. It's Mayumi-senpai and Mari-senpai. Yuji, let's go talk to them. Wait. Aika grabbed Yuji by the arm and immediately dragged him away, leaving the flustered red-haired girl in the waitress's outfit flustered and alone. Yuji looked back and gave her a helpless smile before her figure was obscured by the bodies of other guests as they walked further and further away towards Mayumi and Mari. "You're such a tease. I worry her heart won't be able to take it." "Hee, don't worry. She wants it too. You don't know how enthusiastic she looked when I told her about our sex life. Hopefully nothing too overt. I told her about how you'd finger my ass while pounding me from behind. Come on, now she's a big girl already. She's interested in this too now that she got a hubby." "I know, No, never mind. I'll let her do what she wants whenever she wants it. I've already let her play with it with her mouth, so I guess it won't be long before we do it. Yay, one step closer to a threesome. SSSSHHH. Don't raise your voice when you're saying stuff like that. Hee hee." A tired sigh found its way out of his lips once again as Aika smiled mischievously. Fortunately, the music played by the orchestra and the amalgamation of voices from the conversations around them drowned out Aika's remarks, even for those who were literally beside them. No one could have heard it if they weren't leaning her ears to them. Mari let out a deep sigh as she stared at the direction of the large crowd that had formed almost immediately after Yuji and Aika arrived. She hadn't had the chance to talk to him at all since arriving at the hotel, since she's busy meeting with her engineer and discussing the plan for the competition with Jimoji and Mari. She thought they could chat with him tonight, but when she finally found him in the crowds, he had already become the center of a large crowd along with Aika. What's wrong?" Mari asked, looking at her confusedly. But instead of answering, she just averted her face away from her with a little pout. I can have fun without talking with him," she thought childishly in her head, masking her disappointment with annoyance. "No. It's nothing." Her lips curled into a frown before she shook her head and swept her gaze across the welcoming banquet. All participating members, athletes, and engineers from all 9 schools have gathered here. She could recognize some famous names and first years from other schools, such as the Crimson Prince, Ichiju Masaki, and Cardinal George, Kichijuji Shinkaru from 3rd High School. She could also recognize Kuroki Risa from 7th High School and Hidaka Makiko from 9th High School, her rivals in previous battle board events. There were also some faces she remembered from the previous 9 schools competition, though she didn't know the name, and some she didn't recognize at all. They might be first-year students or simply athletes or engineers she didn't get a chance to meet. But her attention quickly gravitated towards an area of the ball where a large crowd had gathered around someone. It wasn't strange for crowds to form in this type of event, especially since she knew that the Crimson Prince and Cardinal George of 3rd High School were present, but the size of the crowd was larger than usual. Moreover, she saw the Crimson Prince talking with Miyuki a few distance away for a moment before she excused herself and returned to her brother. Meaning, they must not be surrounding the Crimson Prince. And the only one she knew who could attract such a large crowd was. So it's him. Hey, I guess he would attract moths like a fire. Her lips curved into a smirk when she saw a glimpse of his appearance from the spaces in between the heads of the people in the crowd. It was not surprising to find him in the center of attention. News and rumors of his skill and talent have spread far and wide. He had displayed his skill many times on behalf of the disciplinary committee, and his appearance had made it difficult for the female student population to not spread his picture and talk about his shining achievements. Not to mention, she had been hearing new rumors about how rich he actually was, which further made him an object of affection for the majority of the female student population. Even she couldn't help but admit that Yuji, the man she thought of as a little brother, was an exceedingly attractive man. Even more so than her beloved. It wouldn't be strange if he'd get multiple confessions a day and receive even more love letters from those he charmed by just being there. But he has an exceedingly beautiful and similarly talented girl beside him, so he won't just fall for any girl. If any girl could steal his heart, it'd either be Aika, Miyuki, or... Her glance secretly fell upon her best friend by her side. The beautiful, intelligent, and talented heiress of one of the 10 master clans, who was currently staring longingly towards the direction of the crowd, as if her long-lost beloved was somewhere within it. Although Aika and Miyuki were both extremely powerful opponents, she's still confident that her best friend could somehow charm him with her smile and cuteness. However, Mayumi never made a move on him. At least not to her knowledge. But she was sure that she held some sort of affection and longing for him. I mean, just look at her now. If that's not the gaze of a girl who's longing for someone, then I don't know what is. Her lips curled into a helpless smile. With how mature, charismatic, and intelligent Mayumi was, she sometimes forgot she was extremely innocent and inexperienced when it comes to romance, especially her own. Should I give her a push? If she realizes her feelings, maybe she'll start moving. The gears in her head began to move as a plan to encourage her friend to take the first step began to form in her mind. Yes, that should be helpful. And I'm certainly not doing it to see her flustered and embarrassed expressions. Mari smirked silently before she began. Wow, that's quite a crowd, huh? I bet Yuji is at the center of it. Eh? What are you talking about? Mayumi flinched visibly and turned to her in a fluster, like a doe in headlights. That crowd. I doubt even the heir of that Ichiju clan would attract that big of a crowd. It must be Yuji. With his looks and his reputation, it'd make sense, no? Yuan, I guess so. Mayumi averted her slightly blushing face with a pout and took a sip of her drink. I can already see how many girls he's charming just by standing there. He might have even made some of them fall in love with him. Dash. Cough cough Mari. What? Am I wrong? You know that his appearance is simply cheating, right? And not to mention, he's extremely talented, smart, kind, and apparently, filthy rich. Of course he's going to attract girls to him. That's right, but Aika-san is with him, so he should be fine. Mari sighed helplessly and put a hand on her shoulder. You should move quickly, Mayumi. He's extremely desirable, there would be no end to the list of girls who'd be trying to gun for him. If you don't get into the race now, other girls will win first. GG's. I know. Now stop talking about this. Humph. Mayumi turned her face, which had turned a shade redder, away, not wanting to hear anything about the topic anymore. But the words of her best friend stuck with her, and a sense of uneasiness began to surface. Her gaze unconsciously found its way back to the crowds, which had now dispersed, meaning that Yuji was no longer there. And yet, she stared at the direction in a daze. Mari's words replayed over and over and over in her head, and the image of Yuji's smile which had kept her awake at night began to make her feel uneasy and hurried. Yuji-kun. She stayed in her own thoughts for a while, trying to sort out her feelings. This was the first time she had ever experienced this kind of thing, and she didn't know how to proceed. What if he only sees her as the president? What if he only sees her as a friend? Such thoughts prevented her from making a move. She didn't want to ruin her relationship with him now. Yet, her heart demanded her to make a move so she could have his heart. She raised her glass towards her lips to take another sip, only to find that it was already empty. Why am I like this? The clash between her mind and heart continued to muddle her thoughts and feelings. But then, a familiar voice snapped her out of her thoughts. Mari-senpai, Mayumi-senpai, hello. Her head immediately turned towards the two, and the moment her gaze landed on the smiling visage of Yuji, her face burst into a blush. Aika-san, why Yuji-kun, hello. She let out a forced laugh before slightly positioning her body slightly behind Mari, who was waving at the two. Hey, you two. Enjoying the party? I saw the two of you being surrounded by students from other schools. Right, Mayumi. Yuan, I saw a lot of girls trying to be chummy with you, Yuji-kun. Mayumi glanced up accusingly at Yuji, her lips pouting as the annoyance and jealousy from recalling those girls getting really close and openly flirting with him resurfaced. Her reaction was a bit surprising to Yuji, but it was a pleasant one. Mayumi reacting that way when he was approached and flirted with by other girls meant that she held some kind of feelings towards him as well. His expression from the initial shock of Mayumi's reaction quickly turned into a soft, gentle smile that charmed her in that instant. They were simply curious about us since we seem to have made a name for ourselves outside of school, President Mayumi. I did not do anything unbecoming towards them as a member of the first high school representative team. I see. That's good. Mayumi averted her gaze away and twirled the ends of her hair, trying to feign indifference. But the slight smile on her lips belied all her efforts, and Mari smiled upon seeing it. How about you, Aika? There were a lot of guys there too, right? Are you bothered by anyone? There were, but it's fine. Yuji protected me. As long as I stay with him, I won't have to break their fingers or their ego. Zixixi. Her lips curled into a mischievous grin as Mari also smirked and nodded to her. Good. If anyone tries to bother you, do those things and tell me about it. I'll make sure to bring it up to their school. Yes, chairwoman. Just then, the voice of a man resounded throughout the ballroom for an announcement. At tonight's 9-school competition banquet, we have a number of eminent guests in attendance. Let us now take this opportunity to receive some words of encouragement from the chairman of the Magic Association, Kuretsu-sama. Murmurs began to clamor amongst the students in attendance in recognition of the name. No one in the world of magic would not know of the name of the patriarch of the 10 master clans, and even those who weren't would also know his name as the chairman of the extremely influential Magic Association. However, the murmurs quickly came to a halt when the lights in the entire ballroom dimmed, plunging everything into darkness except for the stage. On it, standing under a single spotlight, was a beautiful woman with long and shiny brown hair, curled immaculate at the end and flowed down to her waist. The spotlight that shone upon her healthy complexion, unblemished in the slightest, lended her figure, clad in a sleeveless pink dress and a bright yellow shawl, an ethereal glow. Her figure charmed most of the students, but they were immediately snapped out of it when they realized something was wrong. Why was a beautiful woman standing on the stage when it was supposed to be the famous Kuretsu? Confusion began to spread and murmurs alight once again amongst the students. Did something go wrong? Was there some kind of trouble? Mayumi and Mari commented under their breath as Yuji slightly narrowed his eyes and focused his senses towards the stage. No. It's sensory interference magic. His gaze quickly went behind the beautiful woman and saw an old man in a suit standing behind her. His white hair combed back to perfection, his back was ramrod straight as he stood there with his hands behind his back. And despite simply standing there with his appearance slightly obscured from the senses, Yuji could still feel the charisma emanating from the man simply by body language alone. That must be Kuretsu. As expected of the men who stood at the pinnacle of this country's magic society. He glanced at Aika, and saw her giggling silently. Her gaze also looking past the beautiful woman and towards the patriarch of the 10 master clans who seemed to be playing a prank on everyone. Did she already know about That's right. Something like this happened in the anime too. Yuji sighed inwardly upon the realization. He completely forgot about this little event after everything that had happened today. With the accident in the bus, his hot and steamy rendezvous with Erika, the banquet, and also promising a hot and steamy rendezvous with Aika, there was simply no way he could remember about this event right away. Kuretsu whispered something to the woman's ears and the woman walked away off stage. Then, all the lights in the ballroom turned back on, revealing his figure to the surprise and shock of the students. Yuji saw him turn his gaze towards him and gave him a slight nod of acknowledgement. Is it because I noticed him? Yuji returned the nod from the patriarch before he began his speech. First, let me apologize for making you a party to my prank. What you just saw was more of a sleight of hand than true magic. But as far as I can see, only 7 of you saw through it as a magic trick. In other words, if I were a terrorist and unleashed either poison or bombs upon you, only 7 of you would have been able to do anything to stop me. A few gasps of shock resounded amongst the students that represented the top talents from all 9 schools of magic in Japan. My young students of magic. Magic is a means, not in of itself an end. The magic I used just now, while large in scale, was extremely low in potency. Yet, you are deceived by this weak magic, and therefore failed to perceive my presence. You should never be remiss in your efforts to improve your magic skills. That said, I would like you to keep in mind that your efforts alone won't be enough. Large-scale magic used erroneously is inferior to small-scale magic used creatively. He continued. My young students of magic. I am looking forward to seeing how creative you can be. Chapter 38, Chapter. Aika sat on the edge of Shizuku's bed, swinging her bare, long, slender legs back and forth as she enjoyed the sight of beautiful young maidens in nightwear before her with a large grin on her face. She and Miyuki visited Shizuku and Anoka's room for an exciting girls' night and chatted in their pajamas. Miyuki wore a cute, light blue pajama with long sleeves and long pants, while Aika wore a loose pink hoodie with only a bra underneath that she will remove before going to sleep and a pair of hot pants with nothing underneath. Wearing pajamas anywhere other than their own home and seeing their friends in the same sort of outfit made it feel like a school field trip, even though they're here to compete in one of the most prestigious competitions for students of magical schools like them. But, such thoughts were non-existent in Aika's head as she's busy appreciating the innocent and absolutely adorable appearances of her friends. She almost wanted to take a picture of each of them and send it to Yuji so he would be interested in them and take them to his bed where she could also join in and taste them. This was especially true for Anoka, who was sitting right by her side, hugging a pillow tightly as a mix of nervousness and excitement filled her mind. It all starts tomorrow, huh? I'm so nervous. It's still too early, Anoka. Our rookie events don't start till day 4, remember? Miyuki said with a gentle smile and leaned forward from her chair towards Shizuku, who was sitting opposite of her with a tablet in her hands. What event do you recommend for us to watch, Shizuku? Tsubakihara-senpai's speed shooting is a must-watch. There is no doubt that she will win, but it would be a treat to see how the elfin sniper performs in her last year of high school. Elfin sniper. Do you not know, Miyuki? It's Tsubakihara-senpai's nickname she got for her amazing performance in speed shooting. I think it is also related to her magic. I see. How about you, Aika-chan? Are there any events you're excited to see? Anoka rested her cheek on the pillow as she turned to Aika. Of course. Oh. What is it? It's Yuji's battle board event. Yuji-kuin's battle board. Is he particularly skilled in it? Anoka tilted her head confusedly and the other two also looked at Aika with wonder in their eyes as she wiggled her forefinger side to side. No. Yuji is skilled in all the events there are in this competition, but that's not why I'm excited about it. Then why? Aika's lips curled into a mischievous grin as she approached Aika slowly and moved towards her ear to whisper. Because I'll get to see him in a super tight full-body swimsuit. Despite whispering, she spoke in a voice that she knew Shizuku and Miyuki could hear on purpose. And as she expected, the faces of all three innocent girls immediately turned red. She was sure they just imagined her beloved boyfriend's godly figure in their minds in a super-tight full-body swimsuit that accentuated all of his well-defined muscles and abs, as well as his massive bulge on his crotch area. Www Aika-chan. Fufufu what? I've seen his body before and it's really impressive, you know. I'll bet all my fortune that lots of blood would be shed the day he performs in that event. From nosebleeds, of course. GG's. Aika-chan, you're too open about this kind of stuff. I'm just telling the truth. Just imagine it, his rock-hard, well-defined muscles and abs, his perfect figure you've always fantasized about, and especially the big weapon he's hiding in his pants. You can't tell me you're not looking forward to it now that you know he'll be participating in that event, because you'd be lying. Right, Anoka, Shizuku. GG's. I don't know anymore. Shizuku kept her silence and slowly covered her redly blushing face with her tablet, while Anoka buried her blushing face in her pillow. Ha! A tired sigh escaped Miyuki's lips as she watched Aika giggling and teasing the two innocent girls. Unlike the other two, who were most likely interested in Yuji as a romantic partner, Miyuki had already set her heart for one and only one. But even she was flustered at the thought of seeing Yuji in such an accentuating outfit. She couldn't imagine how flustered they were at the thought. In fact, she wouldn't even be surprised if there was blood stain in Anoka's pillow right now from a nosebleed. Just then, the bell in their room rang, and as the only two people still in charge of their mind and emotions, Aika and Miyuki came to see who rang. Upon opening the door, they saw an adorable red-haired girl, Akechi Aimi, a boyish girl with short hair, Takigawa Kazumi, and a bespectacled girl with short, dark blue hair, Satomi Subaru in their doorstep. Good evening. Oh. Aimi, Kazumi, Subaru. Hello, do you want to come in? Aika greeted back in excitement. She would always welcome more cute girls at the party. The more cute girls there are, the easier it would be to sneak in some touching and groping, after all. Actually, we're here to invite you. There's apparently an artificial hot spring in the basement level of this hotel. Do you want to go together? Aimi asked in excitement. Really? An artificial hot spring? I'll go. Would they let us go in? It is a military facility, isn't it? Miyuki asked as Aika quickly ran back into the room. I took a chance to ask them and they said it would be okay until 11. I see. Then, Aika returned with Shizuku and Anoka, dragged by their hands while they're still recovering from their flustered state. All right. Then let's go. X. The pale blue light of the moon and bright artificial lights from the hotel and street lights lit up the otherwise dark region around the military-owned hotel, which was currently used as accommodations for the participants of the 9 schools competition. And yet, despite the large number of people there, the world was ghost quiet, except for the crickets and the faint blowing of the night wind breeze that rustled the leaves and trees of the woods that surrounded the premise. But within those woods, a group of 8 to 10 men gathered under the guise of darkness. Dressed in military equipment, a jet-black helmet that protected and covered their entire head, heavy jacket with multiple pockets for ammunition over Kevlar armor, long black armored pants, a pair of heavy jet-black boots, and loaded jet-black rifles in their hands, the men prepared their attack on the hotel. Captain, shall we begin our operations now? The other teams should have already started as well. All right. All of you, get ready to sync watches. Without delay, all of them prepared their hand on their watch and looked to their captain. 3, 2, 1, set. In unison, all of them start their mission timer. All right. Start the Ms. Dash. Clink clang clink clatter thud. Wah wag. What the argu guh. We're under attack, koha. Use your nai, kkkkhhhh. You bastard. Die, wahak. Where the hell did he come from, Ayerberg? Thud 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 thud. One by one, bodies fell onto the ground with a loud thud. And when the last one fell, the shouting and screams of pain disappeared, and silence returned. In that silence, the sound of grass rustling against light footsteps resounded from an empty space. A mirage of a figure, unfocused and blurry as if refracted by heat waves, appeared out of thin air. The mirage slowly went into focus and revealed a figure in a jet-black cloak. That was easier than I thought. Yuji looked around at the unconscious men around him, infiltrators who sought to sabotage the 9 schools competition. And now, his test subjects to test the effectiveness of his new magic, invisibility, and use his Krav Maga proficiency to good use. He then looked down to his bracelet type CAD, where he had installed his new magic. Using his group chat given power over gravity or space curvature manipulation, Yuji created a spell that would allow him to bend light itself by curving the space around him. He had to experiment plenty of times to figure out the extent of curvature in space he needed to achieve to bend the light perfectly behind him to make it seem like it went through him. But, it seemed like it worked out perfectly considering none of them could see him even though he had been standing right beside the captain. All right. Now, what am I going to do with this? He looked around once more, when suddenly, he heard the rustling of grass to his southwest. This is. Even without having to see it with his eyes, he could see the figure coming towards him with elemental sight. And when the figure appeared, he confirmed his identity. As expected of the hidden ace of our 101 Battalion, Special Officer Yagami Shin. The men before him stood at around 180 centimeters tall, around Yuji's height. He had short, brown hair, a sharp pair of eyes, and an athletic build. Unlike Yuji, who was donned in a cloak, he was wearing a simple black shirt and long pants. Yuji's eyes widened for a moment at his appearance. He didn't expect to see him this early. Though, it'd make sense since all of them are here during the competition and were working in the background. He immediately went into a military salute and greeted the captain of the 101 Independent Magic-Equipped Battalion. Captain Yanagi. Fancy meeting you here. Are you also here to take out the trash? Yes. I was assigned to take out the trash here but. He returned his salute, looked around, and smirked. It seems I was beaten to it. Yuji lowered his hand and smiled apologetically. Forgive me. I intended to simply test my new magic. But then, I decided to change it into a field experiment when I found them coincidentally. I see. Quite an interesting magic. I wouldn't blame you for wanting to test it out in the field as soon as possible. It is. It would have been useful for the infiltration mission we did in the past. Alas, at least I got it now. Yanagi Muraji approached Yuji and placed a hand on his shoulder. It would, but don't beat yourself up over it. No one had ever accomplished true invisibility until now. It is quite an achievement. Thank you. Then, may I leave these to you? I need to head back before my roommate notices I'm gone. Of course. Thank you very much. Yuji nodded, but as Yanagi was about to walk away and deal with the unconscious infiltrators, he spoke up once again. Ah, but before that. What? Yanagi stopped and leaned his head forward when Yuji came close for a whisper. If they come with this much firepower, there's no telling how far they will go. Please ramp up the security. Especially for the athletes. I have a feeling they will sabotage the event by targeting them. All right. And also, please check the committee members. If this is an orchestrated attack, then they might already have agents infiltrating the committee that runs this event. His eyes widened for a moment at the thought of that premise. If the committee had truly been infiltrated by agents, then it would be extremely difficult to find out any wrongdoings when it is done from the inside. Understood. Thank you for the advice. Yuji nodded and saluted at the captain. Of course. Then, please excuse me. Yuji saluted, and right before Yanagi's very eyes, his figure slowly wavered and flickered into a mirage, before disappearing. And a few moments later, he couldn't sense Yuji's presence anymore. What a monster. His spell was supposed to only disguise his appearance, but I can't even hear his footsteps in this forest. I wouldn't want to go against him. Yanagi shook his head and looked down to the unconscious armed men around him. Some had their limbs twisted into strange directions, while some had a look of absolute fear on their faces before fainting with the white of their eyes visible. My condolences for being on the opposite side from him. X. Aika sat on Yuji's bed in a loose, peach-colored tank top and cream hot pants. She leaned her back against the head of the bed and scrolled to her phone, swiping right and right over and over, going through image after image in her gallery. Her face madly blushing as her eyes refused to stray away from the screen. Before she became Yuji's lover, her phone was barely filled with anything, just a few pictures of her and her brother, pictures of tournaments she had been in, and pictures of her friends. But now, it was filled with Yuji's photos that she got from Aika. Pictures of him smiling ever so gently towards the camera. Pictures Aika took secretly while he was working. Pictures of his sleeping face. Pictures of him gazing directly into the camera with lustful, hungry eyes while lifting up his shirt, revealing his rock-hard abs, that Aika had him take. Pictures of him in nothing but boxers. Pictures of him fully naked in the bath. With each swipe of her finger, she felt her body become hotter and hotter, and her thighs rubbing against each other. She could feel her crotch becoming wet, and despite knowing how shameful it was for looking at such perverted pictures of Yuji, she simply couldn't stop. He's so cute. He's so handsome. He's so charming. He's so sexy. He's so hot. All those thoughts continued to revolve around her mind until a knock came from the window, snapping her out of her daze. Yuwa. Her head quickly turned to her right, towards the window at the end of the room. Ah, that's right. Yuji asked me to open the windows up for him again when he came back. She quickly stood up, but the moment she got out of the bed, her body froze. Aika looked down, and saw her love juice dripping down her thighs and her hot pants having become completely wet around her crotch. Heat immediately rushed up her face and she quickly took another set of hot pants, a light blue one, and changed into it. And after calming her breath, she walked up to the window, slid open the curtains, and saw Yuji, still in his cloak, waving at her with a smile. She unlocked the pin locks of the window and let him enter. Thank you for opening it. But what took you so long? Were you in the toilet? Why yes, I was. Sorry. Don't worry. It's fine. Yuji smiled softly and pulled her into a tight embrace. For some reason, she smelled especially sexy tonight, so he couldn't help but bury his face on his neck and take in a lungful of her scent. Tea that tickles. Hee hee, sorry. You smelled super sexy tonight, and I just encountered something that made me a bit tense. Erika's body flinched and felt her face heating up once again the moment he said the first half. But all her embarrassment disappeared the moment he said the latter part. What did you find? She pushed herself slightly away from him and looked up to meet his gaze while still being in his embrace. I'll tell you all about it, after I go and change. All right, I'll wait for you on the bed. Yuji let her go and went into the bathroom after taking a change of clothes. Meanwhile, Erika went to his bed, quickly covered the wet spot she made while looking at his pictures, and sat down. Soon, Yuji came out of the bathroom in a loose, black t-shirt and short pants, and joined her on the bed. He sat on the edge, while Erika sat with her legs crossed beside him. Then, he began telling her what happened, including the fact that he met Captain Yanagi Muraji and his relationship with him. Erika's eyes widened in shock the moment he told her about his relation to the military. She leaned forward and looked him in the eye, demanding answers. Yuji, you're a part of the military. Sort of. More like an honorary member of that particular battalion. The major helped Aika and I a great deal in the past, so we joined his battalion partly to repay him and also help protect this country from foreign or internal threats. I see. That's quite shocking. Is this the secret you two have been hiding? Yuji smiled apologetically and leaned towards her. His hand slowly approached hers and grasped it, holding it tight. Partly. I'm very sorry, Erika. But I promise I will tell you everything. Soon. Erika stared at him for a moment in silence. The look on his face was one of sorry, but not only for his inability to tell her everything now, but also for causing her to worry. I know. Don't worry. I'll wait. Her lips curled into a helpless smile as she nodded her head. She knew it was quite selfish of him to hide things from her after they've become lovers, especially when it's something very important about him. But she knew Yuji well enough that it wasn't to deceive her, but because it was simply not time yet. So she forgave him in the name of love. Thank you. A genuinely relieved smile appeared on his face as he clasped her hand with both of his hands tightly. He truly felt blessed for having such an understanding and kind lover. By the way, should we warn others, then? I think we should tell at least Sigusa-senpai, Jumanji-senpai, and Watanabe Mari. Yuji looked up to her and fell into silence as he began considering Erika's suggestion. You're right. We should, especially after everything that happened tonight. But, I'll need to have them keep it secret and just tighten the security without letting anyone know. Or else, the enemy would become even more careful and make it more difficult for us to root them out. Erika nodded in agreement. Then, should we meet them tonight? Yuji turned to look at the digital clock on top of his lamp desk beside his phone. It showed 10:38 p.m. No, I'll ask to meet with them tomorrow morning and tell them about this. I want to talk about this with Aika and Tatsuya first. And I doubt they'll try anything else tonight after their infiltration attempt failed. All right. Soon after, Erika took the right that Yuji had been holding back, earning her a look of confusion from him, and bonked him on the head. Ow. What was that for? Erika's hit didn't hurt as much as it shocked him. He couldn't understand why she'd suddenly hit him. Was it because he was still hiding things from her? That's for being reckless. I know you're strong, but don't ever be that reckless again. I thought you're just going to go take a walk and get some fresh air. But then you returned and told me all of that. I was so worried, you know. His eyes widened at her words and the expression she had. There was anger, but even more than that, he could see her worry, anxiousness, and fear, all because of his actions. He lowered his gaze and slightly lowered his head towards her. I won't. I'm sorry for making you worry. Good. I'm glad you're safe. But next time, bring me too. I will fight with you. You know I can handle myself, right? She caressed his cheek and lifted his face up until their gazes met. That's right, she's not a damsel in distress. She's Chiba Erika, a strong practitioner of swords and an even stronger woman. Yuji nodded and held her cheek with his hand. Yes. I will. I'll count on you in the future. We'll have each other's back. Hey, leave it to me. Suddenly, the sound of a notification from his phone resounded. And judging by the ring, it must be Aika. Yuji, your phone. Ah, it must be Aika. 1 second. Yuji picked up his phone from the lamp desk and unlocked it with his fingerprint. There were no other messages from her except for the one he received just now, and the last message they exchanged was when Aika told him she'll be hanging out with Miyuki, Anoka, and Shizuku in their room. And when he opened the chat, expecting some kind of message, he saw a selfie she took of herself with a full-body mirror, completely naked. And under it was a message. Kiryu Aika, taking a bath in the hot spring with the girls. Let's get in together with Erika-chan too if we get a chance. Erika noticed Yuji's body froze the moment he saw the message. And swept by curiosity, she looked at his phone from over his shoulder. What's ro, Kia? Aika. Her face turned crimson red immediately at the sight of an extremely lewd image of Aika. No. Her pose was normal. She was simply standing there with a peace sign. But the fact that she was naked made it extremely lewd. Her whole existence is lewd. Why is she sending pictures of herself naked? This is one of her bad habits. She likes taking a picture of herself when she's wearing some sexy outfits or naked and sending them to me. As if struck by lightning, Yuji's words made her realize something. If Aika could get that many pictures of Yuji in seductive poses, then it wouldn't be strange if he also has lewd pictures of her. Yuji wouldn't force her to send such lewd pictures of herself. But knowing Aika and her relationship with Yuji, she must have made him send her those pictures while sending a lot of her own without asking if he wanted it or not. And the fact that she continued to send him her lewds must have meant only one thing. Do you like it? Yuji blushed at her question and slowly turned to look at Erika, who was looking at him with a small pout, and averted his gaze a bit. Well. I'd be lying if I said I hate it. I mean. Well, of course you'd love it. You're a pervert after all. And Aika-chan has an incredibly beautiful body. Ugh. It's embarrassing that I can't deny any of that. Yuji replied to her message, telling her to have fun, and locked his phone before putting it back on the desk lamp. He didn't intend on denying Erika's words, because they were the truth. He is a pervert who yearns for a harem, who loves having sex with her girlfriend, who wants Erika to be his girlfriend even after having Aika, and who wants to make his own stepmother, stepsisters, and step-aunt into his lovers too. He was a pervert, and denying it would mean denying that he loves them genuinely, so he didn't. Silence fell between the two, and Yuji fully expected Erika to judge him. But instead, her next words perked him up. Then. Would you like it if I also send those kinds of pictures of myself too? Really? Yuji immediately turned towards her and looked at her excitedly, as Erika blushed redly. GG's. You're too excited. And don't make me say more, you pervert. Idiot. Lecher. I don't know anymore. Erika dove into the bed and immediately curled up into a ball, covering her face with the cover they shared. I am sorry, I was just too excited. Yes. I would like to have a few, if you don't mind. It doesn't even have to be a sexy picture. Just any picture of you so I can see you when we're not together. Silence fell between the two once more as Yuji looked at her anxiously. He truly wanted to have a picture of her, even if it wasn't lewd. But after what just transpired, he would understand if she doesn't feel comfortable yet giving it to him. And a few moments later, Erika finally replied to him, her voice muffled by the cover. I'll think about it. Chapter 39, Alright. Aika smiled proudly as she looked at her private messages with Yuji after sending the naked selfie she took just now. It wasn't as sexy as she would have liked it to be since Miyuki is also with her, but it'd have to do for now. If Miyuki wasn't here, she would have sat down on the floor, spread her legs wide, and spread it with her fingers while looking at the camera lewdly to taunt Yuji into attacking her. Aika, come on. Let's get in. Yes. She locked her phone, put it under her clothes that she had neatly folded into the cloth basket, and followed Miyuki to the showers before entering the artificial hot spring. The sound of running water filled the room as the two took their shower. They had taken a bath before coming here, but as per tradition, they had to clean their body first before entering the hot spring. So now, they're simply rinsing their bodies without letting much of the water from hitting their hair by tying it up. What were you doing just now? I was messaging Yuji. Miyuki froze for a moment before peeking out of her shower stall into Aika's and looked at her with a stern gaze. You didn't take any photo of me or any of our friends and send it to him, right? Of course not. I only took one of myself and sent it to him. Miyuki let out a sigh as Aika's beautiful humming accompanied by the sound of rushing water from the shower echoed throughout the shower room. She wanted to tell her that it's inappropriate to do so, but she also knew how intimate her relationship was with Yuji. In fact, she probably heard a lot more details than she wanted to from Aika herself when she complained about how ferocious Yui was in bed that she had to use her magic to heal herself to be able to go to school. Being so open with the intimacy in one's relationship with their partner might seem strange to Miyuki, but after knowing Aika, she had gotten used to it for better or for worse. In fact, there are a lot of things about Aika that surprised her after becoming closer to her. One, that she's extremely perverted, not only towards Yuji but also towards other girls. She would express her sexual interest in their mutual friends openly, but she wouldn't cross any line or disrespect them in any way. In fact, she's extremely respectful and kind to others if they were also respectful and kind towards her. Second, she didn't mind Yuji having another girlfriend aside from her. Miyuki was extremely surprised when Yuji and Aika told her and her brother that Erika has become Yuji's girlfriend as well, and she was even more surprised when Aika told her that she was the one who encouraged Yuji to pursue Erika. When she asked why Aika would encourage it, Aika unfortunately didn't answer since it's a really private matter between her and Yuji. So even to this day, Miyuki still couldn't understand why and how Aika could encourage her beloved to be in a relationship with another girl at the same time. She couldn't even begin to imagine trying to encourage her beloved brother to pursue another woman romantically. Just the thought of it made the steam from the hot shower she was under turn to mist before she regained her control over her magic. Miyuki shook her head tiredly and lifted her face up, letting the hot water hit her face, and let out a sigh. Even disregarding Aika's personality and character, Yuji and Aika have been an enigma in her mind, even with all the explanations her brother gave her. It felt like they just appeared in this world all of a sudden with all this tremendous power that rivaled even her brother. With such power, background, and relationship with her brother, she couldn't believe she didn't know of them before. Yuki. Miyuki. I Miyuki-chan. Ah, I'm sorry. What is it, Aika? You were dozing off, are you tired? Ah, no I'm not. Is that so? Then have you finished showering? If you have, let's enter the hot spring already. It's been a while since I entered one. Why yes. Miyuki quickly turned off her shower and put on a thin, white robe as she exited her stall. Meanwhile, already outside her shower stall, Aika waited for her clad in the same thin, white robe. But in contrast to Miyuki, whose robe seemed loose, hers hugged her figure tightly. Most of the fabric was forcefully raised to accommodate her large breasts, causing it to be much shorter than Miyuki's and displaying her beautiful, white, milky thighs and slender legs to the world. And since she had to tie the belt around her waist to hold everything together, the robe simply served to further accentuate her large breasts, slim waist, and wide hips. Fufu, you look so cute, Miyuki, you're just like a fairy. Thank you. Why, you look beautiful as well. Thank you. As they walked towards the hot spring area, they began to hear girls' shrieks and giggles. But what caught their attention the most was Anoka's troubled voice. When they arrived, they saw Aimi looming over Anoka. Her fingers moved pervertedly in a squeezing motion as she slowly approached Anoka. What's going on? Oh my, are you stripping Anoka? I'll help. Aimi, Kazumi, Subaru, and Anoka all turned to the sound of Aika's voice and immediately froze at the sight of two otherworldly beauties before them. With every move filled with elegance and grace, Miyuki slowly sat down at the edge of the bath and put her white, slender legs into the bath. Aika also sat at the edge of the bath first and leaned forward, causing her massive chest to jiggle and threatening to burst out of the confines of her thin robes. Even though they were girls who were interested in the opposite sex, the sight of these two extremely beautiful women made their heart waver and question their sexual orientation. What's wrong? All of you just suddenly freeze. Yeah. It's nothing. We were just stunned by your beauty. Yuan. Why, you two look so beautiful. Why yeah. Somehow. Looking at you too. I'm starting to think gender doesn't matter. Ahahaha, thank you. Aika let out a cute giggle and sat down, entering the bath fully. And fully submerged in water, her thin bathing robe became slightly transparent, displaying her beautiful skin underneath it. Her chest began to rise afloat on the water surface, and as she stretched her arms and body up, Aimi, Anoka, and the girls all stared at the two floating breasts in all its glory. Nnnnghhhh, it feels so good. By the way, what were you guys talking about? The girls immediately snapped out of their daze in a fluster. Their cheeks blushing furiously for reasons other than the hot bath. I forgot. Anyway, let's talk about something else. Yuan. See, come to think of it, did you see the prince of 3rd high school? The Ichiju family's heir was at the banquet. Oh. I saw him. He's pretty handsome. And I swear I saw him checking out Miyuki. Oh, really? Could it be love at first sight? Or perhaps they've known each other before. Hey, Aika-chan. Do you know anything about this? Aimi asked, her eyes sparkling in excitement, along with the other girls. I don't know, I didn't even see this prince. How about it, Miyuki-chan? I think I've only seen him from a distance at parties. Other than that, I've only ever seen him in pictures. Aimi and the others all sighed in disappointment. Considering how the famous heir of the Ichiju clan came to talk to Miyuki himself, they're sure they had some kind of juicy or romantic history. Alas, fiction doesn't always mimic real life. Well, I guess that's to be expected. But, what do you guys think of him? For me, after seeing the prince in person, I have to say that he still pales in comparison to our king, Tsubakihara Yuuji. Aimi turned to Kazumi, Subaru, and Anoka. I agree. He's quite handsome, but isn't Tsubakihara-kun's looks just unfair? I mean, I couldn't help but stare at him whenever I saw him passing by. Yeah. You I agree as well. Kazumi replied in excitement, while Anoka became flustered, like a spooked little animal. She immediately looked down to her knees, unable to meet anyone's gaze, as her face blushed redly. That is true. Speaking of which, Kiryu-san, you're always with Tsubakihara-kun. Are you perhaps? Subaru, the bespectacled girl with short hair and fellow athlete that would be representing the first high school's rookie division, slowly turned towards Aika. What she was insinuating was something even the second and third years had been speculating about, including everyone in this bath. And of course, everyone immediately perked up their ears and turned their gazes towards Aika in curiosity. We're just that close. We're inseparable. Even if we're separated by worlds, we'd find a way to find each other. But don't worry. I won't get in the way if you want to try to seduce him. Aimi and the others looked confused by her answer. She said they're inseparable, so that would mean they have an extremely long history together. Perhaps childhood friends. But if she said she won't get in the way if they tried to seduce him, does that mean she's not interested in him romantically? Does that mean they're not dating? The answer to their question was still unclear. But seeing how Aika answered it so confidently, it did give them a small sigh of relief. After all, if Aika was truly dating Yuji, then they knew none of them would be able to stand a chance. Especially since they've seen her body now. You say that, Aika. But Tsubakihara-kun is known to be an iron fortress, you know. He has rejected an amazing amount of confessions that girls started becoming satisfied just watching him from a distance. Aimi let out a helpless sigh as the other girls nodded in agreement, including Anoka. Yuji receiving a confession was no longer news now. It has become a regular event that happened in their school, just like any other class. At this point, those who had the courage to confess had been rejected, while those who didn't were either gathering their courage or had become satisfied by just watching him. And the males, who were upset and envious, had started to ignore the fact that these confessions are happening for the sake of their sanity and feelings. Well, with a beauty on the level of Aika and Miyuki by his side, it makes sense why he won't budge to other girls. Kazumi shrugged and tilted her head towards Aika and Miyuki. That's true. Oh, I have a question about Tsubakihara-kun. Is it true that he's rich? Is he a young master of a conglomerate? Aimi raised her hand excitedly to ask Aika a question. He's not a young master, but he's super rich. He's a super skilled trader and investor. And he could get thousands of American dollars in a few hours if he wanted to. He even lives in a mansion. I've been to it. A mansion. Really? Miyuki had also been there, right? I had. I visited it along with my brother when he invited us. How amazing he's becoming more and more of a charming prince. Aimi and the other girls began to chat amongst themselves, lost in their fantasy about Yuji. And as they did, Miyuki glanced to her side to see how Aika was reacting when her beloved boyfriend she's so intimate with is being talked about like that. But to her surprise and confusion, she was giggling mischievously like a child planning a prank. Aika. Is this okay? Of course they're free to fantasize after all. Aren't you? Jealous? I've been encouraging him to get a harem, so being jealous now is a bit too late, right? And also, I know he'll always love me no matter what, so I don't feel insecure or jealous. How about Erika? Aika cutely pouted her lips and tapped her chin with her finger as she looked up, thinking. She might be okay if it's not just a random girl, though she might need time to accept it. Well, I don't think it'd be a problem since Yuji wouldn't accept just any random girl. She winked playfully, stumping Miyuki, who was now looking at her speechless. Well, I'll be supporting you TW-U3. And if you want any advice on how to seduce, you know who, just come to me, okay? I don't need your perverted advice. The next morning. Mayumi, Jumanji Kaito, and Mari gathered in one of the meeting rooms their school had reserved for their students to hold strategy meetings regarding the upcoming 9 schools competition. The room was quite large and spacious, even with the rows and rows of tables and chairs, and a single long table at the front for the leader or leaders of the meeting, where they were currently seated. It was the room the three had been frequenting a lot since they arrived in this hotel for various discussions. But this morning, their presence was curiously requested by Yuji, who was currently standing before them. So, what did you call us for, in the morning? You must have some kind of reason to call the three of us here, right? Mari asked, crossing her arms, as they all looked at Yuji with solemn expressions. Yes, I believe it is urgent news that Jumanji-senpai, Watanabe-senpai, and Shigusa-senpai need to know. He had told Tatsuya about his decision to tell these three about his encounter last night and his reason for doing so, which he agreed to. Tatsuya also told Yuji to tell them about the three infiltrators he and Mikihiko took down when he reported this to the three. Their eyes all sharpened at his words and they waited for him to continue. Last night, during my walk outside in search of a breather, I sensed multiple hostile presence within the woods outside of our accommodation. Yuji then proceeded to tell his encounter with the infiltrators as well as Tatsuya and Mikihiko's encounter, while omitting his invisibility magic and his meeting with Captain Yanagi Muraji. And as he did, all of their eyes began to open wider and wider at the shocking revelation. What? Why didn't you tell us sooner, Yuji-kun? It was extremely late at night, Shigusa-senpai. And since they were completely and utterly silenced, I judged that the mastermind wouldn't enact any other acts of hostility before they could at least know what happened to their men. But. Mayumi clenched her hands on her chest. Yuji's logic made sense. Even if he told them last night, they wouldn't be able to do anything. But the fact that he was in danger last night made her heart tightened. Huh. You're still as reckless as ever, huh? Mari shook her head tiredly and let out a sigh once again. Are they the same one as the one behind the car accident, Tsubakihara? I believe so, Chairman Jumanji. Though, I have no evidence. I see. Were you injured? Did you make sure that all of them had been silenced, Tsubakihara? No, I am not injured. And yes, Chairman Jumanji. I patrolled the woods around this hotel after leaving the bodies to the officials and found no other hostiles. Jumanji took a deep breath and closed his eyes for a few moments, before turning his gaze to Yuji again. You did well. But next time, do not act on your own. Just like the terrorists from Blanche, they wouldn't hesitate to kill you given how heavily they are armed. Yes. I understand. Good. Mari let out a heavy sigh once again and leaned back to her chair, tired. She couldn't believe she'd received this kind of news this early in the morning. So. What are you planning on doing now that you've told us? Don't tell me you're going to go find their hideout and destroy them, right? No. We don't know who we are dealing with right now, so all I wish is a rise in the level of security for the athletes. Especially during the events. The athletes. Yes. Although we could not be sure what their aim was, we could assume it was related to the 9 schools competition or the 9 schools themselves. And if their aim was our school, which was quite probable given the previous car accident, it would be best if we could increase the number of personnel guarding our athletes and engineers, as well as the CADs that will be used, during and outside of the events. That makes sense. I'll request the security detail of this event to lend us more guards. I'll also tell the athletes to be more careful and be on alert for dangerous individuals. No, if possible, please keep this as much a secret as possible and simply increase the level of security around the athletes, Watanabe-senpai. Why? The enemies are slippery. If they knew that we'd become alerted to their presence, then it would be even more difficult to recognize and thwart their plans. NNGH. That's true. Mari stood up from her seat and turned towards Jumanji and Mayumi, who was still looking at Yuji worriedly. All right. Then, are we going with this plan? I agree with Tsubakihara's suggestion. We'll increase the security for our athletes and engineers without making much of a fuss. I wouldn't want to chase those rats away before grabbing their tail. Why yes. I think that would be the best option. But. How awful. Who would do such a thing to a competition between schools? Yuji kept his silence and chose not to reveal his knowledge to them. Because if they were to know, they would certainly be agitated, and their actions would be obvious. What they need now is subtlety as to not let the enemy know about what they know. Right now, Yuji knows all the threats they'll be facing during the competition. But if the enemy knew that they're aware and actively thwarting their plan, they might change their plans into something Yuji didn't know of. And it might be even more dangerous than what they did in the anime. If it came to that, it'd be even more difficult for him to predict what will happen and protect everyone. All right. Then, I'll begin my preparations. Mayumi, Jumanji, I will be counting on your help. Of course, Mari. The three nodded to each other. Then, we'll continue our discussion about this some other time. But before that. She turned towards Yuji and began walking towards him. And when she arrived right before him, she tiptoed and knocked his head with her knuckle. You little brat. I know you're powerful, but how could you still be that reckless? Taking on 10 men armed with rifles, are you actually an idiot? Ha. More than the hit, Mari's words shocked him speechless as he stared wordlessly at her with widened eyes. That's right, Yuji-kun. Even if you can restrain them with your magic, you never know if they could have some counter magic to defend against your spells. Mayumi also slammed the table and rose to her feet. Her countenance filled with a mix of anger, worry, and anxiousness. I am sorry. He mumbled, unable to find any other words to say. Ha. Don't do any reckless things like that ever again. What if you got injured? Even magicians aren't invulnerable to bullets, you know. Yes. Mari sighed and shook her head tiredly. This must be how it feels to have a little brother, she thought to herself. Ha. You can return now. Thank you for informing us. Yes. Yuji-kun. Yes, President. Mayumi began walking around the table and moved towards him. And when she arrived in front of him, she began patting around his body. President. Quiet. I need to check if you're truly uninjured. Yuji had no choice but to shut his mouth as Mayumi, despite her redly blushing face, continued to check his entire body for any sort of injuries. If you feel unwell, go to the medical bay. Understand? His lips curled into a soft smile at the concern Mayumi showed. Yes, President. Good. Then you can go now. Then, please excuse me. Chapter 40, Chapter. August 3, 2095/9 Schools Competition Venue. At last, the time has come to open the National Magic High School Goodwill Tournament of Magic Skills, better known as the 9 Schools Competition. This year's tournament will follow the usual format with 5 days each of official matches and rookie competitions, for a total of 10 days. This year, all eyes will be on First High School. Will they get their 3rd straight title, or will Third High School break that streak? On a clear, sunny day, the opening ceremony of the National Magic High School Goodwill Tournament of Magic Skills was held within the main stadium. All participants, both athletes and engineers, from all 9 schools had lined up side by side as the opening ceremony was held. Immediately after the opening ceremony, the qualifier for the women's battle board was held in the battle board qualifying venue. Battle board, also referred to as surfing, is a game that originated as a method for training naval forces. Players receive a board similar to a surfing board and must complete 3 laps on an artificial channel 3 kilometers in length by making full use of magic to propel them forward against the backwards flow of the water. Use of magic to directly interfere or target other competitors is forbidden. However, indirect interference, such as casting a spell onto the surface of the water, is allowed. The preliminaries consist of 6 races, 4 players each. 2 semifinals games are held with 3 contestants each. A playoff is held to determine 3rd place, while the top players from each semifinals race will compete one-on-one in the finals. Tatsuya, Miyuki, Mikihiko, Leon, Anoka, Shizuku, Aika, Erika, and Mizuki came to watch the qualifiers match where Watanabe Mari will be competing in the battle board competition. Despite the clear sunny day with little to no clouds shading them from the sun, many students from all 9 schools came to watch one of the first competitions to be held on the first day of this extremely prestigious and competitive event between the 9 magic schools of Japan. Thus, they had to split the group into 2, Tatsuya, Miyuki, Mikihiko, and Leon had to sit on the front row, while Anoka, Shizuku, Aika, Erika, and Mizuki sat on the row behind them. Anoka, how are you doing, physically? Tatsuya looked back towards Anoka, asking for her condition. As her engineer, Tatsuya was also concerned with her training and physical condition. He wanted to make sure she was physically healthy and at peak condition, ready for her events. I'm fine. I've been training to build up my stamina, and I've also been getting more sleep. Anoka's been taking care of body and especially her skin very closely recently. I wonder if it's only for the competition. Aika leaned forward, turned to Anoka with a teasing grin, and she immediately blushed red to her ears. Even without having to explicitly say it, there was only one thing in Anoka's mind about what she could be referring to. Hey Aika-chan. I was just taking care of my physical condition for the competition. Fufu, is that so? But I noticed you putting on body lotion and cream on your skin recently. Is it really not because you want to look good in front of a certain someone? GG's, what are you saying, Aika-chan? Speaking of whom, where is Yuji? I haven't seen him since this morning. From the front row, sitting beside Tatsuya, Leo turned back towards Aika and asked. If it was about Yuji, Leo knew that Aika would be the one to know the most. And as he expected, Aika immediately answered and pointed a finger into the distance. He's there. Look. Leo, Mikihiko, and the rest of the group turned their gazes towards the direction Aika was pointing at and saw a large crowd of female students from various schools gathering in a specific area of the spectators' seats. The entire venue was filled with students excited for the competition. But this particular area was burning with excitement as girls tried to fit themselves into seats that were fewer than them. And when they looked closer, right below was the first high school's bench, where their engineers and staff in charge of Watanabe Mari, who will be competing in the women's battle board event, were staying in. At the center of it, they could see Yuji's figure looking off to the starting line, where the 4 participants, including Mari, were getting ready on their surfboard. He was holding a tablet in his left hand and wearing an earpiece in his right ear. Once in a while, he'll tap his earpiece and begin speaking to it while tapping on the tablet in his hand. And as he did, the sound of female squeals and shrieks would always accompany his every movement. Fufufu, he must be feeling super awkward now. Aika said with a giggle, enjoying the spectacle of her sexy boyfriend getting so much more attention that he's comfortable with. On the other hand, Erika let out a sigh and shook her head tiredly while Mizuki laughed weakly. Damn. I know he's super popular, but this is the first time I've seen this kind of crowd gathering around him. Leo said, amazed by the sheer popularity he had garnered in just a few days. Yuan, I saw him being surrounded by girls during the banquet, but it was still nothing compared to this. Mikihiko, who was seated to Leo's left, added. By the way, what is he doing there? He's not Watanabe Mari-senpai's engineer, right? Leo asked. He's given the task to help the chairwoman in organizing the security details of our school's athletes and engineers. So since Mari-senpai is competing, he's got full control of the security details that had been lent to our school by the organizer. Really? But why? He's an athlete, right? Why is he the one doing that? Mikihiko turned his head back towards Aika in astonishment and confusion. Not only was he an athlete, he was also just a first-year student. Why was he in charge of the security details of the school's athletes? Maybe because Mari-senpai trusts him and his ability the most. I see. That makes sense. Mikihiko slowly turned his gaze back towards Yuji, who still seemed to be talking with someone through his earpiece, and looked at him with amazement. It might be due to his extremely handsome appearance, but he looked extremely reliable and gallant by just standing there now that he knew what responsibilities he had. Even he was dazed momentarily by his appearance. Meanwhile, Tatsuya was also staring at him as well, just like Onoka, Shizuku, and Mizuki. But instead of having an infatuated gaze like them, he was looking at him solemnly for a moment. Then, he swept his gaze across the entire venue and used this elemental sight for a moment. Fortunately, he didn't find anything suspicious as of yet. Oni-sama, is something wrong? No. It's nothing. Don't worry. Meanwhile, standing at the center of the crowd of girls' attention, Yuji let out a sigh inwardly after returning to the awkward reality after his communication with the leader of the security team lent to First High School for the duration of the competition ended. He locked his tablet, held it to his side, and turned his gaze back towards the starting line as he reflected on his most recent conversation. Despite being a first-year high school student, the person in charge for his school's security was surprisingly easy to talk to and was open to working with him. He even accepted suggestions and changes Yuji made to concentrate more security personnel on areas that would be tampered with from the anime. I'll have to thank Jumanji-senpai, Mayumi-senpai, and Mari-senpai for this. They must have given a word in for me. That was the only explanation he could think of. The words from members of the 10 master clans and an established magician lent his words more weight, giving Yuji an easier time to manage the security detail in place of Mari. And while he had become even busier with this in addition to his own events and calibrating Aika and his own CADs for their events, he was able to be in the midst of things and have some sort of justification and authority to step in when something happens. Nothing should go wrong yet at this point, but I still need to be alert. I can't know for sure they won't try anything different if they notice the changes in the security details. Welcome to the official Women's Battle Board event. The third match of the trials will begin shortly. Athletes, please take your positions. The venue began to be filled with cheers as the event was starting. All of the students clapped their hands and shouted to support and encourage the representative of their school. First High School, third year, Ms. Watanabe Mari. Immediately, female fans of Watanabe Mari shrieked in delight as the announcer introduced First High's representative. With her cool demeanor and appearance, it was easy to see why she would be popular with girls, Yuji thought. And after all 4 participants were introduced, a countdown for the race started. A loud horn blared as 3 red lights lined up in a row shined and dimmed one by one in order from right to left. And the moment the light turned green, Mari and the other 3 participants launched in a tremendous burst of speed. The athlete from the 4th high school cast a spell that caused a massive explosion behind all of them, causing the water surface to undulate greatly to try and throw off other contestants. But Mari, unaffected by the spell, simply gained the lead as the other participants tried to regain their balance. Mari looked back for a moment, and saw the other 3 participants already started to regain their balance and went back into the game. So to keep her lead, she cast multiple spells and gained even more speed as she turned the corner. Applying fortifying magic while multicasting movement magic. As expected of the chairwoman. Fortifying magic wasn't magic that strengthened an object. It was more specifically strengthening the relative position of the molecules in an object, thus making it stronger. Mari was fortifying and anchoring her relative position to her surfboard to keep her from falling, allowing her to cast movement magic on herself and the board as a single entity without needing to fear falling off. Moreover, she was also applying vibration magic to dampen the shaking of the board. Yuji couldn't help but be impressed at her skill. She was multicasting 4 different types of magic continuously while racing. Well, I guess I'll look like I'm copying her when I race. Yuji sighed inwardly. His plan was to use fortifying magic as well to anchor his relative position to the board, and use his gravity magic to stretch the fabric of space around him in a wave to contract the space in front of him and expand the space behind him, pushing him forward. He got the idea from one of the most popular faster-than-light travel methods he came across in the past. Though of course, he won't be going faster than light. He'll just do it enough to make him win. And, he could simply disguise it as using wind and movement magic to propel him forward, which was quite simple. As he mused, the blaring sound of a horn signaling the end of the race resounded. And as he expected, Mari won convincingly. In front of a hotel room. Tatsuya, Yuji, and Aika stood as the soldier escorting them to the room knocked on the door and announced their presence. And soon after, the familiar voice of a middle-aged man resounded from within. The 3 entered and saluted towards the people inside the room before standing at rest. Please excuse us. Within the room, 5 members of the 101 Independent Magic-Equipped Battalion had gathered. Major Kazama Harunobu, the commanding officer. Captain Yanagi Muraji. Captain Sanada Shigeru. Major Yamanaka Kusuke. And lastly, the beautiful First Lieutenant Fujibayashi Kyoko. And with their presence, all members of the battalion were now present. There you are. Well, have a seat. No, I am fine right here. Tatsuya answered, keeping his eyes forward and keeping his soldier's mannerism before a superior, while Yuji and Aika smiled helplessly. Tatsuya-kun, we didn't call the 3 of you here today as strategic class magicians, special officers Ryuya Ogiro, Akatsuki-shin, and Tsukino Miko. We invited you as our friends, Shiba Tatsuya, Tsubakihara Yuuji, and Kiryu Aika. If you stand on ceremony with us, we would be troubled. Captain Sanada. Tatsuya glanced at Yuji and Aika by his side. And after seeing the 2 nod, he nodded back. I understand. Then please excuse me. The 3 then took their seats. Yuji sat to the major's right, Aika, then Tatsuya who sat on Sanada's left. I'm glad to see all 3 of you fine and well. Especially the 2 of you, Yuji-kun, Tatsuya-kun. Thank you very much for your concern, Major. Thank you very much. You did well handling those intruders. Especially you, Yuji-kun. I have to say, I'm quite surprised when I got the report from Yanagi about your encounter. Ahahaha, I just got a bit unlucky to meet them during my experiment with my new magic. And if it wasn't for Captain Yanagi's timely arrival, I would have been troubled by the disposal of evidence. Yuji smiled and bowed towards Yanagi, who was sitting opposite of him. I did nothing. Just stop being humble for a moment and take the praise. Yanagi smirked, making him smile helplessly. Thank you very much. Being humble is good, but doing it too often would only trouble the other side, Yuji-kun. You need to stop with that bad habit, and also. Sanada's words dwindled to a halt. And for a moment his eyes widened, before he began averting his gaze away from Yuji. Captain Yanagi and Major Yamanaka Kusuke, the large, burly man sitting on Kazama's left side, also averted their gaze away, while Major Kazama awkwardly sipped his tea. Seeing their weird reactions, Yuji tilted his head confusedly at first, before feeling shivers down his spine the moment he finally sensed a familiar presence behind him. Yufufu, it seems like you are still as reckless as ever, huh, Yuji? Even though he had never actually heard it before, Yuji couldn't mistake this voice for anyone else. He knew it, intimately, from the memories given by the MCG. It was the voice of his older sister, in the battalion who he and Aika had been in the care of when she was upset. In his predicament, Aika giggled mischievously and Tatsuya simply let out a sigh and kept his silence instead of helping him. And with the rest of the people here feigning ignorance, Yuji tried to face his fears. Fujibayashi dash. He slowly turned his head towards her, but before he could, a finger poked his right cheek. I told you to not be that reckless, right? Or did you? Forget. No. Oh, of course not. Yuji shook his head rapidly as he replied with a loud voice. His back straightened, even more than when he was saluting, as he kept his gaze forward. Of course you wouldn't, right? I've told you plenty of times before, after all. So. Why did you take on 10 armed men alone? That's. Please just give him some slack, Fujibayashi. He's strong enough to take care of himself. He also has a brand new magic that makes him untraceable even to me. Yanagi Muraji said. That's right. He's already a man who knows how to take care of himself. And even if he's somehow injured, he has Aika right by his side. Sanada Shigeru added. But instead of placating her, Kyoko huffed and glared at the two. This is why he's doing more and more reckless things. It's because both of you are enabling it. Now. Please leave it at that, Second Lieutenant Fujibayashi. I'm sure Tsubakihara has taken your words to heart. And the reason why he still decided to confront the hostiles was because he has that invisibility magic, right? Major Kazama waved his hand and turned towards Yuji, who nodded to his words. Ha. I understand. She sighed and acquiesced to the Major's words before he raised his cup of tea. How about a toast? For the reunion of the 101 Independent Magic-Equipped Battalion. Everyone raised their cup and cheered together. About last night's incident, there's no question that those intruders are with the no-head dragons, which I mentioned to you the other day. Kazama started and Yuji turned to him with a look of concern on his face. So they are targeting the 9 schools competition, as we suspected. That is still under investigation. I'll let the 3 of you know when we find out. Please do. Yuji-kun, you seem to be certain that they're targeting the NSC. You even got control over the security details assigned to your school. Sanada commented, his words earning the interest of everyone aside from Tatsuya and Aika. They all wondered why he would be so sure. Yuji turned towards the brown-haired men and replied. With the incident on the highway and last night's incident, I couldn't help but be paranoid over it, Captain Sanada. And it is always better to be safe than sorry. Sanada nodded with a smile and picked up his cup of tea. That I agree. But still, we're amazed that you managed to gain control over it. You even reassigned some guards to various locations. Captain Yanagi said, earning the nods of Kyoko, Kusuke, and Sanada. It is thanks to Jumanji Katsudo-senpai, Shigusa Mayumi-senpai, and Watanabe Mari-senpai's words of assurance that they listened. In truth, I was also quite surprised. So you told members of the 10 master clans, huh? Yes. In order to ensure the safety of the students, I judged I would need their power and influence. Kazama nodded to Yuji's words. That is fine. As long as this is kept under tight wraps, it'll be fine to have them protect the students. Yes, Major. Kazama took a sip of his tea and turned to the 3 once again. On a lighter note. How are the 3 of you doing regarding the competition? I am doing well, Major. I've prepared plenty for my battle board and Monolith Code events. I'm doing great, Major, especially since I have Yuji to take care of my CAD, right, Yuji? Yes. I'm also done with Aika's CAD for her Mirage Bat and Pillars Break events. The Major let out a small laugh and smiled at Aika, looking at her helplessly like a father looking at their daughter. I see. What about you, Tatsuya-kun? Will you be joining any events? I would love to see you and Yuji-kun forming a team for the Monolith Code event. That would just be unfair to the other team, Sanada. The Crimson Prince and Cardinal George wouldn't even stand a chance against Yuji alone even if he didn't use his gravity. If Tatsuya were to join, it wouldn't be a competition. But wouldn't you want to see the two in action once again, Yanagi? I think it'd be a spectacle to see. And if they could somehow add Aika-kun as their third. Sanada smiled and began nodding to himself, wondering what kind of spectacle he'd be able to see if these 3 were to truly join hands in that competition. Captain Sanada, we're not going to war. It's just a competition between schools. How could you have these 3 destroy other competitors? Kyoko sighed and turned towards the 3. I'll be looking forward to all of your competitions. Do your best, okay? Thank you, Kyoko-ne. I will do my best, Fujibayashi-san. I will do my best as well. National Magic High School Goodwill Magic Game Convention event. Speed shooting is a competition where clay targets are shot into a designated space and destroyed by magic. 100 red and white targets are released and players compete by destroying their colored targets. This morning, the elfin sniper and favorite, Shigusa Mayumi, from 1st High School would be competing against Matoba Keiko from 5th High School. And just like with Mari's battle board event, Yuji was also standing in the bench along with Mayumi's engineer, Izumi Rika, to protect the engineers, staff, and Mayumi herself while she was competing. At least. That's what people think he was doing. In truth, Yuji doesn't have to be here personally. He had assigned more than enough guards for Izumi Rika and Shigusa Mayumi as well as their school's bench for this event so he could watch it with his friends. And unlike Battle Board or Monolith Code, which were quite accident-prone, the speed shooting event was a relatively safe event. Competitors would simply need to shoot down clay targets from a distance and compete for points. But Mari told him to stay here regardless. And when he asked for her reason, Mari sighed and told her that Mayumi was sulking, saying how unfair it is for Yuji to be in her bench while she was competing but not hers. So, he had no choice but to be here, monitor the security details, and stand awkwardly. And to make things worse, the person standing beside him, Izumi Risa, was also not much of a talker. He was introduced to her by Mayumi, so they were not complete strangers. But when he tried talking to her once, she'd simply reply with a few words and the conversation ended. Ah. The awkwardness is killing me. He sighed inwardly, and just as he was about to scroll through his tablet again, a loud cheer erupted from the audience as Mayumi in her competition outfit, complete with a pair of eye protection glasses and noise reduction earmuffs, entered the venue. She stood there in silence, dignified, and the air around her was unlike anything Yuji had ever seen before. She was normally relaxed and cheerful, and sometimes, she had a dignified air around her like when she was giving a speech. But this time, she had an air around her that would make anyone turn silent as she was in a state of hyper-focus. She walked up to the podium along with her competitor and raised her rifle-shaped CAD as the countdown for the competition started. And the moment the green light shined and the horn blared, Mayumi immediately shot down every single red clay target that was shot out into the air. 1, 2, 5, 10, 14. Without missing a single one, Mayumi continued to destroy every single red clay target the moment it was shot out with every pull of the trigger while her opponent struggled. And from the very start of the match, the space before them were mostly filled with white clay targets that her opponent failed to shoot down. Der Freischütz. So this is why she's called the Elfin Sniper. Yuji watched her performance closely in awe and admiration. Her incredibly accurate shooting skills and finesse control of her magic that would allow her to shoot down these clay targets in such quick succession was nothing short of incredible. In addition to her beauty, it wasn't difficult to see why she would be compared to a mythical, female, elven archer. It's even more amazing seeing it in real life than in the anime. But as he was admiring Mayumi in all her splendor, a voice from his side snapped him out of his daze. What is your relationship with Tsubakihara? Yuji turned towards the silent and stoic girl beside him in surprise. He didn't expect her to start a conversation. And even more surprising to him, she was asking him about his relationship with Mayumi. He looked at her speechless for a moment. If any other girls were to ask this question right now, he would have immediately thought they wanted to gossip. But he knew that Izumi Risa wasn't the kind of girl who would do that. From the little time they spent together and from the trust Mayumi had shown to have for her, the black-haired girl was reserved, straightforward, and didn't care for things like gossip and rumors. Moreover, as he had experienced firsthand, she never cared much for conversation. So the only reason why she would ask this question was because she truly cared for Mayumi that she would go out of her way to ask him this. Izumi moved her head slightly and glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. And seeing the seriousness in them, Yuji decided to be truthful. She is an incredible student council president, a reliable upperclassman, a nice friend, and an amazing woman. I see. So you look up to her? I do. Who wouldn't? I guess they would. Yuji's lips curled into a smile and turned his gaze back at Mayumi, who was still competing. But that's not all. After having the privilege of knowing her a bit more, I found that she also has a clumsy side to her, even a mischievous one. She does. His eyes turned towards her in surprise and began to giggle as Izumi tried her best to keep her stone face before him. Ahahaha. So you've experienced it as well, senpai. She sighed tiredly and held a hand to her forehead. What do you think? I've been her engineer in these competitions and her friend for longer. It's impossible for me to be spared from her teasing. I guess so. But I think that is also one of her many charms. Yuji leaned forward towards her slightly, surprising Izumi for a moment, before whispering to her. And if you tease her back, she'll show you some extremely cute expression. You should try it, senpai. Her eyes widened at the unexpected words from the famous Prince of First High, who was known to be mature and a gentleman. Not to mention, he was also showing a mischievous expression just like a child. And for a moment, his figure overlapped with Mayumi's mischievous figure in her mind. A snort escaped her lips as a small, rare smile found its way to her face. Hey, all right. I'll see to it. I wonder if I could tease her using you. Eh? Please don't drag me into this. If Tsubakihara-senpai were to know you started teasing her because of me, I'll be there to watch you get punished by her. Don't worry. What kind of consolation is that? In that moment, the horn signaling the end of the match blared throughout the venue. And when they looked at the score, they saw Mayumi completely obliterating her opponent with a perfect score. All right. The result is as expected. Well then, I shall be going to prepare for her next match. Yuji-kun, please stay here and welcome her back. Yeah. I understand. Izumi turned her heels and began walking back into the building to prepare for Mayumi's next competition, leaving Yuji by himself to welcome her back from her match. And a few moments later, her lips curled into a smile when she heard Mayumi squeal of delight and laughter. She turned her head around slightly, glancing back, and saw Mayumi giggling and smiling brightly before Yuji. She's acting even more like a kid around him. Izumi shook her head with a small helpless smile, and continued walking away. Chapter 41, Chapter August 8th. Second day of the competition. Yuji sat on a bench near a grassy court with a net that stretched across its width, dividing the court in two. Its appearance resembled that of a tennis court, but it was a court for one of the 9 school competitions events, crowd ball. It was a game where 2 players competed by using a racket or magic to force 6-diameter foam balls that are shot into the court by compressed air to hit the opponent's court. Each set lasted 3 minutes, and a ball was shot into the court, which was covered in a transparent box, every 20 seconds, leading to 9 balls being on the court simultaneously. This game might seem simple at first, but it would quickly become chaotic the moment it started. And only the one who could stay calm in the midst of this chaos and control their magic activation with precision and accuracy would be able to win. Sitting on the bench, Yuji was doing the final calibration for Mayumi's gun-shaped CAD, which was currently connected by cable to the laptop on his lap. Despite just having learned about CADs and magical technology for a few months, he was already perfectly capable of calibrating and building programs for CADs from the ground up with quality on par with even the best third-year engineers that participated in this competition. This was the reason why he was given the opportunity of becoming Mayumi's, one of the greatest to represent their school, engineer, albeit temporarily. That, and also Mayumi requested for him personally when Izumi Rika, her original engineer, was busy. A few moments later, he could hear light footsteps against the grass approaching him. And without even turning back, he recognized who it was from her scent due to his enhanced senses. Ugh. To think I can recognize her through scent alone. I'm slowly becoming a pervert just like Aika, huh? He continued to type on his laptop, feeling a bit embarrassed at the thought and didn't dare to look at her before calming down. Then suddenly, a pair of hands went over his eyes and covered it. And immediately, he could feel the heavenly softness of a woman's body and the familiar fragrance of flowers. Guess who it is? She whispered right into his ears, her voice ever so enchanting, and the air she blew when she did sent shivers down his spine. And right after experiencing pleasure, shock came to Yuji. While Mayumi would occasionally tease him, she had been quite shy with him in the last few days, especially during the competition. He was, honestly, quite happy about it since it meant they had grown closer and further confirmed his suspicions about her thoughts and feelings regarding him. But for her to do such an intimate, lovey-dovey act that stupid couples would often do truly surprised him. He admitted it, his heart skipped a beat the moment she touched him. But, she was underestimating him. As a man who had done numerous lewd stuff with both of his girlfriends, this level of teasing won't fluster him for longer than a moment. And he knew that Mayumi must be more embarrassed doing it to him than he was receiving it. Whom should I play along or tease her back? He contemplated for a moment. His mind raced at tremendous speed in a single moment. And in the end, he chose the latter. Ah, who could it be? Judging by your flowery fragrant, beautiful voice, and the soft hands covering my eyes. Could it be, Mayumi-senpai? Yeah. Shocked at the compliments Yuji threw at her one after another, she retreated back in a fluster. Her face was already blushing red when she was doing it. In fact, her heart had also been pounding. She didn't know what took over her, but when she saw his defenseless back, she just couldn't stop the urge to play a prank on him. Moreover, it was a chance to touch him. She couldn't let go of this chance. But she truly didn't expect him to say such embarrassing things and compliment her all of a sudden. Yuji turned around and saw Mayumi's beautiful countenance became absolutely stunning and adorable as her face blushed even redder. Wearing a green tennis shirt and an extremely short pair of white skirt, she looked at him surprised and flustered, and quickly retreated back like a little animal, alighting his urge to further corner her until she had nowhere else to escape but his embrace. The desire to see her become even more flustered and embarrassed filled his entire being. Perhaps it was the sadistic side to him that was awakened because of his relationship with Aika and Erika. With Aika, he would always tease her by edging her constantly, sometimes for more than an hour, and make her beg him to let him come. He loved seeing her beautiful face turned absolutely debauched and lewd, and hearing her moan while begging him. Meanwhile, with Erika, he would also tease her by edging her occasionally when they're being intimate. He would have her sit on his lap and begin kneading her C-cup-sized breasts, teasing her nipples on occasion, and whispering sweet, loving words to her ears while nibbling on it. The sensation of her wriggling on his lap, in his embrace, and moaning his name as he gave her pleasure filled his heart with happiness and desire to make her feel even more pleasure. It was a side of him he didn't know of before coming to this world. But it quickly became a part of him that he embraced. After all, his lover seemed to love this side of him as well. He stood up, placing the laptop and Mayumi's to his side, and approached her slowly. A dazzling smile, ever present on his magnificently handsome face. With every step he took forward, Mayumi retreated a step backward. A step forward, a step backward, until Mayumi's back hit a wall that separated the court from the spectators' seats. She looked back in a panic for a moment, before she quickly turned back towards Yuji. Her gaze gravitated towards him, unable to avert it despite how embarrassed she was. And with every step he took, he became closer and closer, and her heart beat quicker and quicker. Then, bam. Yuji slammed his right hand to the wall, right beside her head, and leaned forward until they were eye to eye. Why Yuji? Mayumi-senpai. Yuji approached her face closer and closer. But just as he was about to shift direction and whisper to her right ear, Mayumi closed her eyes, raised her chin, and pursed her lips. His eyes widened in shock and he immediately froze. Mayumi was trembling, but this expression. She was readying for a kiss. She thought he was about to kiss her, and readied herself for it. I can take this as a yes, right? She's in love with me, right? His lips curled into a brilliant smile as happiness filled his heart. He wanted to take those lips right now and confirm their feelings right away. But Mayumi-senpai, you look absolutely gorgeous in that outfit. Enough that I might not want you to be seen by other guys in it. Her eyes instantly opened wide and looked at him in shock as he smiled lovingly at her. Yuji didn't want to have their first kiss in this situation. He wanted their kiss to be by choice, not because they were swept by the situation. He leaned back, standing up straight, and placed the left fringe of her hair that had fallen to the side of her face back behind her left ear that had turned red as well. Now that he could take a good look at her, Mayumi truly looks extremely stunning. Her soft, light-colored skin, free of any blemishes. Her beautiful, soft, crimson eyes. Her beautiful, long, slender legs and lithe arms that appeared fragile but powerful in reality. Her feminine figure. And her absolutely beautiful face. In addition to her personality, character, and principle, everything about her had truly stolen his heart. And as Yuji admired her, Mayumi also fell into a daze as she gazed at him. There was a sinking feeling of disappointment when the kiss she expected didn't come. But his words that kept repeating over and over in her mind quickly erased her previous disappointment. While not direct, Yuji telling her that he didn't want other men to see her in this outfit meant that he would feel jealous. And if he felt jealous, that meant happiness filled her heart once again, so much that she would have jumped up and down or rolled around her bed if she could. But since Yuji was before her, she had to escape from him before she failed to contain her excitement and happiness. Is that so? Thank you. Then, I'll go and stretch. Mayumi quickly ran away towards the court in a fluster, and began stretching and warming up her body to prepare for a competition. But even from just looking at her back, it was clear that she's simply using it as a reason to escape her embarrassment as she simply went through the motions of stretching with a rapid pace. She's so adorable. She was 2 years older than him, but perhaps because she was older that it made her even more adorable in his eyes. He returned to his bench and sat down, watching her stretch for a while, before taking his phone from his pocket. He unlocked it and immediately went to the chat group to message Aika. He needed to tell her and Erika about his relationship with Mayumi. Tsubakihara Yuuji, hey, Aika. There's something I'd like to talk about. Are you free for a short call? Kiryu Aika, HM. Sure. What's wrong? Tsubakihara Yuuji, it's about Mayumi-senpai. X. Yuji sighed with a breath of relief as he put his phone back into his pocket. Even though he knew Aika and Erika were already accepting of him having a harem, he still felt a bit tense whenever he talked about it. But fortunately, Aika quickly accepted the progress of his relationship with Mayumi. She even complimented him, saying good job, and told him to leave the rest to her. She said she will definitely convince her to enter his harem. Then after Aika, he contacted Erika and told her the same. There were a few moments of silence after he finished, and Erika did let out a sigh. But she didn't seem upset. In fact, she already had a feeling that it had progressed this way after seeing how close Yuji was to her. She also accepted Mayumi to enter his harem. And with their acceptance, Yuji felt the weight on his chest disappear and continued his work on calibrating Mayumi's CAD. Why Yuji? He looked up and saw the still blushing Mayumi before him, fidgeting with her hands behind her and averting her gaze from him in pure embarrassment. Yes, Mayumi-senpai. Are you done with the CAD? Just a few more minutes. I was distracted by what we did just now, so please wait a moment. It's fine. Then, I'll wait. Please take a seat while you wait. I will be done soon. All right. Mayumi sat down nervously and began fidgeting, stealing glances to her side as Yuji's fingers began typing at tremendous speed. Then as he promised, he finished calibrating her CAD in a few minutes. He unplugged the gun-shaped CAD from his laptop and handed it to her. Here you go, senpai. Please tell me if something feels off. I will adjust it right away. Mayumi took it and began casting a few spells to test it, and nodded in satisfaction. It's perfect. Thank you, Yuji. You are very welcome, Mayumi-senpai. Good luck on the match. I will be rooting for you. You won. I'll do my best. X. Without much of a surprise or drama, Mayumi won her crowd ball match by a landslide. Despite still visibly flustered from Yuji's approach until just before the start of the match, she was able to regain her calm and focus, and completely destroyed her opponent. Though, when she returned, she immediately flustered the moment she saw him. "Congratulations, Mayumi-senpai. You won." Thank you. I'll be going first." Immediately after feigning Yuji, Mayumi quickly ran back inside, leaving him and Izumi Rika behind. What happened to her? Izumi mumbled in confusion, and Yuji simply stayed silent with a helpless smile on his face. After Mayumi's crowd ball event, Yuji went to watch the Pillars Break event with Aika and Erika in a private room. Anoka, Shizuku, Mizuki, Miyuki, Tatsuya, and Isori, the boyfriend and engineer of Canon, who's competing, were also there to watch. Pillars Break, or more formally known as Ice Pillar Break, was a game where two players stood on a tower measuring 4 meters in height on opposite sides. Players would be defending the 12 pillars in their 12-meter square field while attacking the 12 pillars in their opposition's field. The players compete to destroy the opponent's pillars with magic before their own are broken. Even A-rank spells were presumably allowed, given it is directed towards the ice pillars and not the other participants. And since players compete remotely using magic, they are allowed to wear whatever they wish, with the only restriction being that it must not offend public order or morals. Honestly, when Yuji heard about the players' freedom to wear anything they want, his heart skipped a beat. He was stunned for a moment because Aika, his girlfriend, would be participating in that event. And if he recalled the kind of outfits she would wear while they're at home, made his heart skip a few beats. But, after thinking about it for a moment, he quickly regained his calm. Although Aika likes wearing revealing stuff, it was only when she was at home and with him. She was, in her words, his personal slut, and she wasn't the type to show off her body unnecessarily to the world. Yuji didn't know what kind of outfit she would wear for the event since she was keeping it a secret from him on purpose. But with that restriction, he doubted she'll wear anything outrageous. Moreover, she seemed to have consulted with Erika about her outfit before the competition, further decreasing the chance that she'll wear something that would be too much fan service. Sitting in between Aika and Erika, Yuji watched Chiyoda Cannon's match with his lovers and friends all together in the private booth. And the moment the match started, Cannon immediately placed several magic activation sequences right under several of her opponent's ice pillars. Were those landmines? Yuji guessed upon reading the activation sequence in that brief instant. That's right. The Chiyoda family is known to be skilled in long-ranged solid matter vibration-type magic, and especially in spells that cause the earth to vibrate. Isori K, Cannon's lover and engineer, explained from behind Yuji. And as they speak, 2 of her opponent's ice pillars break down and fall. They immediately tried to reinforce their ice pillars, but Cannon's magic persisted, cracking their ice pillars regardless. Several more ice pillars break and fall. And this time, her opponent decided to abandon defense and go on the offense, casting a light spell that quickly shattered one of Cannon's ice pillars. I guess it's the end. Isori giggled at Yuji's words. I guess it is. Isori then turned his gaze back at his girlfriend out in the field as she destroyed the last one of her opponent's ice pillars. Either she's decisive or her methods are slipshod. Take them out before you get taken out yourself. That's Cannon for you. No. I think it is a valid strategy. It plays well into her strength. I guess it does. Isori smiled and waved his hand at his girlfriend, who turned to look at him from her stand with a beaming smile. After watching the Ice Pillars Break event, Yuji returned to the first high school's tent along with Aika, Miyuki, Tatsuya, Shizuku, Isori, and Cannon. It was a massive military tent where the inside has been completely turned into First High's headquarters with rows of tables, whiteboards, lockers, and a large TV where they could watch the matches that were currently held and broadcasted. And currently, there were only a few students as well as Shizun in there. But the moment they entered, they could immediately sense the solemn and tense atmosphere within. The students, who were part of the engineering staff of their school, were all looking worried at their laptop screens. What's going on? Isori asked with a concerned expression. Since the men's crowd ball results weren't what we hoped for, we've been recalculating our projections for winning the overall title. Shizun answered before the male student seated by her side added. Considering our current lead, if we win the official women's battle board, men's pillars break, mirage bat, and monolith code events, it should be safely within reach. In other words, of the 6 remaining official matches, we have to win at least 4 of them. Tatsuya asked, but inside, he, Yuji, and Aika already knew what would happen. The No-Head Dragon Syndicate targeting them. If they didn't want First High to win, then they'll try to sabotage the 6 remaining official matches as well as the rookie matches. The Ice Pillars Break event would be difficult to sabotage, so they won't be targeting it. Meanwhile, First High's team for the main Monolith Code event was led by Jumanji Kaito. Not only would sabotaging his match be difficult given his prowess, even if they succeed, they would essentially be painting a target on themselves for the Jumanji clan. Meaning, the only two left were Mirage Bat and the women's battle board event, both of which they knew were sabotaged in the anime. They may only be worth half points, but it looks like our results in the rookie matches will sway our chances for the overall title. Shizun said before turning her gaze towards Yuji. Chapter 42, Chapter. Third day of the 9 schools competition. The females' official division for Battle Board, where those who had passed the qualifiers would be competing in, was about to start. Under the clear blue sky, excitement and tenseness permeated throughout the entire Battle Board venue as the match between two heated rivals, Watanabe Mari from 1st High School and Kuroki Risa from 7th High School, was about to begin. But, within 1st High School's bench, a different kind of excitement and tenseness filled the air as Yuji stood awkwardly in front of a redly blushing Mari, stared at by all the staff members of his school and the spectators behind him. "Why you prepared all of this, for me?" Mari said with a trembling voice, referring to the presence of security staff lining the perimeter of the course she was about to compete in. Although Mari was supposedly in charge of the security personnel lent to the 1st High School by the board members of the event, she had completely left everything for Yuji to handle and chose to focus on her match. It wasn't until she entered the venue that she found out and saw just how many security staff were stationed along the course. Yes. While major accidents were rare, I don't feel comfortable in simply taking the risk that would harm you or any members of our team. So I prepared this. And it was difficult to do so. At first, the board member in charge of security was perplexed by Yuji's request and rejected it. But after Yuji explained to them that this year's match might be especially intense due to the rivalry between Watanabe and the athlete representing the 7th High School, they finally agreed to a discussion. It was only after some compromises that Yuji managed to get 30 security staff members for this and station one every 100 meters along the entire 3 kilometers long course. And of course, he placed one security staff right at the turn where he knew the incident would happen. He prepared these security measures to hopefully make sure Mari and the 7th High School athlete wouldn't suffer from any major injuries. But since he couldn't say that, he made it seem like he's doing this for the safety of all the athletes that would be competing in this event. But judging from Mari's reaction, Yuji had a feeling that his intention wasn't completely delivered to her. I see. Good job on convincing the board member in charge of security to do this. I heard you were having a hard time dealing with some of them, but I didn't know it was for this. Thank you. You're very welcome. Then, I'll be going now. With her surfboard held under her arm, Mari quickly walked away in her skin-tight swimsuit uniform for the race. Her face still blushing up a storm. And without even looking, he could already guess the questions everyone around him had from their gazes. There were a lot of women who had crowded around him on the spectator seats, and his interaction with Mari seemed to have roused their thirst for juicy gossips. I hope they won't misunderstand. Mari-senpai already has a lover. I wouldn't want to come in between her and Erika's half-brother. A sigh escaped his lips. The last thing he'd want is to destroy the relationships of someone he's close with. With his divine physique, he had long since given up in the belief that he won't cause problems with someone else's romantic relationship. It may have sounded narcissistic, but it was a painful lesson he learned when Aika told him that some girls had broken up with their boyfriend because they fell in love with him. So, at the very least, he didn't want to destroy his friend's romantic relationship. He'll make sure to keep an arm's length of distance between him and the couple and try his best to not ruin his friend's romance. Stop thinking about other things. I need to focus on this now. He shook his head and shifted his gaze towards the starting line where Mari had readied herself on the board. Silence filled the entire venue as everyone sat on the edge of their seats, bated in anticipation for the intense match they'd expect to happen between Mari and the athlete of the 7th High School. And a few moments later, the gunshot from the starting pistol broke the silence and all 4 athletes burst into speed on their surfboards. Mari, as expected, took the lead in a flash with her superior casting time, speed, and strength. But she wasn't without a rival. As everyone had expected, the athlete from the 7th High School managed to keep up with her, just like the year before. Yuji's expression tensed as he moved his hand to his earpiece, activating it, while keeping his gaze on the match. With a confident smile, Mari maneuvered her board into a drift, lifting up the front side of her board and turning it close to 90 degrees to the right, and continued to cruise the straight course with her board perpendicular to it, anticipating the coming turn while maintaining her speed. The 7th school athlete, surfing close behind, also began to make adjustments for the coming sharp turn. However, instead of decelerating to take the inner course, she accelerated, and at tremendous speed, straight towards Mari. Over-acceleration. Security, prepare to catch the 2 athletes in the lead. Yuji shouted as Mari raised her hand towards the charging girl and cast a spell, causing her to be flung forward away from her board, and prepared to catch her. But in that moment, she felt an unexpected dip on the water surface right beneath her pivoting feet. Her body began to fall backwards, losing her balance. And the moment she caught the 7th High School girl, the impact propelled the 2 off the course. A collective gasp of shock resounded throughout the venue upon witnessing such a fatal incident. But fortunately, a security staff managed to slow down both athletes, who had lost their consciousness from shock, and set them down at the edge of the course. Yuji, along with a few other staff of his school, immediately made their way to the site of the incident with hurried steps. "Call the medic. Hurry." Yuji ordered the moment he arrived and checked on Mari's condition. He didn't see any major injuries, but with them dressed in a full-body swimsuit, he couldn't be sure. The security staff, who had saved them, immediately obeyed his words and ran to get the medics as he and the staff from his school began to move both athletes away from the course carefully. Seeping through the windows of the hospital room, the orange-red light from the afternoon sun basked upon Mayumi's figure as she sat beside a hospital bed. On it was Mari, laying there unconscious with bandages wrapped around her head and limbs. She had been here for quite a while, waiting patiently and worriedly for a friend to wake up. And after a few hours, Mari began to stir and slowly opened her eyes. Mari. Her gaze was unsteady as she slowly came into consciousness, and upon hearing Mayumi's voice, she shifted it towards her side. "Are you here with us? Do you know who I am?" "Mayumi. What are you saying, Mari flinched and groaned in pain the moment she tried to move her body. The feeling of her muscles tensing and twisting prevented her from moving, so she relaxed it once more and fell back into her bed. "Is this the hospital?" "Yes, it's the hospital on the Sasano base." "Thank goodness. There doesn't seem to be any mental damage." "Ah, but you shouldn't move yet. Although you don't have any broken bones, there are still bruises and sprains that you suffered from catching the athlete from the 7th high school." "Ha. How long would it take for this to heal?" 3 days at the very least. Normal activities won't be a problem for you after a good night's rest. But to be safe, you'll have to abstain from strenuous exercise for a week." "But that means..." "You'll have to withdraw from Mirage Bat as well. But it can't be helped." Mari let out a deep sigh. Mayumi was right. It couldn't be helped. It was an accident. But it didn't lessen her disappointment. All the hard work and time she had spent for this competition had all turned into waste due to her injuries. She averted her gaze and turned her face to the side, away from Mayumi. "How did the race go?" 7th High was disqualified for reckless conduct. 3rd and 9th High will go to the finals. I hear that the 7th High athlete's injuries weren't serious. Your efforts to protect her weren't in vain. Doesn't do us any good if I get injured myself. No. If you hadn't decelerated at that moment and protected that girl, she would have been flung much further and faster. In that case, even the security staff there wouldn't be able to catch her in time. She would have suffered tremendous injuries and her career as a magician would have ended. That's what Yuji thinks as well." Upon hearing that name, Mari immediately turned bright red as she looked at Mayumi in shock. Is that so?" He praised you for your valiance. Even though there was a security member there, you still chose to help her instinctively at the price of withdrawing from the match. It was something not anybody could do." He said all that. Mari turned to look at her friend in a fluster. "Yes, he's also the one who immediately came to your rescue, carried you here, and stayed with you while you're being treated." "What? You should thank him yourself later." Mayumi giggled as she watched her friend tremble in embarrassment at her words. Just then, a knock came from the door, pulling the two away from their little conversation. Who could it be? Mayumi turned towards the door while Mari simply turned her head. And soon after, they could hear a familiar voice coming from it. "Please excuse me, Mayumi-senpai. May I come in?" Mari flinched and felt her heart skip a beat the moment she heard the voice. She was unnaturally embarrassed and flustered because of the conversation she just had with Mayumi. Of course Mari is already awake as well, so you can come in." "Is that so? Then please excuse me as well, Mari-senpai." The sound of the mechanical door sliding open and close resounded and they could slowly hear footsteps approaching until the familiar figure of Yuji holding a basket of fruits came to sight. He lowered his head to both of them and his gaze immediately went to Mari. "I'm glad to see you have awakened, Mari-senpai. How are you feeling?" I am fine. I'm feeling better, thanks to you." Mari cursed herself inwardly for stumbling on her words in front of her close friend and her junior. It was all Mayumi's fault for saying something strange to her right before he came. "I see. I'm glad. I've brought you some fruits. Please enjoy it." Thank you." He placed the basket of fruit on the bedside table before standing beside Mayumi. "President, Chairwoman, there is something I wish to ask of you." Seeing his expression turn serious, Mayumi and Mari both focused their eyes on him with a solemn and slightly surprised expression. "What is it? Is it possible for us to make a request to the organizers of the event to inspect and investigate the board members in charge of checking our CADs before the match?" Their eyes widened in unison. The words he said, the implications of it wasn't something they could take easily. "What? Are you Sir Dash? Are you suspecting that the ones who sent those armed forces had planted their operatives amongst the board members and the event committee? Mayumi. Yes. Although we are still in the process of investigation, Tatsuya and I noticed an unnatural sway on the water surface below Mari-senpai's feet that would only be present in a phenomenon rewriting spell after reviewing the video caught by the security staff at the site of the accident. In truth, Tatsuya was currently reviewing the tape along with Isori-senpai, Mikihiko, and Mizuki. But, knowing it would take a while to get this request passed on to the committee, Yuji and Tatsuya agreed to let him tell Mayumi and Mari the result of their investigation he knew of from the anime. Ah. I can confirm that I felt at that time. Mari's frown deepened, recalling the exact moment she felt a sway under her pivoting foot when she was trying to catch the 7th high school's athlete when she fell. Moreover, I don't think someone who would mistake a deceleration spell for an acceleration spell would be chosen as the athlete and engineer to represent their school, the 7th high school, in this 9 schools competition. I suspect that their CAD had been tampered with. And the only time our school's CAD that we used for competition was held in the hands of another party would be when it is checked by a board member of the event committee. The two fell into silence as the notion they first thought was absurd starting to make sense. If the ones behind the intruders and the bus accident had truly planted their agents into the committee, then they'd certainly be able to sabotage the matches in more ways than one. Even tampering with the athletes' CADs. Alright. I'll talk about this with Jumanji-kun as well and we'll try what we can. I'll try to do what I can as well. Though I won't be able to do much if it concerns a board member of the event committee, especially when I'm in this state. Thank you very much. Then, I shall excuse myself now. I wish you a speedy recovery, Mari-senpai. Please excuse me. Yuji bowed, but as he was about to turn and head out, Mayumi called out to him. Yuji-kun. He turned around and faced Mayumi. Yes. Will you and Aika-san come to the meeting I'll be having later on with Jumanji-kun and the rest? Yuji looked at her for a moment, surprised. Is it about my request? I guess we'll discuss it further later on. As he expected, questioning the board members and event committee who run the 9 schools competition would be quite difficult without proper evidence even for a member for the 10 master clans despite there already being an accident. They must tread carefully. Of course. Thank you. I'll message you which meeting room it is later on, okay? Yes. Is there anything else? No. Please go ahead. Night time. Every night, leaders of the first high school team gathered for a meeting with the team's strategic advisors to discuss their strategy for the competition as a whole. Mayumi sat at the center of the long U-shaped table with her assistants, Mari and Jumanji Kaito, by her side. A bit further down the table on the right side was Hattori Hanzo, and standing before the whiteboard and representing the strategic advisor team was Ichihara Shizun. And after Shizun finished her presentation, all 4 of them let out a simultaneous sigh. The official matches still left to be played are Mirage Bat and Monolith Code. And to assure ourselves of an overall victory, we'll have to take first place in both, huh? Not only that, but with the added perk of having to watch out for interference by an unknown entity. Mari added, crossing her arms, and frowned. Just then, a knocking came from the door and Yuji announced his and Aika's arrival, asking for permission to enter. And as soon as it was granted by Mayumi, the electronic door opened and they entered. Excuse us. Please excuse us. Welcome. Please take a seat. They bowed and took a seat right next to each other on the left side of the U-shaped table. I've brought you here because there's something important to consult you on. Rin-chan, would you mind giving them the rundown? Shizun nodded to Mayumi and turned towards the two. I think you're both aware of today's results. The large screen behind her, previously displaying the emblem of their first high school, changed to display a graph representing the scores and current placements of the schools in the competition and their scores. Although we did suffer an accident, our school's scores are more or less in line with our projections. However, since the 3rd high school has been making greater gains than we'd anticipated, our lead is less comfortable than projected. Currently, the 1st high school held the 1st place with 320 points, while 3rd high held the 2nd place with 225 points. The lead might seem large at first, but it was still not enough to ensure victory. Should we fall drastically behind 3rd high in the rookie events that start tomorrow, then depending on our score in the official Mirage Bat event, it's possible that we'd be overtaken. Official match points are worth twice as much as rookie match points. And although I personally don't think we'll fall drastically behind in the rookie events, countermeasures to assure victory must be taken. Therefore, we, the team's strategic advisors, have decided to pour our resources into the official Mirage Bat event, even if it's somewhat at the expense of the rookie event. During that little pause, Shizun shifted her gaze slightly at Yuji, along with everyone else in the room. If there was one factor they're confident in regarding the rookie events, it would be the fact that Yuji was there. Even if he would need to defeat the Crimson Prince, Ichiju Masaki, and Cardinal George, Kichijuji Shinkaru to obtain first place in the Rookies Monolith Code event, it was difficult to see how he would lose after everything he had shown them. As a member of the disciplinary committee, he had shown his dominance over every student in the school, even the third-year students. Moreover, he had also shown an incredible skill of using 2 CADs at once when he stopped the car from crashing into their bus. And apart from his magical skills, he had also shown an incredible talent and skill with strategic planning and management with his recent role of managing the first high school security detail. With all those put into consideration, it was only natural to put their trust and confidence in him. But, to ensure victory, they still needed more assurance, especially when their school seemed to be targeted by unknown entities. Thus, this was their decision. Upon hearing her words, Yuji turned his gaze to Aika, who was now blinking in surprise, as everyone shifted their gazes from Yuji to her. Eh? Does that mean? That's right, Aika-san. We're going to have you take Mari's place and compete in the official Mirage Bat event. Yuji-kun will continue to serve as your engineer and come to the arena on day 9. Eh? Aika slightly slammed the table in shock as she sprang up to her feet. But is this fine? There are older students participating in just one event. Not to mention, there's also Miyuki-chan who had practiced even more than me for her Mirage Bat event. Why would you choose me as a replacement? We never had a backup for Mirage Bat aside from you and Miyuki-san. And since both of you are skilled and talented, we decided to split the two of you and win both the official and rookie Mirage Bat events. As for why we chose you, Mari snorted before her lips curled into a grin. It's because I've seen you use your magic for the disciplinary committee. Moreover, Jumanji-kun has also seen it during last spring's incident and he recommended you as well. Jumanji nodded solemnly. Watanabe is correct. From what I've seen, you have the talent and skill to wind the official Mirage Bat event. That is why I recommended you. Chairman. Call it nepotism, I don't care. I believe you can do better, and these two agreed. Chairwoman. Glancing from her side, Yuji couldn't help but let out a smile. She knew Aika didn't care to show off and simply wanted to have fun by going against Miyuki in the event. She was excited about Pillar's break since she could compete against her friend. But she knew she wouldn't be able to go against Miyuki in the Mirage Bat event since Miyuki would be competing in the official event to replace Mari. But she didn't expect it to be her that would be competing in the official event. From the looks of her face, Yuji could somewhat guess why she was hesitant to accept it. In the anime, Miyuki was the one chosen to compete in the official Mirage Bat event. But now, she was the one chosen. She must feel like she stole her place. But that's not how it is. She didn't steal anything. This world is not the same as the anime. It's real, and in this world, she is the one chosen for the role. But if she declines and still wants Miyuki to be the one to take Mari's place, then he will support her. Though, truth be told, as her boyfriend, he still wishes to see her compete in the official match, have fun, and show off her prowess. After all, just as much as she loves making Yuji show off, he also loves to see her show off and show everyone how amazing the woman he fell in love with was. As Aika hesitated, Mari turned his gaze towards Yuji. Besides, you're also confident in her ability, right, Yuji? Of course. Yuji answered immediately, causing Aika to blush and the rest to smile wryly. But, I will respect her decision. If she wishes to compete in the official Mirage Bat event, then I will support her with everything I have as her engineer. But if she doesn't, then I will also support her as her friend. I see. Well, you heard him. What's your decision? Geez. So that's why you called Yuji here as well. You're all so sly. Aika pouted her lips as the blush on her cheeks persisted. There's no way she could reject it if Yuji was this confident in her. All she could do was prove that he's right and show everyone that his girlfriend/personal slut was the best. All right. I'll do it. Please let me compete in the official Mirage Bat event. Yufufu will be counting on you, Aika-san. Chapter 43, Chapter 42 A Display of Greatness. In more ways than one. Right after the meeting with Mayumi and the others, Yuji returned to his room to retire for the night with Aika refusing to let his arm go from her embrace. The two showered and changed into their nightwear. And since Aika didn't bring her own, she wore Yuji's t-shirt. Although it was oversized, her breasts lifted the shirt up quite a bit, causing it to only reach down right below her crotch. So, she wore his boxers as well instead without her panties. Immediately, Aika pulled him into his bed and hugged him tightly, resting her head on his chest as Yuji slowly stroked her hair. How are you feeling? Are you excited? More like, nervous. I seriously didn't expect to be the one representing us in the official Mirage Bat. Yuji smiled and kissed her head softly. It was rare, but whenever Aika would show some insecurities and nervousness, he would always hold her close just like now and rain her with loving kisses to calm her down. I, for one, am excited for you, Aika. You'll be able to perform on the main stage, you know. You can show everyone how amazing you are against the cream of the crop of these schools. Geez. Are you sure it's fine for people to see how amazing your girlfriend is? Aika looked up with a pout and glared at him. It was supposed to be a threatening expression, but it only served to make Yuji's smile grow even wider. Many will fall in love with me, you know. The Mirage Bat outfit might look cute on other girls, but it's super sexy on me. That outfit alone is enough to make guys have a nosebleed. If I fly around in that outfit, they'll see under my skirt and immediately worship my ass. I can very well create a cult after this. Ahaha, I'm sure they will. But. Yuji pulled her up towards him with his left arm that was wrapped around her waist, and pressed his lips against hers. His other hand squeezing her breast strongly, just enough to bring out her masochistic side. That's all they could do. They'll only be able to watch you from a distance and fantasize. While I can do this. MMMMH. Yuji dove in once again and pried open her lips with his tongue, invaded her mouth, and began playing with her tongue while his hand continued to massage her breasts, squeezing it and rubbing her hard nipples through the thin t-shirt that belonged to him. All the strength left her body as the continuous barrage of electrifying sensation from her nipples and the warm, mind-numbing pleasure from his kiss and hand continued to numb her brain with pleasure. She was completely swept by him. Her soft, wet lips, submissive tongue, and sensitive breasts had become his plaything, and there was nothing she could do but to let her beloved boyfriend have his way with her body. She lost track of time. All she could feel was pleasure. She hadn't even realized how much she had ruined her boyfriend's boxers with her love juice. But finally, he separated himself from her, leaving her panting with her tongue lolling out of her lips. If she could see her own expression right now, she would see the expression of a debauched woman who had fallen far into depravity and lust. See. Only I can make and see the goddess's slutty expressions and listen to her sexy moans all night. And then. He let go of her breasts and cupped her cheek, wiping away her tears and drool, and looked at her with eyes filled with nothing but love and affection. All I want is for you to have fun. Don't stress about anything. Don't feel guilty for robbing Miyuki's place. That's only in the anime. In this world, it's your place, not her. You're the one they choose. So pride yourself in that, okay? Perhaps it was guilt, but Aika truly felt bad for robbing Miyuki's place. Even though it was only in the anime, that's what should have happened if she wasn't here. But Yuji was right. It was only something that happened in the anime. This is reality, and in this world, she and Yuji were there. She didn't steal anything from anyone. She was the one chosen, Southwest it was her place to be. You're right. Thank you, Yuji. I love you. I love you too. If you need something for the competition, just tell me, okay? I'll do anything for you. Aika fell silent right after Yuji said that. And after a few moments, she looked up with a serious expression on her face. Then there's one thing. What is it? Fill me up before the Mirage Bat match. I want to feel you in me while I fly. Yuji blinked a few times and looked at her girlfriend in pure shock. What? Wait. Fill her up. Is she joking? No. She's serious. Perhaps he should have expected it since it was a request from his super perverted girlfriend. But it still took him a while to actually process her request and understand what she meant. Really? But what if dash? You can use your magic to plug it so it won't leak. Did she think this far ahead when she made me come up with that magic while we were in the toilet that time? Is my girlfriend secretly a genius on par with Lelouch? Faced with her adamant gaze and the promise he just made to her, Yuji let out a helpless sigh and smiled. All right. I'll fill you up before the match. Yay. I'll be having double helpings of your milk too for my mouth. So be prepared. Aika rubbed her cheeks on his chest and wrapped her arms around his chest, pressing her chest onto his and embracing him tightly. Ha! What a perverted girlfriend I have. Fourth day of the competition. It was the start of the rookie events of the 9 schools competition where the top first-year students would compete against each other. Scores from the rookie events were only half as much as their official counterparts, but they could still sway the overall results greatly. The first rookie event would be the women's rookie event speed shooting that would be held in the speed shooting venue of the competition. Shizuku will be going against the representative from the second high school. Watching from the spectator's seat, Yuji and Aika waited for the start of the event in anticipation. I'm looking forward to this. It's Shizuku and Tatsuya's first match. And if Tatsuya did what he did in the anime for Shizuku's match, then it'll be a spectacle to see. The start of the match was announced. The players prepared themselves as the countdown began, raising their rifle-shaped CAD. And the moment it began, a number of clay targets were shot into the air. Wow. She's doing it. She's destroying all of it. One by one, all of Shizuku's targets burst into pieces with every press of her trigger while her opponent struggled to hit hers. As expected of Tatsuya. He's a monster all right. Although he had seen it from the anime, seeing that spell in action in flesh was even more amazing. Active Air Mine. The activation sequence sets a cube measuring 10 meters on each side within the target area with the vertices and the center, totaling 9 points, designated as epicenters. It allows the user to tag all solids that enter the magic activation zone with magic vibration waves, destroying the target. More specifically, it generates compression waves within the target, causing it to undergo rapid and repeated partial expansion and contraction, which in turn causes it to undergo rapid heating and cooling repeatedly, weakening and collapsing the solid. While not practical in combat use, the spell was extremely powerful, efficient, and perfect for the speed shooting event due to the nature of the event itself. Since it is a static environment, there was no need to enter variable coordinates separately each time. The user can simply input the number corresponding to the 9 epicenters into the activation sequence and invoke the magic directly. Yes, but Shizuka's also amazing. It's because her processing power is so impressive that she could use it to that degree. She is. Are you getting nervous now? You're going to go against her later on in Pillar's Break, you know. Yuji smiled teasingly, but Aika smirked back at him instead. Fufu, she might be amazing, but your girlfriend is even more amazing, you know. Just leave it to me. All right. How about you? Are you nervous? You'll be having your first competition later and it's battle board. Yuji physically flinched the moment Aika said the cursed word. It was as if he was stabbed right in the chest. Do you even need to ask? He let out a deep, tired sigh. His battle board event, it's the one event he had been dreading this whole time. In fact, he's looking forward more to the Monolith code where he'd need to work together with Shun and his friend and have an entire building fall on him. At least, he could protect himself then. But this. There's nothing he could do about this. The event itself was fine. Although he had just learned surfing when he was assigned to the battle board event, he was able to master it quickly thanks to his accelerated learning skill. However, the outfit. The outfit he had to wear was. Yufufu, I'm super looking forward to it, you know. And I know the girls are too. I'm sure there'll be a rain of blood from how many nosebleeds you'll cause the moment you step out in that skin-tight suit. A skin-tight swimsuit. They could just tell him to compete naked. That's basically what they're doing. Ever since receiving Divine Physique, he had been avoiding tight pants and outfits for a reason. It's because he couldn't physically hide his crotch. And instead of helping him, his girlfriend's being like this. I'll definitely snap a ton of pictures so the girls and I could enjoy it again later on, so do your best, okay? X. Here goes nothing. Stopping right at the cusp of exiting his bench, Yuji took deep, long breaths, preparing himself to go into the course. Some of his team members from First High thought he was preparing himself for the match, but he wasn't. He was preparing himself for humiliation. He had gotten the taste of it just earlier, when he came out in this dark blue skin-tight swimsuit. The eyes of everyone around him, male or female, immediately went to the obviously accentuated part of him. The girls immediately shrieked and closed their eyes, while the guys became really awkward while telling him good luck on the match. It was painful to say the least. You can do it, Yuji. Just focus on the match. Don't mind the noise. Yuji stepped forward, leaving behind the comfort and privacy of his bench, and into the venue. And the moment sunlight hit his figure, he could hear gasps and shrieks resounded all around him. Kia. Yuji, is that real? Wow. He so big. Amazing. How shameless. It wasn't only the females. The males, although quieter, were also in shock at the sight of him. Life is so unfair. How is he allowed to do this? How could I even compete with that monster? It's fine. Size doesn't matter. It's how you use it. It's how you use it. Ignore it. Ignore all of it, sobs, just focus on the match. He had done everything he could to not make it obvious. He had even layered several layers of clothing underneath. But the accursed skin-tight swimsuit he had to wear still accentuated it. There was nothing he could do. Aika must be laughing her ass off right about now. I'll definitely punish her tonight and make her beg me to stop. He approached the starting line of the course with his surfing board in hand, and he was immediately welcomed by the shocked, aghast, despaired expression of his opponents. He put down his surfboard on the water surface and stepped on, ready for the match. Focus. The quicker I reach the finish line, the quicker I can get out of this swimsuit. His eyes sharpened as the blaring horn of the countdown reverberated. And the moment the starting horn blared, Yuji immediately burst into a tremendous speed, pulling head and shoulders ahead of his opponents. What in the world? He's so fast. How amazing. Is he really human? Watching from the spectators' seats, Erika, Miyuki, Mizuki, Shizuku, Anoka, Leo, and Mikihiko all gasped in shock. Their eyes widened into saucers as Yuji burst through the start line and continued pulling away from his opponents with a staggering speed. Ooni-sama. Miyuki turned to her brother, who was smiling calmly as he watched Yuji going through the course at record speed. Impressive, as expected. Ooni-sama, what is going on? How could Yuji-san be so fast? It's simple. He's using wind to push him forward. Eh? But, how could he be this fast if he's just being pushed by the wind? Mikihiko asked. Normally, what restricts the speed of a moving object the most, given no obstacle, are friction and air resistance. Since he's on water, the friction he needed to overcome to move that quickly was much lower than normal, even if the flow is against him. So, his biggest obstacle is wind resistance. Yes. Everything has to fight against air resistance to move forward. Even things that fall down. They would eventually be reduced to terminal velocity since the air is pushing against it as it falls. Tatsuya nodded. Yes. You're right, Mikihiko. Now what if you can erase air resistance from the equation at that kind of speed? Tatsuya-kun, you mean? Mizuki turned her gaze towards Yuji, her eyes widened. Yuji is creating a vacuum in front of him by redirecting the air in front of him to his back, pushing him instead. Without air resistance and a tremendous force of wind behind him in addition to the movement magic he's using. He could reach supersonic speed if he wanted. All of them fell into silence as the realization of the absurdity of what Yuji's doing right now fell on them. At least, until Aika's voice broke it. Geez. I told him I wanted to get a picture of him. If he's this quick, how could I take one? Hey Aika. Aika turned to Erika with a huff, her lips pouting, and whispered. Let's punish him together later, Erika-chan. Let's take embarrassing pictures of him in his room tonight. What are you saying? I don't care anymore. I was looking forward to having a collection of his pictures in that swimsuit, but now it's ruined because he's tryharding. Sitting beside Aika, Mizuki blushed redly as she listened to Aika and Erika's conversation. Despite the loud cheers from all around them, Aika was whispering loud enough for her to hear. It was embarrassing and perverted, but even if she didn't want to admit it, she was also looking forward to seeing Yuji in such a tight swimsuit attire. She would be lying if she was a bit disappointed when she couldn't see it because of how fast Yuji was, but there's no way she could express it. And before long, the loud, blaring sound of the horn signaling Yuji's finish resounded throughout the stadium, followed by a deafening applause for the new record he had set in battle board history. The room was silent as everyone within it looked down with a frown, an expression of frustration, anxiousness, and helplessness. What the hell was that? Is he a monster? Keikichi-juji-kun, do you know anything about him? Aside from his name. A girl with short brown hair, dressed in a dark maroon blazer and uniform of the third high school, asked the petite, pale-skinned boy in the same uniform at the head of the table. Everyone turned their gazes towards him as he let out a soft sigh from his nose. Just as much as you do. His name is Tsubakihara Yuuji, the male freshman ace of first high school. And from my digging, he's apparently the one calibrating his own CAD for his events. What? He's doing it himself. I thought his engineer was that other monster that was in charge of the female rookie speed shooting event. Gasps and words of shock and disbelief echoed throughout the meeting room. Kichijuji Shinkaru, a first-year student considered to be the brain of the third high school's team coming into the 9 schools competition, turned to his side. Masaki. What do you think of him? Ichiju Masaki, the handsome, light brown-haired heir of the Ichiju clan, one of the 10 Masters clan, crossed his arms as the frown on his face deepened. Well, I certainly didn't think he would be that much of a monster when I heard the rumors. Creating a vacuum in front of him and redirecting the air to push him from behind, allowing him to reach tremendous speeds without needing to fight the air resistance, all the while anchoring himself to his board and multicasting various other spells. It's something only a monster could do. Kichijuji-kun. Masaki. For even you two to say something like that. A boy, a second-year student, clenched his trembling fist. His expression looked at the 2 aces of their schools anxiously and nervously. Masaki sighed and raised up from his chair, walking towards the massive glass window pane overlooking the vast courtyard outside. There's nothing we can do against him in battle board. Not with him having that kind of spell. But we still haven't seen his skills in Monolith code. Masaki's right. From what information I could gather, other than Tsubakihara Yuuji, his other 2 teammates are nothing to be concerned about. As long as we can take him down, we'll win. I see. Then I guess we'll need to see him in action first in the Monolith code event tomorrow. Then how about that monster engineer? It's physically impossible for one engineer to be in charge of every single event, but... Masaki turned his gaze from the window to his teammates. Whatever matches he's working, will be facing an uphill battle. At the very least, we should take the field knowing that device-wise, we're in the hole by 2 or 3 generations. He walked back to the side of his seat and placed a hand on Kichijuji's shoulder. As for Tsubakihara Yuuji, we'll deal with him. He's alone. And we're not. We'll crush him together. We believe in you, Masaki-kun, Kichijuji-kun. Yeah. We have the Crimson Prince and Cardinal George on our side. There's nothing to fear. A small smile appeared on Kichijuji's face. He looked up to his side, and saw Masaki also smiling at him, confidence radiation from within his eyes and his entire being. Let's do our best, Masaki. We'll watch his events closely tomorrow. We'll find out his strengths and weaknesses, and thoroughly crush him. Yeah. Chapter 44, Chapter 43 Reiku. Women's Rookie Event, Battle Board Qualifying 6th Race. Yuji, Aika, Tatsuya, Miyuki, Shizuku, and Nakaho Azusa sat together on the spectators' seats to watch Anoka's battle board match. While Tatsuya was the engineer in charge of Anoka, Azusa had also helped him calibrate Anoka's CAD, so she came to watch along to see her performance. Come to think of it, I wonder why Mitsui-san has so many optical activation sequences prepared. Under battle board rules, using magic to interfere with other contestants is prohibited. However, you are not barred from hindering them as a result of interfering with the surface of the water. Tatsuya pulled out a pair of sunglasses and handed them to Azusa. What are these for? Azusa looked over and saw Yuji and the others already wearing it. What's the meaning of this? She said confusedly, but still put it on. And soon, the match begins. The blaring sound of the horn counting down resounded, and the moment it started, a flash of brilliant, blinding light shined on the surface of the water. What's happening? All other contestants covered their eyes with their arms as they struggled to maintain balance from the initial shock from being blinded. Some even fell and splashed into the water. But from within the light, Anoka, with her sunglasses, burst forth at tremendous speed, leaving behind each and every one of her rivals at the start line. That's amazing. It never even occurred to me that she would cast an optical spell on the water's surface. Anoka continued to dominate the match, going further and further beyond any of her other competitions. She was essentially going through the course alone, and soon, she reached the goal with no one else in sight behind her. In the Chinatown of Yokohama, within an octagonal room, restyled to fit the Great Union of Asia architecture and decorated with filigree from the same country, 5 men in suits gathered around a circular table. A pot of tea and several teacups laid upon the table that was covered with a wine-red tablecloth. Behind them, 4 large monitors displayed an artistic depiction of red dragons along with a golden emblem of a headless dragon. Wasn't Third High supposed to be the frontrunner for the rookie competitions? After going to the trouble of engineering Watanabe's withdrawal, at this rate, First High will end up winning anyway. If the favorite wins, as bookmarkers, we'd be the only losers. And we drew an especially large crowd this time. For us, it won't come cheap, paying out the dividends. It's sure to put a huge dent in our business this term. And if that happens, all of us will be purged. Depending on the size of our losses, the boss might just do the deed himself. If it were only a matter of dying, it wouldn't be so bad. We've got to make a move right away. Especially when we have that in our way. 5th day of the competition, Women's Rookie Event Ice Pillars Break Venue. Aika. Are you really going out in that outfit? Within the waiting room of the venue, Yuji stared at Aika in disbelief upon seeing what she would be wearing for her Ice Pillars break match. Of course I am. Isn't this a great chance to show off? The rules allow for it, so I might as well do it. Aika turned with a brilliant smile, causing the long hem of her dress to be dragged around the floor. She was dressed in a pure white, shoulderless, long party dress with a deep V-cut on her back, revealing much of her impeccable white skin. Floral lace covered her upper chest slightly and up towards her neck, leaving her shoulders bare. And following the floral pattern, she also wore pure white, floral lace gloves that run up to the middle of her upper arm. No. It's not just your dress. You look like you're going to a ball. While she was beautiful normally, Aika almost never used any makeup on her day-to-day basis. But this time, she did, and she also left her glasses behind, fully displaying her beautiful eyes. Yeah. I just wore a little bit of makeup and did my hair into a flower braid. Isn't it cute? Too cute. You fufu, are you going to be jealous? Aika leaned forward, narrowing her eyes in a teasing manner. Well, I'll be lying if I said I'm not. Yuji sighed, standing up from his seat and pulled her into a tight embrace. Good luck. I'm sure you can do it. And most importantly, have fun. And thank you, Yuji, I love you. I love you too. After sharing a long, passionate kiss, Aika went out to the venue while Yuji went to the bench to watch her match as her engineer. Kasuga Akane from 5th High School, her opponent on this Ice Pillars break match, was dressed in a jet black, old Japanese-styled, militaristic uniform, complete with a jet-black cape and militaristic hat. And completing her look, she also had a piece of straw on her mouth. Her outfit would have attracted a lot of attention as she rose up on her platform, just like all the other contestants of the Ice Pillars break event, since they're allowed to use any outfit they wanted. But this time, all eyes were focused on the pure white goddess who was slowly ascending to her platform on the opposite side of the board. Whoa. She's beautiful. A goddess. Am I in heaven? Is this real? Murmurs, gasps, and mutterings of awe filled the entire venue as Aika stood silently on her platform with a calm smile on her face. This was her first appearance in the 9 schools competition. But like the still surface of a lake, she showed no sign of excitement, nervousness, or anxiousness at all. It was as if she was unshaken and untroubled by the worries and tribulations of mortals. But inside. Yufufu, how is this? Yuji, you must be super horny after seeing me like this, right? I look super innocent and beautiful, right? Don't you want to defile me in this dress? It's white, so you don't have to worry about soiling it. Her lips curled up into a small smile, and immediately, the crowd burst into cheers. But Yuji, who saw her expression, could immediately tell what her expression meant. She must be thinking of perverted stuff. He had to admit, she was extremely beautiful. Even more so than usual. No, much more. But Aika was still Aika. No matter how heavenly, innocent, or pure she looked, Yuji knew that she would always have dirty thoughts in that little pink head of hers. Well, as long as she's having fun. He smiled and watched over her silently as the start of the match began to count down. The poles in the middle of either side of the arena with a red, yellow, and green light on the tip of it began to shine. And along with the blaring sound of the horn, it began counting down to the start of the match. The moment the green light lit up and the sound of the horn that signaled the start of the match, Aika immediately raised her right hand into the sky. On her opponent's side of the arena, a massive, light blue magic circle appeared above all 12 of Akane's ice pillars, crackling with electricity. Her eyes widened, and instead of going through with her plan on drawing first blood by attacking, she immediately changed her plan into strengthening her ice pillars. But before her spell could even activate, Aika dropped her hand down. Reiku, god of lightning. With a word whispered from her smiling lips, the massive light blue magic circle began to glow brightly and brightly before a massive column of lightning pierced down to the ground, enveloping all 12 ice pillars in the 12-meter square area. R-O-O-O-O-O-O-O-O-A-R. The deafening thunderous sound and blinding light filled the entire venue. And when the light dissipated, not even a hint of shattering of the ice pillars remained. Only the remains of electricity crackled on the surface of the arena. And soon after the horn signaling the start of the match resounded, the horn signaling the end of the match was blown. Alright, now I can fight against either Miyuki or Shizuku, I can't wait. Aika thought excitedly in her mind as she walked back to the first highs bench where Yuji was, ignoring the look of shock and awe from everyone within the venue. As soon as she arrived near Yuji, she raised her hand up and they high-fived. Otsu, how was it? Was it good? I was good, right? You were amazing. You did go a bit overboard a bit, but I'm sure it'll be fine. It's a new spell that I made and it's an A-rank spell, so it might surprise people. But we know Miyuki will use Nibelheim and Inferno, 2 A-rank spells as well, later, so there's no need to worry. And then, let's return. I want to go and watch Miyuki's match too. Alright. Let's go. Yufufu, and on the way, maybe we can sneak in a little quickie. Barely making it to Miyuki's match after a not-so-quick, quickie session, Yuji and Aika saw the final moments of the match where Miyuki convincingly won against Shizuku using Niflheim and Inferno, confirming her match for tomorrow's Rookie Ice Pillars break finals and ended the day of the competition with a magnificent display of magical skill and talent. Though it was still less flashy than her match, both figuratively and literally. X. Tsubakihara-kun, you were so amazing in the battle board event. You set a record in battle board history. CC, congratulations on passing the qualifiers. I couldn't stop looking at you. Why, you were so amazing. Oh, and didn't you also program that Reiku spell for Kiryu-san? It was so amazing. Thank you very much, everyone. Watching from the side, outside of the massive crowd that had formed around Yuji, Aika snickered, holding back her laughter, as Miyuki and Tatsuya smiled helplessly at Yuji's plight. Tonight, a small, private banquet was held for the first-year students to congratulate them on passing their first day of the 9 schools competition and let them have fun for the night, so they could rest and do even better for the remaining days of the competition. But for Yuji, the banquet was anything but rest. He had been swarmed by girls since the moment he arrived in this hall. They were even more excitable than usual, and it was easy to understand why after his performance in the battle board event. He had been glancing at Aika, Miyuki, and Tatsuya and tried to send them signals to help him numerous times. But they didn't. Aika even dared to laugh at him. Is this how you react when your boyfriend is swarmed by girls? Honestly, if they were simply congratulating him, then he wouldn't be so tired. But, judging by their redly blushing cheeks, he knew why they're so excitable tonight. The humiliation he had to face this morning. He wasn't an exhibitionist that would enjoy being seen. Is this how Aika feels when men ogle at her breasts? No. Is this how all women feel? It's so embarrassing. He let out a sigh inwardly and secretly glanced at Tatsuya. In the anime, these girls were supposed to approach Tatsuya after he showed off his amazing engineering skills for the first time in the speed shooting event and the girls' rookie battle board event for Shizuku and Anoka. And because of that, he glanced towards Shun, who was chatting with his friend a few distance away with a drink in his hand. Shun became overwhelmed by his sense of inferiority after seeing how much praise Tatsuya got and became reckless in his Monolith code match the next day. The Monolith code match where Shun and his friend were caught up in an accident when the opposing team, accidentally, used the magic spell battering ram in the abandoned building area. Perhaps it was inevitable since it's caused by those no-head dragon bastards. But perhaps their injuries became so severe because they were reckless to try and win as quickly as possible. But now, Shun doesn't seem to be showing any signs of acting up, which is good. Still, I can't be careless. Those bastards would definitely try to sabotage the Monolith code match tomorrow, especially after seeing my performance today. To win the battle board convincingly, even setting a record of finishing with the fastest time in battle board history was essentially Yuji painting a target on his own back. Well, that's fine. It's better if I'm the one targeted since I can defend myself. And they won't live for long anyways. Tatsuya said he would clean up the root of the problem as he would in the anime. So they won't live for any longer than a few days. For now, he just needed to be careful with the Monolith code match tomorrow. I'll need to tell Shun and his friend to not be reckless again later on. At least not during tomorrow's Monolith code event in the abandoned building. If they do, they might still get injured even if I manage to save them in time. He let out a sigh once again. What a day. Even though he has divine physique, his mind was truly exhausted by everything that had happened today and thinking about what would be happening tomorrow. He really needed to cuddle with Aika and Erika right now to recover his spirit. Sixth day of the 9 schools competition. On the way to watch Anoka's rookie battle board event, passing through a quiet hallway, Yuji and Aika noticed 2 familiar figures in third high school uniforms walking from the opposite side of the hallway towards them. One was a handsome man with brown hair and green eyes while the other was a shorter, black-haired boy with crimson eyes. Their eyes met, and there was an immediate look of recognition. After all, both their looks and reputation were famous in their schools and others. Though, the two was stunned for a few moments at the sight of Yuji and Aika, before they snapped out of their daze and regained their calm. The brown-haired man stepped forward with a smile, his eyes focused on Yuji, while the black-haired boy followed after him, his eyes carefully observing Yuji. I am Ichiju Masaki, a first year at 3rd high school. And I am Kichijuji Shinkaru, also a first year at 3rd high school. Ah. I didn't expect to meet them here. I am Tsubakihara Yuuji, a first year at 1st high school. Hello. I'm Kiryu Aika. A first year at 1st high school as well. Nice to meet you. Immediately after Aika introduced herself, Yuji could immediately tell they were mesmerized by their dazed, and slightly flushed, expression. Well, it was inevitable. After all, his girlfriend is extremely beautiful and super sexy. It's understandable why these 2 virgins would immediately become mesmerized at the sight of her. So tell me. What do the Crimson Prince and Cardinal George want with me before their match? Both Masaki and Shinkaru snapped out of their daze and faked a cough, their face still blushing redly as Aika giggled. Ahem. Excuse me. We came to see the Black Emperor who made the world record for the fastest player to ever finish a lap in the battle board competition and shocked everyone watching. Tsubakihara Yuuji. I've only heard of the name through rumors before. But I will never forget it. Along with Shiba Tatsuya, the 2 of you are most likely the most dangerous enemies we will be facing in this 9 schools competition. I know it is rude to do this before the match, but we simply wanted to see you in person. Ah. So these 2 are both locked in on me and Tatsuya, huh? I'm humbled to be regarded so highly by the boy genius who discovered one of the cardinal codes at the tender age of 13. But you are right. It is unorthodox. Yuji turned towards Aika, who was already playing with her phone because she was bored. Aika, can you go ahead and save a seat for the 2 of us? Sure. Aika nodded and turned towards the 2 with a bright smile. See you 2 later, and good luck on your matches. Don't lose until your match with Yuji. I'd like to see him go all out, so please do your best. She winked, causing them to flinch and blush once again, and walked past them. Their gazes instinctively gravitated towards Aika as she walked away before Yuji's fake cough snapped them out of their daze. Staring at a lady as she walks away isn't something a gentleman should do so outwardly, isn't it, Prince, Cardinal George? The 2 panicked and became flustered when they heard Yuji's words and Aika's giggle. I am sorry. I didn't mean to. Please forgive me as well. Yuji couldn't help but smirk at the sight of these two panicking at his slight teasing. Them staring at Aika was only natural. And they're staring because they're mesmerized by their beauty, so Yuji only teased them a bit. If they're ogling at her though, well, Aika would get her wish of seeing him go all out against these two. So, is that all? Yes. We look forward to our match. Don't lose until you reach the finals. Likewise. Then, please excuse me. Anoka's match ended with her win, as expected. After all, she was quite skilled in magic, and with Tatsuya's unique strategy of expanding the shadow on the water surface to force her rivals, who were wearing dark sunglasses as a countermeasure, a previous strategy of blinding them with light on the water surface, to avoid taking the inside lane, it was but a done deal. And now, Aika, Miyuki, and Shizuku gathered in a meeting room with Mayumi. Yuji and Tatsuya were also there as the three girls' engineers. Thanks to everyone's outstanding efforts, our own players have swept the Rookie Women's Pillars Break Final League. Kiryu-san, Shiba-san, Kitayama-san, congratulations on a job well done. Thank you very much. In recognition of this brilliant feat, the tournament committee has approached us with a proposal. Regardless of the standings in the final, the total points awarded to our school will be the same, so they want to know if we'd like to skip the finals and have all three of you share first place. Yes. I want to fight against Miyuki. Aika-san. Miyuki, Shizuku, and Mayumi all looked at Aika in shock. They didn't expect her to be this enthusiastic and excited to compete against Miyuki. That's okay, right, Miyuki? Miyuki looked at Aika for a moment in silence and smiled. If Aika-san wishes to compete against me, then I have no reason to refuse. Yay. Thank you, Miyuki, let's have fun. Aika cheered and hugged Miyuki, rubbing her cheek against her. You won. Mayumi nodded and turned to look at Shizuku. What about you, Kitayama-san? I'm fine. I've fought to the best of my abilities with Miyuki-san. I am satisfied. Okay. Then I will tell this to the committee. On this clear and sunny day of the 6th day of the 9 schools competition, cheers, applauses, and gasps of awe filled the Pillars Break venue as Aika in her white dress and Miyuki in her Shrine Maiden's outfit rose up to their platform. In her focus, Miyuki stared directly at Aika's eyes. She's strong. From the few times she had seen Aika use her magic, Miyuki knew full well how skilled and powerful she was. The Nibelheim spell she used during the raid in Blanche's hideout. The spell on par with her brother's regrowth she used to heal the ones she froze. And the extremely powerful lightning spell, Reiku, that annihilated all 12 ice pillars in an instant. I need to focus and end this quickly before she uses Reiku. The blaring sound of the countdown started. And as soon as the green light shined, Aika immediately raised her hand and conjured a massive magic circle above Miyuki's side of the arena. She's fast. Miyuki cast Inferno right after, decreasing the temperature on her side of the arena, strengthening her ice pillars, while increasing the temperature on Aika's side, melting her ice pillars. But then, Miyuki's eyes widened in shock when she saw Aika raising her left hand up to her chest. What? Don't tell me. Around her wrist, there was another bracelet-shaped CAD, gleaming with the light from the sun. It glowed, and a moment later, the effect of Miyuki's Inferno disappeared. No. It didn't disappear. But this is. Did she? Inferno is a medium-scale magic that works by dividing the target area into 2 sections and decreasing the kinetic and rotational energy of all objects within one section, and this surplus energy can then be released into the other section in the form of heat. This was how Miyuki was able to melt Aika's ice pillars while freezing her own. Aika simply used the same spell to reverse the effect of Miyuki's spell. But her spell was stronger. Instead of simply returning the amount of kinetic and rotational energy in both areas to normal, Aika's Inferno erased the effect of Miyuki's Inferno and returned it in spades. And in just a fraction of a second, the situation was reversed. Miyuki's eyes widened and looked up towards Aika, her simply standing there with a beautiful smile on her face. Not one of arrogance, but one that showed genuine excitement and happiness. Like an innocent child playing with her best friend. Such a beautiful expression. Even Miyuki, a beautiful girl herself, couldn't help but become mesmerized. Ah. I'm completely outclassed. The massive magic circle above Miyuki's side of the arena glowed brightly, and from it, a massive column of lightning struck down to the entire area, hitting her brittle, melting ice pillars. Blinding light and the thunderous sound of lightning filled the entire venue. And when it dissipated, the ice pillars on Miyuki's side of the arena were no longer there. Chapter 45, Chapter 44 Monolith Code Match, Accident. And, Happy New Year's. I wish for everyone to have an even better year this 2023. 2020, 2021, and 2022 may not be the best for many of us, but let's continue to look forward and hope for the best for 2023. 7th day of the 9 schools competition. In the middle of a dirty, ruined hallway on the second floor of the abandoned building, the arena of this rookie event Monolith code match, the first high school, strapped in their gears, CADs, and helmet, huddled in front of a tall, jet black, rectangular monolith. Cut cables and broken ceiling lamps hung from the ceilings. The walls were cracked, ruined, while shards of broken glass, dust, and pieces of concrete and rocks covered the floor they stood on. Remember the plan. Our strength lies in ambushing them with Shun's quick-draw magic and Korea's support. And this arena matches well with our strength. I will defend our monolith, while you two patrol and set up for ambushes. But don't go too far. We don't need to come to them. They need to come to us. Got it. Got it. Sure. Yuji glanced at Shun, his eyes narrowing slightly when he saw a look of dissatisfaction on his face. He placed a hand on Shun's shoulder, causing him to look up to Yuji in slight surprise. Let's win this without any casualties, all right? We still have a lot of matches to go through. Don't be reckless in your first match. Got it. Yuji nodded and turned his gaze to both Shun and Korea once again. Check every corner. If you see someone, report first and check the surroundings before making any rash decisions. Let them make the first move. We'll counter. We have no one with spying abilities to peek at the codes once we open up their monolith, so the next best thing we could do is to defeat all 3 of their members. And in this abandoned building with a convoluted layout, the best thing to do is to ambush and eliminate them. The 2 nodded to his words. All right. Let's do our best. On 3. Yuji moved his hand forward to the center and the 2 followed suit, placing their hands above his. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Oh. Yuji looked at the 2 as they did one final check on their CADs. In the anime, Shun and his team were immediately blitzed by the enemy team and had the battering ram spell cast on the ceiling above them, causing them to be buried in rubble. And this time, he expected the same thing to happen. This is kinda nerve-wracking. He let out a sigh. A few minutes later, the horn signaling the start of the match resounded. And as he expected, a magic activation sequence appeared on the ceiling above him. Be careful. Shun and Korea both looked at him in shock, and their gaze quickly went up to the crumbling concrete ceiling above. And with a sickening crack, the entire concrete ceiling fell upon all 3. Yuak dash. Ayahargurk dash. Yuji quickly used his gravity spell to protect all of them. In that moment, the entire venue gasped in shock, staring speechlessly at the massive display monitors where they could only see the dust kicked up from the ground, covering the camera. X. Yuujikun. Yuji. Mayumi and Erika suddenly burst into a hospital room in a panic, slightly panting after rung all the way from the entrance of the hospital to his room. Following closely behind them, Miyuki, Tatsuya, Mari, Anoka, Shizuku, Mizuki, Leon, and Mikihiko also entered the hospital room. And upon their arrival, they could see Yuji sitting on the bed, dressed in a hospital gown, and Aika sitting on a chair right beside him. Everyone. Why are you here dash? Yuji-kun. How are you feeling? Yuji. Are you okay? How are your injuries? Both Mayumi and Erika quickly rushed to his side and looked up and down his body, trying to see how his injuries were. I'm fine. I didn't receive any injuries. I'm simply here because the medical team insisted I go through a few medical tests to make sure I'm okay. Yuji replied, his lips curled into a soft smile as he looked at the 2 concerned girls. Erika's worry was obvious since she's his girlfriend, but Mayumi's worry made her feelings for him clear, especially when she's this frantic. He couldn't help but feel a warm sensation growing in his chest. If there were no other people in the room aside from his girlfriends, he would have brought both Mayumi and Erika into his embrace to calm them down. After all, there's no reason for them to worry in the first place. He successfully protected himself and the 2 from the collapsing building. And even if he was injured, Aika had already used her heal on him just to make sure he was completely fine. The 2 let out a sigh of relief before Anoka, Shizuku, and the rest of his friends approached his bed with concerned expressions. Why Yuji-kun, are you sure you're okay? After all, it was a terrible accident. Thank you very much for your concern, Anoka. But I'm truly fine. However. He looked at Anoka and then Miyuki, and gave them both a look of confusion. Why are you 2 here? Shouldn't you be preparing for your Mirage Bat event this afternoon? Yeah. It's fine. We can return as soon as possible. Of course we would come here, Yuji-san. We were all extremely worried about you. And just like Anoka said, we can simply return right after our visit here. So there's no need for you to worry. Miyuki took over the explanation from Anoka, who was a blushing mess, with a smile. Miyuki is right. I'm glad to see you're fine, Yuji. Yeah. I'm super impressed, Yuji. Can't believe you get out of that collapsing building unscathed. Yeah. It's unbelievable. I am glad you're fine, why Yuji-kun? NN. I was worried. But I'm relieved to see you uninjured. Thanks, guys. Yuji smiled at Tatsuya, Leo, Mikihiko, Mizuki, and Shizuku. Hey, I guess you are just that tough, huh? I thought you at least suffered from a sprain or bruise after having a building collapsing on you. Mari smirked, looking at Yuji with an amused, yet relieved, expression as she crossed her arms. Ahaha. Thank you very much for your concern, chairwoman. Foo-foo. It'll take more than a collapsing building to hurt Yuji. He's super tough. Just like a cockroach. Oi. Laughters and giggles filled the room. And before long, everyone made themselves at home. Tatsuya stood beside the bed, while Mayumi, Erika, Mari, and Miyuki took some chairs and sat beside Yuji's bed. The rest of them took a sit on the couches on the other side of the room. President, do you know how Shun and Korea are doing? I believe I managed to protect them, but I heard they were also brought into the hospital. An unfortunate smile appeared on Mayumi's smile as she replied. They're still unconscious. Thanks to your efforts, they've miraculously only suffered from some minor injuries. Morisaki-kun sprained his ankle when he panicked and tried to run away. While Mochizuki-kun fell to the ground from the trembling and suffered from a few bruises. She let out a sigh and continued. They're physically fine, but the doctors assumed the shock might have caused some problem with their mental states, given they're both still unconscious to this moment. Depending on their condition for the next few days, they'll have to spend at least the next 3 days in this hospital so their physical and mental health can be monitored. I see. It was unfortunate, but understandable. After all, anyone would have received a tremendous shock if the building suddenly collapsed on them. He wasn't as shocked because he expected it, but for those two, they might think they're going to die at that moment. Just like Kobayakawa Keiko, the girl who fainted upon having her CAD malfunction during her Mirage bat competition, they must have suffered a tremendous blow to their mental state. He let out a sigh and turned his gaze towards Mayumi and Mari. I see. That is unfortunate. Speaking of which, have we received any results regarding the investigation of the board committee members in charge of checking the CADs used in competition? If used indoors with people inside, battering ram is elevated to a lethal rank A status. This goes far beyond the reckless surfing in that battle board race. It was a clear violation. Even they wouldn't be able to simply brush this off easily. Mari closed her eyes and let out a sigh, one displaying her exasperation, while Mayumi shook her head in disappointment. We have inquired with the 4th high school team regarding this incident, and they insisted that they didn't include the battering ram spell into any of their CADs. But even with that fact presented to the board tournament committee, they simply inform us that they're still running internal investigations to the best of their abilities. That means there's no results yet. Mayumi nodded. They're currently questioning the person in charge of checking the CADs used by the 4th high school's Monolith code team, but they found no evidence as of yet. I see. It was disappointing, but it can't be helped. With moles inside the board committee, this kind of results were to be as expected. Moreover, they must have also taken a lot of measures to make sure their sabotage attempts were completely concealed. Point in case, the only reason Tatsuya found out about the sabotage done by the board committee in charge of checking the CADs that would be used in competitions was because he could literally read all the activation sequence of the spell they're using to check her sister's CAD. Only then did he could find a virus injected into the system he designed himself, which was later revealed as golden electric silkworms by the patriarch himself. But still. I still hope they would have found something, even something as little as a slip-up, if he put enough pressure. Just then, a knock came to the door and the voice of a middle-aged man resounded from beyond. Please come in. The door opened, and came a doctor with slightly graying hair and friendly smile and a beautiful, blushing nurse. Tsubakihara-san. How are you feeling? I'm feeling just fine, doctor. How are the tests? You are healthy as a bull. We've run it a few times just to make sure, but you have proven to be extremely tough, Tsubakihara-san. I've never seen anyone get out this unscathed after having a building collapsing on them. The doctor laughed and gave him a piece of paper. Here are your discharge papers. Don't worry, all the expenses have been covered by your school. You are free to leave as you wish. Is that so? Thank you very much, doctor. I'm glad I could be discharged this soon. After all, I wouldn't want to miss my friend's Mirage bat match. He turned to look at Miyuki and Anoka. You're still going to go and watch? You can't. You must rest. That's right, Yuji-kun. Why your health is more important. Mayumi and Anoka raised their voices in objection. It'll be fine. I'm completely fine, as the doctor said. And I'll only be watching. After all, I don't want to miss you two winning your match. Mayumi sighed while Anoka blushed as she felt a mix of feelings. On one hand, she's super happy that Yuji would be watching her. But on the other hand, she's also worried for his health and wished he would rest. Ha. Alright. But promise me you'll rest right after, okay? I promise I will rest right after the match ends. After all, I'll still need to get ready for the Monolith Code match tomorrow with my new team. Okay. Yuji smiled and looked at the doctor once more. Is there anything else I need to know, doctor? No. You are free to go. Take care, Tsubakihara-kun. Yes. Thank you very much. X. As expected, both Miyuki and Anoka won their rookie event Mirage Bat finals. And Miyuki even used Tatsuya's flying spell and showed them off to everyone. It wasn't even a challenge for her. But, right after the match, he couldn't even go and congratulate the two for their win and were immediately forced to return to his bed to rest by Mayumi. Thus, he was now laying on his bed, staring up at the ceiling dazedly with Aika and Erika by his side and resting, just as promised. Hey, are you really okay? Are you sure you don't have any bruises or anything? Erika asked with a frown, propping up her body with her arm to look over him. She was still reeling from the shock of seeing the building he was in crumble in the middle of the match. If not for Aika stopping her, she might have run into the ruins to find him herself. Even after having the test results from the hospital, she was extremely worried for him even though he had gone through the lengths of showing her his uninjured body. Yuji smiled and wrapped his arms around her, pulling her on top of him into his embrace. I'm fine, Erika. I managed to protect myself just in time. There's no need to worry. He stroked her back gently and kissed her head to calm her down. You don't need to worry too much, Erika. This guy's tough. Even if he failed to cast his spell in time, a few falling pebbles won't hurt him. I wish you'd worry more. Fufufu I am. But I know you're tough too. Aika grinned and hugged him tightly, pressing her breasts against his arm and kissing his cheek. You little. Yuji sighed and pinched her but a little, causing her to squirm. Hiya Yuji, you pervy. Ha. Erika shook her head and sighed tiredly, but a smile still found its way to her face. If she didn't know Aika, she might have thought Aika didn't really care for Yuji. But, she knew better. Being head over heels would be a gross understatement when it comes to describing Aika's feelings for Yuji. She was truly in love. She trusted him so fully and genuinely, proven by the fact that she allowed Erika to be Yuji's lover as well, because she knew Yuji would still love her the same. She was acting this way because she knew Yuji was fine and that there was no way he'd be harmed by a measly, collapsing building. Oh, by the way, Jumanji-senpai called you for a meeting in a few hours, right? Are you going to talk about the replacements for your Monolith Code team? Aika asked, raising her head slightly to see his face better. I think so. Oh. Then who would you be picking? Erika asked in curiosity, besides Tatsuya, Mikihiko, and Leo, though she didn't want to admit it, there's no other first-year male students here right now that caught Erika's eyes in terms of abilities. Unfortunately, she didn't think he'd be able to pick from the three since one was an engineer while the others weren't even supposed to be here, just like her. I'm thinking of picking Tatsuya and Mikihiko. Tatsuya is, well, I guess I don't need to explain much about him. And Mikihiko, with his ancient magic, would be a great asset for guerrilla warfare. Eh? Really? Erika looked at him in wonder. Of course. I can leave the vanguard to Tatsuya and let him wreak havoc on the enemy team. Have Mikihiko annoy the ones infiltrating, and if they manage to bypass him, I can take care of it. No, I know they're good, but can you have them in your team? Tatsuya's an engineer, and Miki is only here because his family sent him here. Yuji looked at her with a smile and pulled Erika back down into his embrace. It was a bit of a surprise, but Erika stayed on his chest, shyly rubbing her cheeks against him. They will. I'm sure Jumanji-senpai is willing to persuade the board committee to let me do it since I am the victim of that freak accident here. I guess. Erika muttered, her voice still filled with doubt. But then, Yuji stroked her head softly and said, Don't worry. If all else fails, I'll show them what a one-man army looks like. Erika's eyes widened slightly at his words, and when she looked up, she could feel her cheeks heating up and her heart skipping a beat at his confident smile. As expected, 10 minutes before the time of the meeting, a knock came to Yuji's door. Aika and Erika quickly hide themselves while Yuji comes to the door to greet the person. When he opened the door, he saw Takeaki Kirihara, the second-year student and captain of the Kenjutsu club that he was acquainted with during the Blanche incident. Ah, Kirihara-senpai. Good evening. Yo, Tsubakihara. How are you doing? I saw it when a building just collapsed on you. Thank you very much for your concern. But I am fine. The doctors have run tests on me to make sure of it, and the results are as you can see. I see. Though, unfortunately, the other two seem to still be in the hospital from shock. They'll be fine. I heard they're miraculously uninjured because of you. Yes, well. It is fortunate that I managed to notice the spell quickly and protected them just in time. Then, come with me. The chairman had told you about the meeting, right? Yes. Good. I'll lead you there. Please take care of me. With Kirihara leading the way, Yuji head to the meeting room reserved by the first high team. Upon entering, he saw several figures there. There was Isori Kei, Hattori Jibushojo Hanzo, Ichihara Suzun, Nakaju Azusa, Watanabe Mari, Jumanji Katsudo, and lastly, Tsubakihara Mayumi. Immediately, everyone's eyes turned to him as he entered. There was a tense stillness in the room. Everyone seemed focused and solemn. Well, everyone except for one. Through her expression alone, Yuji could sense Mayumi's dissatisfaction with the situation. And it's easy to understand why. Tsubakihara. Good work today. How are you feeling? I'm sorry I can come visit you in the hospital this afternoon. I am fine. The doctors have run tests to make sure of my condition, and I am discharged after the results tell them I am completely fine. Thank you very much for your concern, Chairman. Yuji lowered his head in a bow towards Katsudo. That's good. Then let me get down to business. Yes. Yuji raised his head and the expression of everyone in the room came to sight once again. Most of them still held their solemn expressions, but Mayumi was becoming more and more dissatisfied with the situation. She's even pouting her lips now as she glanced at Yuji and Katsudo back and forth. According to the current standings, First High is still at the top in points scored. Third High is in second place, and in terms of just the rookie events, they're 50 points behind us. Even if we withdraw from the Monolith Code now, we'd be assured of a second-place finish in the rookie division. Before the rookie event started, I would have been satisfied with that, but now that we've come this far, I'd like to shoot for first place in the rookie events, as well. Yes. I understand the sentiment. Jumanji Katsudo, the heir and acting head of the Jumanji clan of the Ten Master Clan, let out a rare smile and nodded at Yuji. Ichiju Masaki. Kichijuji Shinkaru. Are you aware of these two? Yes. We actually crossed paths just this morning. Well, they seem to be waiting for me. They've declared their desire to fight and win against me in the Monolith Code event. Hushed gasps of shock resounded from the others as Katsudo continued to fix his gaze at Yuji silently. I see. Then, without you in the picture and with those two teamed up, there's little chance that they'd suffer an upset in this tournament. Yes. Then I ask you this. Are you still willing to compete in the Monolith Code tournament tomorrow? Yes. Wait a minute. Jumanji-kun, even though Yuji might be our best chance to defeat the Crimson Prince and Cardinal George in this event, he's still recovering from this morning's incident. Tsubakihara, the doctors had already confirmed he is fit to continue the competition. But President. Mayumi turned to look at Yuji, her eyes filled with worry and fear. Fear of, perhaps losing him or seeing him suffering from a terrible injury. Even now, she could still remember the dread and the chill running down her spine the moment she saw the building he's currently in crumbling into ruins. And since the mastermind behind these sabotages was still unfound, there's a chance such a tragedy might befall upon him once again. And she didn't want to see it again. She never wanted to feel the fear of losing him ever again. But seeing his soft, warm smile, the determination she had steeled to prevent Yuji from fighting in the Monolith Code event suddenly melted away. I will be okay, President. I promise you that I will return uninjured and bring you and our school victory. Yuji-kun. Her cheeks flushed as she clenched her teeth in frustration and looked at him with watery eyes. Geez. I don't care anymore. She harumphed and averted her face away, crossing her arms. Kei, Kirihara, Hanzo, and Azusa widened their eyes in shock when they saw her reaction. On the other hand, Mari and Suzun simply smiled and kept their silence. Yuji smiled helplessly. He knew how hard it was for Mayumi to let him go and compete once again after witnessing such tragedy befalling him. After all, he would do the same if the situation was reversed. But, he still needed to do it. He needed to make sure First High would win this 9-schools competition to complete the mission from the Multiverse Chat group. Yuji turned towards Katsudo, who fixed his gaze at him once again. Chairman. I am willing to participate in the Monolith Code tournament once again. But I don't think I can say the same for my other two teammates. I know. That is why, I will have you pick 2 other students from our school and form a new team. I was under the impression that players couldn't be replaced even in the case of a debilitating injury. I've talked to them, and they've made an exception for that. I see. So, do you have anyone in mind for it? If you need time, then come back here in an hour. No, there is no need. I already have 2 people in mind. But I'd still need to inform them and receive their agreement. We will be present if you need to persuade them. Yuji's lips curled into a smile, the sight mesmerizing the 4 girls within the room. Even Mayumi, who was still upset at him, couldn't help but fall into a daze and stare at him from the corner of her eyes. Can it be anybody? Even if I choose one from outside the team? That's a bit dash. It's fine. We've already made enough exceptions for this. And after everything they've done to us, one or two more won't matter. Katsudo declared as such with venom directed towards the board committee present in his words. And for those who were informed by Yuji regarding the forces behind the recent incidents happening to their school, they could understand his sentiment. Thank you very much. Then, my picks will be Shiba Tatsuya of 1E and Yoshida Mikihiko of 1E as well. Oh oi, Tsubakihara dash. Hanzo slammed the table in shock of his words, but before he could say anything more, Susan raised her hand and stopped him. Yuji, would you mind telling us the reason why you chose those two? Mari asked, similarly wondering the reason behind his picks. She could understand Tatsuya, but she wanted to know the reason behind his pick for Mikihiko. Of course. The biggest reason is that I have hardly watched any of the men's matches or practice sessions as I am busy with my own and my former teammates, as well as my role as Aika's engineer and assistant engineers for a few other athletes. I know nothing about their specialties or characteristics. In light of the match being tomorrow, if I were to research their abilities from scratch, there wouldn't be enough time for strategizing and fine-tuning. You mean that you're familiar with those particular two? Yuji then shrugged and let out a helpless smile. As shameful as it is, these two are two of the three male friends I am familiar with. Although we are in different classes, Tatsuya and I are close friends even before coming to First High. And my relationship with Yoshida can also be considered close friends. I see. I guess you are only popular with girls. It makes sense why you only have 3 male friends from a different class. Yuji's lips twitched at Mari's comment and the sniffled giggles from the other 3 girls. And so? What's the non-biggest reason? Yuji smiled and answered with the utmost confidence. Their ability. Chapter 46, Chapter 45 Demolition. Yuji. Are you serious? Yeah. I'll be calibrating your CAD. Just accept it. There's no use gripping over something that's been decided. And I would love to have you on the team, Mikihiko. While Yuji was in the meeting, Aika had invited Tatsuya, Miyuki, Mikihiko, Leo, Mizuki, and Erika to Yuji's room, knowing he'll want to inform Tatsuya and Mikihiko about their participation in the Monolith Code tournament right after he returned. Well. That and Aika also wanted to invite everyone over to hang out. After all, although it's a competition, they're still staying together for days. When else could they hang out until late at night? So, while Tatsuya, Mikihiko, and Leo were sitting on the chairs, the girls made themselves at home on Yuji's bed. After Yuji finished telling the two about the decision Katsudo, Mayumi, Sigusa, and he made regarding their school's Monolith Code team, Mikihiko let out a sigh. All right. Thank you, Yuji. I'll do my best to live up to your expectations. There was still some anxiousness and hesitation in his voice, but Yuji also noticed the slight excitement. Great. Then, let's start planning for our strategy for tomorrow. Yuji looked at the two and began. Let's start with the formation. I will be on defense. Tatsuya, I'll leave the vanguard role to you. You are free to do as you see fit. Depending on the layout of the arena, you'll either have to open up our enemy's Monolith Code and stall while Mikihiko enters the code with his spying spell, or just eliminate the enemies. All right. He then turned towards Mikihiko. Mikihiko. I want you to be in charge of guerrilla warfare. Stalling, ambushing, anything you need to do to support both offense and defense. Mikihiko fell into silence for a moment before letting out a sigh. His eyes glanced briefly at Tatsuya before looking at Yuji with concern. Yuji. I've been enlightened recently that that the Yoshida family's magic spells are too convoluted, and that is why I can't wield my magic the way I want. I see. Yuji nodded. Tatsuya must have said the same thing to Mikihiko after the two took care of the intruders a few nights ago. He must have said it knowing it would help him as well in reality. Yuji smiled inwardly at his friend's thoughtfulness. I admit that my spell was camouflaged to obscure the true nature of the spell. But I think that's probably what led to the redundancies in my spells. It is indeed a very effective tactic. But that was only true back when lengthy invocations were necessary. With modern-day magic, which has been accelerated by the use of CADs, it would certainly lose its effectiveness now. Right. So ancient magic, which is more powerful in terms of potency, has no chance against modern-day magic. That's where you're wrong, Mikihiko. Yuji smiled confidently. Going head-to-head, modern-day magic, with its vastly superior activation speed, would have the advantage. But that's it. In terms of extrasensory surprise attacks, the powerful and stealthy ancient magic would be far more superior. That is why I recommended you to be in my team. Your exemplary proficiency with ancient magic, which is superior when used for guerrilla tactics, will become an irreplaceable asset for our team. Mikihiko's eyes widened widely at his words. They were not said to simply boost his confidence. No. He truly meant what he said. Yuji truly believed in the worth of his ancient magic and skills. All right. I'll put my faith in you, Yuji. Thank you, Mikihiko. X. 8th day of the 9th school competition. Rookie event Monolith Code qualifying match. First high school versus 8 high school. Yuji, Tatsuya, and Mikihiko stood in the middle of a forest with their team's Monolith behind them. They were all equipped with armor, helmet, greaves, bracers, and cads. Standing at the center, Yuji stood with a calm smile, a sight that mesmerized many of the female audience currently watching him from the live feed of the arena displayed on large screens in the venue. Unlike his previous match, Yuji didn't have any gun-shaped CAD with him. This time, he only had 2 bracelet-shaped cads. One on each wrists. Standing to his right was Tatsuya, who had 2 gun-shaped cads holstered on the side of his thighs. They were not his silver horn, but rather just a pair of generic type gun-shaped cads for competitive use. And lastly, to his left was Mikihiko, who wore a bracer-shaped CAD on his left arm. Watching through the massive screen at the center of the arena, Masaki and Kichijuji George Shinkaru stood on the side of a wall. Their eyes gleaming in anticipation. There he is. Yeah. Though, I didn't expect our second problem to also appear as a player. Indeed. But if he's there, then that means their CADs will be extremely advanced. But, CADs are nothing if you can't use them. So let's see what he's capable of. Right after the match started, Tatsuya dashed towards their enemy's territory and searched for their monolith. He dashed from cover to cover, using the trees, bushes, and nature around him as cover, and before long, he saw the enemy's monolith guarded by one person. With swift movements, utilizing the trees and bushes as cover, he charged ahead straight towards the sole defender of the 8 high school team's monolith. Tatsuya pulled the trigger to his gun-shaped CAD, creating a magic circle below their feet. Arg. The defender let out a pain groan as he felt a tremendous force pushing him down to his knees. And as he did, Tatsuya had dashed past them towards the monolith he's guarding. You bastard. As soon as the effect of the spell ended, he raised back up and aimed his gun-shaped CAD at Tatsuya, beginning to build the activation sequence to his spell. But without looking back, Tatsuya aimed his gun right at him and pulled the trigger as he ran. And in the next moment, the activation sequence that was forming around their CAD shattered, the impact causing him to let go of his CAD. What? Don't tell me. Was that Graham demolition? George and Masaki looked at the screen with wide eyes and slackened jaws, unable to believe what they had just seen. Graham demolition, a spell dismantling spell. Bullets made of compressed psion particles fired directly at the target, bypassing the idea dimension, and detonating. Any psion information bodies with magic information recorded onto them, such as activation sequence or magic sequence, are blasted away with this counter-magic spell. Aside from its short range, it has no real flaws. It is the most powerful counter-magic spell in actual use. However, hardly anyone could use it. At least, they've never seen anyone use it, until now. Having disarmed the sole defender of the 8 high school team's monolith, Tatsuya shot the special magic activation sequence at the monolith, causing it to crack open and revealing the string of characters needed to be inputted to win the match. Ah. Tatsuya-san did it. Sitting in the spectator's seat, Anoka cheered as she watched the live feed along with Shizuku, Miyuki, Mizuki, and Aika. But why is he running away when the monolith just opened up? Even for my brother, entering 512 characters while under enemy fire would not be an easy feat. I see. Ah, it's Yuji-san. Switching from displaying Tatsuya, the live feed now displayed Yuji, simply standing in front of his monolith with a relaxed smile. And as soon as his figure appeared on screen, there was a deafening cheer from the spectators as the female audience cheered his name. Yuji-san. Do your best. Anoka similarly cheered for him while Shizuku looked at him in shock. Why is he so relaxed? Fufufu, don't worry, Shizuku. Shizuku turned towards Aika, who was excitedly watching him with a wide smile on her face. Yuji doesn't even have to lift a finger up to beat them. Look. She turned back and saw Yuji still standing there, unmoving. But then she realized something that shocked her to the core. A few distance away, up high in the air above the tree canopies, there was one member of the 8 high school flailing its feet helplessly with his arms pressed against his body, as if someone had tied a rope around him. She could see him struggling as hard as he could, but to no avail. See. Aika had a proud smile while Miyuki smiled helplessly as both Anoka and Shizuka stared at him dumbfoundedly. He didn't even move. They didn't even see him activating his CAD. But his enemy was now hanging in the air. And after a while, he simply hung there in defeat, no longer struggling. Amazing. Yuji-san is amazing. Meanwhile, the final member of the 8 high school team was lost within the fog Mikihiko created using his ancient magic spell. With a gun-shaped CAD in his hand, the guy walked and stumbled around. His senses dulled as a raging headache made it hard for him to even walk straight. Where are you? Stop hiding. Show yourselves. Ugh hi. He yelled into the fog, looking around to try and find the caster of the spell and take him out. But there was no one, so he continued to walk forward, going further and further away from Mikihiko, who was hiding behind a tree behind him and emanating psion waves after waves to maintain his spell. I'll leave the rest to you too, Yuji, Tatsuya. Shooting a magic spell onto the ground, Tatsuya stepped on it and boosted himself up to a tall branch of a tree before leaping to another branch and concealed his presence. And soon, his pursuer arrived and came to a halt when they saw the magic circle, and began looking around for him. Right after, he cast a spell that created a resonance in the psion waves around him, causing the final, remaining member of the 8 high school team to fall to the ground from a terrible bout of dizziness. That must have been resonance, just now. The non-systematic type. George commented, his eyes still locked on Tatsuya and Yuji's figures on the screen. So he took down his opponent by causing resonance between biological waves and psions, huh? Looks like it's game over. The horn signaling the end of the match resounded and cheers filled the stadium venue. George, how would you take them on? Masaki asked. His eyes focused on the screen displaying Yuji, Tatsuya, and Mikihiko who had gathered after the match in the field. For Shiba Tatsuya, I can't shake the feeling that he's totally battle-tested. The way he carries himself, his anticipation, his positioning. If you ask me, we should be more wary of his combat skill than his magic skills. I see. And how are his magic skills? Let's see. I was stunned by the Gram demolition, but as of that final resonance. Despite setting up an impeccable ambush from behind, it wasn't enough to knock his opponent unconscious. I'm guessing that he's unable to wield magic that powerful. I don't think you need to be wary of anything but that Gram demolition. What you do need to watch out for is falling into his traps. I see. Then what about him? Masaki gestured towards the screen with his chin. On it was the figure of Yuji, fist-bumping his teammates with a dazzling smile on his face. I don't know. The frown on his face deepened after hearing the helplessness in George's voice. Aside from his performance in Battle Board, I haven't seen him do anything in combat situations. Even in that fight, he was simply standing there. And in the next moment, his enemy floated up in the air, unable to do anything. Do you think we could use cover to avoid that? I don't think so. His enemy approached him from behind and used the trees as cover. But even then, he could still target him and fling him up into the sky. And according to the rumors, it seems like he could do it to multiple targets at once. That will be a problem. Yes. But fortunately, it seems like he'll be focusing on defense. If we could take out the other two and attack him with spells beyond the distance of his spell, we'll win. A smile finally appeared on George's face as he looked up at the screen. Let's see. If the match is set on the open plains stage, where Shiba Tatsuya would be forced to face you head-on and where we can fire spells from a great distance towards Tsubakihara Yuuji, then our victory is almost dead certain. Yuji, Tatsuya, and Mikihiko won their second Monolith code match of the day as well using another type of strategy, which involved Tatsuya opening up their enemy's Monolith and stalling while Mikihiko spied through his scrying spell and entered the 52 characters to win. And just like before, the enemy's vanguard couldn't even come near to their Monolith because of Yuji. It was a simple and clean victory. So, after their match, Yuji, Tatsuya, and Mikihiko went to watch the Monolith Code semifinals between 3rd High School and 8th High School with their friends. Yuji sat in between Aika and Erika, while Tatsuya and Miyuki sat to their side. Anoka, Shizuku, Mizuki, Mikihiko, and Leo sat on the seats behind and above them. And while they're waiting for the start of the match, Aika played with her phone. She wasn't that interested in the match since she had watched it happen in the anime. She also knew that Yuji and Tatsuya would win in the end, so rather than that, she's getting herself ready for tomorrow. Soon, the horn signaling the start of the match resounded. And with a slight smile and an absolute confidence on his face, Ichiju Masaki, heir of the Ichiju clan of the 10 Master Clan and ace of the 3rd High School team, walked through the rocky open field arena alone while George and his third teammate standing idly in front of the monolith. Seeing him approaching, a member of the 8 High School team launched a magic activation sequence at 4 massive boulders that rested around Masaki, lifting them up a meter into the air. And with another command, the 4 massive boulders launched straight towards Masaki. But without even stopping his stride, Masaki cast a spell and created 4 magic circles around him. And the moment the boulders passed through the magic circles, they all stopped in mid-air and shattered into pieces as he continued to walk past them. What? Damn monster. In a desperate attempt to stop him, the 8 high school team began launching rocks at him. But everything was deflected by an invisible barrier that moved alongside him as he continued to walk, unobstructed. Damn it. With no way of stopping Masaki's advance, a member of the 8 high school team redirected his attention towards the monolith. He dashed past Masaki, rushing towards 3rd high's monolith. But before he could even come close, Masaki turned and cast a spell towards him. Immediately, a large magic circle appeared above him and detonated, creating a massive explosion that instantly knocked him out. You bastard. Using this chance when Masaki averted his attention, another member of the 8 high school began casting a spell. Smaller boulders all around Masaki began lifting up into the air, shattering, and surrounding him. But as the shattered, jagged pieces of rocks and stone surrounded him, lightning began appearing around Masaki as all the rocks that surrounded him launched towards him, buying him inside a mount of rocks. But a few moments later, the rock tomb that had buried Masaki exploded, revealing his unscathed figure. And with 2 quick gestures of a hand, Masaki cast a spell on both of them, creating the same magic circles on top of their heads, and detonated them, knocking the last 2 members of the 8 high school Monolith Code team. And as the horn signaling the end of the match resounded along with the sound of cheers and applause, Yuji turned towards Tatsuya. Tatsuya, seems like he's challenging you to trade gunfire with him head-on. Ah. A challenge? Aika asked, and Yuji turned to her to explain. He's luring Tatsuya into a head-to-head confrontation by deliberately opening himself up. This much was the same as in the anime. But Yuji doubted that Cardinal George would come up with the same strategy since he's also here. After all, he must know that Ichiju Masaki's interference armor wouldn't be affected by his air telekinesis. Wait. Oh, is that what he's thinking? Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. He must think that as long as they could take out Tatsuya, they can simply fling spells at me from a distance. Why do you think so? Aika asked. That's because they've only seen me standing silently near the monolith. At most, they've only seen someone suddenly lifting up in the air when they come near to me. They must think I have a limited range in which I can lift people up, and they can simply attack me from outside my range. Ahahaha, they're underestimating you too much, Yuji. Yuji shrugged helplessly to Aika's laughter. They've only seen me fight in those few rounds, after all. It's not their fault. Yuji had never used his innate magic that would allow him to manipulate the fabric of space itself even once in this competition. He was instead using the air to bind and perform various spells that would appear like telekinesis. However, even if he was using the downgraded version of his innate magic, the range of his spell could still cover the entirety of the Monolith's code arena and beyond. With his elemental sight, Yuji could still target anything within the arena, even if they were to be behind total cover and far away from him. As long as he could see them, he'll be able to cast his magic on them. George had only seen him lifting up his enemies that were getting close to the monolith he's guarding. That's why he thought that Yuji was only limited by his range and not by sight. It was the only logical and hopeful conclusion he ended up with. Ahahaha, he's really huffing some hopium, huh? But what about the other 2? We could only see what Ichiju Masaki can do. Mikihiko muttered, his face morphing into a frown. I can more or less predict what Kichijuji will do. The cardinal code that Kichijuji Shinkuru discovered is a weight type plus code. The event he competed in was speed shooting. In that case, his speciality spell must be Invisible Bullet. Cardinal code. Leo looked at Tatsuya confusedly, unfamiliar with the name. Ah, I thought I'd heard the name Kichijuji Shinkuru somewhere before. So he's Cardinal George, huh? Right, but I don't think there is a need to worry about him. Right, Yuji. Tatsuya turned to Yuji with a slight smirk. Ah. Don't worry. His invisible bullet won't work on me. What do you mean? Yuji let out a grin as Mikihiko, Leo, and the others all looked at him confusedly. It's a surprise. Oh, and since they've graciously invited us for a head-on confrontation, why don't we accept it? Oh. Do you have a plan? Mikihiko looked at him with interest. Yes. We'll just do the same thing they do. But faster. Everyone aside from Tatsuya and Aika looked at him with a confused frown. But without clarifying his cryptic words, he stood up and turned to his teammates. Well, I'll talk about it later. For now, let's focus our attention on our match against 9th High School. Chapter 47, Chapter 46 showing off. Seriously. I'm a counselor, not an errand girl, okay. It was the master, Kokono-sensei, who asked you to transport that, you know. It's not me. Tatsuya replied to Ono Haruka with a grateful smile as he accepted the luggage she brought to him. That's right, Tatsuya. How could you let such a beauty do your errands for you? Standing up from leaning on the central pillar of the 9 schools competitions venue entrance gate, Yuji approached Tatsuya and placed a hand on his shoulder with a teasing smile. Ha! Tatsuya let out a deep sigh as Yuji winked at Haruka, causing her to blush. She clasped her hands in front of her and fidgeted, squeezing her breasts together. If you're not happy with errands, then perhaps you're not interested in a tax-free windfall. Haruka snapped out of her embarrassment upon hearing Tatsuya's words, and leaned in with a concerned expression. As an experienced free agent and informant, Haruka could tell what Tatsuya was alluding to. And that was exactly why she was concerned. What do you want me to do? Please find out where the No-Head Dragon's base is located. Immediately, a gasp escaped her lips and she quickly tried to cover Tatsuya's mouth before turning towards Yuji. But to her surprise, he was simply standing there with his usual smile. Tsubakihara-kun. Do you? Please forgive me for not telling you earlier, Ono-sensei. But please be assured. I'm tight-lipped and I'm also aware of, well, more than you think. Her widened eyes stared fixated upon him. Her mind, still processing the shock in his words. But soon, Haruka finally let out a tired sigh and shook her head. All right. But Shiba-kun, how did you know about No-Head Dragon? I believe it's a no-brainer to look into the identity of the enemy that means you harm. Her eyes narrowed, looking at Tatsuya and Yuji back and forth. What are you boys planning? Right now, I'm not planning anything. But since I would be uneasy not knowing the enemy's whereabouts when it's time to strike back. What about you? Haruka looked towards Yuji. Her eyes still narrowed. But Yuji replied calmly with a smile. After all, unlike Tatsuya, he won't be lying. I'm not planning on doing anything with it, Ono-sensei. Just like Tatsuya, I'm simply keeping it as an insurance. All right. Give me a day. Thank you very much, Ono-sensei. You're going to use it. Surprised, Aika turned around to look at Yuji, who was hugging her from behind while she sat on his lap. He was already wearing his full gear for the Monolith Code finals against the 3rd high school, except for the helmet which he put on the table a few distance away. He was just spending the time before the match with Aika in a private room in 1st High's tent. Yes. I've decided. I see. Do you think it's a bad idea? No, it's just a bit of a shame that I can't debut it myself. But it's fine, I'm sure it'd still be a sight to see. Fufu can't wait to see the absolute dumbfounded faces on all of them. Aika giggled. Now that Yuji had decided to go all out, the Monolith Code finals would be even more interesting than she thought. She'll get to see her beloved darling kick ass. But what's gotten to you all of a sudden? I thought you're just going to leave it to Tatsuya. I was. But. Aika tilted her head, confused. Why was he averting his gaze away from her? And, was he blushing? It's absolutely adorable, but why is he being embarrassed now? Promise you won't laugh at me. No. Yuji looked at her speechlessly. Wasn't the answer supposed to be yes? In this moment, when your boyfriend is asking you not to laugh, the answer was supposed to be yes, right? Seeing his dumbfounded face, Aika burst into a laugh and turned around completely, straddling him face to face. Ahahaha. There. You don't have to be that surprised. I mean, of course I can't promise that. I'll laugh if it's funny. But you don't have to worry. Whatever it is, I'll still love you. Though I might scold you if it's something stupid. She wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him into her chest, burying his face in her cleavage. Hearing her words and being pulled into her embrace, Yuji felt his entire body relaxing as her fragrance entered his nose. She smelled like jasmine flowers, and she's soft and warm on top of that. His arms couldn't help but wrap around her tighter as he buried his face deeper into her chest. I want to. What was that? Aika loosened her hug around Yuji, letting him lift his face slightly. He was still averting his gaze away from her with redly blushing cheeks. Ah, geez. I'll tell you, okay. I wanted to look cool for you and Erika. Oh, is that it? Silence fell in the room before Aika burst into laughter. Ahahaha. Is that really it? Oh, don't worry, baby, you're already the coolest to us. You're the coolest, most handsome, most awesome man in all the world for us. I know you'll react like this. Aika continued to laugh as Yuji slowly buried his blushing face back into her chest. Did you think of this idea after seeing that Crimson Prince or whatever show off? I see, but why are you so embarrassed about this? Isn't it normal to want to look cool in front of your girlfriends? It's not as childish as you think, you know. I guess. But now that I said it out loud, I can't help but cringe. It's not cringe. Wanting to act cool for your girlfriends isn't cringe. It's just normal. After all, of course you'd want to show your best side to the ones you love. Aika began stroking his head, combing his soft, silky hair with her fingers as she kissed his head once in a while. And from what you told me, it's also an amazing strategy. I'm sure they'll be completely shocked when you do it since they'll expect you to just hang back while Tatsuya charges ahead. Ah, not to mention. If you show off that kind of power, it'll definitely be easier for you to be in a relationship with Mayumi-senpai and be accepted by her family. It's perfect. That's true. Geez, why are you this embarrassed anyway? It's not that embarrassing, you know. Yuji's arms tightened around her waist. Aika's words are true, but after saying it out loud and recalling the things he did to impress Aika and Erika, he couldn't help but feel his body cringe in shame. Most of what he did genuinely because he wanted to or because it is the most effective way of doing it. Getting high scores in school. Doing his best to learn the magic system of this world. Using his magic to completely destroy, blanch, and subdue the troublemakers as part of the disciplinary committee. Using his investment proficiency and luck to rake in a tremendous amount of money extremely quickly. And completely dominating his events in the 9 schools competition. Everything he had done was because he wanted to do it genuinely. But he'd be lying if it's the only reason. After confessing their feelings to each other and becoming lovers, there was also a part of him who wanted to impress Aika and Erika. And perhaps other girls as well. He wanted to look cool in front of them and show off a bit. Now that I think about it, flaunting my power and looks to attract girls didn't sound good either. He sighed inwardly. He sounded like a hopeless pervert. Fufu, it's normal to want to show off, especially when you have so many beautiful girls around you, and don't worry. I know that you're a pervert from the start. Yuji raised his head and saw her smiling at him softly. You're a pervert who has a fetish for beauties and harem. I knew that from the start. After all, you're a hentai protagonist and someone who lusts after his step-family members. But I still love and accept all of you even after knowing that. Hell, I'm even helping you and pushing you to get a harem. Aika held both of his cheeks with her hands, caressing them softly with a gentle smile. So there's nothing to be embarrassed about. You don't need to be afraid to show your true self to me. Your cool side. Your handsome side. Your dominating side. Your spoiled side. Your childish side. Your perverted side. Everything. I'll accept every side of you because I've already fallen helplessly in love with you. And I'm sure the girls will also do the same. Aika. Their lips slowly came together as Aika lowered her head towards him, kissing him as lovingly as she could to convey her feelings. And when their lips separated, Yuji saw her staring at him ever so lovingly with a beautiful smile. So have fun and do what you want, okay? All I ask is for you to be as genuine as you can with girls. I won't forgive you if you ever hurt a girl just because you're horny. Of course. I might be a pervert, but I promise you I will never be a scum. Just the thought of being a scumbag and hurting girls left and right, taking advantage of their body when they genuinely gave him their hearts, filled him with disgust. All his life, no. All his lives, he was taught to respect women. Although he couldn't remember most of it, he knew that he also had the same principle in his past life. Being raised in a family full of women simply made them stronger. And scumbags who take advantage of others' feelings for their bodies don't deserve to exist. He knew he wouldn't be able to answer every girl's feelings for him. That is why he'd draw a clear line between them. And if they confessed to him, he would reject them as politely and as gently as possible. He knew his wish to have a harem might hurt those who he has feelings for as well. So, as much as it would hurt him, he'd respect that choice and he won't force them to enter his harem if they don't wish for it. That said, if they decide to be with him, despite being forced to share him with other girls, then he'll do everything to make sure of their happiness. Everything. Are you not angry? Why would I? You know I've already accepted you having a harem, right? I guess so. Yuji let out a soft laugh and buried his face back into her chest, taking in a lungful of her comforting scent. Thank you, Aika. You're seriously too good for me. You should be grateful. You got super lucky finding such an understanding woman, you know. Yes. I really am. What do I do now? I've fallen even more in love with you. Again. Fufufu, it's your fault, you're the one who captured the heart of this sinful woman. Yes. It is. And you're right. You're also very sinful for making me fall helplessly in love with you. As sinful as this sexy body. Yuji shook his head and groped her bubble butt with his hands, pulling her closer to him. Hi, and you pervert. Aika giggled and pressed her chest against him even more, enjoying the feeling of his hands and face on her body. But unfortunately, Yuji let go of her sooner than she wanted. Let's continue this later to celebrate my victory, okay? Yuji cupped her cheek with one hand and kissed her softly. Mao. You're such a tease. How could you just turn me on and then leave me in heat like this? She pouted her lips and looked at him with dissatisfaction. It's not my fault that you're so charming. But don't worry, I'll eat you up later tonight, and I won't stop even if you beg me. MMMNNHHH. Aika squirmed on his lap as he whispered it to her ear. And as a little present, he also nibbled on her ear softly, causing her back to arch a bit and her body convulse. Her breath grew heavy. She could feel her body heating up from his touch. But instead of continuing to pleasure her with his touch, he calms her down instead, stroking her back ever so gently as he planted kisses on her cheeks and forehead. Ha. Fine. That's a promise, okay. I promise. She nodded and let out a brilliant, wide smile. Good. Then, I'll let you go for now. Hurry up and win. If you win in less than a minute with that strategy of yours, I'll convince Aika to join us in bed tonight. I think she'll faint if we do it in front of her. You fufu, and wouldn't that be a sight to see? Well, don't worry, I'll just make her do a double fellatio and double tit job with me. There's still a lot I want to teach her. And once she falls asleep, we can continue with the main course. Now who's the bigger pervert here? X. Rookie Event Monolith Code Finals. First high school versus third high school. On a clear sunny day, in the open field stage, Yuji and Mikihiko stood in front of their team's Monolith with their cloak billowing in the wind. Mikihiko put up the hood and clutched onto his cloak, trying to hide as much of himself and his face out of embarrassment. Hey, Tatsuya. Do we really need to wear this? With Yuji's strategy, we wouldn't need them, right? Doing his final checks on his gear while standing in front of them, Tatsuya turned towards Mikihiko. Yes. But it'd also serve as an insurance. If things don't go as planned, then we'll have to do it the old way and use them to counter Cardinal George's invisible bullet. Well, I guess that makes sense. But why is Yuji the one wearing it instead of you? They're still under the assumption that I will be the vanguard, so I want to make them believe it until the match starts. Yuji will give it to me afterwards. Yuji giggled at Mikihiko, who was groaning in embarrassment. Wearing cloaks in this day and age did seem tacky and cheesy. And he knew Aika and Aika would have been having a blast laughing at their get-up now in their seats. Just suck it up for a few minutes, Mikihiko. I'll finish it quickly and you can take it off right after the match ends. Ugh. All right. Meanwhile, upon seeing the monitor screen on the blimp that was flying above the arena and broadcasting the match, the third high school team noticed their peculiar outfit. It's probably just a bluff, right? No, it's not a bluff. They know about George. It might be a countermeasure against the invisible bullet. Masaki deduced, given the nature of his close friend's signature magic. Certainly, that spell has no penetrating power. But it's still not something that could be blocked by a simple piece of cloth. I don't think they'd confront us with such a naive strategy. Kichijuji Shinkaru, George narrowed his eyes as he looked towards Yuji and the others. A sense of uneasiness filled his heart when he saw Yuji, who was standing relaxedly in between his two teammates. Who would have thought they'd still have a secret weapon up his sleeves? Brooding over what we don't understand isn't going to get us anywhere. Besides, a piece of cloth like that is no threat to our victory. The blaring sound of the horn resounded, signaling the start of the match. Immediately, Masaki fired a spell, creating a magic circle in the air just a few distance away from Yuji and the others, ready to fire a bullet of compressed air powerful enough to leave craters on the ground. But in the next instant, the magic circle shattered as Tatsuya fired a bullet of compressed psion particles to forcibly blow away all of its activation sequence with gram demolition. With an unwavering smile, Masaki stepped forward and began making his way towards them. But after 2 steps, he froze with his eyes widened in shock. What? What is he doing? Similarly, George, who was about to move and get into a flanking position, also froze when he saw it. From the distance, they could see Yuji taking off his cloak, handing it to Tatsuya. Then, as Tatsuya wore the cloak, Yuji activated a magic sequence, and they saw him begin to float. And in the next moment, Yuji suddenly blasted off in unprecedented speed right towards them. What? He's flying. Gasps of shock and exclamations of surprise filled the entire arena the moment Yuji suddenly launched and pierced through the air at tremendous speed. Every single spectator all stared at the monitor and arena with widened eyes and slackened jaws, dumbfounded. Including the patriarch of the 10 Master Clan. Masaki. TCH. Masaki pulled the trigger of his gun-shaped CAD, and this time, more than 3 magic circles that would shoot compressed bullets of air appeared in the air, ready to shoot down Yuji, who was flying at tremendous speed with his body almost parallel to the ground and only about 2 meters away from the ground. But as if predicting their trajectory, Yuji broke into sharp turns in mid-air well before an air bullet could get even close to him and evaded every single one shot at him with shocking speed. What? George? Use your invisible bullet. Yes. George raised his hand and cast his signature spell Invisible Bullet. But to his horror, there was no effect that could be seen on Yuji. What? Why is he not affected by my invisible bullet? Invisible bullet was a spell that increased weight on a specific point in an instant, applying tremendous pressure on one point in an instant. It defined the effect force itself without having to define the entire phenomenon on the target, making it impossible for abilities that defend against rewriting IDOS, such as data fortification, to defend against it. But for Yuji, who ruled the very concept of gravity and curvature of space, he was able to simply negate the effect by decreasing the effective forces on him. In fact, this would be much easier for him to do than using data fortification magic to defend his IDOS against the rewriting of data. He was never afraid of the invisible bullet. TCH. Everyone, concentrate fire on him. Don't let him come closer. Why yes. Masaki began to shoot more air bullets while his teammate began launching massive pieces of earth that he ripped out of the ground around him. George gave up on using invisible bullets and also started trying to shoot blades of winds towards him. But not a single one managed to stop Yuji's advance. Some of their spells were countered by Tatsuya's Gram Demolition that he shot from far away. And they were also forced to cancel one of their spells to evade a lightning strike Mikihiko cast upon them. But Yuji managed to evade every single one they managed to cast, evading and maneuvering around every single projectile and spell launched at him as if he had known about them in advance and maintained his speed without any problems. Tatsuya's fly spell he helped develop wasn't meant to be used at the speed he's using it now. It was a spell meant to simply give magicians air maneuverability in the battlefield. If used at such a high speed, the magician would suffer from 1. Tremendous magic exhaustion for continuously supplying psions at such a rapid rate, and 2. The tremendous heat that would be generated as the magician's body compressed the air ahead of them. The first prevented it from being used for an extended period of time. And the second forces the magician to create a wind barrier or something of the sort to protect themselves against the tremendous heat that would be generated, further using up their psions. But for those who possess tremendous amounts of psions like Yuji and Tatsuya, they would be able to use it in such a manner. Especially Yuji, since he could further curve the space around him to launch him even faster using the same principle as the Alcubierre warp drive. In just a few seconds, Yuji covered hundreds of meters of distance and finally landed with a tremendous impact just a few distance away from Masaki, kicking up a cloud of dust and earth. And as the dust slowly dissipated, all 3 members of the 3rd high school could be seen beginning to float up a few meters into the air as Yuji raised to his feet with his left hand raised in front of him. NNGH. This is dash. Arg. I can't get out of this. Let us go. Masaki aimed his gun at Yuji and pulled the trigger, creating 5 magic circles all around him, the most he could make without breaking the rule of overfiring. Yuji did nothing, but when the compressed bullets of air shot towards him, all 5 suddenly hit an invisible barrier around him and was deflected, hitting the ground around him, each creating a crater. And before he could cast another spell, Masaki felt a tremendous force suddenly constricting his entire body, causing him to drop his gun. The other 2 also groaned in pain as they suffered from the same constriction, unable to access their CAD. And as all 3 members of the 3rd high school float helplessly in the air, Yuji calmly made his way towards their monolith. He cast the special activation sequence to open up the monolith and calmly, carefully entered all 52 special characters into his CAD. The entire stadium burst into cheers and a deafening applause when Yuji finished entering all 52 characters and took the victory for his school, all while the Crimson Prince and Cardinal George watched him do it from the air in horror. Chapter 48, Chapter 47 Rampage. Entering the large, military base tent of the 1st high school, Yuji looked around for a moment and quickly found the person he was looking for. She was fiddling with her laptop that was currently connected with a bracelet-type CAD. Ah, Hirakawa-senpai. HM. Ah, TT Tsubakihara-kun. What's wrong? Yuji smiled softly at the flustered, light brown-haired, 3rd-year girl. It was the first time he had ever met her. Well, at least in person. He had seen her briefly in the anime. She was the engineer in charge of Kobayakawa Keiko in the Mirage Bat event, which would start in just a few hours. The girl who was traumatized by the accident that befell Keiko. Although it might change some things, Yuji, Aika, and Tatsuya had decided to not let the accident that befell Kobayakawa Keiko to happen and save both the athlete and the engineer from their trauma. If saving them changes things, then they will deal with the change. I was told to assist you with the final checks of Kobayakawa Keiko-senpai's CAD for her Mirage Bat event. If it is not a bother to you, may I be of any help? Seeing her blushing expression, Yuji felt a pang of guilt in his heart, lying and taking advantage of his senpai's gullibility with his looks. But this was for her sake. If she found out about his lie and demanded an apology, then he would bow his head. Are you sure? Why, you just finished your Monolith code match, didn't you? Ah. See, congratulations on winning. I was watching you. You were amazing. I can't believe you used the flying magic that had just been released a few months ago to such a degree. Thank you very much for your compliment, senpai. I tried my best to bring the best result for our school. And knowing I would be against the Crimson Prince and Cardinal George, I just know I can't hold back anything. You were amazing. Ah, you said you wanted to help me, right? But unfortunately, I've already checked it with the tournament committee. I'm just here to recheck everything to make sure it's fine, so there isn't really anything you can help me with. Damn it. So I was already too late. Yuji cursed in his mind. If he could, he wanted to join her when she was going to the committee to check Kobayakawa Keiko's CAD because he knew that would be when they would tamper with it, and caught the staff in the act. But now, he was too late. Wait, no. It's not too late. Maybe I can destroy it. It's fine. Then may I take over for the final checking? At the very least, I would like to see the CAD that one of the greatest engineers in our school had calibrated from scratch and learn from it, senpai. Greet, I am not that great. She waved her hands back and forth, her face blushing extremely redly as she averted her face away from him. She had zero defense against him. For a girl who had been focusing all her time and attention on studies, this was her first time experiencing spring, and with such a handsome guy at that. But he's still a first-year student. How could a plain girl who's 2 years older than him catch his eyes? But maybe. She stole a glance at Yuji, who was still looking at her with his unfair smile and trying his best to conceal his sense of guilt. It's okay to dream, right? And I'll just be showing him the cat I calibrated. There's nothing wrong with a senpai helping her kohai. Overwhelmed by her desire to get closer to him, Koharu made her decision. If she let go of this, who knows when she could get the chance to be this close with the most popular boy in school again. Then, please take a seat. Here you go, you can do the final checkings. You can even restart it if you want. Would it be fine? Will we make it in time if we restart it? It'll be fine. It'll just take an extra few minutes. Then, I'll take you up on your offer. Yuji nodded gratefully and sat down on the bench beside Koharu as she scooted over. Looking at the bracelet-shaped CAD, Yuji used his elemental sight to examine it. As expected. It's already there. Although he doesn't know the exact structure of the golden electron silkworm's magic sequence, he could easily identify a foreign presence in the system. And now, in the fraction of a second he took to examine the CAD, he grasped its magic sequence, structure, and purpose. What a nasty virus. The golden electron silkworms was a magic spell that disables precision weaponry and was capable of passing across connections to invade electronic devices. It doesn't rewrite the process itself, but instead, it interferes with the output signal and may even alter the signal, delaying the spell activation by hampering the electronic mechanism without triggering the OS or antivirus programs. This was what caused Kobayakawa Keiko's CAD to malfunction while she was in mid-air during her Mirage Bat match and made her fall. Although she was saved just in the nick of time before plunging into the water by a security member, the trauma and distrust she had towards magic and her CAD left a deep scar in her and destroyed her career as a magician. Hiding his disgust by putting up a neutral and focused expression, Yuji waved his hand above Keiko's CAD and cast Gram Demolition to reduce the magic sequence of the golden electron silkworms into a group of psion particles without any meaningful structure. Then, he quickly began checking the system from beginning to end with the laptop to see if there were any remnants of the virus or not and to make sure he didn't mess anything Koharu had made. All the while, Koharu was staring at him in a daze. His focused gaze. His brilliance. His prodigious skill with the CAD. He's amazing in all regards. She had heard plenty of rumors about him from word of mouth, and now that she witnessed his brilliance in person, even the rumors failed to do him justice. He was far more handsome, far more brilliant, far more skilled, and far more powerful than she expected. He was beyond perfect in her eyes. If only I was cuter. Maybe I could have caught his attention. A gloomy thought entered her mind as she recalled seeing a particular girl who was often near Yuji. Kiryu Aika. No one in the entire first high school would not know the name of the most beautiful first-year girl in the school. Her appearance and figure alone had enchanted many males and females alike. And she was also a prodigious magician who could surpass the famous freshman representative Shiba Miyuki in magic. Her performance in the Pillars Break match had caught the eyes of many and her popularity just rocketed even further. Compared to her, a plain girl who was only slightly more skilled than average in engineering, the difference was like heaven and earth. After seeing her being so close to the boy she was interested in, there's no way she wouldn't lose her confidence. All right. I'm done, senpai. Thank you very much for letting me have this opportunity. I have learned a lot from just seeing your work. You're done. You're welcome. Yes. Then, I wish you and Kobayakawa-senpai good luck in the match. I will be watching along with my friends and support you too. Thank you. Please excuse me. Yuji raised from his seat, bowed, and walked away as Koharu kept her lingering gaze on his back. He left. Before she noticed, her hand reached out for him. But it froze just before she held onto the hem of his blazer uniform. A sense of loss, regret, and fear filled her heart. Lost from watching his back recede into the distance. Regret for not having the courage to stop him. And fear at the thought of never being able to be that near to him ever again. No. Wait. It's not the end. I can still be near him. Her eyes began to regain its light. The thesis competition. That's right, I can have him become my bodyguard. X. Without the virus in her CAD, Kobayakawa Keiko managed to win her first main event Mirage Bat match. It was challenging, but her skill and Koharu's engineering managed to let her triumph over the others. Congratulations, Hirakawa-senpai. Congratulations. As expected of Hirakawa-senpai. The performance of the CAD you calibrated is amazing. Yes. Congratulations. Thank you very much, everyone. But I really didn't do much. It was Keiko's efforts and skills that made her win. Don't be like that, senpai. You are chosen to represent our school as our engineer. That means you're amazingly skilled at what you do. Please take pride in your skill more, senpai. You won. Thank you, you too. Koharu fidgeted in embarrassment as she stood beside the two greatest beauties of the school. Kiryu Aika and Shiba Miyuki. Although she had only seen them from afar, she had heard numerous rumors about their beauty, talent, and character. They were individuals beyond anyone's reach except for those like Yuji. Flowers on a high peak. But now that she talked to them in person, they seemed very close. They were kind and friendly. Although she was still a bit overwhelmed by their brilliance, they didn't feel so far anymore. Perhaps, being friends wouldn't be so out of reach like everyone made it seem to be, Koharu thought. Meanwhile, after congratulating Koharu, Yuji and Tatsuya redirect their gaze towards Kobayakawa Keiko, who was still receiving a resounding applause as she waved her hands to the spectators on the Mirage Bat columns. Good work. You've erased the virus completely. Thank you. It was the first time I've ever tried using gram demolition like that. I'm glad it worked out. Yuji shook his head and let out a sigh of relief. He knew that it would work, in theory. And he had learned extensively about gram demolition and gram dispersion from Tatsuya, and even started developing a third type of magic dismantling spell that would work more like an armor. But dispelling a magic spell that had already latched itself into a CAD was a first for him. You did very well on your first try. Tatsuya placed a hand on his shoulder. His lips curled into a small, yet still present, proud smile for his student. Thanks, Tatsuya. I couldn't have done it without you. I believe you could have figured it out with your proficiencies. Well, enough about that. You should go and prepare for Aika's match. All right. I'll see you later. Yuji nodded to Tatsuya before making his way to the girls. Aika, I'll be taking your CAD for checking now. Wait for me in the tent. Okay. I'll reserve a private room in the tent. Aika winked, earning her a helpless smile from Yuji. She looked so excited and could barely wait for it. He then turned towards Miyuki and Koharu. I'll see you later as well, Miyuki. And Kobayakawa-senpai, congratulations once again. Yes. See you later, Yuji. Thank you very much. I'll see you later as well, Tsubakihara-kun. Yes. X. Yuji queued up along with the other participants who were here to have their CAD checked for the tournament and received plenty of attention as usual. In his hand was Aika's bracelet type CAD, but it wasn't the one she'll use for her Mirage Bat match. Since Yuji knew that they'll tamper with her CAD, he brought along the backup CAD so they won't harm her personal one. After a few minutes of waiting, Yuji finally arrived at the front of the line. Before him was a large, pure white table with a device to scan CAD and monitor display to the right. And sitting behind it was the same staff who tampered with Miyuki's CAD in the anime. Yuji placed the bracelet on the scanning area, keeping his eyes fixed on the staff and the bracelet. He began typing on his computer and a screen popped up on the monitor, displaying Aika's school picture and her information. Then, the scanning process began as a line of light began scanning through the bracelet-type CAD. With his elemental sight activated, Yuji kept his eyes on Aika's bracelet. And as he expected, the staff injected the golden electron silkworms into the CAD he calibrated. The audacity. I'll compliment his poker face, at the very least. Yuji grabbed his collar, lifted him up into the air with one hand, and slammed him down to the ground. W.O. Kohak. GGHHKKH. And unlike Tatsuya, who held him down with his knee, Yuji placed his legs on his upper chest and leaned forward, making it difficult for him to breathe. He grabbed onto Yuji's leg and tried to move it, but it wouldn't budge. Yuji's action caused some commotion and a few members of security came to see what happened as Yuji continued to look down on the scum. How sneaky. But not sneaky enough. Did you really think I wouldn't notice if you tamper with the cat I calibrated from scratch? Yuji pressed down on his chest even more as he struggled under his feet. GGGGHHKKKH. What did you inject into the CAD with that examination device? I'm sure it's not just a virus. Witnessing the commotion, the security staff were about to separate Yuji from the examination staff. But upon hearing his words, they froze and began looking at each other in shock and uncertainty. Ah. I see. It seems like it was as I expected. All of the accidents that occurred during this tournament, to me, must have been your crafty work, huh? Despite the pain he was suffering from, the staff's eyes widened in shock at his words and averted his eyes away. I see. So you're not going to talk? Well then, perhaps you'll learn how crushing winds could be with your body. Hi. What is going on here? Just then, the charismatic voice of an old man resounded and snapped Yuji out of his focus on the scummy staff. He glanced towards the entrance of the tent and saw the patriarch himself, Kuretsu, approaching him with two of the tournament's board committee members in tow. With a gesture of his chin, one of them approached the scummy staff that Yuji had let go, and held him down along with a member of security. I apologize for showing such an unseemly display. Yuji bowed and apologized as Kuretsu began to walk closer with his hands behind his back. You are Tsubakihara Yuuji of First High, am I right? You managed to astound me in your match yesterday. Well done. Thank you very much for your praise. Omo. So, what happened here? The CADs used by my school have been tampered with before my eyes. Upon noticing it, I apprehended the culprit and was about to interrogate him for information regarding his patron and the mastermind. I see. A staff then brought over Aika's bracelet CAD and handed it to the patriarch, who began looking at it for a moment. It is true. A foreign element has been injected into this. Back when I'm still active, the magicians of the Guangdong army used this during the Battle of the East China Seas, the golden electron silkworms. The examination staff's eyes widened in horror and shock as Kuretsu began explaining the very virus he was injecting into the first high school's CADs. Everything was out of the bag now. Until we were able to identify this, our forces suffered severely. Did you know about this? No. I was unaware of its name until now. However, I recognize at once when something similar to a virus has been injected into the system I designed myself. I see. So tell me, where on earth did you acquire this magic sequence? The examination staff flinched at the pressure exerted by the patriarch himself, and soon, any courage to fight or escape left him as he dropped his shoulders. The rest of the security staff apprehended him and began taking him elsewhere, most likely for questioning before locking him up somewhere. I am impressed that you caught it, Tsubakihara Yuuji. Thank you very much. But in truth, members of my school's team and I have been suspecting foul play done by some of the staff within the committee ever since the first incident that befell our athlete. We have requested the committee to do an internal investigation on the credibility and trustworthiness of their staff. However, it seemed like some still managed to slip through their keen eyes. The staff members, including the board committee, all flinched at the glare and pressure Yuji emanated through his presence and eyes alone. It seems so. To think that someone among the tournament staff was involved in tampering. It's a scandal without precedent. You can explain yourself to me later. They flinched once again, this time from Kuretsu, before he turned towards Yuji with a kind smile. You should be getting back to the stadium. I would use a backup CAD if I were you. The CAD that I submitted for examinations is actually the backup kit I have prepared in case the examination staff tried to tamper with it. The original kit I have prepared is still in my athlete's possession. Shall I bring it here for examination again? Yuji glanced at the board committee members as they began panicking, looking back and forth at each other and the patriarch who was standing before them. No. Under these circumstances, there is no need to have it checked pre-match. Kuretsu shook his head and turned towards the board committee members. Do you have any complaints? No. Good. He turned towards Yuji once again. Tsubakihara Yuuji. Yes, sir. I would like to hear from you as well, sometime. Yes. Should the opportunity arise, it would be my honor. I suppose I shall be looking forward to that opportunity, then. Upon returning to the first high school's tent, Yuji could immediately feel the heavy and tense atmosphere that had filled the room. The people in the tent immediately turned their heads and looked at him with shock in their eyes. And Mayumi, who was already waiting for him since she heard about the incident, immediately approached him. Yuji-kun. What happened? I was informed by the tournament committee that one of our students had gone on a rampage. Was it you? She was surprised, unable to believe that Yuji would go on a rampage against a member of the tournament committee. She knew he wasn't the type of man who would use force against someone undeserving. But from what she heard, the student was definitely Yuji from the way they described it. No, there was no doubt in that. With how famous Yuji had become after his matches, it was obvious who they would refer to even if they didn't explicitly say his name. She needed to know why. Why would Yuji do such a thing? She knew there must be a reasonable explanation behind it. Please calm down, President. I can explain. Mayumi snapped out of her daze when Yuji held her shoulders firmly, and he began explaining what had happened in the CAD examination tent. And as he explained the situation, Mayumi and everyone else in the room slowly came to an understanding of the whole situation. Ah. I see. So you caught them in the act? Yes. And since I might not have another chance, I apprehended him right then and there. A helpless smile appeared across Mayumi's face. Aren't you a bit rash? If they were to do their job properly and investigate their own ranks more credibly, then I wouldn't have resorted to such means. Yuji shrugged. After all, he had given them plenty of chances to conduct their own internal investigations. But, the tournament committee either didn't do it or were just that incompetent, so there was no other choice but do what Tatsuya did. It was a more straightforward means of outing the rat. Especially since he knew that the patriarch would come. His presence and words alone made it extremely easy for him to get the scummy staff out of the picture. I see. Well, it can't be helped this time. But please be more careful next time. Yes, President. Then, will you please excuse me? I've promised to meet with Aika privately for a final rundown of our strategy for her Mirage Bat match. All right. Aika-san had reserved a room in the back. She's already waiting for you. Thank you very much. Then, please excuse me. Yuji bowed and made his way to the very back of the tent, a separate place from where everyone normally gathered in, and knocked on the door of the room he sensed Aika in. Aika, it's me. Come in. Her sultry voice resounded from within, causing his lips to curl into a helpless smile. He opened the door, and within, he saw Aika standing before him in her Mirage Bat outfit. A pure white, shoulderless, short dress, lace gloves that stretched up to her elbow, and a pair of tight, white, thigh-highs that squeezed her milky thighs perfectly with just the right amount of absolute territory between it and her skirt. This was the R-18 version of her Mirage Bat outfit she had prepared for this moment. Hi, darling, are you ready? Chapter 49, Chapter 48 Kinky Request, R-18. Lured in by the sexy succubus, Yuji sat on the bench with Aika straddling his lap, rubbing herself against his crotch as she wrapped her arms around his neck and pecked and licked his lips, cheeks, neck, and clavicle. She had been teasing him for quite a while, but all they've done was talk. Well. Yuji was. He was telling her what happened to him before he came here while Aika teased him with her lips and body. So you meet the patriarch too, huh? What did he say? Pretty much the same thing as he did Tatsuya in the anime. Well, that's good. I guess. Anyway. Let's get to it. Alright dash. Ah, that's right. Before that. There's something I want to talk about. Yuji tilted his head when Aika suddenly jumped off of his lap, picked up her phone and straddled him again. She fiddled with her phone for a moment and then showed him the screen. Displayed on it was her inventory in the Multiverse chat group app. And there, on one of the boxes, was the fertility control, female version, skill. Here. This is what I wanted to talk about. Why is it still in your inventory? Did you not use it all this time? No. That's not it. I've been using it all this time. Then. Why is it still in your inventory? All the skills and proficiency Yuji had received from the chat group would disappear from his inventory the moment he used it. And because of that, he had always been under the impression that they're permanent. That's why he was extremely confused right now. Fufu, I just found this out too, but if you have the intention of selling them, your skills can reappear in your inventory. Isn't it super convenient? Oh, I see. Wait, you intend on selling them? Yuji looked at her in shock. Did she wish to get pregnant? No, if she does, she could simply turn the skill off and let herself be fertile once again. There was no need for her to sell the skill. Aika smiled softly and nodded, caressing his cheek with her hand. Why so suddenly? Weren't you happy when I bought it? I mean, I was. But that's when it's just the two of us. Now, you also have Erika. Are you going to buy her that skill too? What about Mayumi-senpai? Your mother? Your twin sisters? Your aunt? You won't have enough points to buy all of the women in your harem, and it'll be super wasteful even if you do. Well, that's true. Yuji fell silent at the realization and the truth of her words. It was true. Even if he were to use every single GCP he received from missions, he won't have enough to buy all of the women he loves that skill. It's simply too expensive and wasteful for him to do so. Even though he did it to show her beloved Aika that he's serious about her, it was, perhaps, the wrong way to go about it. Looking at his frown, Aika let out a helpless smile and hugged him, stroking his head softly. I'm super happy that you'd have sex with the intention of taking responsibility. And you sure fuck me like you're trying to bypass that skill and impregnate me. And from everything that I've seen, I know you won't just go around any fuck every girl around you. Hell, it took a while for even Aika to get through that thick head of yours and accept her as your girlfriend. So, I think it's fine if you were to have fertility control skills instead. After all, I think Aika wants to make love to you. Eh. She moved back and snickered when she saw his surprised Pikachu face. Why are you surprised? I mean, you want to make love with Aika too, right? I do. See. I know what you've been doing with her when you're alone, that's why I gave you two some alone time, after all. If you two didn't do anything, I would have been mad instead. Ha. Yes. I've thought about it. But I didn't because I don't have enough points to buy the fertility control skill for her. And even if I have just enough, I think it'd be better to save it in case we need it for an emergency. I can hold back until we've finished this mission. You might be able to because you have me. But I'm sure Aika also wants to make love with you. You do notice how horny she is when you're alone, right? I guess, wait, how did you know? Of course I know there's no secret between us sisters. Yuji looked at her in shock. He knew Aika would share her stories with Aika, but he didn't know Aika would do the same to her too. That explains why they seemed super close recently. He was glad that both of his girlfriends could get along so well. But on the other side, he was genuinely confused how they could get along this well. Was it because of Aika's friendly personality? Or was it because Aika needed someone more experienced in this kind of field to gain the courage she needed to seduce him? He really didn't know. So, what do you think? Yuji thought of it for a moment, and finally nodded. All right. I've realized my mistake. My approach to prove to you that I'm serious about our relationship is not sustainable. Thank you for pointing that out and for trusting me with this. Fufufu, you're welcome then, I'ma sell it now. Aika pressed the sell button, selling it for full price thanks to the magnanimous system of the Multiverse Group Chat, and went to the store. She searched for the male version of the fertility control skill, bought it, and gifted it to Yuji. And send hurry up and use it now so we can have sex. Remember, I still want you to fill me up when I fly around. Yuji smiled helplessly and nodded. All right. He took out his phone from his pocket, opened his inventory, and saw the fertility control, male version, gift from Aika. Hurry up. Yes. Yuji accepted the gift and immediately used it, giving him the ability to render his sperm fertile or infertile at will. Then, he made himself infertile. All right, I've done it. Good. Without waiting another beat, Aika captured his lips into a sloppy kiss and fiddled with his belt with her hands. And when she got his belt, she separated her lips from him, dropped down to her knees, and yanked his pants and boxers forcefully, revealing her beloved's meat stick, which was still only semi-hard. She dove into the base of his tower with her nose, breathing in a lungful of his manly scent. No matter how many times she smelled it, it would always make her brain turn to mush. She can't think of anything other than gobbling up this delicious meat tower and making love to it while drowning in her beloved's love. Smells delicious then, without further ado, itadakamasu mmmh. She clapped her hands and put the entirety of his still soft rod into her mouth and began playing around with it with her tongue. Nngh. Aika. The sensation of her warm, wet mouth surrounding his meat and her playful tongue licking and tossing him around slowly made his penis grow harder and bigger, filling her little mouth. But instead of pulling away as it got bigger, she made it grow inside her. She adjusted her position and tilted her head down to make it easier for it to grow into her throat. Gggghhkkk. Kkkkhk. Mmmnnngghh. With the ability to control her gag reflexes, Aika didn't have any issue in swallowing the entirety of her beloved's dragon rod. But she had found that the sound made Yuji even hornier, so she made it purposefully. And when she looked up, she saw Yuji clenching his teeth in an attempt to hold himself back from coming. Fufufu, that's a good boy, you can't come now, okay? Not until I'm satisfied with playing with your meat. Her eyes narrowed and she pushed her head down even further, swallowing the entirety of his shaft until her lips pressed against the base of his penis. And to make it even harder for him to not come, she stretched her tongue out and licked his full, heavy balls. Aya. Aika, it feels so good. Mmmnngghh. She squealed happily, causing his penis to flinch from the pleasurable vibration, which in turn caused her to squeal again in an unending loop. Aika. Aika began to pull away slowly, sucking powerfully as she did, and released his now fully erect dragon rod with a sexy pop. It's not time for him to come yet. She wanted his first cum to be inside her other mouth. How was the taste of a magical girl's mouth? Ha. Ha. It's amazing. Aika giggled. She was super proud and giddy when she saw Yuji already panting with such a lustful expression on his face. Now then. She climbed up a table and raised her legs, spreading it into an M shape, and rested feet on the edge of the table. She lifted up her frilly white skirt and bit it with her lips, revealing her drenched pure white panties. Weren't you wearing an underskirt? I haven't wear it yet since we'll be having sex. I see. He approached her, pecking her on the lips, before he began removing her panties ever so slowly. His fingers glided through her smooth thighs and stockings. Her body trembled as he leisurely took off her panties. With how sensitive she is right now, his every touch sent a shiver of pleasure down her spine. She could feel her womb tingling, baiting in anticipation to receive her beloved. Yuji. She raised her voice and glared at him meekly, knowing he was teasing her by purposefully moving slowly. At this point, she could care less about her panties. She just wanted Yuji to rip it apart already and plunge his dragon rod into her hungry pussy. Seeing her impatience and frustrated expression, Yuji giggled and took off her panties completely. Alright, I'm sorry. I just can't help but tease you when you're like this. Hurry up. Yes. Yuji lined up his penis to the entrance of her pussy, his head immediately glistening with her love juice, and pushed his hip powerfully. MMMMNGGHHHH. His entire length immediately plunged into her pussy, stretching it as his head pushed against her cervix. Aika's back arched as she threw her head back in pleasure and bit the hem of her skirt tighter, her eyes rolling back. But without waiting for her orgasm to end, Yuji grabbed her thin waist in his hands and began mercilessly pistoning her cute, little pussy with his massive meat rod. NGGGHKU. Yuji, more, gimme more. Drool flowed down the side of her mouth as she panted heavily. Her massive I-cup boobs bounced around wildly as she held his wrists tightly and crossed her legs around her beloved, forbidding him from going away. Aika. You're so tight. Of course. I am. Hey, you're personal. Magical girl, whole. Will always be tight. For you. Aika. Hi on. Aika quickly wrapped her arms around Yuji's neck when he suddenly lifted her up and held her up by holding her soft butt cheeks. And before she could utter another word, her lips were sealed. Yuji chu rero mikyo. Her tongue danced around Yuji's as they pressed their lips against each other. When suddenly, Yuji thrust up even harder, causing her to arch her back and separate from their kiss. Naheya. Yes, more. Gimme more, Yuji. The sound of loud, wet slapping between Aika's soft, squishy butt cheeks and Yuji filled the room. And it was fortunate that Aika had told everyone to let her have privacy with Yuji so she could focus on her match. Yes, more, NNNNGHHH. Ha. More. Yuji, I love you. I love you too, Aika. I love you, NNGH. Yuji winced when Aika's pussy suddenly clenched even harder on his dick. More, whisper to me more, tell me you love me. I love you. I love you so much, Aika. NNNGHHHH. More. Yuji continued to whisper more words of love to her while showing it by playing with her butt cheeks and thrusting up harder and harder, hammering in his love for her. He won't be leaving any doubt about his feelings for her in her mind. NNGHH. Aika. I'm coming. Yes, give me. Fill me up. Give my pussy her daily dose of your delicious cream. Aika. NNNHHHAA. Yuji embraced her strongly and slammed his rod deep into her, filling her womb with his cum that had become infertile from his skill. Aika also embraced him strongly, wrapping her arms and legs around him as much as possible. 1, 2, 3. Yuji continued to ejaculate and pump his semen into her womb, disregarding the fact that he had begun flowing out from overfilling. Ha. Ehehe how. How does it feel to fuck a magical girl? Yuji. NNGHH. What kind of magical girl? Is this lewd? Hee but you love it, don't you? See, your little brother is still twitching, he's still trying to impregnate me, fufu, how honest. I'm sure you would already be right now if I didn't have that skill. I'm sure. Yuji placed her back down on the table. But as he was about to pull his penis out, Aika suddenly shouted. Wait. Hurry up and use your magic. My womb is perfectly full with your cum right now. Plug it. Ah, that's right. He forgot the reason why they're having sex now for a moment. After all, it was a super perverted reason only her perverted girlfriend could have thought of. Yuji placed a hand on the lower part of her belly, right above her womb, and activated the magic Aika made him create specifically for this purpose. It's done. Yuji slowly pulled out his penis, and despite her pussy still slightly gaping from receiving his oversized member, none of his cum poured out. Perfect. Ehehe, it feels so warm, Aya, this is happiness. Yuji smiled helplessly as Aika giggled, rubbing her tummy with a giddy smile on her face. Alright, you better get ready now. Your event is about to start. But before that. Heal. Aika's body glowed for a moment before she stood up with a bright smile. How, my boyfriend, who loves me so much, is too horny. I can't believe I had to use such powerful magic to heal myself since he can't hold back from destroying my poor, little pussy. Aika sighed and placed a hand on her cheeks, sarcastically lamenting her woes. Stop messing around and hurry up. Also, who's the one who keeps shouting harder and harder? I'm just messing with you. Her woeful expression quickly turned into a brilliant smile and she quickly put her panties back on. She cleaned her outfit and body with a spell and put on her underskirt. None shall see her pussy, butt, and panties aside from Yuji. Yash. Transformation into a pure magical girl, complete. Aika twirled and made a double V sign as she grinned brightly at Yuji. A quintessential magical girl pose that looked more sexy than Saizo, pure, when Aika did it with her voluptuous body and after-sex glow. What kind of pure magical girl has her womb filled to the brim with cum? The one who has her womb filled with the cum of her one and only. Aika tiptoed and pecked Yuji's lips before giggling. I see. Aika. Mcho. Yuji held her shoulders and placed a long, loving kiss on her lips. Have fun. I'll be watching. X. August 11th. Main event Mirage Bat second match. After the incident and subsequent injuries Watanabe Mari suffered from during the battle board main event, First High was forced to substitute Watanabe Mari with another athlete. And upon seeing the name of the athlete who will be substituting for her, all eyes immediately turned their focus on the match. Kiryu Aika. Previously only famous for her unparalleled beauty and rumors about her magical talent, she now captured as much attention as Tsubakihara Yuuji after a display of skills and talent in the Ice Pillars Break rookie event. Her reputation and popularity had soared high in the sky. Her immense beauty was no longer the only trait that attracted others' gazes. Now, upon seeing her, those who had watched her Ice Pillars Break event could feel the tingling sensation of electricity running through the surface of their skin. One by one, the contestants of the battle board main event began entering the venue and stood on one of many pillars in a circular pool of water. And the moment she entered, none seemed to remember how to breathe for a while. Dressed in a pure white dress that accentuated her large breasts, slim waist, and lithe arms, a short, fluffy skirt that hid her wide hips, and pure white stockings that covered her milky thighs and long, slender legs, Aika appeared, walking beside Yuji as they both head towards the match area together. I'll be fine now. Thanks. Good luck. I'll be rooting for you. Leave it to me, I've got everything I need for this match. The two smiled and high-fived each other, and Yuji returned to the First High's bench. She seemed to be in a great mood. I'm glad. Standing beside him to watch and support Aika, Tatsuya glanced at him with a small smile. Meanwhile, beside him, Miyuki was also watching Aika closely. After her defeat in the Ice Pillars Break, Miyuki seemed to have considered Aika her rival in addition to being her closest friend. She is, thankfully. She's been excited about this for a long time. Ever since she watched the anime. I see. By the way, was there a problem? A problem? What do you mean? The two looked at each other in confusion. You were with Aika for quite a while in the preparation room. Were you fixing something? To his words, Yuji's face immediately turned red and began choking on his own spit. It's nothing. There was no problem. We just talked about that incident. Ah, I see. Tatsuya nodded, seemingly understanding what Yuji was referring to. Well, I'm glad there's no trouble. Yes. Yuji let out a deep sigh of relief and turned towards Aika as she stood on a pillar with her staff in one hand, and a small, egg-shaped CAD on the other. Immediately, memories of her body and their love-making session just now flashed through his mind, increasing his libido further. Her sexiness was truly a double-edged sword. On one side, she was able to satisfy his ever-rising libido, which was further heightened by his divine physique. But on the other side, she was also the reason why he's always horny. Her body alone could easily seduce him. Added to the fact that she's someone he loves so dearly. It was a double whammy combo that made her irresistible to him. Yuji shook his head, trying his best to stay calm and convincing himself that he'll be able to make love to her all night after this. Soon the horn signaling the start of the match resounded. And all of the athletes immediately leaped up towards their targeted orbs of light to hit with their staffs, except for Aika. Murmurs began to spread amongst the spectators, wondering why she hadn't started. But in the next moment, all murmurings died as their ability to speak disappeared upon witnessing an unimaginable sight. From her back, a pair of brilliant wings of pink, white, and golden light burst into appearance before she leaped into the air, leaving behind sparkling particles of light in her wake. A girl in her path turned and widened her eyes in shock at Aika's approach. But then, she suddenly changed directions in mid-air, avoiding the girl, and continued to fly up into the sky. Gasps filled the entire stadium as they watched Aika flying through the air and hitting orb after orb with her staff. Is that? Don't tell me. Is it flying magic? Flying magic. Taurus Silvers. No way. Wasn't that sequence only made public last month? Yeah, but there's no doubt. That's flying magic. And as their shock from the spell dissipated, they began to feel awed at her appearance. She was shining ever so brightly, brighter than her wings of light. And for some reason, she appeared even more beautiful and mature than before. Soon, Aika ended the match with a perfect score and at a record time. And as the horn signaling the end of the match resounded, she slowly descended down to the highest pillar. The entire stadium watched her descend in awe, speechless. It was as if a goddess had descended into the world of mortals in all her glory. When her feet touched the ground once again, Aika turned towards Yuji. Their eyes met, and even without words, their thoughts were conveyed to one another through their bonds. I demand a full course of my darling tonight. Yes. I'll give it to you good, my lady. Good. I'll have Aika join as appetizers too. She smiled brilliantly, and the entire stadium immediately burst into a deafening cheer and applause as her victory was announced. Chapter 50, Chapter 49 Revelation, First Step. I just heard from number 17. Our targets in both the first and second match made it to the finals. I believe we are past the point of being selective about our methods, especially when the security has been unusually high. The heavy and tense air filled the room as the 5 board members of the Japan branch's No-Head Dragon weighed their options after witnessing the results of the Mirage Bat event in the 9 schools competition. What do you suggest we do? Have them call off the tournament itself. Using a generator to indiscriminately kill 100 or so of the audience should suffice. Will number 17 be enough manpower for the job? He wasn't able to bring his weapons in, but if we remove his limiter, he can kill 100 or 2 with his bare hands. Won't the audience start making a racket? Those weapon brokers are going to be a pain in the ass, never mind our colleagues. Those guys are tight with various government stash. We can figure out an excuse for our clients later. Right now, our main concern should be the organization's sanctions. No objections, then. Silence filled the room once again. None expressed denial, but no one could also voice their agreement to a massacre. No matter how ruthless of a businessman they were. With nothing else they could do, they could only show pity by letting out a sigh. Then, I am removing the limiter. In the stadium, a pale-skinned muscular man in jet black shirt and black spectacle began to walk out into the light. Loud cheers resounded from all around him as he flexed his muscles. And as soon as he took his first step into the venue, a tall, short-haired man with sharp, narrow eyes and solid build walked past before him. Without hesitation, the pale-skinned generator activated his magic and swung at the back of the neck of the tall man. But suddenly, his arm was stopped by the man and his vision began to spin rapidly. And before he knew it, he had been thrown high into the sky and out of the stadium. He cast reinforcement magic on his own body and slammed onto the ground, tumbling a few distance away before stopping. He raised his head and saw the man who had just thrown him land on the ground on his 2 feet. All the way from the stairs. I'll give you props for making it in time. The tall, short-haired man in black shirt, Captain Yanagi Muraji said with a hand on his hips as he stood casually before the generator. Who are you? No, never mind. You probably can't answer anyway. That athleticism of yours. It's not just magic. An enhanced human, huh? His eyes narrowed dangerously, but there was no killing intent. Wariness and curiosity filled his voice as he observed the generator intensely. It seems like it's as they said, huh? From behind the generator, another man appeared dressed in a dark red cotton sweater shirt. His eyes also eyeing the generator with interest and wariness. But a moment later, he turned his gaze towards his fellow captain and smiled helplessly. And besides, being that you landed on your own feet from the same height, he probably doesn't want to hear that from you, right? Captain Sanada Shigeru shook his head as Yanagi snorted. Just then, the generator rose to his feet and charged, dashing towards Yanagi at great speed. Yanagi raised his hand and assumed a stance, and the moment his hand touched the generator's face, the generator was sent flying back as if hit by a tremendous force, tumbling away on the ground. I wasn't expecting an answer. I was just thinking out loud. Ahahaha, sure. But still, I have to say it's always a sight to see. Did you just use revolution just now? I've told you repeatedly. It's not revolution, it's flip. Now enough with the small talk and help me bring this guy down. Suddenly, 3 long metal needles pierced through the generator's body and burst into sparks of electricity, electrocuting the generator into fainting. Alright, sure. But it seems that Fujibayashi has him in custody already thanks to Thunder Needle. A beautiful woman with jet black hair tied into a ponytail and dressed in a beautiful light yellow, long-sleeve shirt with ribbon around her neck and a blue skirt appeared from the woods. You two really are close, aren't you now? Fujibayashi, I thought you had good eyesight. I think it's her sensitivity, not her eyesight that's questionable. Want me to refer you to a good counselor? See, you two are totally in sync. It's just as Miko-chan said. X. The dim, yellowish light coming from a bedside desk lamp illuminated the dimly lit hotel room. On the bed, Yuji rested with his body fully naked under the covers along with Aika and Erika, who were both dressed similarly in their birthday suits. Erika was asleep and was resting her head on Yuji's chest with her arm and legs wrapped around his chest and legs. She was exhausted after receiving plenty of love from Yuji and Erika that caused her to orgasm numerous times. She hadn't crossed the final line with Yuji yet, but the two had plenty of ways to tease, edge, and bring her over the edge. And while she was sleeping, Yuji and Aika made love with each other until just a few minutes ago. Fufu, so how does it feel to hold a flower in each hand, handsome? Aika teased him, poking his cheek with her finger as she grinned widely. It's amazing. I never thought I could hold both of the girls I love together like this. MMH. Yuji pulled both closer into his embrace, eliciting a naughty moan from Aika and a real moan from the sleeping Erika. Hee, when you return, you'll have 4 women in your bed and you can have them all every night too since you all live together. I wish I could be there too. Yuji smiled helplessly and began stroking her hair. I don't know if that will immediately happen, but I have decided to pursue them seriously. Hee, that's great. And it's all thanks to the courage you give me. Thank you. Yuji pulled her closer and kissed her forehead softly. Leave it to me. If you want any help, just contact me. Oh, and I'll also be looking forward to their cosplay pictures. Alright. The two giggled before settling down in each other's embrace once again. Aika closed her eyes, enjoying her beloved's warmth while Yuji looked up into the ceiling in a daze. Oh, I'm also thinking of telling them about the group chat. What do you think? I think it's fine, you're already very powerful by your original world standards, right? You also have a lot of money, and when you return, you'll be even stronger and richer from the rewards. I think it'll be fine. Aika opened her eyes, raised her head, and looked at him with a soft smile. Also, if they don't know about the group chat, it'll be difficult for you to introduce us to them, right? That's actually the main reason why I want to tell them. Yuji nodded and continued. As time passes, we'll receive more and more things from the group chat, and it'll be more and more difficult to explain it to them. Especially since I don't want to hide anything from them. So. Then tell them I don't mind. I think Tatsuya is also struggling to keep it a secret from Miyuki, so he might also suggest it once the mission is over. You might be right. This might be the first time he had ever done something like this to his sister. I bet it is. After all, he's a total siskin. Not as much as you yet, but still a massive siskin. I can't deny it. Fufufu. Then how about Erika? When should we tell her? Yuji glanced down to his left and looked at the red-orange-haired tomboy in his embrace. They had been hiding about their background as soldiers and about the group chat all this time, even after she became Yuji's girlfriend. And despite knowing that they're hiding secrets, Erika still believed in them and gave them the freedom to reveal it to her when they're ready. But as time passed by, especially with the recent incidents that happened during the 9-school tournament, the urge to tell her grew within Yuji. His and Aika's identity as Akatsuki Shin and Tsukino Miko were extremely confidential, even within the military. They were just like Tatsuya, who has an identity as the strategic class magician Oguro Ryuya within the military. But even so, he wished to tell her the truth on his own terms. He didn't want Erika to know about him from Major Kazama during the Yokohama disturbance. If it's about the military, then I think it'll be fine to tell her now. After all, Erika's not that unfamiliar with that world. But for the group chat. Maybe after we finished our last mission. Alright. We'll tell her then. And also, Mayumi-senpai. Aika looked up at him in surprise, before her lips curled into a bright smile. Alright, but before that, you need to hurry up and make her your girlfriend first. I know. Just then a notification came to both Yuji and Aika's devices, earning their attention. Aika rolled over and grabbed both of their communication devices, the ones they received from the military, and handed Yuji his. They both opened the notification and saw an encrypted message, which they could read thanks to the memories and knowledge given to them along with their background by the group chat. Seems like they really sent a generator. But thankfully, it's taken care of. The news about the generator appearing within one of the 9 schools' competition venues was worrying. But just like in the anime, they've been taken care of by Yanagi, Sanada, and Kyuko. At this moment, Tatsuya must have also received the same message. A generator. Yuji and Aika both snapped their heads and looked at Erika in shock as she rubbed her eyes into awakening. What are you guys talking about? The two looked at each other and smiled helplessly. They didn't expect the time to tell her about their background to come this fast. Aika looked at them with eyes wide and jaws slackened in shock and disbelief from what his boyfriend and his sister just explained. She was still feeling drowsy when they first started their explanation. But now, she was completely awake and shocked by the revelation. So you're telling me that both of you are a part of a special magic battalion in the military and are strategic class magicians? Yes. I've been meaning to tell you this ever since we got into a relationship, but it's technically a military secret. So it's pretty difficult for us to do so. No, I understand that, but it's a lot to process. Yuji and Aika stayed silent and let her process what had happened. It was a lot. She knew that both of them were special. Their power was just too abnormal compared to the rest of the students enrolled in their school. But she never expected them to be from the military or strategic class magicians. She raised her upper body, supporting herself with her elbow, and looked at the two with peering eyes. Is this the secret you've been meaning to tell me all this time? Well. Yuji looked at her awkwardly, unsure by how he should answer her. He will definitely reveal it to her because she was one of the two people he wanted to invite to the group chat. But revealing that they're not even from this world, that this world was fiction in their world, and the existence of the mysterious mobile app that brought these groups of people from different worlds together was much more difficult. But at the same time, he didn't want to hurt her by still keeping a secret from her. What should I do? Just then, Aika sat up from Yuji's side, causing the covers to drop down and revealing her naked chest, and bowed at Erika. I'm sorry, Erika-chan. But we promised to tell you the other part in the near future. I'm sorry, Erika. We promise we will tell you about it soon. Yuji also raised up and lowered his head to her in apology. In the end, this was all he could do for now. Erika looked at them for a few moments before she let out a sigh. All right, I can wait. Rather, I don't think I can handle two big revelations in one night. She laid back down, pulling Yuji down with her so she could use his chest as a pillow once again, and also pulled up the covers to cover Aika's body. Thank you, Erika-chan. You're welcome. So. You said something about a generator. What is that? They're reconstructed magicians that had been created to become tools using surgery and some magically crafted medicinal herbs. They have no emotions, free will, or any other thoughts aside from their orders and magic activations. They're also physically stronger. And one of them appeared in the venue. Seriously? But don't worry, Erika-chan. Our comrades from the military had taken care of them. I see. A sigh of relief escaped Erika's lips. But right after, a question came to her mind. Who sent them? And for what? Do you two know? Yuji and Aika looked at each other once again, nodded, and began explaining to her about the no-head dragon and their involvement in the incidents that had been happening to their school during the competition. What? So they're the ones behind this? Yes. And because their plans have been foiled thus far, they became desperate and tried to use a generator to massacre the audience and cancel the tournament. Erika's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Unbelievable. They're lunatics. I can't believe they planned a massacre just for that. Yuji pulled her closer to him and began stroking her head to calm her down. It's not surprising. They're cowards and money-hungry pigs who could only think about their own well-being and wallet. The worst kind of people. That's why we've been trying so hard to prevent it. Erika let out a sigh and nuzzled more into Yuji's neck. At this point, she needed to be as close as possible to him to keep her head calm. I see. And I'm guessing Tatsuya's also involved in this, right? Yuji and Aika turned to her with widened eyes and looked at her speechlessly, earning a giggle from Erika. It's not that difficult to connect the dots, you know. You two are super close with Tatsuya, and I also noticed that he had been helping you with your investigation. Ah. I guess so. Erika-chan, please don't tell him that you know. We don't know if he wanted anyone else to know about him being in the military. He just wanted to live a normal high school life with Miyuki. I know, you don't need to worry, my mouth is shut. Erika giggled before letting out a deep sigh. I feel tired already even though I just woke up. You can sleep more. Aika's match is still in a few hours. Wake me up when you're about to go. I want to take a quick shower first before I'm going to watch. Erika wrapped her arms around Yuji and snuggled close to him. Okay. Sleep well, Erika-chan. And if you want to make love, please do it on the other bed. And be as quiet as you can. Don't worry, Erika-chan. I can have sex with Yuji and get my womb full of his seed in the changing room before my match. Silence hung in the room for a few moments as Yuji looked at his perverted girlfriend in disbelief. Meanwhile Aika, exhausted after everything that had happened, could only blush and closed her eyes with a sigh. She had no more energy to retort and tell her off. "You're so mischievous. Hee and you love this mischievous pervert, right?" Yuji let out a sigh and shook his head with a helpless smile as Aika giggled and nuzzled back into his embrace. He had no response to her words, because it was completely true. He loved this beautiful, perverted, and playful girl from the bottom of his heart. August 11th, main event Mirage Bat Finals. The moment the match started, Aika soared into the sky, hitting multiple orbs of light with her staff as she did, before stopping at the top and assessing the locations of the other orbs and the other participants by looking around. And as she expected, the other participants were also using Tatsuya and Yuji's flying magic and were quickly racking up points, much faster than before. "Wow, it looks so magical, it feels like I'm surrounded by fairies," Aika thought as she watched the cute, hard-working girls dressed in beautiful magical girl outfits and wielding a staff, flying through the air that was filled with glowing colored orbs. It was a truly magical sight. She wished she could have taken pictures of them as they flew. And perhaps, some panty flashes too if she was lucky. "Oh wait. I'm still competing. This is not the time to admire their cuteness." Aika shook her head and began flying through the air at incredible speeds, passing through the other participants and hitting orb after orb in quick successions. Meanwhile, back on the bench, Yuji, Tatsuya, Miyuki, Mayumi, and Azusa watched the match as the last two looked at the scene in shock. "Flying magic. The other schools too," Azusa exclaimed in shock and confusion. The flying magic Yuji and Aika used was developed by Yuji and Tatsuya, and unless they gave the magic sequence to them, which was highly unlikely, other schools shouldn't be able to use it as well. But now, every single participant of the Mirage Bat Finals was using it. How could the other participants from other schools use it too? Yuji turned to Azusa and smiled helplessly. "It couldn't be helped, Azusa-senpai. Despite everything that had happened, the tournament committee asked me to submit Aika's CAD for testing under the suspicions of cheating put forth by the other schools after that second round. And it seems like to appease the other schools, the committee leaked the magic sequence to the other schools. That's unbelievable. That's not a spell just anyone can master without any practice. That's beyond reckless," Mayumi said in disbelief. She was a bit upset that their school's greatest advantage against other schools was simply negated by the committee giving it to them. But even more than that, she was worried for their safety. Flying magic was incredibly draining if they were to be used for an extended period of time or if they were to use it at great outputs. The reason why Yuji, Aika, and Miyuki managed to use it without showing any problems was only because their psion counts were far above average and because they have trained with it. If other students without proper training were to use it, then the danger of using such magic would be amplified exponentially. "You don't have to worry, Mayumi-senpai. It shouldn't be a problem, right Tatsuya?" Yuji turned to Tatsuya, who nodded with a small smile. "Yes. If they're using silver sequence as is, the safety device should be activated the moment something goes wrong." Aika continued to soar through the sky, flying past all the other participants at great speeds and stealing the orbs left and right from the others. And after a while, many of the athletes began to feel tired after a prolonged and extensive use of the flying magic. Then suddenly, a bright yellow magic sequence appeared around one of the participants, stopping her in mid-air and slowly bringing her down from the height she was in. Looks like the safety device is functioning as it should. One by one, the safety mechanism Tatsuya implemented in the spell that would bring the caster back to the ground after they've drained themselves began activating. And when the horn signaling the end of the match resounded, Aika floated above the rest with her bright, glimmering wings of colors as the entire stadium burst into a deafening cheer and applause for her complete and utter victory. Chapter 51, Chapter 50 Demon Light. Then, a toast to congratulate Kiryu Aika's victory in the Mirage Bat main event and first high's overall victory. Cheers. Cheers. Cheerful voices and excitement filled the room as they all raised their paper cups of canned tea or coffee up in the air in celebration of the amazing day that guaranteed First High School's overall victory in this year's 9 schools competition. It was a small, impromptu celebration Mayumi initiated, so Erika, Mizuki, and even Leo, who didn't participate in the NSC, was also invited along with Yuji, Aika, Miyuki, Anoka, Shizuku, and Mikihiko. Naturally, Mari, Suzun, and Azusa were also present along with Mayumi and celebrated the occasion together. Yuji-kun, you've done extremely well on the competition. Congratulations on your complete victory in all your events. Not to mention, you've also played a big part in protecting our athletes from those incidents, including myself. You've done well. Thank you very much for your praise, Mayumi-senpai, chairwoman. But I believe it was only because of everyone in our team that we were able to achieve such results, as well as the understanding and cooperation with the tournament committee. Mayumi nodded with a brilliant smile, her cheeks blushing slightly when he referred to her by name. It wasn't the first time he had called her by name, but the feeling of absolute happiness mixed with nervousness and embarrassment would always be born anew every time he did. And the fact that she felt this way made her even more embarrassed. How could she react this way when a junior 2 years younger than her called her that way? She does admit that she is interested and attracted to Yuji, but this was still extremely embarrassing. She was supposed to be the one teasing him and making him feel this way since she's the older one, not the other way around. Those committees wouldn't have done a thing if we didn't push for more security. In fact, wasn't one of them a spy who almost sabotaged Aika-kun's CAD? Mari crossed her arms and frowned deeply. Simply thinking about the way those tournament committees acted and the effort they put into their internal investigations when she put forth the request after multiple incidents hurt several of First High students made her mad. She would have crushed her paper cup in her hand if it was empty. It couldn't be helped. They have an intricate hierarchy structure and system that made their investigations extremely slow. That is why Tatsuya, Mikihiko, Mizuki, and I tried our best to investigate on our own before anyone else was hurt. I just hoped I could have done more. Please don't think like that, chairwoman. If it wasn't for you, Mayumi-senpai, and Jumanji-senpai, I wouldn't even be able to do half the things I did with our school's security. A tired sigh escaped Mari's lips before a helpless smile appeared on her countenance. All right, whatever you say. You Tsubakihara-kun. Yes, Nakaja-senpai. Why you used the fly spell and also programmed it into Aika-san's CAD, right? Then, are you perhaps? Taurus Silver. Azusa squeaked out the last few words of her sentences as she looked around warily. She must have wanted to keep her voice low and whispered it since she knew that Taurus Silver's identity is confidential. But because she was too excited, she ended up squeaking. Yuji held back the urge to pat her head, which was on the perfect height for him to just place his hand on her and stroke it vigorously, and replied with a soft smile. I'm not, but I am well acquainted with him. And he pretended to look around and leaned in, causing the other three to also lean in, before he spoke with a hushed tone so that only Mayumi, Mari, Suzune, and Azusa could hear him. In truth, I was also working together with them on this project. Everyone turned towards them at Mayumi, Mari, and Azusa's outburst, causing the three to panic and lean in even closer to each other and began whispering. Did you really do that, Yuji-kun? I know you're brilliant, but I didn't expect you to be so close with that Taurus Silver. Did you really take part in realizing the fabled fly magic, Tsubakihara-kun? Thank you, but really, I only came in the later stages of the project and helped them a bit. Mainly with optimization and clarifying the principle regarding gravity and how to overcome it more efficiently. I see. Your magic does make other people float in the air. That makes sense. That's amazing. You if you have the time, please tell me more about it. I'm not sure how much I can tell you, but I will do my best to answer your questions. After that, Yuji began answering Azusa's questions one by one, and spent the rest of the time celebrating in that manner. It was only after Mayumi managed to pry her off of him and stop her from asking more questions that he could finally relax and enjoy a laid-back conversation with her, Mari, and Suzune. Yuji let out a sigh and looked out of the window, peering into the night sky and city lit with artificial lights. He must be doing it, right now, Within a private hotel room within the military-owned hotel near the venue where the 9 schools competition was held, Major Kazama Harunobu sat before an old man with hair white from age, Kuretsu. His expression was neutral, yet before the aura and charisma of the patriarch and head of the Kuda clan, his face naturally stiffened despite his experience in facing many powerful and influential magicians in his life. What brings you here today, patriarch? What can I say? I simply have an interest in them. And especially him. To whom do you specifically refer to? Shiba Tatsuya, Kiryu Aika, and Tsubakihara Yuuji. The one you plucked from the Yotsuba 3 years ago, and the ones you saved from the depths of hell 10 years ago. Kuretsu continued, his voice calm and charismatic as he spoke. Surely it's no shocker that I know about them. Given their reputation, albeit hidden so meticulously. In that case, you should be well aware of their circumstances as well. The Yotsubas haven't relinquished their claim to Tatsuya. As for the other two, you should know what they've gone through. For the first time, Major Kazama's stern and neutral expression, a stone mask he had always worn when facing people such as the patriarch, twisted in anger and disgust. Simply recalling the scene in which he found those two the veteran could still feel his stomach twisting at the inhumanity. Even then, do you still wish to put them on the forefront of this madness? Major Kazama clenched his clasped hand and teeth tightly. The special officer status he gave them. It was not meant to tie them down to the military, but for the military to protect them. Their identity, their powers, their past, it was meant to give them a chance to live peacefully without the need to worry about forces trying to use them as a tool of war. The only reason why they did missions on behalf of Major Kazama was because they volunteered. It was a form of gratitude for the men who pulled them from the depths of hell. And they've paid in full. They've protected Japan from the shadows for years. What more does the old man expect from such young children? Don't you find it a waste? A waste? What do you mean? Along with the scion of the Ichiju clan, they could become a leading asset in our country's magical forces. Don't you consider it a waste to consign such elite talents as that to private bodyguard duties or as special officers solely in name? Your Excellency, disregarding Yuji and Aika for a moment, do you wish to weaken the Yotsuba? A moment of silence fell upon the room as Kuretsu closed his eyes solemnly. At this rate, the Yotsuba will become too powerful. They might even surpass the 10 Masters clans altogether. And this would be true especially since Tsubakihara Yuuji and Kiryu Aika both have such strong ties with the Princess of Yotsuba and Shiba Tatsuya. In terms of combat power, the Yotsubas are indeed head and shoulders above the other master clans. And that won't do. The Yotsuba have used their magicians as weapons including themselves. It's true that magicians were initially developed as weapons. But as such, they'll eventually be ejected from the world of mankind. I'm sure you're well aware of that, given your experience with those two. Kazama narrowed his eyes, his hands still clasped tightly as images of the hell he came into to save the two flashed at the mention of magicians developed as weapons. Your Excellency. Just as you are aware of our situation, I, too, have some knowledge of the situation on your side. In fact, I even believe that I know the reason why you are so concerned with those three. Kazama continued. It is not a matter of someday. At this very moment, those three are already our force's invaluable assets. This may sound like nepotism on my part, but as a military asset, Tatsuya alone already far outclasses Ichiju Masaki. In terms of point defense, Ichiju Masaki can become, on his own, an asset with the power of an armored regiment. However, Tatsuya, on his own, is an asset on the level of a strategic missile. His magic are strategic weapons that should be, and are, restricted by several layers of safety locks. As for Yuji and Aika, they alone could turn the tides of not only a single battle, but a war with a single spell. It would be beyond cruel to ask them to take on the responsibility of controlling all that on their own. Especially when none of them wishes to have this power in the first place. Who knew that Japan's special forces would show up? That doesn't matter. Our priority now should be getting rid of that brat. Tsubakihara Yuuji, was it? Just who is this kid? The thing is, we have no clue about his background. No info on his family or any dependents that he might have. It's as if he appeared in this world out of thin air. We got 0 hits even for his personal data. Board members of the Japanese branch's No Head Dragon discussed amongst themselves as panic and anxiety filled their hearts after First High School guaranteed their victory in the 9 schools competition after the day's competition. This was no longer a trivial matter. Everything they've tried to obstruct them has failed. And it was all because of the first-year student named Tsubakihara Yuuji. Moreover, even their most desperate measure of sending a generator to conduct a massacre and cancel the tournament was stopped by an unexpected interference by the Japanese military special forces. At this rate, their heads would most definitely fly from how much money they've cost their organization. Just then, one of the generators that were standing guard within the room suddenly struggled in pain. They all turned to look at it in confusion and surprise as the generator held its neck tightly, as if someone had strangled it. Its body began to glow with white light, and in the next moment, the generator suddenly and instantly dissipated into dust and steam, and scattered into nothingness. Silence fell upon the entire room as the sprinkler on the ceiling activated in the presence of smoke. And in that silence, a call came to their room, breaking the silence in their daze. They looked at each other warily, fear, confusion, and anxiety clear in their eyes. They silently nodded at each other, agreeing to take the call, and one of them moved up to the panel and touched the screen, accepting the call. Hello, No Head Dragon, and members of the East Japan branch. Who are you? Thank you for that day at Fuji. I've come to return the favor. A look of realization came to all of them, when suddenly, another generator dissipated into smoke and dust right before their eyes. In a panic, one of them threw the large, circular table down to the ground to create cover and ducked behind it, while another picked up their sniper rifle and tried to peek through the large, circular window that overlooked the city. Where is he? Number 14, where's that coming from? The generator called Number 14 slowly raised his hand and pointed at the tall, hourglass-shaped tower a few kilometers away from them. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he came out of hiding and looked into the scope of his rifle, aiming it at the top of the tower, and zooming in extremely closely. And there he saw a young man clad in full black with black glasses, and a wireless headset microphone, aiming a light blue gun-shaped CAD at them. What? The figure in his scope smiled. His gun flashed, and in the next moment, the scope on his rifle shattered, its glass piercing the area around his eyes. Number 14, Number 16, kill him. Impossible, sir. Impossible to reach. Don't talk back. Kill him. Do you really think I would let them? Immediately, the final 2 generators similarly dissipated into dust and steam, and disappeared right before them as they all looked at it happening in terror. Instead of ordering your tools around, why don't you try doing it yourself? Silence fell once more as the fear of death began creeping on the back of their minds. No, not only death, but to disappear without a trace in such a manner. A man in a dark, leaf green suit took his phone from his pocket and tried calling for help, only to fail. It's futile. Right now, I'm the only one you can communicate with from that room. That's ridiculous. How the hell did you dash? Poof. Before even finishing his final words, the man dissipated into ash and dust, just like the 3 generators before him. I've converged the radio waves. How I accomplished that is of no concern to you. Ah. Poof. The man with the sniper and shards of glasses around his eyes run towards the door in pure panic, and disappeared before he could reach it. Now then, let's get started. Wait. Hold on a second. What am I supposed to hold on for? We have no intention of interfering with the NSC any further. The NSC will end tomorrow. Not only the NSC, but the no-head dragons will withdraw from Japan. And you have the authority to promise me such a thing? Douglas Wong. I am the boss's advisor. He can't ignore what I have to say. If you really have that much influence, then surely you've seen the boss's face, am I right? I've been granted an audience with him, yes. What is your boss's name? Douglas Wong hesitated. To reveal the boss's name was unthinkable. Their name was kept secret for a reason. If their name was to be known, then immense danger would befall them. And if it was known that he was the one to reveal it, then a fate worse than death would certainly befall not only himself, but his family as well. But at that moment of hesitation, another one of them suddenly dissipated into ash and smoke. James. Ah, so that was James Chu. Now, would you like to be next? Hold on a second. Douglas Wong felt the strength leave his body. The fear of death filled him as he fell onto his knees. And he finally relented. The boss's name is Richard Sunday. And his public identity? Sun Gong Ming. He revealed it. There was no other choice for him but to reveal the boss's true name and his public identity. If he didn't answer, it would mean certain death. But if he did, perhaps he could escape from this situation and run away from the boss's grasp before it was too late along with his family. That way, he could perhaps keep his life. Thank you for your cooperation. Why, you believe me then? Yes. You are, without a doubt, an advisor of Richard Sun, the no-head dragon boss. Just then, another one, who had been hiding behind the table and had just let out a sigh of relief, dissipated into ash and dust. And now, Douglas Wong realized. The demon had no intention of letting him go in the first place. Why? But why? We didn't go so far as to take lives. We didn't kill anyone. How many people you killed, or how many you let live, is of no concern to me. You have incurred my wrath. That is reason enough for you to meet your end. You demon. And I was finally able to unleash this demonic power because you drew out my one remaining emotion, Douglas Wong. Demonic power. This spell. Don't tell me, it's the spell from 3 years ago in Okinawa. Demon Light. Tatsuya pulled the trigger, and a guttural shout of pain and fear resounded through his earpiece, before silence fell once again. Within a hotel room in the military-owned hotel near the venue of the 9 schools competition, the broadcast of the main event Monolith Code semifinals was displayed on a small, desktop screen. On the couches, Yuji, Aika, Tatsuya had gathered in their school uniforms along with the other members of the 101 Independent Magic-Equipped Battalion. Aika sat to Yuji's right, happily drinking tea and enjoying the snacks First Lieutenant Fujibayashi Kyuko, who was sitting to Yuji's left, had prepared for everyone. Sitting opposite of them was Captain Yanagi, Captain Sanada, and Tatsuya, while Major Kazama sat on the single couch adjacent to the 2 long couches. Good work last night. No, I'm the one who should be apologizing for troubling you over a personal matter. Yanagi shook his head in response to Tatsuya's reply to the Major. It wasn't a personal matter. I got attacked too. And last night, we were able to obtain crucial data. It's not often that we can get our hands on long-range sniping magic that was successful at such a distance. Sanada added. People who were capable of accomplishing such a feat were extremely rare, especially at such a long distance, upwards of 10 kilometers. And Tatsuya had successfully accomplished such a feat without missing even once and completely eliminating each and every one of his targets. It was an incredibly impressive achievement. Both internal affairs and public safety were happier than expected with last night's souvenir. And since you accomplished your mission, there's no need to worry just because it was somewhat personal. Not to undermine Tatsuya's achievement, but aren't they just small fries? It's just an intel on their little crime syndicate's leader, right? A few crumbs fell from the corner of Aika's mouth as she asked. Kyuko reached out towards Aika with a handkerchief in hand, leaning over Yuji, and wiped her mouth. Aika-chan, don't talk while your mouth is full. Ah, thank you, Kyuko-ne. Sanada smiled helplessly at Aika's remark. The no-head dragons are sorcery booster suppliers. Oh. Sorcery boosters. They are the magic amplifying devices that have been spreading amongst criminal organizations the past few years, yes. They're not things that should be allowed to exist in this world. Sanada's face twisted in anger and frowns also began to appear on Yanagi, Kyuko, and Kazama's faces. He then turned towards the three students. Do you guys know what a booster's core component is made of? No. Tatsuya answered, while Yuji and Aika shook their heads. In truth, they were aware of it from watching the anime of this world. But, according to the knowledge they've received from the group chat and Tatsuya's experience, they would have no idea what it was. It's the human brain. Specifically, a magician's cerebrum. Although we're an experimental unit that wields magic as weapons and whose objective is to embed magicians into the military system, we have no intentions of using magicians as literal components. That's why, as far as sorcery booster goes, neither their manufacture or use can ever be condoned. Kazama nodded solemnly and slowly turned to Yuji and Aika. Emotional aspects aside, a booster that would expand a magician's capacity would be a military threat as well. I'm sure you understand that. Yes. Yes. Memories. No, knowledge of what they have experienced as given by the group chat to integrate their existence into this world flashed through their mind. As the shining results of the inhumane and hellish experiments done to create powerful magicians capable of excelling in their specialized magic, while also having immense psion count and magic calculation area to perform other spells, combining the advantages of an omnipotent magician and a born specialized magician without their respective disadvantages. This was how the group chat justified the immense power they've received. And although Yuji and Aika only knew of it and never experienced it themselves, they still got the chills from simply recalling those events. Kyuko looked at the two and placed a hand on Yuji's shoulder, before she moved and sat beside Aika to comfort her. The North American Intelligence Agency is of the same view, and I heard they were seeking internal affairs cooperation. Mibu was also extremely grateful to you, Tatsuya. No, I'm glad to be of use. Just then, the sound of a blaring horn, signaling the end of the Monolith code match that ended with First High's victory, resounded. That's all we have to discuss. I'm sorry to keep you here. And I also apologize if I brought up some unpleasant memories. Kazama looked at Yuji and Aika apologetically, as the two shook their heads. It is fine, Major. They are all in the past, and we've both gotten over it, to some extent. Yuji clasped Aika's hand and held it tightly. And it is also thanks to this that we could help a lot of people too, so it wasn't that bad. Kazama stood up and placed a hand on their shoulders. Thank you. And I apologize once again. You are free to leave now. You should at least watch the finals from the stands in person. Yes. Yuji, Aika, and Tatsuya raised from their seats and saluted to the major, captains, and first lieutenant, and excused themselves. Kyuko walked them to the door, and before they left, she pulled both Aika and Yuji into her embrace. Kyuko-ne. F Fujibayashi dash. Sho. It'll be fine. You don't need to worry about anything anymore. We're all here with you, and we won't let those kinds of things happen to you ever again. Silence fell as Yuji and Aika failed to find any words in response to Kyuko's heartfelt words that she whispered. The experiences and memories about the hellish experiments they went through were something the group chat created to integrate them in this world. They were fake. But the same couldn't be said about the love and care she was showing now. The warmth they're feeling as she embraces them. They're real. To both Yuji and Aika, Fujibayashi Kyuko, and the rest of the 101 magic-equipped battalion members were only acquaintances. After all, they've only met them a few times ever since they came into this world. The reason why they could trust them this much was only because they've seen the anime and because they've received the knowledge of them from the group chat. But now, receiving such affection and care from Kyuko made them feel so much closer. To her, at the very least. Thank you, Kyuko-ne. Thank you very much, Fujibayashi-san. She giggled and petted Yuji's head softly. You can call me Kyuko-ne just like you did in the past, you know. Okay, Kyuko-ne. Good. Now off you go. Kyuko released the two and patted both of them on their shoulders. We'll be going. See you, Kyuko-ne, love you. Yes. Tatsuya-kun, I'll see you soon as well. Take care. Yes. Chapter 52, Chapter 51 Final day of the 9 schools competition. I've received word from the clan meeting. Meeting inside a conference room of the military-owned hotel near the venue of the 9 schools competition, Mayumi stood with her back facing Jumanji Katsudo, who had just finished his morning workout and was still dressed in his sleeveless, black, workout clothing. He couldn't see her expression. But simply from the tone of her voice, it was clear to him that she was upset. Oh. You know how Ichiji-kun was defeated, and utterly at that, by Yuji-kun the day before yesterday, right? And as magicians, the 10 master clans reign at the top in this country. Even if it's just high school students playing games, they can't allow any result that undermines the power of the 10 master clans. That's what they're saying. Mayumi turned towards him, her face deeply frowning at the message she had received. In other words, they're seeking a contest that would flaunt the 10 master clans' power, is that right? She nodded as a heavy sigh escaped her pink lips. Seriously, how ridiculous. Even if it's just a branch, if only Yuji-kun had the blood of the 10 master clans in his veins, he wouldn't be subjected to this third-rate farce. Leave it to me. Jumanji rose from his seat and walked to the door. But before exiting, he turned to look at Mayumi with a meaningful smile. You know, there is one other way that he could be associated with the 10 master clans. What do you? Mayumi tilted her head confusedly, unsure of what he meant. But soon after, her face turned red in an instant, realizing the meaning behind his words. Jumanji-kun. I'm just saying. Your actions were quite obvious. And you will make a nice couple with him. What are you saying? Well, think about it. From my perspective, he seemed to be rather interested in you as well. He turned away and exited the room, leaving Mayumi alone and embarrassed. She looked down and held her burning cheeks with her hands. Her heart was beating wildly just from thinking about what Jumanji implied. Geez. Am I that obvious? Last day of the 9 schools competition. Under the clear blue sky, the finals for the main event Monolith code match was held. Yuji, Aika, Erika, and their friends all gathered to watch the event with great anticipation. With First High's team consisting of Hattori Hanzo, Kirihara Takeaki, and Jumanji Katsudo, their victory was assured. But it was still exciting to see the moment their school achieved first place in this prestigious competition firsthand. But as soon as it started, Yuji noticed something unusual. Is Jumanji-senpai going by himself? Instead of handling the defense like he would in previous matches, Jumanji Katsudo marched forward with his phalanx. Spells flew towards him, but nothing managed to go through the multi-layered barrier that continuously refreshes itself. Like an unstoppable fortress, Jumanji Katsudo continued to march forward, and reached the enemy team's Monolith. All 3 of his opponents stood defensively in front of their Monolith, ready to intercept him by focusing their firepower. But Jumanji suddenly shifted the shape of his barrier, making it smaller. He moved his foot backward and lowered himself, like a sprinter getting ready for a race. And in the next moment, he burst forward and rammed each and every one of his opponents with his phalanx, slamming them with incredulous speed and power and turning them into ragdolls. In an instant, all 3 of his opponents were defeated, and First High gained their victory, filling the entire venue with deafening cheers and applause. That's anticlimactic. He certainly was incredible, right, Oni-sama? Yes. But that last attack. I don't think that's how he'd normally use phalanx. Tatsuya glanced at Yuji, who was still staring at Jumanji's figure on the screen with scrutiny. It must be because you defeated Ichiji Masaki, Yuji. Yuji's eyes widened in shock and realization, before he let out a sigh. It seems so. They're such a hassle, I agree. Miyuki, who was listening to their conversation, tilted her head confusedly. Oni-sama. I'll tell you later. I understand. Miyuki nodded slowly. And with Jumanji team's victory, the end of this year's 9 schools competition was announced. The award ceremony went quickly and the banquet to celebrate the successful end of the 9 schools competition was held. Beautiful orchestral music filled the grand ballroom as students from all 9 schools gathered and mingled amongst each other under the brilliant, glimmering light from the massive chandeliers made of multicolored gems hanging down from the ceiling. And as usual, Yuji and Aika were immediately surrounded by a massive crowd. Most of them were girls who were fangirling over Yuji as well as, surprisingly, Aika. She had made quite a bit of girl fans as well after a brilliant performance in both Ice Pillar Break and Mirage Bat. Many of the male students from all 9 schools were also trying their best to get close to Aika. But with most of the girls vigorously fighting over them and each other to try and reach Yuji, as if he was an extremely limited item on a massive sale, they had no choice but to stand back and wait for the girls to disperse. Though after waiting for a few minutes, it was starting to get unlikely. No girls ever walk away from him, which further infuriates them while making them extremely jealous at the same time. Why is he getting all the girls? He already has the goddess by his side, and he's still stealing other girls too. Is it because he's handsome? Is it because he's strong? Or is it because he's got a huge package? How could this world be so unfair? How could one man have the looks, powerful magic, a huge package, and girls? Even from a distance, with this many people, Yuji could feel the anger and envy-filled glares of the guys who were standing behind the crowd of girls stabbing him like 1,000 blades. I didn't ask for this, okay? I just wanted to hang out with Aika, Erika, and my friends. He yelled inwardly in frustration. He was also tired of having to handle this many girls. He just wanted to relax and hang out with his friends. Noticing his inner turmoil, Aika glanced at her darling and grinned playfully. She then suddenly wrapped her arms around his arm and hugged it, burying it in between her breasts, and winked at the girls. I'm sorry girls, it's time for us to dance and meet with our senpai. See you, it's nice meeting you. Eh? Ah, please excuse us. Aika, stop pulling. Yuji quickly excused himself with a nod to the surprised girls and let Aika drag him away. Although it was sudden, he was thankful for her. Fufufu escape successful, where's my thanks, hubby? Aika whispered and winked at him, making him smile helplessly at her. Thank you for that, Aika. I owe you one. I was just getting tired of it. Hee hee, you can repay me with your body later. For now, let's just dance and enjoy the party, okay? Still arm in arm, Yuji and Aika headed to the dance floor as many eyes followed their figure. But the two ignored them and began to dance with the music. Holding her slim waist with his right and her hand with his left, Yuji began to lead the dance slowly. Before this, Yuji never knew how to do ball dancing. But he had watched many around him do it. With his enhanced memory and accelerated learning capabilities, he was able to recall the dance and do it himself. Meanwhile, Aika simply let her man lead the dance. She doesn't know how to ball dance as well. The only dance she could do was ballet, which she has proficiency in thanks to the group chat. But because of that proficiency and her ability to control her body perfectly thanks to her SSR, she could perfectly follow his lead. After a few minutes, the two no longer had to pay attention to the dance and simply looked at each other with a smile in silence. It was said that the eyes were windows to the soul. Right now, even without words, they could feel the connection and bond between them grow. Simply by staring at each other's eyes, they could convey their love for each other in a much more intimate manner than by words. Soulmates. This must be how it feels to be with your soulmate. Without realizing it, their dance became the center of attention of the entire ball. And once the piece ended, they separated and gave each other a bow and a curtsy. Fufu, you were so good, Yuji, I didn't know you could dance. I've been watching others do it. Thankfully, I didn't mess up. You did well. Ah, Erika's there. Hold on, I'll bring her to you so you can dance with her. Before Yuji could answer, Aika had gone off and dragged Erika, who was in her maid outfit, to the dance floor and in front of Yuji. Wait, Aika. Hee hee, there you go. I'll be dancing with the girls now since I've learned how to lead from you. Have fun. Aika waved her hands and immediately left them as the next piece from the orchestra started. Ha! That girl. Well, that's Aika for you. Yuji smiled before he bowed towards Erika and offered her his hand. May I have this dance, my lady? Her face blushed red, but she nodded and shyly took his hand. And as the two began to dance, Erika suddenly pouted. What's wrong? Nothing. It can't be nothing if you're pouting like that. I just can't believe my first dance is in a maid uniform. Yuji blinked for a moment, before he began giggling at her. Hey. You can't giggle at me like that. Are you making fun of me? Ahahaha. I'm sorry. But you're just too cute. Why you? Erika turned her face away and puffed her cheeks. She can't believe he's laughing at her. She's embarrassed enough as it is. How could he laugh at his own girlfriend? You don't need to be shy. It looks cute on you. Yuji leaned his head forward and whispered. So cute, that I might want to take your first time while you're in that outfit. Stump. Erika accidentally stepped on Yuji's foot. But she didn't even realize it yet. Her eyes were as wide as saucers and her face was blushing incredibly red. And in the next moment, she glared at him with teary eyes, increased the strength of her stomp on his foot, and glared at him with puffed cheeks. How could you say that kind of thing, you pervert? What if someone heard it? Are you Aika? She whisper-shouted. I'm sorry. You're just too cute. I couldn't help but tease you a bit. He giggled. Her stomping didn't hurt him a bit. But even if it did, it would have been worth it since he got to see her super embarrassed face. It reminded him of the time he made her orgasm with his tongue. She was super embarrassed to even look at him at the time, and he had to spend several minutes coaxing her along with Aika. You. Aika puffed her cheeks and averted her head away from him with her eyes closed. I'm sorry, okay. What can I do to apologize? She peeked at him from the corner of her eyes. And a few moments later, she looked down, unable to meet his face. I'll tell you later. Yuji smiled softly and nodded at her. All right. Tell me later in my room, okay? She nodded back. After his dance with Aika, Yuji also danced with Mayumi, Mari, Miyuki, Anoka, Shizuku, and Mizuki. And when he finally got a chance to take a rest, a familiar, tall, and muscular figure of Jumanji Katsudo approached him. Jumanji-senpai. Tsubakihara. Come with me for a minute. Jumanji Katsudo led Yuji outside the hotel and into the courtyard. The bright light from the hotel illuminated their surroundings, and the sound of the orchestral music from the grand ballroom was still audible, although faint. Yuji stopped in his tracks when Jumanji stopped walking, leaving a couple of meters of distance between them. Tsubakihara, you're a member of the 10 Master Clans, right? Yuji widened his eyes in surprise. But his shock only lasted for a moment. He recalled this event happening to Tatsuya in the anime. But since he was the one who defeated the Ichiji Scion, he was the one in this place instead. No, I am from the 10 Master Clans. Is that so? Then, as per the clan meeting, I'm going to advise you as the magician who's serving as assistant head of the Jumanji family. Tsubakihara, you should join the 10 Master Clans. Let's see. For example, how about Sigusa? Mayumi-senpai. Ah. She's beautiful, intelligent, and kind. And from my observation, you also seem to be close with her. By any chance, are you suggesting that she be my marriage partner? That's right. As expected, it's about this, huh? Yuji sighed inwardly. He never really wanted to be involved in the politics of the 10 Masters clan. He just wanted to come here for the mission and make this world a vacation spot that he could visit once in a while to meet his friends. Perhaps he could also bring his family too and introduce them to this world. I know that you are also close with Kiryu and the daughter of Chiba. But having a mistress or two would be fine, as long as you take proper care of your relationships with them. It's not uncommon for a powerful magician to have 2 or more partners. As long as you make Sigusa your official wife. Relief filled his heart for a moment from knowing that polygamous relationships were also not uncommon for people in high society in this world. But he digressed. Although he wished to be in a relationship with Mayumi, he didn't wish to be roped into the headache-inducing politics of the 10 Master Clans. At least, not at the moment. Although he's powerful, his influence and wealth were still insufficient to be able to protect himself and those he cared about from the 10 Master Clans, if they wished to harm or exploit him for their own benefits. Unlike you and Mayumi-senpai, I am a mere high school student. Although I cannot deny my interest in her and my relationship with Aika and Aika, talk of marriage and engagement are still far from my mind. Is that so? However, the fact that you utterly defeated Ichiji Masaki, the next leader of the 10 Master Clans, carries far more weight than you think. Jumanji approached him and placed a hand on his shoulders. You can't languish for too long, you know. Jumanji-senpai. Just think about it. I'm not fond of meddling with others' relationships. But I am telling you this because I believe you will make the right decision. I understand. And, this marks the end of the NSC arc. Yokohama Disturbance arc starting next chapter. Hope you enjoyed it. Chapter 53, Chapter 52 A Productive Day. A few days have passed since the 9 schools competition ended. With Tatsuya eliminating all Japan branch board members of the No-Head Dragon, they've finally completed all but one last mission from the Multiverse Group Chat, defend Yokohama from the foreign invaders. So for the last few days, Yuji, Aika, and Tatsuya had been enjoying their time off and relaxed, winding down from the eventful last few weeks. Tonight, Yuji spent his evening in the lab with his computer to work on the stock market analytics he wanted to give to his mother after he finished his daily trading routine. His mother was an accomplished trader and a genius investor. In truth, she wouldn't need anything more than her current stock market analytics software to make proper decisions and gain profit. But Yuji still wished to make it. If the one he made could alleviate at least a bit of her worries and stress, and make her work smoother, then he would complete it no matter what. With this, he hoped he could give her more time to have for herself and not worry about their family's financial situation. But as he continued to develop it, problems that made his fear became clearer and clearer began surfacing. Creating a 100% accurate stock market computing software was equivalent to trying to gain the ability to look into the future. There are simply too many unpredictable variables in this world to be able to predict the trend of a company's growth or decline with 100% accuracy. The best stock market analytics algorithm in this world had an overall accuracy of around 80%. In Yuji's world, this number was even lower. So an accuracy of 90%, which was Yuji's goal, was almost impossible to achieve. At least, without the required technology and computation power. As expected. There's no other choice but to buy the MCGX supercomputer, huh? The MCGX supercomputer was a portable, advanced quantum supercomputer with the processing speed of 10 million teraflops, which is more than 10 times faster than the supercomputers in his home, and several times faster than even the best supercomputer in Tatsuya's world. Moreover, it could also transfer and receive data from across universes, just like his phone. With this, he would certainly be able to create the greatest stock market analyst program with more than 90% accuracy. The only problem he had with it was its price. The supercomputer alone would cost him 3,500 GCP, and if he wanted to have a data center for reliable, fast, and secure storage hardware, it would cost him an additional 3,000 GCP for the MCGX data center. If he were to use it for a stock market analytics program alone, it would be way overkill and also too expensive. No. Maybe it's worth it. Yuji didn't stop at just creating a stock market analysts program. He wanted to develop a program that would allow him to communicate with people from other worlds who weren't in the Multiverse chat group. Although it would be impossible to talk with his family while he's on a mission, since time would stop in his world, he wanted to be able to talk to them while he was visiting other worlds. Moreover, from this mission, he had learned that there was an extremely high chance of him developing feelings for more than one girl. And since they could only invite one person to the MCG, Yuji wanted to create a way for him to communicate with them even after he returned to his original world. Making the application itself was easy, but he would need to be able to transfer data across universes. And the MCGX supercomputer was capable of doing it. Perhaps, he might even be able to create a virtual network that would link his family and friends' phones from across the universes through this, allowing not only him, but all of them to talk with each other anytime they wish. I guess the next project is decided. He stretched his arms and body, releasing the tension that had been accumulating in his muscles from the hours he had spent sitting down and working on the analytics. Well, at least in his mind. His divine physique wouldn't accumulate any fatigue from doing such activities. He could do it for years without moving, and his body would not have suffered from any muscle pain. He only did it because his mind hadn't fully comprehended the extent of his divine physique's full potential. Alright. Let's begin planning for that virtual network tomorrow. I might be able to call Tatsuya for that too and ask for his opinion. But for now. Yuji opened up a new tab from his browser and began searching for online courses to learn German. He had delayed learning it for too long because of everything that had happened with the events and incidents happening in his school and his private life. But he still wanted to learn it so that he could speak with the daughter of his mother's friend and make her feel welcomed and comfortable. Mira said that she could speak English fluently and had started learning Japanese. So in truth, there was no need for him to even bother learning how to speak German since he could already speak English fluently. But she was a young girl who came to live in a foreign country alone. Even though she could speak English and a bit of Japanese, she'd definitely feel more comfortable if there's at least one person who could speak to her in her mother tongue. And since he could learn things extremely quickly, there was no reason for him not to. There's no drawbacks in learning a new language, and if he could make the daughter of his mother's close friend feel more welcomed and comfortable to be in Japan, he'd do it. It was simple enough to find both free and paid online courses for learning German. So first, he learned from the free online courses first before he started buying the intermediate and advanced online courses. And after 2 hours, he had already completed the intermediate courses. At this point, he was already extremely fluent in conversational German. The advanced course would elevate his level from being conversational to business-level fluency. But before he could continue, the door to his lab slid open and a familiar, super soft, and warm body hugged him from behind. Yuji, what you doin'? Ah, mcho. Aika excitedly wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her prided, enormous breasts onto his back. And like the kissing maniac she was, she peppered the side of his face with a lot of kisses. And to her loving greeting, Yuji responded back by taking her lips into a sweet, loving kiss. I was learning German after I finished my programming stuff. German. But why? Are you planning to go there? Yuji shook his head. I'm not. I'm learning it because the daughter of my mother's close friend is transferring into our school. She could only speak English and had just started learning Japanese, so I decided to learn her mother tongue so she has at least one person she could talk to in her native language. Aika's eyes immediately sparkled and her lips curled into a grin. And with one swift movement, she turned Yuji's seat around and sat on his lap sideways and whispered directly into his ear. Is she cute? Yuji thought for a moment, before shaking his head once again. I'm not sure. I've never seen her before, so I can't say. Well, if she's cute, then capture her too. I would love to taste a cute, blonde-haired German girl. Yuji smiled helplessly and pecked her lips before he began stroking her hair. Let's just see, okay? You know I don't like forcing anyone to fall for me, right? I know, but you better chase after her if she showed even a slight interest in you, okay? If I share the same feeling, then okay. Great. Aika giggled and tightened her hug around his neck as she enjoyed being cradled by her beloved. Just then, the sound of the automatic metal door would open. Yuji and Aika turned towards the sound, and saw Erika walking in, wearing a light blue tank top and hot pants. The moment she saw them, Erika smiled helplessly and let out a sigh. Ha! I should have known Aika would immediately flirt instead of asking the question. A question? Ah. I forgot. How can you forget? What are you talking about? Yuji looked at the two back and forth confusedly before getting his answer from Aika. She came here to ask if you'd want to go out and eat dinner outside tomorrow. Oh. Of course. Do you have anywhere in mind? There's this new tonkatsu restaurant just a train station away from here. We can go there for dinner and then walk around for a little date, just the three of us. Oh, that sounds interesting. Sure. I'd love that. All right. It's decided, then I'll go ahead and reserve a table for us now. Oh, and are you done with what you're doing? Yuji turned his eyes towards the clock on the bottom left corner of his monitor that showed 21:09. I'll be here for maybe another 30 minutes to an hour. I want to finish this course today. All right, then we'll be in your bed, ready for some cuddles. What course are you doing, Yuji? Aika asked, peering over to his computer curiously. Fufufu, he's learning German to woo over a German girl. Yuji knocked Aika's head for saying such misleading things. Stop causing misunderstandings. He sighed and turned towards Aika to explain the situation. Oh, I see. That's nice of you. Fufu, it really is. I'm sure she'll definitely fall for you. That's not why I'm doing this. Yuji shook his head tiredly as Aika laughed helplessly. Since becoming Yuji's lover, Aika had gotten used to sharing him with Aika. Everything she feared when she thought about having to share the men she loved with another girl never happened in reality. She got plenty of attention from Yuji, and he also spent a lot of time with her and Aika as well. He never neglected either one of them and did his best to make both of them feel very loved. In fact, being in a relationship with him made her closer to Aika as well. They shared everything with each other. Their feelings. Their thoughts. Their secrets. Even their sexual kinks and fetishes. Though the last one was forced out of her by Aika. But for the first time in her life, Aika felt like she had gotten an extremely close friend, or even a sister. Someone she could trust and share her feelings with. And along with Yuji, she finally felt like she had found a new family to be with for the rest of her life. All right. Aika, let's return to our room first and watch some anime while we wait for him. Aika, stop pulling me. Damn, you're so freaking strong. Stop. I'm going, okay. The night after. As promised, Yuji brought Aika and Aika over to the newly established tonkatsu restaurant named Maruyama Kibiai Tonkatsu near the train station. Despite its recent opening, there was already quite the massive line in front of the establishment. Fortunately, Aika had reserved a table for them, so they didn't need to wait in line. As soon as they entered, all eyes turned to them in an instant, especially Yuji and Aika. Although it was the usual and they had gotten used to being stared at, being in such a crowded place made the stares even more conspicuous. I feel like I'm in my school's cafeteria all over again. The feeling of being the center of attention in a public place like this still made him a bit uncomfortable. But he quickly refocused his attention on protecting Aika and Aika from the guys, who were clearly staring at them with obvious lust and interest. The three were led to their table by a beautiful, young waitress, who was conducting herself very professionally. At least, if they ignored her clearly blushing cheeks and the glances she stole towards Yuji. Once they were seated, Aika looked through the menu for a few moments and quickly ordered the most expensive meal set. The special premium tonkatsu set. Oi. Aika. Are you sure? Yuji looked at her worriedly. Even Aika and the waitress were shocked at her order. The special premium tonkatsu set was the most expensive meal set in the entire menu. It cost 8,600 yen, but that wasn't why Yuji was worried. The meal set consisted of a large tonkatsu, a mountain of sliced cabbage, a bowl of rice and miso soup, a tempura set, and a pork shabu-shabu for 2 people. It was a ton of food. Even though Aika's metabolism is through the roof, it would still be difficult for her to finish this much food. It'll be fine if I can't finish it, then you can eat it. Aika waved at Yuji dismissively and winked to Aika. Aika, you should order anything you want. This guy's stomach is as bottomless as his pocket, so don't hesitate. Oi. Yuji narrowed his eyes on his cheeky girlfriend. How could she say such a thing? She made it sound like he's her gluttonous sugar daddy. I'm fine. I'll order the normal tonkatsu set, please. I'll order a normal tonkatsu set as well. We'll have plenty of food either way from Aika's meal set. I understand. How about your drinks? I'll have an iced green tea. I'll have an iced lemon tea. Iced orange juice for me, please. Yes, I understand. Then, please await your order. The waitress bowed and quickly made her way back to deliver the order to the kitchen. Half an hour later, their orders began arriving to their table. The first two were Yuji and Erika's order, the normal tonkatsu set which consisted of a bowl of rice and miso soup, and a large tonkatsu with sliced cabbage on the side. And after that, Aika's order began coming in. The waitress who came to deliver their order had to call on the help of another waiter to help her carry it. One by one, she began placing Aika's order, and by the end of it, her order took up half of the table herself. Even the people around them, who were staring at them before, were now staring at her order instead. It was their first time seeing the special premium tonkatsu set in person. After all, it was 8,600 yen, and it was their first time here. They didn't want to risk paying such a price before knowing if it is good or not. It smells so delicious then, thank you for the food. Ha. Thank you for the food. Yeah. Thank you for the food. Aika began digging into her feast while Yuji and Erika also began to eat their meal. And as they all expected, Aika was full after just finishing half of her food, and she had Yuji eat the rest. Ha, that was so nice. Hey, Yuji. Hurry up and finish your food, we still need to go window shopping. You cheeky. Just watch, I'll punish you in bed tonight. He grumbled inwardly. After finishing their meals, Yuji paid with his card and the three exited the restaurant to go walk around in a popular shopping street near them. Yuji. Come here. Look at this. Isn't this cool? Erika, look at this. Why don't you try it out? I'm sure it'll look good on you. Yuji. Erika. Yuji. Erika. After going around for a while, Yuji finally got a bit of rest while Aika and Erika went to try out some clothes from a boutique Aika was interested in. He waited in front of the changing room. His figure attracted a lot of attention from the women and female staff members in the store, but he ignored them and just took a second to rest after the whirlwind shopping Aika had dragged him and Erika into. Just then, his smartphone rang. He took it out from his pocket and looked at the screen. It showed Tatsuya as the caller. Tatsuya. Yuji had planned on talking to Tatsuya to discuss his plan to create the virtual network for his pseudo-multiverse chat group app after the date tonight. But he didn't expect Tatsuya to call him instead. Hey, Tatsuya. What's wrong? Yuji, will you be busy tomorrow? Tomorrow? No, I don't think so. Then, can I ask you for a favor? Of course. What can I do for you? I'd like your help in researching a way to store magic sequences, specifically on the Magatama. I'm sure you know what this is. Yeah. I do. In the Mahoka Kuku no Ritusei anime, holy relics were out-of-place artifacts that contained magical nature that had unidentifiable artificial components, yet formed naturally under highly challenging conditions. And the Magatama was a type of relic which had the ability to store magic sequences. With it, machines that could store magic sequences and only needed to be activated by a magician once and keep working could be created. This was an extremely valuable and sought-after trait. Tatsuya wanted to research this relic so he could find a way to store magic sequences in an object and create an energy resource that could function with just an initial jump start from a magician without the need of one to keep it working. With flying magic now realized, sustainable nuclear fusion through gravity-controlled magic was well within sights. But to keep it working, a magician still has to keep casting spells throughout it all. In that case, the magician is no more than a component of the nuclear fusion reactor. They would only be changing roles from a weapon to a component. That is why, there was a need to find a way to store magic sequences. Alright. Where do you want to meet up? Meet me in the library. Sure thing. Then, I'll see you tomorrow. Likewise. Good night. Yuji hung up, returned his smartphone back to his pocket, and continued to wait on Aika and Erika. And only after a few moments did he realize. Magatama. Research. Wait. Isn't this the start of the next arc? Chapter 54, Chapter 53 Reason, Coincidence. Luck. Or. The library of the Magic University-affiliated First High School was unlike any normal library Yuji would know of from his world. Bonyari High School, the high school Yuji attended with his sisters, was one of the, if not, the most prestigious school in the city. Its library was also quite sizable, containing thousands of reference books, textbooks, workbooks, etc. Even though students rarely visit it for research purposes since they have access to uncountable information from the internet at their fingertips. But even his school's library paled in comparison to the library in First High School. Instead of a school's library, it's more akin to a national library, where rare, valuable, and significant research papers and works could be accessed. That's why, although it was impossible to access the more confidential papers, it was the best place for students such as themselves to go when they're researching information. The entire building located right beside the main school building was dedicated for the library, storing hundreds of thousands of books, research papers, textbooks, etc. There were also numerous tables and computers that students and teachers could use, even private rooms with a computer for those who wished to do their research or studies in a more private environment. Sitting before one of the many computers in the row, Yuji skimmed through the numerous pages displayed on the screen, each one densely filled with words and information with one or two images or graphs occasionally popping up to give a more accurate and visual representation about the subject described. They were information on the Emerald Tablet, Philosopher's Stone, and various other objects that were related to alchemy. And although he seemed to just be scrolling down quickly without properly reading them, he was actually reading them very carefully and absorbing every single piece of relevant and significant information into his mind at incredible speeds. Sitting right beside him, Tatsuya was also doing the same research. Yuji was simply helping him in his research because he and Aika were the only ones who knew what he was up to. Just then, Yuji and Tatsuya sensed a familiar presence rapidly approaching them. But before either one of them could react, Yuji was suddenly pushed by a heavy, soft, and warm sensation accompanied by a fragrant flowery scent. "Hey, what you doin', guys?" "Hello, Aika." "Hey, Aika. Can you stop slamming into me as a greeting?" "Fufufu, what's wrong? Don't you love feeling my soft body all over your back?" "Shut up. What do you want?" Aika giggled, rubbing her cheeks against Yuji as he blushed silently. She understood her beloved boyfriend completely. After all, and as annoying as it was, she wasn't wrong. Her body was just so squishy, soft, and voluminous in all the right places. Even though he had enjoyed ravishing them nightly, he never got tired of it. It was physically impossible to get tired of his girlfriend's sexy body. "Aika-chan. You should have waited for me." Soon after Aika's grand entrance, Miyuki also appeared, jogging towards them with slight exasperation on her cute face. Sorry, Miyuki, I just couldn't wait to return to my hubby." She let out a deep sigh before turning towards her brother with a bow. "I'm sorry for disturbing you while you were busy, Oni-sama." "It is fine." "What's wrong, Miyuki?" "Yes. Actually, you and Yuji are called upon by Mayumi-senpai and Mari-senpai to go to the student council's office." "Eh? But why? Is there some trouble?" Yuji asked, wondering what urgent business Mayumi and Mari could have with him and Tatsuya. After all, they didn't get any prior notice, which was quite strange coming from the two. Normally, if it was something simple like Mayumi inviting him for lunch, he would get a message from her. You're such a worrywart, Yuji. Of course it's not, it's a good thing." "Geez, just go already. They're already waiting for you too." "Eh, alright. Stop pushing me." "Fufu. Oni-sama. Let's go." X. Hirakawa Koharu, one of the brightest and exemplary third-year students who had achieved a spectacular victory and astounding feat as the engineer of the Mirage Bat main event winner Kobayakawa Keiko, sat nervously in front of members of the student council. Sitting adjacent to her at the end of the table was Sigusa Mayumi, the student council president and heiress of the Sigusa clan, a member of the 10 master clans. And sitting right opposite of her were Watanabe Mari, chief of the Public Morals Committee and a member of the Watanabe family, one of the prestigious hundreds of families, and Nakajo Azusa, secretary of the student council. To her right were two of her similarly bright and intelligent underclassmen, Isori Kei and Ichihara Suzun. They were her teammates for this year's National High School Magic Theory Thesis Competition. And finally, sitting to Isori Kei's right was his fiancée, Chiyoda Kannon. If the 9 schools competition were a grand stage for athletes, then the thesis competition was a grand stage for magic engineers such as themselves. It was an extremely prestigious event that's held on the last Sunday of October where Magic High School students showcase their research on magic theory and magic engineering, its venue alternating between Kyoto and Yokohama, with this year held in the Yokohama International Convention Center. The presentations were subsequently entered into the Magic Index, where they're occasionally accessed by universities and corporations. Thus, if they could give an impressive presentation, they could boost their careers after they've graduated from high school into the sky. For such a prestigious event, Koharu, Suzun, and Kei have been working hard and had submitted their final draft and outline of the materials and sequences used in their presentation to the Magic Association in advance. The deadline of the final revised version of their presentation would be 2 Sundays from now, in which they'd have to submit everything to the Kanto branch of the Magic Association through the school. And to allow their supervising teacher, Mr. Tsuzura, extra time to go over their submission, everything must ideally be done by next Wednesday. They've done their best with just a bit of finishing and final checking left, which they could easily do before next Wednesday. And although she was quite nervous about it, the biggest reason behind her nervousness was far from it. After all, with Kei and Suzun, 2 of the brightest minds in the school, as her teammates, she was confident in her ability to win the competition. The reason for her nervousness was because she was about to meet him. The man whose figure had been seared into her mind ever since their interaction during the 9 schools competition. She unfortunately hadn't had the chance to talk to him ever since, that is, until now. All participants of the thesis competition would be assigned a bodyguard who will protect them during the event. It was an extra layer of protection for the participants in addition to the high level of security in the venue of the competition. And the reason why it was an extremely guarded event wasn't solely due to its prestigious nature, but rather, as a form of protection for the magical technology of the country. Many discoveries, inventions, innovations, and theories that could improve the advancement of technology would be shared during this competition. Things that many rival nations would like to obtain for themselves and the advancement of their own magical technology. Thus, with such stakes at risk, all of the magical university-affiliated high schools and the Magic Association wouldn't hold back in their efforts to protect the students in case something happened. The Magic Association will hire professionals to create high-security details for the venue. But to make sure of the safety of their participating students, each school will also assign personal bodyguards to them. They will also have more guards to protect their school's presentation materials and equipment. And Koharu had chosen Yuji to be her personal bodyguard. His strength and prowess was obvious for anyone who had seen his performance in the 9 schools competition. He was peerless. Even the combination of the heir of the Ichijo clan and Cardinal Jorgel couldn't hold a candle against him. So her request was easily accepted. But the true reason behind her choice was a more personal one. She wanted to get closer to Yuji. She knew this was a childish reason. But she didn't know how else she could get the chance to spend time with him. All she had was her brain and intelligence. Even then, there are a lot more intelligent girls than her and more magically talented as well. She wasn't cute by any means, and she was also 2 years older than him. Compared to the beautiful Kiryu Aika or Shiba Miyuki, she was a simple side character who wouldn't even be able to interact with Yuji more than once. Even so, she didn't want to give up. If she could at least become someone close to him, a friend, or perhaps, a close friend through this. As long as she could stay near him by his side, then she would be satisfied. Knock knock asterisk. Koharu flinched at the sound of knocking coming from the door. She immediately straightened her back and brushed her hair, making sure she looked proper and neat before meeting him. Please come in. Mayumi, the student council president, announced. And right after, the door slid open automatically, revealing the dreamy figure of the man Koharu had dreamt of. Please excuse us. Following closely behind him, Aika, Miyuki and Tatsuya also entered and greeted them politely with a bow. Koharu's eyes immediately widened before the blush on her face grew even redder. It was him. It's Yuji. She finally got the chance to meet him again. Welcome, everyone, please take a seat, there's something we'd like to discuss. Yes. Miyuki took the seat right next to Azusa, followed by Tatsuya, Yuji, and finally Aika at the end, right opposite of Kanon. It's been a while, Yuji-kun, Tatsuya-kun, Aika, and Miyuki. It has been a while indeed, chairwoman. I see you have recovered fully by now. Yuji said with a soft smile, and Mari replied with a smirk. Thanks to you. Well, we can catch up another time. Mayumi. All attention turned towards the beauty of a student council president, who nodded at her friend, before addressing the newcomers. Thank you for coming on such short notice, everyone. Mari and I have called you today to discuss about the security during the competition. Security? Is the disciplinary committee going to provide that? Yuji asked. He knew the answer to it, as well as Aika and Tatsuya, but he asked it regardless to confirm the details. Not the security of the venue. The Magic Association will be hiring professionals for that. Mari answered with her arms crossed, propping up her sizable chest, as she leaned back relaxedly to her chair. What we wanted to discuss is personal bodyguards for each team member and people to guard the presentation materials and equipment. We will be using valuable materials at the thesis competition, after all. Mayumi explained, before Mari continued. Yes, and because they are valuable, teams for this contest are sometimes targeted by industrial spies. That's why, our school provides security every year. The members of the security squad are chosen from the disciplinary committee and the extracurricular activities federation. But as far as who specifically guards whom, we will respect their wishes. I see. Fufu and I'll be the one to protect you, Kay. Ayahaha. Kanon hugged her beloved fiancé's arm tightly and rubbed her cheeks against him, showing off her love for him. Yuji smiled slightly, seeing the two's lovey-dovey interaction. It reminded him of his own relationship with Aika and Erika. He then turned his attention towards Suzune and Koharu, who immediately blushed and looked down to her lap in embarrassment, causing him to tilt his head slightly in confusion. So, am I right to assume that Tatsuya and I will be assigned as your bodyguards? Hanzo-kun and Kurihara-san have been assigned to be my personal bodyguards. The two of them would be enough. Suzune answered in a matter-of-factly before glancing towards Koharu with a slight smile. Kobayakawa-senpai. Why yes. You IIVE actually requested Yuji-kun, to be my personal bodyguard. You after seeing your performance in the NSC. Our personal interaction during it. I think you would be a great. I see. Yuji fell silent and acted as if he was considering it for a moment. In truth, this was an extremely welcome surprise. He had been thinking how he could participate in the event for a while since Tatsuya wouldn't be participating in the competition as a participant with Kohara not withdrawing. Perhaps, he could simply go along with Aika and Tatsuya as a part of the security squad on behalf of the disciplinary committee of his school. But this was even better. This would give him a solid reason to be there in the venue, and especially, in Yokohama during the invasion. This is perfect. Thank you so much for this opportunity, Kobayakawa-senpai. He smiled at the blushing girl and nodded. Thank you very much for your praise, Kobayakawa-senpai. It will be my honor to be your personal bodyguard. I will do my best to ensure your safety on the days leading to the competition and during the event itself. Please take care of me. Immediately, a look of shock appeared on Koharu's face before an expression of absolute delight appeared on her countenance. Yes. Please take care of me as well. Great. Now then, with that settled. Mari nodded with a satisfied smile and turned towards Tatsuya and Aika. You two will also be a part of the security squad. If personal bodyguard's main concern is the participant, then your main focus should be securing the perimeter and protecting the valuable materials and equipment they'll use. Very well. Roger, leave it to me, Mari-senpai. Chapter 55, Chapter 54 Eris. Evening. Having finished all of his daily trading routines, software development, and reviewing his German lessons, Yuji spent the rest of his night relaxing along with Aika and Erika in his room. The three cuddled up under the blanket. Yuji was topless with only a boxer brief covering his bottom. Erika had a thin, light pink tank top on and light blue, comfortable hot pants, while Aika was only wearing one of Yuji's t-shirts with nothing more underneath. Although it was a very large and loose t-shirt which would normally reach the upper part of her thighs, Aika's massive twin peaks and wide hips made it ride up her body. Now, it barely covered her crotch and butt. It was the most comfortable nightwear for her, but it would feel chilly if she walked around in it. So, she only wears this kind of attire when she's going to sleep. But, if she needed to go out of Yuji's room and she was too lazy to change, she'll snatch his boxer briefs and wear them before she goes. The two girls laid their heads comfortably on Yuji's shoulder, leaning back at the soft headboard of the bed, as they watched an anime. It was an anime about Lelouch's world called Code Geass. They enjoyed the show within the dimly lit room relaxedly as the two girls snack on some popcorn from a bowl they placed on Yuji's lap. When suddenly Yuji's phone rang. Aika, can you grab my phone for me? K. She rolled to the edge of the bed, grabbed Yuji's phone that was right beside Aika and Erika's phones on the bedside desk, and rolled back to his side. Here you go. Thanks. Yuji kissed her softly on the head after she handed him the phone and returned to hugging his arm, resting her head on his shoulder and focusing back on the anime. On the other hand, Yuji looked at the screen on his phone and saw that it was a call from Tatsuya. Tatsuya. A brief moment of confusion crossed his mind before he picked the call up. Evening, Tatsuya. What's up? Good evening, Yuji. Is Aika and Erika there with you? Yeah, they're here with me. Hello, Tatsuya. Oh, is it Tatsuya on the call? I see. Is there something you need from us? No, I'm just informing you that my aunt just left. Yuji paused in a brief moment of thought before something clicked in his mind. Your aunt? Wait, does that mean? Yes. She left with the relic. I see. I'll be in your house in a second. Yuji straightened up from his leaning position, earning him a confused look from the two girls by his side. But just as he was about to get off the bed to put on clothes, he was stopped by Tatsuya. There's no need for you to go. It's a simple matter. I know where the sniper would be. I can eliminate him before he fires. Are you sure? Aika and I can go with you just in case. I can use invisibility on the three of us. Thank you, but I will be fine. I will report to you once again afterwards. Why dash? Before Yuji could say anything, Tatsuya hung up, causing him to sigh deeply. That guy's really... What's wrong, Yuji? Having paused the anime, Aika and Erika turned towards their beloved, who seemed a bit upset after the phone call. Tatsuya's being reckless again. What's wrong? Yuji glanced at Erika, keeping his eyes on hers for a brief moment, before he began explaining the situation regarding Tatsuya, his aunt, the relic she brought, and the trouble she made. The next day, Yuji met up once again with Tatsuya to help him on his research regarding the Magatama and other possible materials that could be used to store a magic sequence. However, with everything that had happened last night, the conversation naturally veered in that direction. When Yuji asked how it went, Tatsuya explained it briefly. It went as you expected. My aunt is fine, except for a few minor injuries from the crash. And I managed to eliminate the sniper before he fired. I've made a plan to take the relic to the FLT lab as soon as possible as well. Yuji let out a deep sigh of relief when he heard Tatsuya's words. I see. That's good. Aika and I were worried, thinking at the possibility of you getting shot as well in reality. Tatsuya's lips curled into an ever-so-slight smile and replied. Thank you, but you don't need to worry. I have regrowth and the automatic effect of my champion's light skill. I will be fine. The hands that had been typing away and compiling as much relevant information to the subject as he could stopped as Yuji slowly turned towards Tatsuya with a frown. That's not the point, Tatsuya. Tatsuya turned his head towards Yuji, and his eyes slightly widened in surprise when he saw Yuji's upset expression. I know you have skills and magic that would keep you alive, but none of them could erase the pain of being shot straight through the chest. That's not something you can just brush off. How could we, as your friend, not be worried if we knew our friend might be shot straight through the chest? Yuji stared at Tatsuya for a moment as he fell into silence. From the anime, Yuji knew that Tatsuya didn't have any regards to how he feels or what danger may befall upon him. If it was related to the safety of his little sister, he would dive down, head first, into danger immediately without any regard for his own safety. Even if he were to experience pain to protect his little sister and make her wish come true, he won't even flinch when he suffers. His safety and his life would become the last thing he'd care about. And this kind of mindset was something Tatsuya, Aika, and Miyuki wanted to change. After all, although he was turned into a weapon by the Yotsuba, he was still a dear friend and a beloved brother to them. They didn't want to see him suffer, and simply wished for him to be able to lead a life full of happiness with her little sister. In the anime, it took quite a while for him to heal and regain his emotions, his feelings towards others. But now, Yuji and all the members of the group chat will be there with him. And all of them wanted to help him heal faster. After all, they're comrades now. Although they've just met, it feels like they're very close friends since they've watched each other's anime. Or in Yuji's case, his hentai animation. But still. Now, they are aware and familiar with the true personality and character of each other, creating a deep bond of trust, camaraderie, and friendship that would normally only be born after years of spending time together. Which is why, when Yuji heard how indifferent Tatsuya was towards his own safety, he felt extremely sad and a bit upset. I see. Thank you for all of your concerns. Thank you is not what I'm looking for. Whether or not we give you our concern is up to us. You don't need to thank us if we give it to you. But Tatsuya, you can't go on like this. Your disregard of your own pain, safety, and even your life is hurting those who care for you. Tatsuya's eyes widened at Yuji's words. You're making all of your friends and your little sister worried and sad. It pains us to know that you are suffering, even if you don't show it in your expression. Yuji. A sigh escaped Yuji's lips as he turned his eyes back to the screen, though his hands still hadn't resumed typing. I'm sure you've seen Miyuki shedding tears in your place for your suffering in the anime. That's not just something that happens there. It's happening in reality as well. So please. If you care about us, about her, then take better care of yourself. Just then, Yuji's phone rang with a call. I'll be back soon. Yuji stood up, took out his phone from the pocket in his blazer, and walked away to a more secluded place to take the call. After walking a few distance away from Tatsuya, he stopped in an empty hallway inside the library and leaned against a wall. Hey, Aika. Yuji, are you busy? No, not really. What's up? Great. You're in the library right now, right? Hirakawa-senpai is asking if you could find and send her a copy of a research journal from there. Seems like this particular research journal can only be accessed from the library, so she needs your help. Oh. Of course. Just send me the title and I'll send it to her as soon as possible. Fufu, did you hear that, Hirakawa-senpai? Then, he heard a slightly muffled voice through the call from beside Aika. Yuan. Thank you very much, Kiryu-san, Tsubakihara-kun. Please get the copy under my name. I will take responsibility for it. Please don't mind it, Hirakawa-senpai. I'm happy to help. You're very welcome anyway, thanks a bunch, Yuji. See you. See you. Aika hung up, and Yuji quickly texted Tatsuya that he's requested by Koharu to do something, and headed to the private computer booths area. If the research journal Koharu wanted could only be accessed in the library, then it must be quite an important and highly guarded research journal. So, it would be better for him to access it from inside a private room. The private computer booths section was an area in the library where dozens of small, 3 by 2 meters large rooms with a computer inside were arranged in a line in close proximity to each other. Each line of computer booths were separated by a long corridor, and there were several of such corridors in the section. Since there were only a few people currently in the library, it didn't take long for Yuji to find an empty booth for himself. But just as he was about to enter, a familiar voice called out to him. Oh oh. Yuji-kun, what a coincidence. Yuji turned to the familiar, melodic, charming voice that tickled his heart every time he heard it, and saw the beautiful Wanisama figure, Mayumi, smiling at him ever so softly. A smile immediately surfaced on his face, which just as quickly charmed the Sigusa heiress as she began to stare at him in a daze. Mayumi-senpai. Good morning. What a coincidence indeed. Yuan. What are you doing here? She approached closer and leaned in towards him in her usual playful manner. But truthfully, this was only her feeble attempt to hide her nervousness. She was acting playful exactly to mask how nervous and excited she was for meeting him. I'm helping Hirakawa-senpai get some materials to be used for the thesis competition for her. Oh, I see. Fufu, even though you are supposed to be her guard, it seems like Hirakawa-san believes in you enough to entrust you with helping her. I am just doing a little errand for her, Mayumi-senpai. Oh, and if you are free, would you like to accompany me? Yeah. Mayumi yelped in a fluster at Yuji's invitation. She didn't expect him to invite her himself. She was super excited, but at the same time, extremely nervous. Her heart was thumping out of her chest. She could hear her heartbeat thumping loudly and rapidly in her ears. Yuji was also super nervous, and he was quite surprised at himself for inviting her too. But he didn't want to waste this chance God had given him to spend some time with her. Are you busy? Oh, no. I am not busy. I see. Then, would you like to accompany me? Why yes. Mayumi nodded shyly, and inside his mind, Yuji couldn't help but do the guts pose in celebration. Of course, he simply let out a dazzling smile and acted calmly in appearance. Then, let's enter together. I only need to access and send a research journal to Hirakawa-senpai, so I don't think it will take long. Yes. Mayumi nodded meekly and followed after Yuji. After deciding on a room, Yuji tapped his student ID to the scanning machine right beside the door to register himself as the user. But the moment he opened the door and saw how cramped and small it was, he froze. Mayumi fidgeted nervously right by his side, her face blushing redly. She knew how small it was beforehand, and knew that if they were to enter together, they would be in an extremely close proximity to each other, alone in a room. That's why she was so nervous. Yuji slowly turned towards Mayumi and smiled awkwardly. I didn't expect the room to be this single-sized. Should we return and use the computers outside? And no. We should use this. After all, you will be gathering materials for the thesis competition. It will be safer if you use this one instead of the public ones. Mayumi argued. She had steeled herself for this. And there's no way she'll be letting this chance go. Even though she was still super nervous and embarrassed, she can't let this chance just fly away. I understand. The two entered the cramped room together and sat side by side before the computer monitor. They tried their best not to touch each other, but it was simply impossible for their shoulders and arms to not touch. An awkward silence filled the small room, dimly lit solely by the computer screen before them. Yuji tried his best to distract himself, but it was simply impossible. This was the first time he had ever been this close to Mayumi. He could even feel her warmth and softness from her arm and smell the fragrant scent of her shampoo. It was filling the entire room in his mind. How could he concentrate on doing his task for Kohara when his crush was sitting this close to him? Wait. Isn't this a chance? Yuji froze for a moment as a myriad of thoughts flashed across his mind. To be able to be with Mayumi alone in a room like this, a chance like this might not come again. A chance to confess his feelings. Ever since the end of NSC, his relationship with Mayumi had grown much closer. He had also confirmed, or at least, obtained a quite definitive proof of her feelings towards him when he was calibrating the CAD Mayumi would use for her crowd ball event. But after that, they hadn't had the chance to talk face to face alone often. It was inevitable. After all, both of them were busy with their own businesses. The most they could do was message each other occasionally. Aika had been pestering him ever since the end of NSC to progress his relationship with Mayumi, and Erika had also been asking him why he wasn't making a move. But that's because he hadn't got the right moment yet. And now might be it. Mayumi-senpai. What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable? And no, that's not it. Yuji braced himself for the moment. His heart was beating rapidly, but he was determined to do this now. If he missed this chance, then the next might be after the incident that will happen in Yokohama finished. By then, he might very well get teleported back immediately for having completed his missions. So it has to be now. There's something I wish to tell you. What is it? Mayumi shyly turned her gaze towards Yuji. Her face blushing redly, but thankfully, the room was dark with only the light from the computer screen before them lighting it up, making it quite difficult for others to truly see how red she was. Little did she know, even if it was an absolutely lightless room, Yuji would have had no difficulty seeing her because of his enhanced senses. But this time, Yuji didn't notice. Not because he didn't see it, but because his mind was busy rapidly turning and churning, trying to find the words to convey his feelings and thoughts to Mayumi. Mayumi-senpai. Are you aware of my relationship with Aika and Erika? Her eyes widened in shock for a brief moment. And after recalling Yuji's interactions with the two, she nodded with a saddened smile as she felt her heartbeat start slowing down. I have an idea. Hearing the disheartened tone in her voice, a helpless smile appeared on his face. Aika. She is an extremely important person to me. At first, I thought she was just a fellow comrade and a close friend. But after all the time I spent with her, she became much more important than I realize. And when I found out that she felt the same, we started dating. The sting in her heart deepened when she heard his words and saw such an affectionate and loving expression from him. This was the first time she had ever seen Yuji make such an expression. It was beautiful, but at the same time, it stung just as much. She's a pervert. A super pervert. Although she might look proper and graceful in public, she is sloppy, clumsy, messy, and a serious pervert in private. Eh? Really? I'm serious. Mayumi looked at Yuji in shock. She didn't expect the ever-so-graceful and bright young lady like Aika to be described as those adjectives. She wouldn't have believed it, but because it came from Yuji, then perhaps there's some truth to it. But maybe because she's like that she's perfect for me. Eh? What do you mean? Yuji-kun. A brief moment of silence passed. Mayumi kept her gaze locked on Yuji's face. And this time, even within the dimly lit room, she noticed a deep blush surfacing on his face. I'm also a pervert. Yeah. What? But not in that sense. I mean, it might be, but it's definitely not what you're thinking of. Yuji waved his hands frantically in a panic, his face blushing super red, as Mayumi looked at him in pure shock and began moving away from him instinctively. What I meant is, I have a fetish for harem. If the brief moment of silence before was quiet, then it would be a vacuum now. Mayumi's eyes widened into saucers as she looked at the redly blushing Yuji, who was looking down in pure embarrassment after revealing the fetish he, the freshman ace of the first high school, had. Mayumi couldn't believe her ears for a moment. But seeing his reaction, a blush began to resurface on her cheeks once more. Is that true? Is it really? What I think it is. He nodded shyly. I just found out about it too. After Aika pointed it out to me. Yuji said in a quiet, shy voice, a tone Mayumi never heard of before from him. Before her was no longer the confident, handsome, kind, and perfect gentleman he always appeared to be. But a shy, nervous, and embarrassed young man who's trying his best to show his true self to her. I realize that. I fall in love easily. Of course, I won't just fall in love with any random girl I see. But, with girls that I've become close with, and became interested in. I would fall in love with them before I knew it. Mayumi never shifted her eyes away from his as she listened to his words. And when he mentioned the later half, a realization came to her. Is that what happened, with Chiba-san? He nodded. Erika was in the same class as Tatsuya. And because I am also close with Tatsuya, we eventually met and became closer after hanging out together often. And before I knew it, I was attracted to her. I see. But what about Aika-san? Mayumi asked with a trace of confusion present in her face. She had a guess. After recalling everything Yuji had said about Aika, she had already came to a possible answer to answer that question. But she had to confirm it with him. She had to be sure. This time, Yuji's expression changed from shy to wry and helpless once again. She supports me. Maybe because she's familiar with harems from the media she consumes or because she's perverted, she accepted me having a harem and even welcomed Erika as her sister with open arms. Her eyes widened once again. Her heart began to thump faster, excited, as hopefulness filled her chest. It was as if she could finally see the light at the end of the tunnel. Then, what about Chiba-san? She was quite surprised when we suggested it. But I was blessed with such understanding partners that even I couldn't believe it at first. So you're now in a romantic relationship with the both of them? Yes. Yuji nodded firmly with his eyes locked into hers. And as a brief moment of silence fell upon the two once again, Yuji could see a whirling mix of various different emotions from her expression and her silence. He knew it was unfair to her. As unfair as it was for Aika and Erika, who had given their whole heart to love him utterly and completely. But even so, it was too late for him. He had already fallen in love with Mayumi as well, and he didn't want to let any of them go, including his mother, aunt, and sisters. So all he could do now was to make sure they would not regret the love they've given to him and give them all the happiness in the world. Mayumi-senpai. I have also fallen in love with you. Eh. His words snapped Mayumi out of her daze. Her heart clenched, and the whirling storm of mixed emotions in her heart suddenly disappeared and cleared, as if they were never present. In an instant, everything became clear, and a realization came to her. Ah. I still do love him. Even after everything he said, she still loves him. It was surprising. Although it wasn't common in normal families, a man with more than one wife was not uncommon in higher society. She had seen, and even knew personally, some men having more than one or even two wives. And although it was quite surprising that Yuji, a first-year student in the school she was attending, had a relationship with both Aika and Aika, the most surprising realization that came to her was the fact that she realized that she still loves him this quick. With all the emotions swirling around her just a few moments ago, she thought she'd need a bit of time to process everything and make a decision. But she didn't expect the answer would come to her this quickly. As she was stunned by her own revelation, Yuji continued. I understand if you were to have doubts about me after this. But I won't give up, Mayumi-senpai. I might fall in love easily, but will never give up until I receive your love back. I know it would be unfair to you, but I promise I will love you with all my heart and make you happy. So, please think about it. A warm, comforting sensation washed over all the doubts and shock within her and began filling her heart. She could see his unease, his nervousness, and his embarrassment. They were obvious, even within this dimly lit room. But they were not born out of deceit. He was uneasy, nervous, and embarrassed precisely because his words were genuine and sincere. And in his eyes, she could see that he was determined to chase after her if she was to reject him now. A smile. The softest, gentlest, and most beautiful smile she had ever made appeared on her face. It was a smile she had never made before, a smile of a maiden in love. I love you as well. Yuji-kun. And although I might need some time to get used to a harem, please take care of me. His eyes widened for a brief moment, before a smile of pure happiness appeared on his face. Yuji took her hands slowly and grasped them ever so gently in his hands, as if it was the most precious thing in the world. He then lowered his head and pressed her hand against his forehead, before looking up to the redly blushing visage of Tsubakihara Mayumi. Thank you for loving me, Mayumi-senpai. Please take care of me as well. Yuan. Chapter 56, Chapter 55 The Illegal. After confessing to each other and becoming a couple, the two stared dazedly into each other's eyes. There was no sound in the room, except the sound of their own loudly thumping heart which filled their minds. But despite their nervousness, embarrassment, and bashfulness, the immense feeling of happiness, relief, and affection for the person before them filled their heart to the brim. Mayumi stared dazedly at her new boyfriend's beautiful, handsome countenance. The countenance that had charmed her the moment she met him. And after interacting more with him, his personality, his character, and his actions made her gravitate towards him. Before she knew it, she had been dreaming of being lovers with him. He had appeared in her dreams multiple times, and even more times in her daydreams. And now, it has finally come true. Her dreams had finally come true. Yuji-kun. Yes, Mayumi-senpai. Her heart tightened in delight the moment he said her name. It was strange. He had called her by name multiple times before. But this time, it was different. The way he said her name was filled with so much love, affection, and gentleness that made her heart skip a beat. It pierced her heart like a Cupid's arrow. How did his voice become even more velvety and captivating? It's making her melt in her seat. Suddenly, she felt a sense of danger. If this continues, she might faint. The combo of his confession, the fact that they're lovers now, his voice, his warmth, and his touch would be too much for her. She had to retreat. I have some business to do, so please excuse me. Mayumi rose from her seat, and immediately ran away and escaped the room, leaving Yuji chuckling silently in the room. Even though she was 2 years older than him, she was extremely cute. It makes him want to tease her and bully her a little. He had always felt this way before, but now that they're lovers, there was no longer anything holding him back from teasing her to cloud 9. He couldn't wait to see her adorable expressions when he bullies her. Alright, let's get back to work. He still needed to send the research journal Koharu requested to her, so he quickly accessed the database to find it and borrowed it under Koharu's name with the student details he had received from her. And just as he was about to report it to Koharu, a message came from Mayumi. Tsubakihara Mayumi, if possible, I would like to meet with Aika-san and Chiba-san to tell them about our relationship. Can you help me arrange a meeting? Tsubakihara Yuuji, of course, Mayumi-senpai. I will arrange it. Would you prefer to meet in my house or elsewhere? Tsubakihara Mayumi, Your house. Tsubakihara Yuuji, yes. Aika and I are living together, while Erika often visits and stays over. Messages from Mayumi stopped coming for a while, before a reply finally came a few minutes later. Sigusa Mayumi, then. Your house, if it's not much trouble. Tsubakihara Yuuji, of course. Then, I will tell you the address and the time later. Sigusa Mayumi, un. Thank you, Yuji-kun. Tsubakihara Yuuji, you're welcome. My dear girlfriend. After that, no messages came from Mayumi, and Yuji could easily imagine her figure being too flustered to even type a single word. Afternoon. Yuji, Aika, Tatsuya, Koharu, Kei, and Kanon hung out together after school. They visited several stores, and while the others were busy with their own shopping, Yuji pulled in Aika for a private conversation and told her about what happened this morning. Oh. So you finally did it. And she wants to talk to you and Erika about this. Congrats. Of course, I'd love to. Let's have a meeting in our house and have dinner together. After that, we can strengthen our sisterly bond over some hot baths and a sleepover. Aika giggled mischievously, her eyes flashing with perverted light when she mentioned hot bath and sleeping together. She was, after all, an appreciator of beautiful and cute girls as well. Your desires are showing. What are you talking about? She feigned ignorance, but her thoughts were clear to Yuji. Just don't harass her. Remember, she's still your senpai. And she's still new to being in a harem. Of course, I know that I was just kidding. We'll treat her nicely after all, she's our new sister. Thank you, Aika. Fufu no problemo, that's right. Erika also said she wanted to talk to you about something. Of course. What's it about? She said it's related to Leo, so I think she's talking about that. Oh, I see. Wait, will she be returning to her home with him, alone? Fufufu, you don't have to get jealous. She wondered if she could borrow the underground gym before, so she must be thinking of using our gym for the training. I see. Alright. And right after their training, you can always mark her while she's still sweaty and make her even sweatier. Yuji blushed at her words as images of Erika, donned in her kendogi and hakama, flushed and sweating after her training appeared in his mind. And then, the moment she returned to his room to take a bath and wash off her sweat, he'd attack her and peel off her training clothes one by one while enjoying the scent and warmth of her body. She'll try to fight him from being embarrassed because of how sweaty she was, but he'll keep attacking and coaxing her until she's powerless and began drowning in his love. Fufu, you're imagining, right? Shut up. Just then, the two sensed magic activation coming from outside the store they're in. They immediately headed out, and when they exited the store, they saw Tatsuya, Kei, Kanon, and Koharu standing silently, staring into the distance. When they followed their gazes, they could see a plume of smoke coming from it and a brief glance of a yellow motor scooter in the distance. Their eyes widened in realization. They recalled something similar happening in the anime, but this shouldn't have happened anymore. After all, in the anime, it was Koharu's little sister who acted as a spy for the foreign invaders to get revenge on Tatsuya for failing to save her sister and causing her trauma. But now, her sister was fine thanks to Yuji, Aika, and Tatsuya's help. There's no reason for her to be a spy. If it wasn't her, then who could it be? Tatsuya, what happened? There was someone watching. Chiyoda-senpai tried to chase after them, but they fled with a modified scooter. Yuji's expression turned into a frown as he leaned in for a whisper towards Tatsuya. Do you recognize them? He was wearing a mask. But I have an idea. I think it's Sekimoto Isao. Sekimoto Isao. Wait, the one who will try to steal data by putting you to sleep in the anime. I might have gotten a bit careless. I thought this wouldn't happen since we've saved Hirakawa-senpai. If I was here, I might have been able to capture him. Tatsuya placed a hand on his shoulder and shook his head. Don't mind it. This won't be a problem. But we need to increase our guard. The next arc has begun. Yes. October 19, 2095. Morning. Arriving early to class the next morning, Tatsuya was welcomed by his friends. They were gathered around Mizuki, who seemed to be worried and unsettled. Hey, Tatsuya. You're early today. Erika greeted. She, herself, had just arrived not too long ago along with Aika and Yuji, who had gone to their own class after dropping her off here. They went to school together because she stayed overnight with them last night. Good morning. What were you talking about? She says she can sense someone's gaze. Erika said, placing a hand on Mizuki's shoulder, as she slumped down with a deep frown. Gaze. I've been sensing this unpleasant gaze since this morning. Like someone secretly peering into the cracks from the shadow. It was a creepy gaze. Like a stalker. It's not after me. But something that's ready to cast a wide net. Tatsuya's eyes narrowed as he kept his gaze straight at Mizuki. So it's not targeting a single student, but multiple students and/or instructors, or maybe something in the school, then. Why yes. I could be wrong about this, of course. No, I don't think you're wrong, Shibata-san. Mikihiko assured before continuing. Ever since this morning, the spirits have been in an unnatural frenzy on campus. I bet that someone has evoked a shiki. Shiki? Are you talking about those shikigami called spiritual beings? Standing with his arms crossed beside him, Leo asked to clarify his understanding and received a nod from Mikihiko. It seems to be a different spell than we use, so I can't get a grasp on it. But there's no question that some spellcaster somewhere is sniffing around. Mikihiko, did you just say it was a different spell than yours? Tatsuya rose from his seat all of a sudden. His voice, bringing a tinge of agitation. Yes, that's right. Meaning that it's a non-Shinto spell. Or do you mean it's a spell that's different from this country's ancient magic? A brief silence fell around them, before Mikihiko finally answered with a heavy tone in his voice. I don't think it's part of our country's ancient magic. X. That afternoon, Yuji, Aika, Erika, Tatsuya, and Miyuki headed home after their class together. They were also joined by Mizuki, Mikihiko, Leo, Anoka, and Shizuku. Yuji-kun, I heard you've not only become Hirakawa-senpai's bodyguard, but also her assistant. Is that true? Anoka asked excitedly. But instead of Yuji, Aika, who was standing to his right with Erika to his left, answered her. That's right. Not only Hirakawa-senpai, but he became an errand boy for the entire team. Whenever they'd need anything, they'd ask Yuji to help them. I'm just helping them a bit. I'm not an errand boy. Now, just take it as a compliment. That means they trust in you and your ability to help them. Erika said with a wry smile. Speaking of assisting them, aren't you helping them out with the models as well, Mizuki? Eh? Yes, the second years are. I'm not actually doing anything. Mizuki answered shyly. Since Isori-senpai is the one in charge of the model, it's only natural that the second years would be the ones most involved with building it. But I've also heard Isori-senpai praising you, Mizuki. So have confidence in yourself. Yuji explained, causing Mizuki to blush and fidget her hands together shyly. Come to think of it, I've also seen you working on something for them too, Tatsuya. What are you helping them with? I'm helping them fine-tune the spells for the demos. Oh, I see. As they walked, Yuji suddenly felt a presence following them and observing them. Yuji shot a glance at Aika, who quickly nodded to him, signaling that she also noticed it. And soon, Erika, Mikihiko, and Leo also began noticing the presence following them, while the rest chatted amongst themselves. Yuji then shot a glance towards Tatsuya. Judging by his gaze, he seemed to have realized it as well, but he returned his gaze forward and continued to chat with his little sister. And without the need for words, Yuji understood what Tatsuya was thinking, and continued acting as if nothing happened. Aika and the others who noticed the presence also followed suit. Oh, do you want to stop off here for a bit? Yuji suggested, arriving before a quaint little cafe in the neighborhood called Café Ein Breeze. Oh, I'm in. Me too, fufufu, it'll be your treat, right? Erika and Aika exclaimed in excitement. Ah, really? Tea then, I would like to try the drinks here. I'm curious what kinds of desserts they have in this place. Ha. Fine. With Anoka and Shizuka becoming excited by Aika's proposition, he sighed in defeat and entered the cafe together with his friends. With the wealth he had accumulated from his daily trades, even buying the cafe and the entire building altogether won't even put a dent to his wallet. But Aika was the one to suddenly spring this up at him, which made him a bit helpless. His girlfriend was truly a mischievous succubus. Entering the cafe, the girls began ordering drinks and desserts in excitement on Aika's encouragement. She told them not to worry about the price or the amount, because Yuji will pay for all of it and the boys will eat what they can't finish. Oh, so you're taking part in the magic thesis competition, huh? They're hosting it in Yokohama this year, right? My parents live in Yokohama, you know. Are they holding it in the International Convention Center again? If they are, that's right by my parents' house. After serving the drinks, the barmaster began conversing with them while his assistant prepared the snacks and desserts. Where in Yokohama do they live? Mizuki asked courteously. About halfway up the Yamate Hills. It's a cafe called Wald. At that moment, Yuji's eyes widened ever so slightly at the recognition of the name. Wald. I think I've heard of it from somewhere. He searched deep into his memories, into the Mahoka Kukun no Retusei anime he had watched, and finally, he recalled a scene of two magic officers inside a cafe, meeting with Kyuko. That's it. It's the name of the cafe owned by an information broker that appeared in the anime. It's the cafe Erika's eldest brother and his partner came to and met Kyukone. Just then, Erika rose from her seat, alerting Yuji, Tatsuya, and Aika. Erika-chan. I'll be hitting the restroom for a bit. Yuji glanced towards the two, who nodded to him upon meeting his gaze, and rose from his seat as well. I'll be going to the restroom for a bit too. Miyuki, can you help me keep an eye on Aika? Don't let her order even more food than we've had. Why yes. Geez, you can't be stingy like that, you know, Yuji, or you'll be hated by girls. Ha. I'll be back. K. Yuji headed out, not missing the figure of Mikihiko creating a talisman. He also met glances with Leo, who was looking at him with a steeled gaze, telling him that he'll be ready to help anytime. Yuji nodded subtly, and followed after Erika. X. Hey, mister. Wanna have a good time with me? Erika said in a playful manner into the suspiciously empty street. The afternoon sun, coloring everything in a deep orange-red hue. And soon, a mustached man in a trench coat came out of his hiding and confronted Erika. What are you talking about? You should look out for yourself more. Huh? All I said was, have a good time. But what on earth did you think I meant by that? You shouldn't tease grown-ups. Night will be falling soon. If you hang around a deserted place like this, who's to say that you won't get attacked by a street attacker? Thank you for your concern, but it is unneeded, uncle. The mustached man widened his eyes in shock and immediately turned around to his back, where he found a devastatingly beautiful man standing there casually with his hands in his pocket. He didn't even feel his presence. Perhaps you are the one who should be wary of some street attackers. After all, you never know when the hunter will turn into the hunted. Erika took out her baton from inside her pocket, extended it to its full length, and pointed it at the mustached man who was still paying extra attention towards Yuji. You've been following us all along. What are you after? The man finally glanced back towards Erika, who unleashed her murderous intent towards him as she spoke. Isn't she amazing? To be able to unleash such thick killing intent. I love this part of her as well. The man slowly turned his body sideways, keeping both Yuji and Erika to his side so he could keep eyes on them better. He could no longer focus his attention towards Yuji alone. Erika was in full alert and ready to attack him at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, although Yuji was simply standing there casually with his hands in his pockets, his instincts told him that escaping through him would be far more difficult than through the girl. With no other choice, he let out a deep sigh, and yelled as loudly as his lungs permitted. Help me. I'm being robbed. It's no use, uncle. Right now, no one will be able to come near us. That's right. This is a barrier built on our consciousness, so unless you knock us unconscious, you have no hope of escaping. The men fell silent. When suddenly, he threw an empty paper coffee cup towards Erika. Erika easily swatted the paper cup away. But to her surprise, the man appeared before her faster than she expected. He lunged and thrusted his hand, which was now holding a small blade, towards Erika's head. But before it could reach her, a heavy weight suddenly fell upon his body, immensely slowing his movement. It was only for a moment, but it was enough for Erika to avoid it and counterattack with her own baton. With the weight disappearing as quickly as it appeared, the man quickly tried to dodge her attack. But suddenly, her swing became extremely quick, quicker than he expected, forcing him to defend against it with his arm. Arg! He yelled out in pain before retreating back with a leap, and threw both of the blades in his hands towards Erika. But before it could even reach her, his blade suddenly stopped in midair, before falling to the ground. What the? His eyes were now wide in shock and disbelief. He glanced back towards Yuji, saw him with his hand raised towards him, and finally realized what's going on. It seems like he's using some sort of weight type and or movement type magic that caused him to suddenly slow down and the girl to suddenly speed up. And the final barrier seemed to be some sort of wind type spell or barrier type spell that caused his blades to lose their kinetic energy and fall. Now he knew why he felt so much pressure from the handsome boy. To think he could cast so many spells in succession in that brief, high-speed exchange. He waved his arm strongly, causing another pair of blades to slip down from his sleeves into his hands. But before he could do anything, a powerful force suddenly constricted his body like a giant hand holding his body in place, causing him to drop his blades into the ground. What did you do? Calm down, uncle. We're not interested in taking your life. All we want to know is why you were following us. With the mustached man restrained by his magic, Yuji and Erika approached him cautiously, still ready for anything he had planned. Hold up. All right, I surrender. I'm not even an enemy of yours to begin with. Yuji's eyes narrowed as he tightened his hold around him, eliciting a pained groan. You brandished your blades towards my girlfriend. It could have killed her if she wasn't quick enough to react. The men fell silent under the pressure Yuji's exerting, while Erika also frowned at him. If it wasn't for Yuji's quick reaction that caused him to slow down immensely, she would have been caught by surprise and forced into being defensive, especially since the man was using bladed weapons. She might even suffer from an injury or two. Are you okay, Aika? Thanks to you. Yuji nodded in relief after seeing her smile. And only then did he stop exerting his pressure towards the man and slightly loosened his hold around him, just enough to not cause pain while still immobilizing him. Now. If you are not the enemy as you claim, then explain yourself. Released from the pressure, the man let out a deep sigh and relented to Yuji's words. Fine. Good. Now start introducing yourself. I'm sure you're aware of our names already either way. My name is Jirro Marshall. I can't go into specifics, but I'm not affiliated with any government organization whatsoever. Also, as I mentioned earlier, I am not your enemy. So you are an illegal, huh? Aika asked, and he answered with a nod. Tell us what you're after in the situation. My job is to monitor the magic high school students to ensure that no cutting-edge magic technology falls into the hands of the East. If they do leak any advanced technology that could amount to a military threat, then I deal with the situation. The East. Meaning you're from the West. Why would you go to all that trouble? Aika asked. I thought this country was cured of its pacifist complacency, but in both USNA and the Western nations, there's been a spike in the number of Eastern spies going after magic engineering technology. Your own school is also one of the East's targets. Aika looked at him with immense apprehension, but if his words were true, then a much bigger trouble must be brewing in the shadows, waiting to explode onto the surface. One last thing. Let me give you a word of advice. Tell your friends to be vigilant about their surroundings. That they shouldn't let down their guard just because they're on school grounds. While it sounded like regular advice to be vigilant, Yuji recognized the hidden warning he was trying to convey with his words. If he wasn't mistaken, the boss of the foreign invaders and main antagonist of this arc has a spell that would cause someone to lose their way and be lost in his spell. If this is what Jirro was indeed referring to, then he'd applaud the author's ability to foreshadow such a thing. I see. Thank you for your advice. Then. Will you let me go, now? Of course, but I also have one last thing to say. What is it? Jirro Marshall and Aika both turned towards Yuji, wondering what he wanted to say. You should also be careful to not lose your way. We won't be chasing you, so you should be extra careful on your way back. Yuji. His eyes widened in shock for a brief moment, but he quickly nodded. All right. Yuji nodded back and muttered under his breath to have Mikihiko erase the barrier. He then released Jirro Marshall from his restraint. Go ahead. No need to throw a smoke grenade. We won't pursue you. You have my word. Jirro looked at the young man with narrowed eyes for a brief moment, and dropped a smoke bomb under his feet, which immediately filled the area with smoke. I've told him not to drop a smoke bomb, but he still does it. Yuji quickly blows away all the smoke with some wind magic after he erected a wind barrier to protect himself and Aika. Why did you let him go, Yuji? Did you trust him? Aika asked. Not entirely, but I think there's no harm in believing his words about the things related with the East and West. After all, we've been experiencing some strange occurrences recently. This might be the cause of it all. Aika fell silent as uneasiness began to fill her heart. But then, she felt a soft, gentle hand petting her head in a familiar manner. Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to us and our peaceful lives. I'll help too. Of course. Now, you go back first to the cafe. What are you going to do? Saving a life. Yuji said, before his form disappeared before Aika's very eyes. I've been noticed by the surveillance target. Send in replacements. A wave of dust and dirt launched up into the air as Jirro Marshall dashed through the quiet alleyways. The afternoon sun, now about to set and disappear into the horizon, tinted the darkened alleyways in a dark, purplish hue. His heart pumped rapidly as his vigilance and alertness were raised to the maximum. He had failed his mission, something he had not done since his younger days and new to the job. He continued to run, but after a while, a realization came to his mind that caused him to come to a screeching halt and observe his surroundings. Where am I? He did not recall coming through this alleyway. No, perhaps he did. Or perhaps, he had been running in circles. He didn't know. But just as he was observing his surroundings, heavy footsteps echoed through the narrow alleyway. Then, a large figure that filled his heart with disbelief, shock, and fear came out of the darkness. The man-eating tiger. Lu Gonghu. Jirro Marshall was a tall man with an athletic, muscular body. But before him, he was but a child. Broad shoulders, muscular body, and tall, intimidating physique, his presence alone was enough to shake Jirro's entire body in fear. Is this what he was talking about? Yuji's warning flashed across his mind. And before he realized it, Lu Gonghu raised his hand towards him, about to rip him apart into pieces. When suddenly, a man in black jacket and pants appeared from behind Jirro and sent a heavy punch right into Lu Gonghu's solar plexus. The man-eating tiger widened his eyes in shock as a force comparable to a car slamming into him at high speeds condensed into a size of a fist struck his body all of a sudden and pushed him several meters back before screeching into a halt. Both men looked at the newcomer in all black in shock, trying to discern his identity. But he had hidden his head with a hood and his face with a black mask. His body, while muscular and tall, did not give away any indication of his identity. "Who are you?" The man in black didn't answer, and seeing as he was silent, Lu Gonghu launched himself towards him for an attack. The black jacketman kicked away Jirro Marshall into safety before dodging the series of swings and punches from the man-eating tiger. Despite his nickname, the man fought like a trained martial artist instead of a wild beast. Though his style and the use of an open palm strike and scratch did resemble that of a tiger. Lu Gonghu kept trying to hit the man in black, but as if he was able to read his moves, he kept dodging it without any trouble. And when he went on the offensive, each of his strikes felt like a hit from a car. Each and every single one of his punches and strikes were heavy, enough to push him, the man-eating tiger, back. He was relentless, fast, unpredictable, and powerful. He was no ordinary martial artist. Rearwarg. With a bellowing roar, Lu Gonghu slammed down towards the men with both hands. And this time, instead of evading the easily dodgeable hit, the men defended against it. The power behind the slam of Lu Gonghu, enhanced by magic, was enough to crack the asphalt ground beneath the man in black upon hitting him. Lu Gonghu looked down to the men before him. Surely he would suffer from some damage. But to his shock, the men didn't even flinch. Not even a groan or a sound was heard. And before he could recover from his shock, the man reeled in his arm, and punched him straight in the chest. Gawakch. Air left his lungs as the force forcefully pushed it out of them. And after screeching into a half several meters away, the man-eating tiger fell to his knees as wheeze and cough in pain. Just from that single punch, he knew that his body, that had been magically engineered and modified for more power and sturdiness, had sustained heavy injuries. His sternum was cracked and some of his ribs, broken. He was no longer in any condition to fight him. Clenching his teeth in frustration, Lu Gonghu used the last of his energy and slammed onto the ground, shattering it and launching a cloud of dust, asphalt, and sand up into the air and towards them. And when the dust settled, the man-eating tiger was no longer there. Ha! So he escaped. That's a shame. Yuji, still clad in his disguise that he had prepared and stored in his MCG specially for this event, let out a sigh as the dust slowly settled down. He couldn't use his usual magic and gravity magic to restrain the man-eating tiger. After all, everyone already knows that he used that kind of magic. If he used it here, then it would defeat the purpose of coming here with a disguise. Yuji didn't want the foreign invaders, the Great Asian Union, to know about him yet. Else, it might bring danger to his girlfriends and friends. Well, I managed to test out my fighting style combined with gravity magic in real combat, so that's still a win. Using his gravity magic to make each and every strike of his extremely powerful, activating right at the moment of impact in small bursts to prevent it from being detected and countered, judging from the results, it seems to be a success given none of them noticed his little trick. Speaking of which, Yuji turned towards Jirro Marshall, now having picked himself up and stand before him, still looking at him with extreme vigilance. Who are you? Yuji kept his silence, and began walking away. He turned the corner, and immediately used his invisibility spell once again and concealed his presence. When Jirro came to follow him, he was no longer visible to anyone and anything, leaving the men shocked and confused. And as Yuji was about to leave, he heard Jirro muttering under his breath. Thank you for saving my life. He turned towards the mustached man with a slight smile, and headed back to the cafe to his friends. You're welcome.